Star Odyssey chapter 2811 to chapter 2861. Bao Saint stood up and stared at Lu Yin's finger. Chu Jian's eyes narrowed. Lu Yin retracted his finger. Continue. Chu Jian's bow disappeared, and the seven-god arrow was ineffective. No wonder you were able to become the Pathmaster of the Above Heaven sect. I'm curious how you did it, but someone like you is terrifying. You're no different from a corpse king. Lu Yin shook his head. I don't understand, and there's no point in explaining. You don't have many chances left. Make your move while I'm still patient. Arrogant. Chu Jian took a step forward and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was behind Lu Yin and struck out with Stone Gate's 8 hands. Lu Yin frowned. He hadn't opened his celestial eye, so he couldn't see how Chu Jian had arrived. Wait, he hadn't used spatial travel, but some other method. What method was that? First, Xianxia's movements were traceless, but his attacks were easily broken by Lu Yin. The Stone Gate's 8 hands was the Great Stone Saint's technique. It was very strong, but against Lu Yin, who had learned the Stone Gate's 8 hands, it was useless. Chu Jian had only attacked 3 times, and on the 4th, he had used Cosmos Conversion to try and dissolve Lu Yin's astral source. Lu Yin had also used Cosmos Conversion. Bang! There was a loud collision as their palms collided. Chu Jian's expression changed. How could this be? His astral source couldn't suppress Lu Yin's? Lu Yin grabbed Chu Jian's palm and exerted force, bending Chu Jian's hand and slamming his palm towards Chu Jian's forehead. At the same time, the Akalanatha King's elephant roared out. Lu Yin didn't hold back in this attack, as he wanted to see what Chu Jian's trump card was. Chu Jian looked up and saw a grade 5 lotus blooming in front of him, shining brightly and illuminating the surroundings. This wasn't a venerated lotus treasure, but rather a technique. Chu Jian had cultivated a grade 9 venerated lotus technique. Lu Yin's palm slammed into the grade 5 lotus, causing it to crack. Chu Jian's expression changed. A grade 5 lotus could block a progenitor's attack, but Lu Yin had cracked it with a single palm? Lu Yin hadn't expected Chu Jian to have cultivated a venerated lotus technique. He had already used 4 of the 9 sages' battle techniques. It was no wonder why he was called the perfect young exalt. He had cultivated each battle technique to the limit of his current realm, and he had even broken through that limit. Regardless of whether it was the 7 god arrows or the 5th grade lotus bloom, they were both considered ancestor realm level powers. As a half-martial ancestor, this person was able to continuously unleash the power of an ancestor. He was qualified to be called a young exalt. The 5th grade lotus blossom blocked Lu Yin's palm, but first Jian Wushuang's other hand clenched together. Extreme Yin energy gathered in his palm, forming a semi-conical object that stabbed towards Lu Yin. Yin Divine All? Another person cried out in surprise. This time, it was the power of the Xiaoyin Divine Venerable. Just how much power did Chu Jian cultivate? He was clearly the disciple of a Grand Empyrean and cultivated the battle skills of a Grand Empyrean. However, he had been using the 3 Sovereigns' 9 Saints' battle skills so well that he was even more proficient than the disciples of the 3 Sovereigns' 9 Saints. Outside the tea party, Gong Yu, Xiao Gu, and the others watched in shock. This was the young master, the perfect young master, the strongest of the younger generation, recognized by everyone in the 6 Paths Association, the only one qualified to be accepted as a direct disciple by a Grand Empyrean. He was perfect. No matter what he cultivated, he was perfect. The Yin Divine all brushed past Lu Yin's face, the power of extreme Yin invading his body like a malevolent demon. Xianxia frowned. The power of extreme Yin has entered his body, freezing his body and even his consciousness. This Lu Xiaoxian is too careless. No one had thought that Lu Yin would be defeated so quickly, but the fact that the power of extreme Yin had entered his body had sped up his defeat. This person still didn't understand. 6 Paths Association. Only the Xiaoyin Divine Venerable had an ugly expression. Had this kid been careless? No, he had done it on purpose, because he also cultivated extreme Yin. He finally realized that Lu Xiaoxian was Xianxia, which meant that he was hiding something about extreme Yin. Only Lu Yin himself knew how far he had cultivated it. No wonder he hadn't allowed Xiaoyin to inspect him. Xiaoyin should have been more vigilant. Xiaoyin was the one who had been careless. Not only did Chu Jian not relax when the power of Extreme Yin entered his body, he even let go of the Yin Divine All, allowing it to transform into Extreme Yin power and invade Lu Yin's body. Lotus flowers bloomed in front of him, and he raised his hand, summoning the 7 god arrows once more. This time, the arrows shot out like 7 rainbows, dazzling the eyes as they shot towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised his hand again and tapped out 7 times, causing the 7 arrows to disappear at the same time, just like the first arrow. Chu Jian said arrogantly, "Let's see how long you can last." He continued to shoot out arrows, using them to consume Lu Yin's strength. The power of Extreme Yin had already entered his body, and he wouldn't be able to last much longer. When the Yin Divine All completely disappeared, Chu Jian's Extreme Yin power had completely entered Lu Yin's body. Chu Jian's eyes widened, and the power of the 7 god arrows suddenly increased. Astral sources wreaked havoc, causing thunder to rumble from the 9 heavens. Even Xianxia and the other progenitors felt the pressure of Chu Jian's astral sources. Although this kid was only a half progenitor, he had the power to directly face a progenitor. Su Wuwei sighed. "I've never believed in perfection, but now I do. This Xiaozun is much more powerful than I was when I was young. His future is unimaginable." The 7 god arrows turned into afterimages, and it was impossible to count how many arrows were shot out. However, Lu Yin's fingers also turned into afterimages, blocking all of the 7 god arrows. Gradually, Chu Jian felt that something was amiss. Lu Yin's strength hadn't weakened in the slightest. A Yin Divine All suddenly appeared next to Lu Yin. Here. The Yin Divine All shot towards Chu Jian, shattering the 7 god arrows along the way. It contained far more Extreme Yin power than what Chu Jian had just used. Chu Jian's expression changed. "How could this be? You've also cultivated Extreme Yin power?" Many people looked at the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign. How could he have allowed Lu Shaoxian to cultivate Extreme Yin power? Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan stood in the distance. They should have been sent to the endless battlefield as punishment, but because of Chu Jian's battle with Lu Yin, they hadn't left yet. When they saw Lu Yin use Extreme Yin power, their expressions changed, and they looked at the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign with confusion. The Shaoyin Divine Sovereign clenched his fists. As expected, this kid's extreme cultivation of Extreme Yin power had he absorbed. Just how much Extreme Yin power had he absorbed? The Yin Divine All slammed into the lotus, shattering the grade 5 lotus. Lu Yin grabbed the last 7 god arrow that had shot towards him and threw it back at Chu Jian. The Bao Saint was shocked. Impossible. The 7 god arrow used the 7 emotions as arrows, and once it was shot, it would definitely hit its target. No one had ever heard of someone being able to shoot a 7 god arrow back at the person who had shot it. Suzhu praised, "This was Wu Fei's celestial eye." Chu Jian had used the 7 god arrow so many times in front of Lu Yin, it would be strange if he hadn't learned it. Wu Fei's celestial eye could break through all weapons. The 7 god arrow used the 7 emotions as arrows, and it was also a type of weapon. As long as it was a weapon, it couldn't escape Wu Fei's celestial eye's analysis. They didn't know that Lu Yin had mastered the sword Sec's 13th sword, and he was no stranger to using emotions as a sword. The Yin Divine All shattered the grade 5 lotus, and the arrow shot through the cracks towards Chu Jian. Not only did this arrow have the power of Chu Jian's arrow, but it also had Lu Yin's strength. Lu Yin had not held back. Chu Jian released his grip, and another 7 god arrow shot out, colliding with Lu Yin's arrow. Both arrows shattered, but a force tore through the void and slammed into Chu Jian's body, forcing him to take a dozen steps back. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Everyone watched in amazement. Chu Jian had used all sorts of power, but Lu Yin had used Chu Jian's own strength and injured him instead. Who was the perfect person here? Lu Yin shook his head. "I'm not playing with you anymore. Be careful from now on." His expression turned cold. "You'll die." Lu Yin's body suddenly vanished, and space itself became a line in Lu Yin's eyes. He appeared in front of Chu Jian and slammed his palm down with absolute power. The Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant roared, and a blackish-purple substance spread out from his palm. His palm was in the undying state, and even progenitors had to retreat from this attack. Chu Jian's expression was cold as he looked up and watched Lu Yin's palm descend. He didn't even try to dodge. Lu Yin's palm landed on Chu Jian's face without any resistance. This palm strike was enough to kill an ordinary progenitor, and Chu Jian hadn't been prepared for it at all. However, it was precisely because he hadn't been prepared that Lu Yin felt that something was wrong. He stared into Chu Jian's eyes and saw a sneer and mockery. Lu Xiaoxian, I'll show you what it means to be invincible. Lu Yin was also struck, and a 5-fingered imprint was left on his white robes. Chu Jian's palm landed on Lu Yin's chest, and he growled, "Annihilation." With a bang, the void exploded, and Chu Jian's body was sent flying. He landed in front of the 9 seats, right before the Grand Emperor's eyes. He suddenly stood up and stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. "You?" Lu Yin also stared at him in shock. Chu Jian was surprised that Lu Yin hadn't been injured at all by his annihilation palm, and there was only a palm imprint on his white robes. That was the annihilation palm, and it had been taught by the Grand Emperor. It had once slaughtered 48 immortal transformation realm corpse kings in the endless battlefield. How could it be useless? With Chu Jian's current strength, a full-powered annihilation palm was enough to severely injure an extremely powerhouse. Lu Yin was stunned. Chu Jian hadn't been injured at all by his palm strike, and even his hair wasn't messed up. How could this be? The two exchanged glances, both shocked by the other's strength. Chu Jian couldn't possibly have the ability to ignore Chu Jian's killing palm strike, but Chu Jian hadn't been affected at all. He didn't have the power of space or the power of time. What was going on? I remember now. Annihilation. He's the killing god, someone exclaimed. It was Senior Li, and he looked at Chu Jian excitedly. The others were puzzled at first, and then someone exclaimed, "The killing god?" Could it be that killing god who wantonly slaughtered immortal transformation realm corpse kings in the endless battlefield? That's right. I remember now. The killing god's move is annihilation. Once annihilation is used, the corpse kings would retreat. So Xiaozun is the killing god. He's actually the killing god. A total of 48 immortal transformation realm corpse kings were praised by everyone in the endless battlefield. Xiaozun, it's actually you. Senior Li was excited, and his eyes were red. The Void Master and the others weren't surprised. If they didn't even know this, how could they be sure that Chu Jian was the perfect Xiaozun? This was the strength he should have. With the strength of an eminent celestial, he had slaughtered 48 immortal transformation realm corpse kings in the endless battlefield. He had even escaped from extremely powerhouse corpse kings several times. This was the origin of the word perfect. How many people had been able to do this since ancient times? Even they might not have been able to do it when they were young. Thank you. Faraway 1985 missing link begging the wind for 4 updates a day surrounding stars. Desert dust over impatience will lead to nothing. Brothers reward, I'll give it to you. Thank you. The theme song of Star Stepping, Only Heart, will be released on the internet at midnight tonight. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. It was easy to kill corpse kings, but that was under the premise that one could encounter extremely strong corpse kings at any time in the endless battlefield. Even Yuan Sage and other extreme powerhouses didn't want to go to that place. They believed that they would most likely die there, so Chu Jian had fought there. Yuan Sage exhaled. That's right, Xiaozun was that killing god. They had even worked together in the endless battlefield. Xiaozun's true strength was terrifying, but the most important thing was that he couldn't die. He had withstood heavy attacks from extremely strong corpse kings, and even an all-out attack, but he still hadn't died. Yuan Sage still didn't understand why, but this was Xiaozun, the perfect Xiaozun. Chu Jian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at Lu Yin. My achievements in the endless battlefield are nothing compared to yours, Dao Master Lu. You killed extremely strong powerhouses with the strength of an ascendant celestial, right, Dao Master Lu? Lu Yin stared at Chu Jian. Extremely strong powerhouses are easy to kill, but it doesn't seem that easy for you. Ha 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 ha. Chu Jian laughed. Extremely strong powerhouses are easy to kill. Before this battle, I would have thought that you were arrogant, but now I don't think so. Lu Xiaoxian, you're qualified to fight me. You're really lucky to be my first opponent after breaking through to the immortal realm. I promised Master that I would never be defeated after breaking through to the immortal realm. Let's see if you can break my promise. Secret technique, phoenix splitting tail. A grayish-brown power surged from Chu Jian's body. It seemed like an astral source, but it wasn't. It kept twisting like the air was boiling. He looked at Luyin. Nirvana, phoenix splitting tail. With a roar, the grayish-brown power soared into the sky and turned into a grayish-brown phoenix-like existence that screeched at the sky. At that moment, the sky darkened, and the void shook and cracked, revealing the darkness of despair. Luyin looked at the sky with a serious expression. This move wasn't weak. Lu Xiaoxian, let's see if you can withstand it. Nirvana Sky Phoenix Descent. The grayish-brown phoenix charged at Luyin, its eyes burning with grayish-brown power. Two black lines tore through the void, and also tore through the space that Luyin could see. This was Chu Jian's strongest attack so far. Under Lu Yin's Eye of Heaven, this attack could destroy heaven and earth. He was sure that ordinary progenitors wouldn't be able to withstand this attack. Sulong stood up and said fearfully, "Brother." Xiaoxinji frowned. Young people nowadays were so scary? Although this attack was not as powerful as the divine martial saber domain, it was close. Nirvana and secret spells came from the Grand Empyrean. This attack displayed the power of the Grand Empyrean's teachings. Luyin looked up at the Nirvana Heavenly Phoenix's descent before turning to Chu Jian. "You misunderstand our power." The Nirvana Heavenly Phoenix crashed down, but Luyin lifted it up with a single hand under everyone's stunned gazes. It was like a real phoenix being held up by Luyin. The power of nirvanic extermination and the secret technique of phoenix splitting tail had no effect on Luyin. The dark purple substance on Lu Yin's arm was impenetrable. Everyone who saw this was shocked. Although they hadn't withstood the power of Nirvana, it was still a battle skill given to them by a Grand Empyrean. How could it be blocked like this? The wood god smiled. Guiji's inheritance can kill a progenitor with a mortal body. This child's talent is truly extraordinary. The Void Master sighed. The origin space was extremely glorious and gave birth to the three realms' 6 paths. Each of them was extremely powerful and walked their own path. Any one of their inheritances could create the glory of an era. In comparison, this. He didn't finish his sentence, but many people knew. Why did the Grand Empyrean hate the origin space? Aside from her grudge with the progenitor, it was also because the people in the origin space were too brilliant. The 6 paths of the 3 realms were clearly her juniors, but the power they created was mysterious and unfathomable. Those people were arrogant and unruly, which was one of the reasons why the Grand Empyrean hated the origin space. However, how many people could understand this point? Luyin had displayed the origin space's glorious power at the Grand Empyrean's tea party. Chu Jian stared blankly. He hadn't felt anything before, but now he stared at the dark purple substance on Lu Yin's arm. What was that? It had actually blocked the power of Nirvana? Behind Luyin, the Akalanatha elephant roared, and its terrifying power shattered the Nirvana celestial phoenix. The grayish-brown power of Nirvana rained down on Chu Jian's body. The only thing that makes me curious about you is your so-called undefeatable confidence. Let me see where it comes from. Luyin lowered his hand and aimed at Chu Jian from afar. With a bang, he unleashed a clear void palm. A grade 5 lotus bloomed in front of Chu Jian again, but this time, it couldn't block the attack and was directly shattered. The palm viciously slammed into Chu Jian's body, but it only managed to push him back a little. Luyin wasn't in a hurry. He opened his celestial eye and stared at Chu Jian. The latter would definitely be able to see the problem. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Chu Jian. It was still a suppressive palm that descended from above with an unshakable might. Chu Jian retreated. He couldn't think of any way to injure Luyin. Although he could hold on with his undefeatable confidence, he had to constantly endure Lu Yin's attacks. In this tea party, he was losing face as a Grand Empyrean. Not being defeated didn't mean that he had won. He couldn't see any hope of winning. But Lu Yin's attacks weren't something he could retreat from just because he wanted to. Bang! 1 palm. Bang! 2 palms. Bang! 3 palms. Palm after palm landed on Chu Jian's body. No matter how he retreated or tried to escape, he couldn't avoid Lu Yin's attacks. Luyin was completely suppressing him. Strangely enough, Chu Jian wasn't injured in the slightest. The scene of Lu Yin injuring Chu Jian with brute force was like an illusion. Chu Jian gritted his teeth, and his expression grew increasingly ugly as he searched for Lu Yin. Behind him, a palm descended. Chu Jian saw it and wanted to dodge, but he couldn't. Lu Yin's speed wasn't something he could compare to. This person appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Bastard, bastard, bastard. This bastard is actually suppressing me. Why is he doing this? Why can he do this? He's clearly just an ascendant immortal and hasn't even reached the immortal transformation realm yet, so how can he do this? Right, Xianxia has void 5 tastes Taishu domain, and he's extremely skilled in using the power of space. Bastard. Chu Jian's eyes turned red as the void around him distorted, forming a horizontal crescent moon that continued to extend until it enveloped him. The crescent moon twisted and turned into a circle. Chu Jian took a step forward and entered the circle. This was his inner world, the minor samsara path. He didn't believe that Lu Yin could cross through space to hit him. Unfortunately, this inner world couldn't increase his power level by much. Damn it. There was a thump as Chu Jian was sent flying again. Lu Yin couldn't directly enter the minor samsara path through space as the entire space there was distorted. Chu Jian's inner world wasn't bad, and it could even be considered extremely high-end. In the future, he might be able to use it to control the power of space, but even if Lu Yin couldn't approach him through space, he could still use reverse step. Once he used reverse step, he could reverse space-time, and it wasn't just space anymore. Chu Jian was sent flying again, and all of his defensive and evasive methods were like ants in front of Lu Yin. Only his undefeatable confidence was worth watching. Lu Yin. He stood in place and watched in amazement. You actually have such an innate gift. No wonder you think you're undefeatable. Chu Jian gritted his teeth, his eyes ferocious as he glared at Lu Yin like a madman. Everything that had just happened was like a nightmare. He had been beaten up, bullied, and humiliated in front of everyone from the Six Paths Society, in front of these powerhouses, and in front of Baixianer. He was the perfect young exalt, the perfect one. This shouldn't be happening. How could this be? This person shouldn't be on the same level as him, so how could he be like this? Blood vessels spread from the depths of Chu Jian's eyes, and he was about to go mad. 10 rooms, 9 emptiness, the Grand Emperor's voice rang out, startling everyone back to their senses, including Chu Jian, who was about to go mad. They stared blankly as Lu Yin crushed Chu Jian. What they had thought would be a stalemate had been completely one-sided, and they couldn't even react. Chu Jian's performance had been stunning enough. Whether it was the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages' battle techniques or the Grand Emperor's, he had displayed enough power to threaten extreme powerhouses. However, Lu Yin had beaten him to the point where he couldn't even retaliate. If not for his undefeatable confidence, he wouldn't even have been qualified to fight Lu Yin from start to finish. The difference between the two was too great. From start to finish, he had only relied on that confidence to strike Lu Yin once, and that strike had been completely ineffective. Chu Jian was clearly just an immortal. Was this the reason why Lu Yin had the confidence to become the Tao master of a heavenly sect in the Genesis space? The difference between the two was actually so great. 10 rooms, 9 of which can be empty. Any attack can be transferred to an empty room without having to endure it. This is the 10 rooms, 9 emptiness. Everyone looked at Chu Jian. There was such an innate gift? Even Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin and Venerated Lotus didn't know about this, let alone them. Aside from the Grand Emperor's, no one knew about Chu Jian's innate gift. Venerated Lotus sighed. No wonder he has the confidence to be undefeatable and can move unhindered through the boundless battlefield. Outside the 6 Directions Society, Xianxia sighed. There's actually such an innate gift? If it was given to me, I would be able to move unhindered through the boundless battlefield. Suji was shocked. His innate gift is indeed powerful, but it still can't make up for the difference between him and Xianxia, no, that Tao Master Lu. In the limitless realm, Bodhi Saint sat and looked at the screen. It's actually such an innate gift. No wonder he didn't reveal it at all. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't find out. However, Master is revealing it now. Does he want him to reach nirvana? That's interesting. At the tea party in the 9 heavens 10 earths, First Jan's mind was on the verge of collapse. He had already used all the strength he could muster. He had completely lost the word perfect in front of the Six Paths sect. The word perfect made him seem so high and mighty, but at this moment, he was completely crushed. Chu Jian, do you still not understand? The Grand Emperor's voice echoed, shaking Chu Jian's mind. The madness in Chu Jian's eyes faded as he looked at the Grand Emperor. Master? Why do you insist on being undefeatable? Chu Jian was stunned. It's because of you that your disciple is undefeatable. What are you afraid of? Chu Jian's eyes were unfocused. What was he afraid of? Was he afraid? No, he had the 10 rooms, 9 emptiness, so why should he be afraid? He was undefeatable. No one could defeat him, so what was there to be afraid of? What are you afraid of? The Grand Emperor shouted. The theme song of Star Stepping, Only the Heart, has been released. Stepping on the stars for thousands of miles, only the heart shines for you. Brothers, you can hear it on the music app. Thank you for your support, thank you. Chu Jian's body swayed. The Grand Emperor's voice had almost caused his mind to explode. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed into a pool of his own blood. His eyes were filled with the color of blood. Through the blood, he saw the scenes of himself fighting in the endless battlefield. He saw the corpse kings that he had killed. He saw countless people cheering for him. He saw the helplessness of the corpse kings of the extreme powerhouses. He heard everyone shouting, God of Slaughter, God of Slaughter, God of Slaughter. When he returned to the Six Direction Society, countless people acknowledged his perfection. He was high above everyone else, the disciple of a Grand Emperor. He would not care about anyone else, and he should not care about anyone else. So what if there were 3 sovereigns? If he wanted to learn, he could learn their power. The 9 sages were just destined to be trampled beneath his feet. Six Direction Society? Laughable. The Grand Emperor was the leader of humanity, and the so-called Six Direction Society was just a name. Primordial space? That primordial space was no more. The so-called Above Heaven sect and the so-called Tao Master were just a joke. In the future, he would definitely become someone second only to the Grand Emperor in the Six Direction Society. He could slaughter immortal transformation realm corpse kings and face off against powerhouses. He could not die, he could not be defeated. He could not be defeated. What was there to be afraid of? Above the blood, Chu Jian's eyes were lifeless. He saw a pair of eyes filled with fear and despair. He wanted to escape, but behind him, pairs of scarlet eyes chased after him. Was he afraid? This person was very afraid. He was so afraid that he had to put on a mask. He was so afraid that he didn't even dare to look back. He was afraid of death, but he had a powerful innate gift that could prevent him from dying. Why should he be afraid? Turn back, turn back, turn back. This person turned back and was met with countless unbearable attacks. He withstood them all, and under countless incredulous gazes, he escaped. Everyone was praising and exclaiming in amazement. Only he knew what he had faced in that moment. From now on, no matter what enemy he faced, he would use his innate gift. He would loudly announce to everyone, including his master, that he was undefeatable. He would never be defeated. His innate gift was the foundation of his invincibility, and he had to make good use of it. Everything else was illusory, only his innate gift was the most loyal. Ripples appeared in the blood as Luin walked to Chu Jian's side and looked down at him. Success is due to your innate gift, failure is also due to your innate gift. You can divert the enemy's attacks, but you also divert your own. You don't dare to walk out of this innate gift. First meeting. Another shout rang out. First meeting's eyes instantly became clear, and a sentence kept repeating in his mind, you don't dare to walk out of this talent at all. You're afraid of death. You don't even dare to walk out of this talent. You're afraid of death. You don't even dare to walk out of this talent. You're afraid of death. I'm not afraid of death. I'm not afraid, not afraid. Chu Jian suddenly stood up and glared at Luin. You're spouting nonsense. Luin shook his head. Senior Grand Emperor, this is more interesting, right? This disciple of yours finally dares to come out. However, it's still not enough. He's not even a match for me. I'm afraid that I might kill him on a whim and cause Senior to lose his beloved disciple. Lu Yin suddenly looked at the Yuan sage sitting at the tea party. He stretched out his finger and beckoned for the Yuan sage to come. Come on, I told you that I would kill you at the tea party. Everyone looked at Lu Yin in shock. He wanted to fight both Chu Jian and a Yuan sage at the same time. Yuanxing was dumbfounded. He had never expected Lu Yin to challenge him at such a time. Was he really that confident? The corners of Lu Yin's mouth curled up. That wasn't even a warm-up. I was just helping Senior Grand Emperor teach his disciple. That's all. Chu Jian clenched his fists and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze had regained its clarity. The arrogance he once had was completely gone. He now understood that his master had always said that he wanted him to be undefeated. Undefeated was not a requirement at all. It was just a reminder to let him out of the cage of being undefeated. The funny thing was that he had actually thought that his master had high expectations of him. Now, it was all in the past. He looked at Lu Yin and said in a low voice, I really have to thank you. Lu Yin smiled. It's too early. I just wanted you to see the gap between us, the gap of despair. Chu Jian did not refute. He had already done his best, but this person really did not seem to have done anything. Most of the moves he had used just now were the techniques of the 3 venerables and 9 sages that he had learned under Xianxia's identity. At most, he had added the power and footwork of the dark purple substance. Yuanxing could not figure out how strong this person was. It was really hopeless. But so what? The more hopeless he was, the more achievements he would have after breaking through. Yuanxing had just broken through to the immortal transformation realm and had yet to fully master the power of the immortal transformation realm. Now, he could use this person to truly master it. However, he really could not hold on by himself. At least, he needed someone to stall for time for him. Thinking of this, Chu Jian looked at Yuanxing. You did not even dare to make a move after being provoked. Are you still the 3 venerables and 9 sages? Yuanxing's face was extremely ugly. It was fine that Lu Yin had challenged him, but he had actually challenged 2 people at once. It would not be glorious if he won, but it would be completely humiliating if he lost. Furthermore, the battle between Lu Yin and Chu Jian had honestly made him feel a little apprehensive. At this moment, he regretted provoking this person. He should not have helped Madman Lu. That madman had not come to the tea party. He should not have come either. He could have stayed in the endless battlefield. Everyone looked at Yuanxing. Yuanxing helplessly walked out of his seat and stared at Lu Yin with murderous intent. Lu Xiaoxian, you are the one who challenged me. After this battle, the restrictions of the endless battlefield will no longer be effective. Lu Yin raised his head. There is no need for that. He had never fought with a Yuanxing before, but he understood Yuanxing very well. If he wanted to defeat the enemy, he had to have some understanding of them. Yuanxing was good at swordsmanship, but he was most famous for his trump card, the 3 divine essence strikes. This so-called 3 divine essence strikes was the essence, qi, and spirit. Very few people in the 6 Direction Guild cultivated battle qi, domains, and essence, qi, and spirit. However, Yuanxing used essence, qi, and spirit as his trump card. Among the 3 venerables and 9 sages, he was not the strongest, but he was not weak either. He could be considered above average. This was also the reason why he was arrogant. Divine Venerable Shaoyin had asked Xiao Qingfeng to follow him. He Ran had also found a way to throw He Shu to his side so that he could learn essence, qi, and spirit from him. It was not that the people of the 6 Direction Guild did not want to cultivate essence, qi, spirit, or domains. It was just that they could not find a way to do so. It was not easy to cultivate this kind of power in the origin space, let alone in the 6 Direction Guild. After all, it was not the mainstream power. A majestic stellar source swept out. Yuanxing had made a move. He had no choice but to join forces with Chu Jian. In that case, he could not lose no matter what. He really wanted to take this opportunity to kill Lu Yin. No matter how much he regretted not attacking Luin, he abandoned all distracting thoughts at this moment. It was still not too late. A sword thrust out along with a majestic stellar source. The power of the progenitor realm suppressed Luin to the point that he could not breathe. Luin stood in place and calmly watched Yuanxing draw his sword. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The moment Yuanxing drew his sword, Chu Jian did not hold back. He raised his hand and shot out the seven deity arrow. The arrow followed closely behind, and the seven deity arrow was entwined with the power of nirvanic extermination. This was what Yuanxing had always wanted to use. He had been too comfortable in the past and had not dared to try it out. Now, he had been enlightened. He was the perfect young master. What was there that he dared not do? What was there that he could not do? When the sword edge attacked, Luin raised his hand and transformed his stellar source into a sword. With a bang, the two swords collided and Yuanxing's sword was deflected. The sharp sword edge pierced through the void, bringing with it pure darkness that turned into spots and spread out. The seven deity arrow entwined with the power of nirvanic extermination appeared in front of Luin. He raised his sword and slashed at the front of the seven deity arrow, using his sword as a source of strength to slash the seven deity arrow back at Yuanxing. It was as if the power of nirvanic extermination did not exist to him. He had completely seen through the seven deity arrow. Gongxing's face was gloomy. Not only could this young man catch the reflection of the seven deity arrow, but he could also use his sword to transfer the seven deity arrow. He had completely seen through the seven deity arrow. At the same time, Yuanxing's sword pierced through the void and slashed at Lu Yin's back. Luin turned around and controlled the arrow with his sword. He threw the arrow at Yuanxing and it happened to collide with Yuanxing's sword. With a bang, the seven deity arrow exploded. Anger rose in the hearts of both of them. This was an arrow formed by anger. Even Luin was unconsciously affected for a moment. Although he had seen through the seven deity arrow, it did not mean that the seven deity arrow was useless. After all, it was an archery technique of Gongxing. Gongxing had also dominated the boundless battlefield with the seven deity arrow. Yuanxing took a step back and purple chi appeared behind him. 3 divine essence strikes, purple chi from the east. Luin looked at the purple aura that was descending. This was pure spiritual force pressure. When a Yuan sage cultivated his spiritual force to the progenitor realm, the pressure it brought was unparalleled. Even if one was also at the progenitor realm, they would collapse if their spiritual force could not withstand the pressure. Chu Jian took the opportunity to execute the phoenix-splitting tail secret technique. The Nirvana heavenly phoenix screeched at the sky and slammed into Luin. Luin stared at Yuanxing with clear eyes. You attacked me with your spiritual force. Go to the origin space and ask if anyone dares to do so. As soon as he finished speaking, a dark purple substance spread on the blade of his sword. Without turning his head, he slashed backward. Not only did he tear apart the Nirvana heavenly phoenix, but his sword was also driven by a terrifying force. It formed a sharp edge visible to the naked eye and slashed at Chu Jian. This was Lu Yin's 13th sword, using emotions as a sword. It was similar to the seven deity arrow. It had to be said that some people in the reincarnation spacetime were extremely strong and were not weaker than those in the origin space. Each arrow of the seven deity arrow was equivalent to the 13th sword. If Luin had not mastered the 13th sword and obtained the sky eye, he would not have been able to break it so easily. Chu Jian's lotus opened in front of her and blocked the force of the sword, causing the lotus to crack. However, it could not block the 13th sword. The sword swept past. Chu Jian vomited blood. He did not hide in the 10 rooms or 9 skies. Instead, he endured the sword by himself. In front of Luin, the spiritual force formed by purple chi from the east condensed and transformed into another Yuanxing. This was the second move of the 3 divine essence strikes, divine essence incarnation. A pure spiritual force Yuanxing attacked the spiritual force instead of the physical body. However, he could use his own body to exert the power of a battle technique. Compared to purple chi from the east, this move brought about several times more pressure on the opponent's spiritual force. However, Yuanxing was shocked to find that Luin had not changed at all. Lu Yin's spiritual force was tempered by the ancestral scripture. Although the ancestral scripture was not that useful outside the origin space, it still had the effect of tempering his spiritual force. His spiritual force was as stable as a rock. The Yuan sage's divine energy incarnation couldn't even shake Luin after using all his means. Luin struck out with his palm, using the empty bright palm and the immovable heavenly king elephant. The indestructible state blasted through the void. The Yuan sage was horrified and tried to dodge but failed to do so. He was sent flying by Lu Yin's palm. Half of his body was shattered, and blood splattered all over the ground. They had only exchanged a few moves, but Lu Yin had severely injured the Yuan sage and Chu Jian by himself. It was a completely one-sided situation. Everyone at the tea party watched in shock. This person was merely a virtuous celestial. The young man who had been scolded by the Yuan sage looked at Lu Yin with eyes full of splendor. If only he could do this. If only he could do this, how wonderful would the world be? Chu Jian gasped for breath as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Opposite him, the Yuan sage was coughing up blood. Half of his body was numb. He had only been hit once, but this person's palm force was so strong that even he couldn't withstand it. Between the two of them, Lu Yin looked at the Yuan sage and then at Chu Jian. You should be more serious now. The Yuan sage's eyes widened as he stared at Lu Yin with resentment. He growled, bow before the sage. As soon as he finished speaking, the essence, energy, and spirit that permeated the surroundings suddenly surged. His eyes turned white, and the veins in his eyes turned white. The third move of the three divine essence strikes, bow before the sage, was the strongest move he could unleash. This move had once defeated Xianxia, who was also one of the 9 sages. It was praised by deity Shaoyin as the 6 direction sex essence, energy, and spirit technique. Any extreme powerhouse would have to take this move seriously. Lu Yin looked around in surprise. The essence, energy, and spirit were constantly being suppressed, forming a scene of countless people kowtowing. This essence, energy, and spirit was similar to a sourcebox array, producing an illusion effect. Many people who saw this scene were dumbfounded. Only those who understood the situation subconsciously looked away. Deity Shaoyin narrowed his eyes. This move should be effective. Even he had been dazed by this move back then. Su Wuwei frowned. He had seen this move in the endless battlefield. He would be affected if he was too close. Although it was only for a moment and the Yuan sage couldn't do anything to him, that was him. Lu Yin was Lu Yin, and this person wasn't even an extreme powerhouse. It had to be said that Lu Yin felt a little dizzy, but that was all. How many years had it been? He had never relaxed his recitation of the primogenitor scripture. He didn't even know how strong his spirit was. The essence, energy, and spirit of a Yuan sage were at the progenitor level. Although Lu Yin's essence, energy, and spirit might not be as strong as a Yuan sage's, he was confident that his tenacity was beyond anyone's imagination. Kowtowing in front of a Yuan sage should have caused Lu Yin to hallucinate. Yuan sage shouted, "Young master, attack!" He stabbed out with his sword. On the other side, First Jian also attacked at the same time. This time, it was not the 7 gods' arrow. He leapt out, stepped into the void, and raised his hand to unleash a nirvanic palm. Lu Yin sighed. Yuan Xing, you disappoint me. The Yuan sage was shocked. He was not affected? Lu Yin looked up. There's no sense of accomplishment in killing you. After he finished speaking, he raised his hand and a line extended out, penetrating the void like a square drawing. This was the Taishan domain. Taishan field, someone exclaimed. Many people looked at Su Wuwei. How many 6-direction sect moves did this Lu Shaoxian know under the identity of Xianqi? With the appearance of the Taishan domain, Yuan Xing hurriedly stopped his attack and used his sword to block in front of him. The line flickered. Yuan Xing opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Half of his body, which was already broken, was in an even worse state. Pieces of flesh were still attached to his body, and blood stained his entire body red. First Jian was safe and sound. At the critical moment, he had no choice but to use his innate gift. If he had not used his innate gift, he might have died from this move. Bearing the pain was one thing, but if he died, there would be nothing left. The line slowly disappeared. Luin did not even look at First Jian. His gaze fell on Yuanxing as he walked over step by step. I said that I would take your life at the tea party. Yuanxing coughed out blood again and looked at Luin in disbelief. This person had actually ignored the kowtow in front of a sage and completely obliterated the 3 divine elemental strikes that he was so proud of. How strong was his essence, energy, and spirit? Luin walked closer to Yuanxing and looked at him condescendingly. The Great Celestial Venerate Tea Party does not forbid martial strength. Similarly, it forbids life and death. No one should be able to stop me. At the tea party, everyone looked at the miserable Yuanxing. It was too tragic that one of the 3 venerates and 9 sages would end up like this. Xianxia looked at Luin in shock. He had a deep understanding of the horror of the 3 divine elemental strikes after his battle with Yuanxing. Even the purple chi from the east had almost made him faint. His divine elemental incarnation had made him try his best to escape. However, the kowtow in front of a sage was simply unavoidable. He had been defeated by this move. He had not expected that his ultimate move, which he found unbearable, would be useless against Lu Shaoxian. What had this person gone through? No one would plead for mercy for Yuanxing. Everyone knew that he had a grudge with Luin and was second only to Hierarch Xiaoyin in the 6th direction. Sect. If possible, Luin would definitely want to kill Hierarch Xiaoyin. However, he was definitely not a match for Hierarch Xiaoyin. There was a qualitative difference between the 3 venerates and the 9 sages. Luin walked towards Yuanxing again. His words had put an end to the possibility of the Great Celestial Venerates and the others intervening. He had said that he would kill this old dog at the tea party. Yuanxing looked at Luin with resentment and fear. Do you really think you can kill me? Don't force me. If you force me, we will die together. Luin sneered. Ancestral world? Use it and see. If it was useful, you would have used it long ago. Son of the Lu family, do you really want to die together? Yuanxing roared. Yuanxing, Hierarch Xiaoyin shouted. If you don't win this round, what will be waiting for you? Yuanxing's expression changed as he looked at the Great Celestial Venerate. The Great Celestial Venerate was high up in the air and her face was not visible. However, one could only feel that she was inviolable. This inviolability was not only from her body but also her majesty. The 3 venerates and 9 sages represented the Great Celestial Venerate. If he was defeated by Luin, it would be equivalent to offending the Great Celestial Venerate. What would be waiting for him would be certain death, the grief of the sage. Huaxing had just experienced that unforgettable scene. He did not want to die. Luin stopped and looked at Hierarch Xiaoyin before looking at Chu Jian. All of you want to hide your trump cards. However, will your trump cards really work? At that moment, the spirit, essence, and spirit that had been drifting in the surroundings suddenly converged toward Yuanxing. Shortly after, a new world opened up. It was Yuanxing's ancestral world. Inside, corpses were hanging on withered trees. Crows were wailing and dark clouds filled the sky. Swamps and corpses were everywhere under the withered trees. Luin froze and looked on in shock. Everyone was watching this scene in silence. Everyone, including the 9,990,000 people who were listening to Yuanxing's teachings, was dumbfounded. Was this Yuanxing's ancestral world? Yuanxing had never revealed his ancestral world to his enemies. He had relied on the 3 divine essence strikes to defeat Jiangxing and firmly occupy the top position among the 9 sages. Many people had guessed that this was Yuanxing's ancestral world, but no one had ever seen it. At this moment, Yuanxing's ancestral world was displayed in front of everyone. This was a scene that no one had ever seen before. The ancestral realm was a reflection of one's inner heart and strength. On the other hand, the ancestral realm of a Yuan sage was filthy, mournful, despairing, deep darkness, and wailing crows. Everything combined to form an unacceptable scene, not to mention the countless corpses hanging on the withered trees. Yuanxing trembled all over and got up with difficulty. The despair of the grief of a sage had made him completely let go. Compared to the grief of a sage, what was so unacceptable about letting go of his ancestral world? After this battle, no one in the human race would be fond of him, but he had to win this battle and kill the Lu family's son. It was this Lu family's son who forced him to use his trump card, forcing him to reveal himself in front of everyone. Yuanxing raised his red eyes and stared at Lu Ying with resentment. Son of the Lu family, you forced me to do this. Don't even think about living today. After saying that, the corpses turned into powder. The withered trees, swamps, crows, and dark clouds all shattered and turned into spirit essence, and spirit that entered Yuanxing's body. This scene was not real but was transformed by the spirit essence, and spirit. It could also be said that it was the spirit essence, and spirit that Yuanxing had slaughtered. In an instant, he had devoured all the spirit essence, and spirit that had been accumulated in the ancestral world for countless years. His body continued to grow and strange black spots covered it. Then, a disgusting cuticle formed, making Yuanxing look like a monster. His body continued to grow, his skin turned dark green, and his facial features were completely distorted. Countless people were horrified and looked at Yuanxing as if they were looking at a monster. Yuanxing opened his mouth and roared. His voice was low and hoarse, completely different from his original voice. Son of the Lu family, die. After saying that, he raised his hands and aimed his left palm at Lu Ying while his right palm hit the back of his left palm. An inexplicable force whizzed out and swept towards Lu Ying. Lu Yin's eyes turned cold and his breathing stopped. He subconsciously took a step back. What a strong spirit essence. His spirit essence, and spirit should be as stable as a rock, but it was shaken at this moment. Yuanxing's body was 5 meters tall at this moment. When he saw Lu Ying take a step back, he laughed wildly. You can't take it. This is my spirit concealment. I have stored so much spirit essence, and spirit for countless years. How can you compare to it? No one can take on my spirit concealment head-on. Go to hell. After saying that, he struck out with his palms again and again. Lu Ying could feel that Yuanxing's spirit essence, and spirit were terrifyingly strong at this moment. He would not be able to take it head-on, but that was under normal circumstances. He could recite the ancestral scripture. Given by the heavenly way, swallowing and spitting out hundreds of rivers, the ancient land is harmonious, just like the high sage. If Yuanxing's spirit essence, and spirit were a tsunami, then the ripples produced by Lu Yin's recitation of the ancestral scripture would be the cornerstone of the shaking sea. Yuanxing struck out with his palms again and again. The terrifying spirit essence, and spirit were frantically oppressing Lu Ying. Ripples appeared in the void in front of Lu Ying as the ancestral scripture came out. Although it seemed weak, it was able to block the spirit essence, and spirit. Divine Venerable Xiaoyin's pupils constricted. Impossible. Yuanxing's 3 divine essence strikes had impressed him, but his spirit concealment strike had made him wary. If he had not reached his current level, he might not have been able to withstand this move in the past. The 9 sages each had their own trump cards, and Yuanxing's trump card was considered the strongest. When he used his spirit concealment strike, he could even be ranked in the top 3 of the 9 sages. He might even be the strongest. This move had turned him into a monster. Even he could not withstand it, let alone others. But how had Lu Xiaoxian withstood it? What was he talking about? Thank you. Book friend 544322203. Thank you for your support, brothers. I'll add more chapters, thank you. Today is my daughter Xianxia's 1-month birthday and also the day that the theme song of Star Stepping, Only Idealism, will be released on the internet. Thank you for your support. The wood god sighed. I heard the ancestral scripture again. It is broad and profound. Only the 3 realms and 6 paths can obtain the true inheritance of the ancestral scripture. The Yuan Sage era is over. I heard from Wu Tian that the ancestral scripture represents the peak of human cultivation and contains the great path. Everyone obtains it and comprehends it differently. The Lu family relied on this to make up for the lack of essence, energy, and spirit, and even made essence, energy, and spirit the most unshakable point. I didn't believe it at first, but now I do. There were very few people who knew about the ancestral scripture. Even Elder Gu didn't know about it. However, those who knew were certain that the Yuan Sage era was over. No one could use essence, energy, and spirit to shake the Lu family with the support of the ancestral scripture. The Yuan sage's body was shrinking, but his essence, energy, and spirit were not much left. He couldn't believe it when he saw Luin standing steadily. Impossible, impossible, impossible. He had already turned into a monster, exposed himself in front of everyone, and exhausted all his trump cards. However, he was still unable to deal with the Lu family. Why? Why was this happening? Behind Luin, Chu Jian thought that he could win or at least severely injure Luin. However, when he saw Lu Yin's relaxed expression, he knew that the situation wasn't good. The Yuan sage had already reached his limit. He could only attack and break Lu Yin's ancestral scripture. 7 God arrow shot out, and the Nirvana Heavenly Phoenix appeared at the same time. 2 forces headed toward Luin, trying to break Lu Yin's ancestral scripture. Luin placed his hands behind his back and sensed Chu Jian's attack. It was time to let the power of the Lu family reappear in the Six Direction sect. In fact, there was no need to use the Divine Seal catalog against these two people. However, he had underestimated the Yuan sage. In that case, he would use it to show these people what the Lu family was all about. The golden light illuminated the 9 heavens and 10 lands, illuminating the samsara spacetime and shining on everyone's faces. This light was unstoppable and unstoppable. Everyone's face was illuminated golden, and even the great heavenly venerates were no exception. Outside the tea party, the entire Six Direction sect, including the boundless battlefield, was covered in a golden light. The Divine Seal catalog of the Lu family appeared at this moment. Nongyi walked out and raised his hand, sending a green leaf flying towards 7 God arrow and the Nirvana Heavenly Phoenix to contain the 2 attacks. However, Nongyi alone was unable to stop First Jian. First Jian possessed the strength to fight against Ancestor Realm experts. The next person to appear was Ling Qing. While Luin was in seclusion in the above heaven, he had met Ling Qing. Ling Qing was the leader of one of the 12 Elysium gates, and after breaking through to the progenitor realm, she had become extremely strong. However, she did not have enough time to build up her foundation, and she was far from being able to compare to Elder Mo. At best, she was comparable to Xianxia. Even Xianxia could ascend to godhood, and Ling Qing was no exception. Ling Qing struck out with her blade, cutting the Nirvana Heavenly Phoenix in half. She then slashed her blade at Chu Jian. Nongyi raised his hand, and the hoe fell. At first sight, he was shocked. What the hell? How could there be 2 more extreme powerhouses? At the tea party, everyone was watching closely. What kind of power was this? The 6 Paths Guild completely erupted. Everyone was dumbstruck, their blood boiling. What the hell is that? Why are there so many powerhouses helping Luin? Cheating, this is cheating. How could the Grand Empyrean allow the people of the Origin Space to cheat? Could it be that the battle has started? This was the first time that the God Investiture catalog had completely appeared in front of everyone in the 6-way clubhouse. They couldn't imagine how a person could have such a powerful helper. How did that happen? Wasn't this cheating? Not to mention them, even at first sight, they could not accept it. In front of him, Ling Qing's blade was incomparably sharp, pressuring him so much that he couldn't breathe. He had no choice but to use the Grade 5 Lotus to block it. However, the Grade 5 Lotus couldn't completely block it and couldn't keep up with the speed of Ling Qing's blade. Nongyi had even threatened him several times with his farming techniques. Why didn't his master stop him? This was cheating. Shaoing Divinity gritted his teeth. Lu family's son, you cheated. In their opinion, this was cheating. Would Deity shook his head. In the Lu family, one person is the ruler of a country. The God Investiture catalog sealed the living and the General Appointment platform sealed the dead. This isn't cheating. Void Master exclaimed, this is the Lu family. They won't let off the living or the dead. Lotus Venerable sighed. There's actually such a power inheritance in the universe? This wasn't the first time she had seen it. Once a person died, everything would be gone. However, the Lu family could still use the General Appointment platform and the God Investiture catalog to open the eyes of everyone in the 6 Paths Guild. Luin stood under the golden light like a deity, looking down on everything. The Yuan sage's body gradually shrank to a normal height. Luin stopped talking. There was no need to recite the primogenitor's scripture anymore. He turned around and looked at Chu Jian, who was being suppressed by Nong Yi and Ling Qing. Although Chu Jian had joined forces with the Yuan sage in this battle, Chu Jian hadn't been of much help. At most, he had suffered more injuries and lost more blood. The Yuan sage knelt on one knee and panted heavily. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead and mixed with his blood, blurring his vision. Lu Yin walked up to him. The Yuan sage slowly raised his head and looked at Lu Yin's cold face. Lu Yin's eyes were calm and there was no killing intent. However, the calmer Lu Yin was, the more uneasy he felt. I'm one of the 3 venerables and 9 sages. So what? I don't want to die. I can't die. If I die, you will completely offend the samsara spacetime. Lu Yin smiled and bent down to look into the Yuan sage's eyes. Are you begging me? There was no more resentment, hatred, or killing intent in the Yuan sage's eyes. Instead, there was only anxiety, confusion, and regret. He regretted provoking this son of the Lu family, going to the origin space, and helping Divine venerate Xiaoyin. He regretted too much, but the one thing he regretted the most was not killing Lu Yin immediately. If he had joined forces with Madman Lu and the 4-way scales, he might have been able to kill Lu Yin. Why didn't he do that? At that time, he represented the samsara spacetime and the 6-way sect and looked down on the origin space. At that time, the 4-way scales were very polite to him. At that time, he was one of the 9 sages and everyone had to look up to him. Therefore, he didn't care about this son of the Lu family at all. He had only looked at him as if he was a clown and played with him casually. He had torn the void beside the above heaven sect and allowed the eternal race to invade, causing the above heaven sect to suffer heavy losses. He liked seeing the angry and helpless look in the Yuan sage's eyes. He liked the fact that the Yuan sage hated him but couldn't do anything to him. That feeling fascinated him because the Yuan sage was a member of the Lu family that had once been extremely glorious. Therefore, he had never thought of getting rid of the Yuan sage at that time. He had enjoyed the pleasure of being high and mighty. However, that was the root cause of the current situation. He regretted it to the extreme. There were many powerhouses at the tea party, but at this moment, no one spoke. Everyone was watching the scene and wondered if Lu Yin would kill the Yuan sage. Normally, he wouldn't. This was a tea party and Lu Yin had to consider the reputation of the samsara spacetime and the great heavenly venerate. The Yuan sage naturally thought of this, but he didn't dare to take the risk. He looked at Lu Yin. His calm eyes made the Yuan sage even more uneasy. He could feel the oppression of death. The more Lu Yin remained silent, the more this oppression drove him crazy. I will go to the endless battlefield and fight to the death with the eternal race. I will never come back and never appear in front of you again. Before the Yuan sage could finish speaking, a shadow enveloped him. It was Ling Qing from the God Sealing Catalogue. She raised her hand and her blade fell. A head flew out with a face full of apprehension, uneasiness, and the desire to live. His face froze in the void and was fixed in the eyes of countless people. It was the head of the Yuan sage. Blood splattered everywhere. No one had thought that Lu Yin would really kill the Yuan sage in front of the great heavenly venerate at the tea party. Void Master sighed. This was going to be troublesome. Great Elder Shangu frowned. He could kill a Yuan sage, but not here in front of the great heavenly venerate. This kid was really unscrupulous. No one had thought that Lu Yin would really kill the Yuan sage. Just as he had said, he would do as he said. No one could change the fact that he had killed a Yuan sage at the tea party. He wasn't being impulsive or provocative. He was just fulfilling his promise. Was the result important? The tea party had just begun. Kid of the Lu family, how dare you? Divine Venerate Xiaoyin shouted. Venerate Lotus's face turned cold. This kid didn't take the 3 venerates and 9 sages seriously at all. Gongxing and Jiangxing also had ugly expressions. No matter what the Yuan sage had done and whether he deserved to die or not, he shouldn't die here as long as he wasn't a traitor of humanity. This kid was too arrogant. Outside the tea party, countless people from the 6 Direction sect were silent as they stared blankly. Lu Yin had killed one of the 3 venerates and 9 sages in front of everyone. This was a major event that hadn't happened in many years and was enough to make history. This guy was really domineering. Yuan Xianan's eyes were red as she stared at the screen with hatred. She wanted revenge. She couldn't let her master's death be in vain. On the boundless battlefield, Bodhi Saint looked at Lu Yin's calm face and recalled what Lu Yin had said when he had exchanged his battle merits to choose a Yuan sage. He hadn't chosen a Yuan sage because he was afraid of becoming an enemy but because he didn't have time to waste on a Yuan sage. Bodhi Saint finally understood. Lu Yin wanted to kill the Yuan sage at the tea party. He was really ruthless. How many years had it been since such a ruthless person had appeared in the Six Direction sect? The headless corpse of the Yuan sage slowly fell to the ground and stained the ground red. Fresh blood fell from the sky. This was the blood of an extremely strong powerhouse and wouldn't dry up so easily. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. The Yuan sage was dead. One grudge had been settled, but there was still the next one. There was no hurry. He turned around and looked at Chu Jian. Chu Jian was also stunned. He hadn't expected the Yuan sage to die. You asked him to join forces with me to fight you. Are you planning to kill him? Lu Yin didn't deny it. He gave you time, didn't he? Chu Jian stared at Lu Yin. You are really ruthless. Lu Yin smiled faintly. I once said that I would chop off the head of the Yuan sage. Since I said so, I must do it. After saying that, Lu Yin looked at Chu Jian strangely. His death isn't worthless to you. At the very least, it bought you time. Furthermore, Lu Yin looked around. That's not all. The surrounding essence, energy, and spirit that should have died with the Yuan sage slowly flowed into Chu Jian's body as though they had a consciousness of their own. Chu Jian was confused. The essence, energy, and spirit that entered his body were constantly replenished and made up for the lack of essence, energy, and spirit in the shortest time possible. What was going on? The theme song of Star Stepping, Only Heart, has been released all over the internet and can be heard on all major music platforms. You can also follow the official account of author Scattered by the Wind. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Mr. Daheng's voice rang out. Grafting. Back then, Yuanxing asked me to bring him to the wood spirit realm to search for wood innate gifts. He didn't tell anyone what kind of wood innate gift he obtained after coming out. Now we know that it was grafting. No wonder. Mu Tao was shocked. Grafting? That useless wood innate gift that would only be revealed after death? It said that the power of someone who obtained this wood innate gift would enter the body of another person after death. It's usually used for revenge. Everyone understood now. It was no wonder that Yuanxing had used his wood innate gift before his death so that Chu Jian could avenge him after his death. Only Chu Jian could fight Lu Yin, so he could only choose Chu Jian. Chu Jian felt the abundant essence, energy, and spirit in his body. This power had instantly raised his strength to the progenitor realm. He originally had the strength of a progenitor, but now, he truly had the strength of a progenitor, although he didn't know how long he could last. Lu Yin praised, not a bad innate gift. Let me see what you've prepared, perfect young master. No one understood what Lu Yin was saying. They didn't know what Chu Jian had prepared, but Lu Yin had mentioned several times that Yuanxing had bought time for Chu Jian. What exactly was Chu Jian preparing? Chu Jian raised his hand and unleashed purple qi from the east. His essence, energy, and spirit blasted towards Lu Yin. Behind Lu Yin, Leng Qing leaped forward and slashed down with her blade. At the same time, Nongyi attacked again, waving his hoe and smashing the void with a terrifying force. Chu Jian's grade 5 lotus opened in front of him and slapped Leng Qing with his nirvana palm. Leng Qing's blade flashed, and even though Chu Jian was protected by his grade 5 lotus, he couldn't completely block it. Chu Jian didn't use his innate gift and allowed the wounds to increase. No one noticed that Chu Jian's blood was translucent and turning golden. Under the golden light of the God Sealing Catalog, the golden color of Chu Jian's blood was not obvious. However, as time passed, the golden color in his blood was gradually discovered. Is that the golden blood of Victorious Celestial? Someone exclaimed. Xiao Xi and the others were shocked. Su Heng couldn't help but say, "Brother, be careful. Chu Jian has the same blood as Victorious Celestial." Wrong. Mu Carving raised his head. He cultivated the victorious battle technique. Su Wuwei's face was solemn. Among the 3 venerables and 9 saints, Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle is the absolute strongest. He is known as the Heavenly Lord. The victorious battle technique, the stronger the opponent, the braver the more the battle. It is known as a killing technique. I didn't expect Chui to have cultivated the victorious battle technique. The Chu Jian's innate gift. The victorious battle technique. It was Su Wuwei who had kept Lu Ying perfect. He had constantly reminded Lu Ying to avoid danger and protect himself. He had also warned Lu Ying to stay away from the battlefield. But in the end, Lu Ying had still been able to cultivate the victorious battle technique. Lu Ying had heard of Victorious Celestial's name many times. He was a legendary figure who was disliked by the Grand Empyreans, but he was still able to dominate the 6 Direction Society. His opponents were always the 7 Sky Gods. This was an existence that the Grand Empyreans loathed, but they could do nothing about. Lu Ying had never thought that he would be able to exchange blows with the victorious battle technique. With a roar, Lu Yin's blood turned completely gold and wrapped around his body. Then, like lava, it turned into a golden battle suit that stuck to his body. It was extremely ostentatious. Everyone was stunned by this scene. They had all seen Victorious Celestial's victorious battle technique. Although Lu Yin's technique was far inferior to Victorious Celestial's, it still had some initial momentum. Lu Yin's strength continued to rise. Outside the tea party, countless people were panting and cheering for Lu Ying. They were frantically supporting the perfect young sovereign. Lu Ying had crushed Lu Ying in the past, leaving them breathless. But that was no longer the case. The young sovereign's strength had soared, and that person from the Genesis space could not stop him. Under Lu Yin's celestial eye, Lu Ying saw Lu Yin's victorious battle technique illuminate the sky. This technique had piqued his interest. With the victorious battle technique, Lu Yin's strength was completely different from when he had first fought First Jian. It was as if he had become a completely different person. Lu Ying lowered his head. Golden blood flowed out of his body and landed in his palm, turning into a golden staff that rippled outwards, bringing with it a gale that swept through the area. He slowly raised his head and looked at Lu Ying. "Thank you. If not for you, I would have forgotten about this technique. I started cultivating it when I was young, but the older I grew, the more unfamiliar this technique became. I didn't know why in the past, but now I understand. It was because I was afraid of losing my perfection. I was afraid of danger. I wanted to remain undefeated, but the more I was afraid, the more I didn't deserve this technique. How can there be an undefeated person in the river of time? The more you lose, the braver you become. This is the victorious battle technique. Lu Xiaoxian, you're the one who made me who I am." Lu Ying smiled happily and disdainfully. "Are you sure you're the one who made me who I am?" As soon as he spoke, Leng Qing raised her blade and slashed at Lu Ying. Lu Ying suddenly looked up and smashed his staff upwards. Bang! There was a loud bang as a terrifying collision swept out in all directions. If this had not been a tea party, the sky would have been shattered. This was the first time that Lu Ying had faced Leng Qing's blade head-on. Behind him, Nong Yi's hoe fell, and Lu Ying turned around and struck out with a palm. The Nirvana celestial phoenix instantly appeared, but this time, it was enveloped in golden light. Golden light competed with golden light, one came from the Divine Seal catalog, while the other came from the victorious battle technique. Lu Yin's victorious battle technique allowed First Jian to fight Leng Qing head-on. His strength continued to soar, and the golden blood was like a source of strength that constantly buffed him, making him more and more courageous as he fought. Lu Ying watched calmly, his eyes shining. It was a good technique, and the victorious battle technique lived up to its name. The more one fought, the more courageous one became. First Jian's innate talent was extraordinary, and it was not without reason that he was called perfect. Since he had been able to cultivate the victorious battle technique at a young age, it was easy to imagine that he and Chu Yuan were geniuses that only appeared once in countless eras. Although Leng Qing had just broken through to progenitor, her strength was not something that an ordinary progenitor could compare to. Given enough time, her strength would be enough to temper herself to the strongest level below the sequence particles, and she might even be able to touch the sequence particles. However, she had only broken through to progenitor recently. First Jian was still being suppressed by Lin Qing and Nong Yi, but he was no longer as powerless as he had been before. In particular, he became more courageous as the battle progressed, which allowed him to find time to attack Luyin. Divine Essence Incarnation, Sacred Kowtow, 7 God Arrows, and a series of attacks shot towards Luyin. However, these attacks were immediately dispersed by Luyin. The miniature candle god appeared on Luyin's shoulder, and he watched First Jian's flowing golden light battle. His rune lines enveloped and weakened First Jian's attacks. No matter what kind of power it was, as long as it affected the runes, the rune lines would have an effect, and the rune lines would weaken the power of the attack. First Jian was no exception. There was a thump as Lin Qing's blade slashed at the golden staff, forcing First Jian to retreat. First Jian was stunned. What was going on? He could have easily blocked that blade. A green leaf pressed down on him, and First Jian hurriedly dodged. He looked up, but another blade appeared and tore apart his arm, causing him to almost drop the golden staff. He abruptly looked at Luyin. Luyin stood in his original spot without moving. He looked very casual, but he gave First Jian an unfathomable feeling. What had this person done? Few could see clearly. Void Master exclaimed, "How much power has this Lu brat cultivated?" Void Master's eyes narrowed. Rune lines? Would God exclaimed, "This power is quite strange, and it feels irreversible. Although it hasn't reached that level yet, it has that level of power. The primordial space has produced extraordinary people." The victorious battle technique grew stronger as the battle progressed. Who could match it? However, it was being weakened by the rune lines. Even if First Jian's talent was extraordinary, the victorious battle technique wasn't omnipotent. After all, his blood was limited. The golden armor shattered and peeled off. First Jian spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. No, he couldn't hold on any longer. That Lu Xiaoxian hadn't even made a move and was suppressing him with this cheat-like power. Preposterous, preposterous. First Jian's gaze became crazed again. He wanted to fight to the death. Even if he died, at least he could force Lu Xiaoxian to make a move. He had never imagined that one day, he would fight to the death just to force this person, whom he had once looked down on, to make a move. That was all. Many people shook their heads. It was obvious that First Jian had already tried his best. At this tea party, a Yuan sage had been killed and Xiaozun had been suppressed. The son of the Lu family wasn't here to participate in the tea party. He was here to embarrass the great heavenly venerate. Lin Qing raised her long blade and slashed down. Suddenly, Lu Yin's eyes widened. Lin Qing's blade had stopped. Using his heaven's eye, First Jian saw that there were sequence particles around. They came from the great heavenly venerate. Luyin looked at the great heavenly venerate. Void Master and the others also subconsciously looked at the great heavenly venerate. The great heavenly venerate spoke. His voice resounded through the 9 heavens, but it was ethereal and untraceable. It was as if it had come from endless time, bringing with it the sound of the Tao. This was the beginning of the tea party. The great heavenly venerate's lecture was also the most important part of the tea party. Since ancient times, countless people had broken through after listening to his teachings. This was the reason why the Great Heavenly Venerate's Tea Party was the biggest event of the Six Direction Association. Many people had broken through their bottlenecks after participating in the tea party. It was all because of the tea party. At this moment, the Great Heavenly Venerate had started his lecture while First Jian was still battling Luyin. The lecture wasn't just for everyone at the tea party, but also for First Jian. As the lecture started, First Jian's mind became clear and he subconsciously used his inner world. Using the minor samsara path, he saw scenes that were normally difficult to see. Luyin didn't stop him. The gap between him and First Jian was too big. He wanted to see how the Great Heavenly Venerate would help him bridge this gap. If he could really bridge this gap, then First Jian's experience might be of help to Luyin. He had come to participate in the tea party because Mr. Mu had said that the Great Heavenly Venerate's tea party might be of help to him. He wouldn't let go of any opportunity, even if it was a battle. Furthermore, he didn't care about the battle with First Jian at all. Under the effects of the minor samsara path, the golden battle armor formed by the victorious fighting art completely disappeared from First Jian's body. Although his face was deathly pale, First Jian had just woken up. He was excited and moved as if he had seen something. His minor reincarnation path was originally heading towards his master's great reincarnation path. At this moment, with the help of his master, he was finally able to see the great reincarnation path, the reincarnation spacetime, and the power that his master called the rules. He saw this power, which was bestowed to him by his master. It was compatible with the samsara path, and he could borrow it. This was a supreme power. Who could resist it? Not to mention Lu Xiaoxian, even the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages were confident that they could take action at this moment. His master was helping him, and the Origin Spaces people couldn't be rampant at the Grand Empyrean Tea Party. Luyin had also seen it. He had seen Chu Jian raise his hand and touch the Grand Empyrean sequence particle. If the Sixth Direction Society thought that the Divine Seal catalog was cheating, then this was the real deal. A Grand Empyrean had personally appeared to help Chu Jian cheat. If not for the celestial eye, Luyin wouldn't have been able to see this scene. When he thought about this, Lu Yin's expression sank. He originally thought that the Grand Empyrean's Tao lecture would give First Jian an epiphany and allow First Jian to transform. He wouldn't stop it since that was First Jian's own ability. However, the reality was different. Cheating was one thing, but what angered Lu Yin the most was that First Jian had wasted his time and expectations. He had hoped to see an epiphany. Even if it wouldn't help him, seeing First Jian's epiphany would be fine. Lu Yin clenched his fists and was about to attack when a strand of saber intent cut through the void above the tea party. It suddenly descended and slashed towards the minor samsara path, towards the Grand Empyrean's particle. No one knew how strong a Grand Empyrean's particle was. This strand of saber intent couldn't cut through it, but it affected the particle's compatibility with First Jian's minor samsara path, causing First Jian to be unable to touch the particle. The sudden turn of events shocked everyone. Everyone looked over and saw Woodcarver slowly sheathing his saber. Listening to the teachings, I occasionally have an epiphany. These simple words made everyone envious. Woodcarver had actually gained an epiphany so quickly. Those who couldn't see the sequence particles didn't care, because the blade slashed down on the minor reincarnation path and didn't slash down on the first encounter. Only those who had reached the law of the Grand Empyrean sequence particles understood that the blade slashed down on the minor reincarnation path. Not everyone could affect Grand Empyrean sequence particles. Wood carving's strength had refreshed everyone's understanding. Even the wood deity was shocked. He didn't expect the wooden carving to have such power. Su Zhu, Great Elder Shangu, and the others all stared at the wooden carving. This was no ordinary power. Su Wuwei was shocked. He thought that wood carving was about the same as him, or even slightly worse than him. However, he knew that he could not do the same thing as wood carving. Wood carving was ahead of him in terms of sequence rules. Lu Yin stared blankly at the wooden carving. Was this helping him? Thinking about the small knife that he had gotten from the lost clan, the corners of Lu Yin's mouth curled up. He was indeed senior brother. Mr. Mu had said that Grand Empyreans could not attack him, so Grand Empyreans had used this method to help Chu Jian. However, senior martial brother had stopped him. His sect was reliable. Chu Jian stared blankly at the wooden carving, then at the Grand Empyrean. Without the Grand Empyrean sequence particles, how could he deal with Lu Yin? Just as he was thinking this, the Divine Seal catalog disappeared from above Lu Yin's head, and the golden light completely retracted. Chu Jian looked at Lu Yin, only to see him take a step forward and appear in front of Chu Jian. You're wasting my time. He then raised a finger and pointed it at Chu Jian. Chu Jian had subconsciously avoided using his innate gift, 9 out of 10 rooms. He had no choice but to use it now, or else he would lose. However, when no one knew about 9 out of 10 rooms' innate gift, he had been undefeated. No one could understand it, but now. Lu Yin had attacked 10 times in an instant, and 9 of them had missed. The only one that had hit had sent Chu Jian flying, causing him to fall in front of the Grand Empyrean and faint. This was Lu Yin's true attack. What about the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages battle technique? So what if a Yuan sage's essence, vitality, and spirit grafted onto Celestial Victor's victorious battle technique? They couldn't even exchange for a single finger. When Luyin truly attacked, Chu Jian's battle ended. The gap between them was like a chasm. From start to finish, Luyin only had a palm print on his clothes. The Grand Emperor's lecture did not stop. She did not do anything because of Woodcarving's attack, nor did she stop because of Chu Jian's defeat. Luyin stood in place and listened quietly. An invisible force chased by Wang Yuan, Wang Fan, Xianxia, and Luo Lauer out of the tea party and into the endless battlefield. Only Divine Sovereign Shaoyin was not immediately thrown out and remained in the tea party. Xianxia wanted to say something, but no sound came out. As long as the Grand Emperor wanted to, she could silence anyone during the lecture. No one was an exception. Inside the tea party, everyone calmed down and slowly immersed themselves in the Grand Emperor's lecture. Outside the tea party, the 9,990,000 people were silent. The entire six-direction society, including the endless battlefield, seemed to be silent. Everyone was listening to the Grand Emperor's lecture. In the boundless starry sky, there is no self and no thoughts, people and stars can be shared. Lie down like a pillow. Wait for the billions of living beings to awaken. Stars fall from the sky. Without death in the mortal world. One voice after another resounded in his ears, and Luyin just stood there. It was as if his entire being had been brought to the heavens by these voices. He saw the boundless universe, the passing of time, the changing of life forms, and countless scenes that were both ordinary and extraordinary at the same time. Stars were ordinary, and mortals could see them. But stars were not ordinary, and celestial venerates could see them. The Grand Emperor used her vision to bring Luyin and everyone else to witness the birth of the universe beyond the passage of time. Luyin did not know how much time had passed. It might have been an instant, or it might have been billions of years. He saw the birth of stars and the convergence of power. He saw the sea of stars, the birth of species, the operation of laws, and the birth of the universe. He saw the process of the universe's stars emerging from nothing. At that moment, Luyin's mind rumbled as bolts of lightning flashed across his mind. He saw and understood. So this was how it was. This was the embryonic form of his own power. This was the birth of his own power. He knew what to do now. In his heart, on the calm continent of Feizan, the withering time tree that had taken root slowly transformed into a gray stream of light that flowed towards the black and white fog. The river of Void God's power also flowed towards the starry sky. The green sprouts formed by the power of wood and spacetime, the three-colored soil formed by the monarch's aura, and the astral source ocean all flowed towards the starry sky. It was as if the various powers of the earth were being pulled together, forming a phenomenon that connected the heavens and the earth. At that moment, Luyin knew what he should do. 380,000 stars revolved around his body and entered his body at the same time, entering the black and white fog that enveloped the starry sky. His body rumbled as he broke through to the seventh level of the serious art. The seventh level of the serious art, simulated starry sky, had finally broken through. Simulated starry sky not only simulated the outer starry sky, but also the unrestrained starry sky. The so-called seventh level of the serious art was the last level, but that was wrong. This level was the true beginning of the serious art. Progenitor Chen had created the serious sky, and the seventh level of simulated starry sky had caused real stars to appear on the fifth continent. Luyin had broken through to the seventh level of simulated starry sky, and he had moved the outer starry sky into the unrestrained starry sky. Everyone's breakthrough to the seventh level was different. It seemed like there was only one person in the starry sky, but there were endless people, and people's ideas were endless. The seventh level of the serious art was the true beginning of the serious art. Luyin understood. He had broken through and transformed. He finally saw the path that he should walk. He wanted to transform the various powers that he cultivated into the stars in the starry sky. They would shine for countless years, and he would decorate his own starry sky. Although this process was very long, his divine power had been transformed into stars from the very beginning. That was the Tao of the one true God. At this moment, Luyin's heart was guiding the stars and transforming them into his own Tao. The Grand Emperor's lecture continued. Luin opened his eyes and looked up. In that instant, he met the Grand Empyrean's gaze and saw the shock in the Grand Empyrean's eyes. So, even you can be shocked. Luin walked step by step to the ninth seat. At this moment, everyone was immersed in the Grand Empyrean's lecture. Apart from Luin, there was only one other person, Xianxia. Luin sat down slowly with a calm expression. He listened to the Grand Empyrean's Tao voice. This was perhaps a once-in-a-lifetime experience. This time, he was able to participate in the tea party and join one of the 6 direction associations in the origin space. It was likely that the Grand Empyrean wanted to embarrass him through Yuan's Sage and Chujian. Unfortunately, they were too far away from him. Brother Xiaoxian, you're amazing. Xianxia's voice sounded. Luin was surprised. You can speak? Xianxia smiled. She had an elegant, noble, and holy beauty. She was as approachable as a little girl next door. The Grand Empyrean is my master. Of course, I can speak. Luin was curious. When did you become the Grand Empyrean's disciple? Not long ago. Xianxia smiled. Luin looked at her, and she looked back at him generously. Although Luin hadn't recovered his memories, it wasn't the first time he'd interacted with Xianxia using his identity. Every time, Xianxia was unpredictable. Whether it was in terms of scheming or cultivation, Xianxia had never been at a disadvantage when they fought. She had even been tricked by him once. Although Luin felt that he could suppress Xianxia in their subsequent encounters, this feeling was still unreal. Could he really suppress Xianxia? Luin didn't know what Xianxia had cultivated or what her relationship with destiny was. Therefore, the first person he wanted to see after obtaining the sky eye was Xianxia. Thinking of this, the sky eye on Lu Yin's forehead flashed as he stared at Xianxia. Xianxia smiled faintly. Brother Xiaoxian, did you obtain the sky eye? You've cultivated the powers of the Grim Reaper, Destiny, and Martial Heaven. Among the 6 paths, the first continent's Astral Source Realm, the third continent's Palm Realm, and the 5th continent's Lu family. You also control 3 powers. The 3 realms and 6 paths that once represented the infinite possibilities of the primordial space. Brother Xiaoxian, you are the master of 6 forces. In the current universe, no one can defeat you unless they have an absolute advantage. Junior brother Chujian is too arrogant. Luin had a strange expression. Then, what about you? He couldn't see anything with his celestial eye. Xianxia didn't use any power at all, but the more she was like this, the more Lu Yin wanted to see her clearly. Xianxia smiled. I'm naturally no match for Brother Xiaoxian. Lu Yin frowned. As the disciple of a Grand Empyrean, have you never thought of redeeming her? Yuanxing was her subordinate, but I killed him. Chujian was her favorite disciple, but he was also defeated by me. He couldn't even hurt me. Grand Empyrean shouldn't be too happy. Xianxia looked at the Grand Empyrean. Master's heart is as broad as the universe. He won't care about this. She looked at Lu Yin with bright eyes, a smile and adoration in the depths of her eyes. I really am no match for Brother Little Xian. If I forcefully stand out, I will only embarrass Master even more. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and rubbed his wrist. Where did you break through to half-ancestor? Xianxia smiled sweetly. Reincarnation spacetime. The power seems to be the same, but it's completely opposite. You can break through here? If it's not connected, how can it be opposite? Lu Yin was stunned. He looked back at Xianxia again. Xianxia also looked at him. Their eyes were immersed in the Tao voice of the Grand Empyrean. It became a scene of time that only they could see. Time flowed. Time seemed illusory. Only they knew what they were seeing. Suddenly, a ray of red light flashed. The next moment, the 9 heavens and 10 earths split. The sky gate was split in 2, and Evergreen Saint was also split apart. The Tao voice stopped abruptly. The Grand Empyrean looked into the distance. For the first time, anger appeared in his eyes. Eternal, you dare! The red light replaced everything and shone on the reincarnation spacetime. Everyone's face was illuminated by the red light. Lu Yin looked up at the red sun in shock. Is that divine power? The Eternal had attacked. Wood God, Void God, Grand Elder Xianxia, and the others all stood up and looked outside the sky gate. All the powerhouses participating in the tea party, the entire Six Direction Society, and the endless battlefield were in an uproar. The war had come so suddenly without warning. No one had expected the Eternal to suddenly attack the Grand Empyrean Tea Party. The Grand Empyrean Tea Party had gathered nearly half of the Six Directions Society's apex experts, including the Six Directions Society's parallel spacetime sovereigns. Such a powerful lineup had never been attacked by the Eternals before, but now, the sole true God had arrived. Tai Hong, it's been a long time since we've had a real fight. Let's settle it at this tea party. A clear and cold voice came from afar. When the voice completely faded, a man walked out from the red sun in the sky. The sun was glaring, and Luin raised his head to look at it. However, as the man appeared, the light became even more glaring, making it difficult for Luin to clearly see the man's face. Don't look. Do you want to go blind? Master Wei reminded Luin. Luin lowered his head, and unknowingly, 2 streams of blood flowed from the corners of his eyes. He hadn't even noticed it. If not for Master Wei's reminder, his eyes would have been gone. At this time, the 9 heavens and 10 earths shook. Outside the broken gate of heaven, figures appeared one after another, accompanied by a terrifying and boundless pressure. I'm so tired. I want to sleep. It's time to reorganize this universe. There are too many impurities. Kiki, they're finally here. We should have destroyed this tea party a long time ago. Disgusting. Bai Wuxian still hasn't come. After this battle, I'll go talk to her. Kiki, who did I just see? Isn't this little Luin? You've stepped onto the highest stage ahead of time? Do you want Big Sister to go easy on you? Kill. The 6 voices represented 6 of the 7 sky gods. Countless people. Lu Yin's scalp exploded. The sole true god had led the 7 sky gods to the Grand Empyrean Tea Party. This was an unprecedented battle. Boom. Divine power surged, and a berserk force swept out. An incomparably oppressive feeling pushed Luin back, causing him to feel suffocated. The sole true god and the Grand Empyrean had exchanged blows. Through his heaven's eye, Luin saw countless sequence particles revolving around them. The heavens and the earth were filled with sequence particles. Some belonged to the Grand Empyreans, while others belonged to the Grand Empyreans and the sole true god. He had never seen such a majestic array of sequence particles before. Elder Mo was the first law sequence powerhouse that he had fought. If Elder Mo's sequence particles were placed on that battlefield, it would be like a firefly competing with the moon. There was no comparison at all. There was no possibility that these 2 types of sequence particles would be tied down. The wood god stepped out. Guizhi, my wood spacetime has helped the 3rd mainland several times, but all I got in return was your betrayal. I said that I would kill you with my own hands. Dark purple spread across the ancient god's body. Then come and try. The Void Master exhaled. I'll deal with the god of Forgotten Ruins. Kiki, do you have a choice? The witch spirit doll appeared and moved through the void. The Void Master turned around. I've been waiting for you. A card floated, and Great Elder Dan Gu stared at Bai Wuxian. The god of Forgotten Ruins smiled. There are so many old fellows. Who should I kill first? Your opponent is me. The Void Master walked out. Above the god of Forgotten Ruins' head, 9 wolves devoured the heavens, and the sequence particles continued to spread. With just you? A lotus bloomed in the void as it approached the 9-wolf devourer. Count me in. The 7 sky gods are indeed not easy to deal with. The one who attacked was Senior Lotus. The Taishan Domain, Whitebeard, and the Yin-Yang Sword all attacked the zombie god. Most of the 7 sky gods resisted, and only the zombie god was left. But then, more figures walked out of the void, and everyone's scalps went numb. There were no less than 20 progenitor realm zombie kings. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. Where did the Eternals get so many progenitor realm zombie kings? In the sky, a wolf's head swooped down. Lu Yin hurriedly stepped backward to avoid it. The god of Forgotten Ruins had attacked him. The wolf's head was ferocious, but its eyes were very intelligent. It seemed to be smiling as it chased after Luyin. The God-sealing catalog appeared above Lu Yin's head. Lung Qing appeared from Lu Yin's side and slashed at the wolf's head. Just as the blade was about to land, Lung Qing disappeared, and so did the God-sealing catalog. The wolf's head swooped down on Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared blankly at the wolf's head descending. How could this be? Where was the God-sealing catalog? At some point, the sequence particles controlling the wolf's head had touched him. In an instant, Lu Yin forgot everything. He forgot about the God-sealing catalog, forgot about his battle techniques, and forgot about resisting. He could only stand in place and let the wolf's head devour him. The same scene happened not only on Lu Yin's side, but also on Master Wei, Venerable Lotus, and everyone else targeted by the wolf's head. 9 wolves devour the sky was just the god of Forgotten Ruins' innate gift, but together with the sequence particles, it produced a terrifying power that could instantly decide the outcome of the battle. At the same time, at least 5 extreme powerhouses were exposed to the wolf's head, their lives hanging by a thread. This was the 7 sky gods. Lu Yin watched as the wolf's head swooped down on him. It wasn't that he didn't have the ability to resist, but that he had forgotten to. At that moment, a figure blocked in front of him. The figure was blindfolded and wielded a blade with both hands. The blade cut off the sequence particles above the wolf's head, cut through the void, and slashed at the sequence particles above the 9 wolves devour the sky. With his heaven's eye, Lu Yin could clearly see that the sequence particles above the 9 wolves devour the sky had been cut off. It was Woodcut. Senior apprentice brother. Lu Yin was excited. His senior apprentice brother had saved him again. Woodcut's face sank. The 7 sky gods are strange and powerful. Use your full strength. Be careful. Lu Yin nodded. He had just experienced it firsthand. The god of Forgotten Ruins seemed harmless, but she had almost killed him. This was the true strength of the 7 sky gods. The god of Forgotten Ruins regretfully said, "Someone has come and is quite troublesome." Little Lu Yin, how many times can you escape from this battle? Hee hee. But so what if you run away? Your stage is gone. Lu Yin looked at the god of Forgotten Ruins in fear. This was an old monster. Elder Mo had been one of the 12 Elysians during the Above Heavens era, and the god of Forgotten Ruins had been an ancestor of the Wan family during that era. She was an absolute progenitor, and her seniority might be greater than the 9 mountains and 8 seas of that era. She was infinitely close to the 3 realms and 6 daos. Compared to Elder Mo, she was the true old monster. In the distance, the yin-yang sword flew backward and stabbed into the ground. Su Heng and Su Lung both coughed up blood as they were slapped down by the corpse god. Lu Yin was shocked. Brother! Woodcut looked at the corpse god and slashed out with his blade. It pierced through the void and slashed at the corpse god's face. The corpse god raised her hand and blocked the blade with her palm, then pressed down. Lu Yin was shocked. Woodcut's blade could sever law sequence particles and was extremely powerful, but the corpse god had blocked it just like that. The corpse god's palm fell, but Woodcut raised his head and slowly raised his blade. The blade then disappeared. Saber intent. A low voice traveled into Lu Yin's ears. Lu Yin saw that Woodcut had no blade, but the corpse god had suddenly retracted her arm. The void was completely torn apart, revealing a deep darkness. With Lu Yin's celestial eye, even the void had disappeared. He suspected that if the corpse god had not retracted her arm, it would have been sliced apart by Woodcut's blade. You weren't part of the plan, the corpse god said as she stared at Woodcut. Woodcut raised his hand. There was no blade, but at that moment, all the blades in the tea party hummed. Even the blades wielded by the powerhouses trembled. Anyone who had stepped into the realm of a powerhouse through the use of the blade would have an unshakable grasp of saber intent, but they had been affected by Woodcut. Woodcut was the sharpest blade in this tea party. This blade should have a sacrifice. The corpse god grabbed the corpse king that was fighting with Lord Gon and threw it at Woodcut. Woodcut's arm fell, and the progenitor corpse king was split in 2. There was no way for it to resist. However, the blade had already fallen. The corpse god punched at Woodcut, but Woodcut's blade appeared in front of him to block. Boom! There was a loud bang as Woodcut was struck by the corpse god's fist and was forced to retreat. The divine seal catalog appeared above Lu Yin's head. Nong Yi, Leng Qing, and even Xianxia walked out and attacked the corpse god together. He even tossed the hellworm out. Bite him. The hellworm struggled, but it did not dare to do so. It was too terrifying. Nong Yi's Ho and Leng Qing's blade attacked at the same time. Xianxia immediately used his divine sword domain to attack the corpse god's arm. However, the three progenitors were unable to harm the corpse god in the slightest. Lu Yin could clearly see that the corpse god's entire body was covered in stray particles. What stray particles were these? This was the first time he had seen stray particles hidden within a body. Nong Yi collapsed, followed by Leng Qing and Xianxia. The hellworm did not even dare to approach. Woodcut retreated step by step, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Lu Yin took a step forward and visualized the Akalanatha king's elephant. Within his body, the withered tree that was transforming into stars swayed as time flowed. His fist turned gray, and a blackish-purple substance appeared on the surface of his body. He punched at the corpse god, sealing the power of 50 punches. Woodcut shouted, "Don't!" Lu Yin's fist brushed past Woodcut's cheek as he punched at the corpse god's fist. Boom! An unshakable pressure pressed down on Lu Yin, and he felt as if his arm was about to shatter. Just like wood carving, he was sent flying. There was no time to think, and he quickly took out his slipper and slammed it down. The slipper slammed out, and Lu Yin saw that it had actually moved a sequence particle. The zombie god was shocked, and she pulled her arm back. Lu Yin and wood carving both retreated and coughed up blood. This was the power of a single punch from the zombie god. It was far too freakish. Wood carving's blade was powerful, but Lu Yin was unable to block the zombie god's punch. The zombie god stared at Lu Yin. "Hand over your cosmic ring." She pressed her arm down again, and the number of sequence particles continued to increase. This palm was even more terrifying than the previous punch. Lu Yin gritted his teeth. "This monster." "Retreat." Wood carving pulled Lu Yin back and turned around to attack. Su Wuwei, Mr. Daheng, Lord Gon, and the other powerhouses had all attacked the zombie god at the same time. They would rather endure the attacks of the other progenitor corpse kings. The zombie god was the greatest threat, and given enough time, she could kill everyone one by one. Lu Yin was panting heavily. How long had it been since the only true god's attack? He had been in danger twice, and the Forgotten Ruins god was right. This was the highest stage in the universe. Lu Yin could be considered a progenitor with the divine seal catalog, the slipper, and various other methods, but he was still a long way from truly participating in the top stage. Something's wrong. Wood carving's eyes were covered, but he seemed to be able to see. Lu Yin let out a long breath. "You're my senior." Wood carving frowned. "The true god guards are here, but none of the captains are here." Lu Yin was puzzled. There was a battlefield in all directions. Su Zhu, Elder Gu, and the others were fighting sequence particles, while many powerhouses were fighting the zombie god in front of them, but they were still suppressed by her. "Senior, Su Wuwei and the others can't hold on much longer," Lu Yin said. Su Wuwei had also grasped sequence particles, but he was still far from the zombie god's level. His Taishu domain could not harm her at all. Lu Yin finally understood why Su Wuwei was unwilling to go to the endless battlefield. Even he might not be able to protect himself against the 7 gods. If this was not a tea party, he might have fled long ago. Wood carving's grip on her blade. Observe the battlefield and think to break through the situation to resolve everyone's existence. Every battle has a reason. This decisive battle came too suddenly. Not a single true god guard captain is here. There must be a problem. Lu Yin suppressed his impulsiveness. What true god guards? The wooden carving slowly raised his long saber, as if he was considering where to strike. 10 corpses in a group, and 100 corpses in a group, they are the true god guards. Every 10 corpses has a captain, and by consuming their divine power, they have the strength to fight against us. They are second only to the 7 heavenly gods. However, the true god guards have arrived, but not a single captain is present. After saying this, the wooden carving's body disappeared, and when it reappeared, it was already behind the corpse god. The corpse god bent his left arm and smashed it down. His flesh and blood were sliced off, revealing his white bones. However, he managed to shatter the blade. Luin stood in place and stared blankly, but the words of the Forgotten Ruins god kept echoing in his mind. But so what if you escape? Your stage is gone. Your stage is gone. But there's none. Suddenly, he felt someone's gaze on him, and he subconsciously looked over to see Xiaoyin. The Divine Lord. He was fighting a progenitor realm corpse king, but his gaze was fixed on Luin. At that moment, Luin did not see the Divine Lord's ferocious determination to fight against the Eternals. Instead, he saw mockery and smugness. What was he smugness about? The Divine Lord had not expected Luin to notice him at a time like this. He sneered and continued fighting the Corpse King. Luin stared at the Divine Lord as the Forgotten Ruins god's words echoed in his mind, as well as the memories he had obtained from Xiaxinji's shadow. There was another truth behind the Lu family's banishment. Wang Fan had used Wang Si to incite the 4 cardinal scales to banish the Lu family. At the same time, the Divine Lord had also made a grave mistake and needed to make up for it. Thus, he had suggested to the Grand Empyrean that the Lu family should take the blame for the above heaven sect. Both sides had hit it off at almost the same time. The 4 cardinal scales had joined forces with the Grand Empyrean to forcefully banish the Lu family. Luin would not believe that Wang Fan and the Divine Lord had no connection at all. It could be said that they had single-handedly contributed to the Lu family's banishment. Without the 4 cardinal scales, if the Grand Empyrean wanted to banish the Lu family, he would have to start a war with the primordial space. The Lu family could awaken Patriarch Lu Yuan, and the 6 Direction Association would not be able to gain any advantage. Without the Grand Empyrean, the 4 cardinal scales would not be able to hide Patriarch Lu Yuan, and even if the ancestral Meng overturned the situation, it would not be able to banish the Lu family. Neither could be missing, but it was the perfect combination of the two that had ultimately led to the Lu family's banishment. Then, what was the reason for their banishment? Was it because of the 4 cardinal scales' jealousy? Did the Divine Lord want to atone for his sins? It was all one-sided. Back then, Luin had made a bold guess that either Divinity Xiaoyin or Wang Fan had been spies. It was even possible that both of them were spies. After the Lu family was exiled, the Eternals were the ones who benefited the most, followed by Divinity Xiaoyin and the 4-way scales. Ever since he had learned of this, Luin had hired people to investigate in the reincarnation spacetime, and he had learned many things about the Divine Lord. Ever since the Divine Lord had become an extreme powerhouse, he had occasionally made mistakes that had displeased the Grand Empyreans, but he had always made up for them. His reparations had always been under the premise of harming others, such as the Lu family or the Lost Clan. Thus, he had been disliked by the entire 6 Direction Association. If he were to take into account the fact that he was a spy, then everything would make sense. A spy helping the everlasting race at a critical moment and causing the human race to suffer losses was very reasonable. A spy instigating a war between the reincarnation spacetime and the Lost Clan and banishing the Lu family was very reasonable. If the Divine Lord really was a spy, then he should have known that Luin was Xianxia. Luin stared deeply at the Divine Lord. The battle around him seemed to be isolated from him, and he could not hear anything. All he could see was the Divine Lord. Did he know that Xianxia was Luin? If he was a spy, then he definitely knew. If that was the case, then why did he put on that act at the tea party? Why had Bai Wang Yuan, Wang Fan, and Xiaoxinji been thrown into the endless battlefield? What was his goal? Lu Yin's expression changed as the Forgotten Ruins deity's words rang in his ears again. He remembered that if the Divine Lord was a spy in the primordial space, then he could have lured Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan out of the primordial space by framing Luin, causing the primordial space to lose 9 mountains and 8 seas. Regardless of whether this plan succeeded or not, those two were still at the tea party and not in the primordial space. Then, the primordial space would be facing an equally tragic battle. This was the Divine Lord's goal. The everlasting race's true target was not the Grand Empyrean tea party, but the primordial space. That was why the Forgotten Ruins deity had said that Luin would lose his stage. Lu Yin's scalp went numb. He had to leave immediately and return to the primordial space. Although everything was based on speculation, if it turned out to be true, how could the primordial space resist the everlasting race? He had left a backup plan in the celestial sect for the Tea Party, but this backup plan would not be able to stop the everlasting race's invasion. Luin gritted his teeth. He had wanted to wait until he broke through to the half-ancestor realm and brought the Lu family back before investigating the Divine Lord. After all, the Divine Lord was one of the three sovereigns and was the strongest person under the Grand Empyrean. However, he was still a step too late. The Divine Lord turned and looked at Luin again. His eyes narrowed, and there was a bone-deep killing intent. Had this kid guessed it? In the primordial space, in the upper realm of the starry sky tree, a figure walked out of the cold immortal sect's mountain gate. He opened his scarlet vertical eye and slammed his palm down at the cold immortal sect's mountain gate. The everlasting race could not invade the primordial space on a large scale, and they had to go through the battlefield on the other side. However, once one reached the progenitor realm, as long as they had the coordinates, they could naturally come over. In the past, because Bai Wang Yuan and the other progenitors were present, the everlasting race could not invade. But now, they could. As the progenitor realm corpse king's palm landed, the cold immortal sect's mountain gate shattered, and countless wails rang out. Bai Qi raised her head and screamed, "Corpse King, progenitor realm corpse king." The corpse king looked down from above and raised his arm, tearing through the void. He slammed his palm down again, and the entire cold immortal sect shook. The clouds in outer heaven suddenly condensed and blocked the corpse king's palm. A gentle white light tried to push the corpse king away. Progenitor realm corpse kings appeared in the divine martial plane, the Wang family, and Dragon Mountain. In the sovereign realm, Wang Jian walked out. As the other progenitor of the Wang family, Wang Fan had asked his shadow, the Ghost Abyss ancestor, to help defend against the Six Paths gang. Now, he was the only progenitor left in the upper realm of the starry sky tree. Other than him, there were only Shening and Zhu Meng. Dragon Mountain shattered, and the progenitor realm corpse king slaughtered without resistance. Long Ke roared as a scarlet vertical eye appeared in front of him. The next moment, his body turned into ashes. Even before he died, he did not expect to die at the hands of a corpse king in Dragon Mountain. Long Tian's eyes were red as he charged at the progenitor realm corpse king, but he was stopped by Old Dragon. "Don't fight it head-on. That's a progenitor realm corpse king." Enai Huang activated her inner world, and Enai Long walked out and slammed into the progenitor realm corpse king. However, the corpse king grabbed Enai Long's tail and tore it apart. Enai Long cried out in pain. He regretted staying in the upper realm and should have gone to the lower realm. If he stayed under Zhu Meng, who would dare to attack the White Dragon clan? He regretted it. Dragon Mountain looked like hell. At the critical moment, Longxi threw out the dragon ancestor's other eye. "Grand Elder." Enai Huang stared at the other eye in a daze. "This is?" The progenitor realm corpse king tore apart Enai Huang's claws. Enai Huang no longer hesitated. She opened her mouth and swallowed the other eye, roaring at the sky. The upper realm of the starry sky tree was attacked by the progenitor realm corpse king. However, the real intense battle in the origin space was in the Fifth Mainland's heavenly sect. At the same time that the one true god attacked the Grand Empyrean Tea Party, many figures tore through the void and arrived outside the heavenly sect, bringing with them a bloody aura. In the heavenly sect, Mu Xia and the other progenitor realm experts walked out and looked ahead in shock. There were a total of 10 progenitor realm corpse kings. Elder Chan was shocked. Where did so many come from? Lu Yun's face was pale. He had fought with the Eternals before, and any progenitor realm corpse king was not easy to deal with. However, there were 10 of them in front of him. Lung Qing gripped the hilt of her saber tightly. Master Shan took a deep breath. Chen Le gritted his teeth. 7 ancestor realm experts against 10 ancestor realm corpse kings seemed to be at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, but with Mu Xia and Ling Qing's ability, they could deal with more than one. "Everyone, it's time to decide the fate of the Above Heaven sect. In this battle, we must defend the Above Heaven sect to the death." Elder Chan shouted. "Defend Heaven sect to the death. Those below the progenitor realm are not allowed to come out." With that said, the 7 ancestor realm powerhouses charged towards the 10 ancestor realm corpse kings. Unimaginable destructive power spread in all directions. Fortunately, the Above Heaven sect blocked the earth. Otherwise, the aftermath would have swept across the Milky Way. Above the sky sect, the Blood Ancestor looked up. No one had expected 10 progenitor realm corpse kings to suddenly attack the Eternals. Without the Tao Lord, this battle would really decide their fate. Lu Bujing, Imperial Preceptor Butian, Kai and the others were watching intently. Although those below the Ancestor realm were not allowed to participate in the battle, with their strength, they were more than capable of causing harm to ordinary Ancestor realm experts. Hen Xian, Fate Maiden, Yao Di, and the others all looked in the direction of the above heaven sect. They didn't know if they should get close to this battle. The outerverse had been turned upside down in the shortest amount of time. Lung Qing had injured a corpse king with a single saber strike. The corpse kings had the physical strength of a progenitor, but they did not have the combat strength of a true progenitor. They were not difficult to deal with. Lung Qing had injured one progenitor realm corpse king with a single saber strike while fighting another at the same time. He was not at a disadvantage. Elder Chan used the 3 Yang ancestral qi to transform Shui Wuqing and Ancestor Hui, easily finding the Ancestor Realm Corpse King's weakness. Mu Xia was also fighting 1 against 2, suppressing the Corpse Kings. Seeing this, many people breathed a sigh of relief. Although these Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings were very powerful, fortunately, they did not have true Ancestor Realm battle prowess. Given enough time, they would be able to kill them all. Suddenly, a shadow covered the sky. A colossus squeezed out from the void and fiercely smashed into the sect above. Lung Qing was shocked. Countless saber edges rose from below. Heavenly Saber Realm. The Heavenly Saber Realm was extremely sharp. Anyone who fell into the Heavenly Saber Realm had to pass through it. Otherwise, they would be pierced by the endless sabers. The surface of the gigantic object shone with a black light. It stepped on the Heavenly Knife Realm and crashed into the sect above the heavens. If Luin was here, he would definitely recognize that it was a camphor bug. It was a camphor bug that had escaped from the boundless battlefield. The camphor insect's defense was extremely strong, but it had met its nemesis, Luin, who had smashed its back with his slipper. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for anyone to break through its defense. The camphor worm appeared and slammed into the sect above. Even Lung Qing could not stop it. At the critical moment, the ancestral turtle retracted its head and limbs into its shell and crashed into the camphor insect from the side. The two were about the same size, and the ancestral turtle forcefully knocked the camphor insect aside. Countless people were stunned. No one had thought that the ancestral turtle would be able to knock aside an existence that was obviously a progenitor realm creature. That creature could even step on the Heavenly Saber Realm and pass through. What did the ancestral turtle have to do that? On the ancestral turtle's back, the Mavis family was stunned. River Mavis gripped the tree trunk tightly. Is it that powerful? None of the other Mavis clan members were able to provide an answer. The ancestral tortoise was something that they had swindled from the Lu clan. Initially, they had thought that it would at most possess the battle prowess of a half-martial ancestor, just that it was slightly larger in size. Usually, it would be intimidated by the caged WYRM, so it did not dare to talk back. Who would have thought that it would be so useful at such a crucial moment? Lu Bujing heaved a sigh of relief. Luin had told him that the ancestral tortoise was not ordinary. Although it was usually bullied by the caged WYRM, the caged WYRM's characteristics meant that it would only threaten the ancestral tortoise and not take any further action. This showed that the caged WYRM was not easy to bully. The ancestral turtle wasn't weak. It was only because of its fear of the corpse god that it was seen as weak. But who wasn't afraid of the zombie god? That was the 7 sky gods. Only now did Luin truly understand how terrifying the 7 sky gods were. Animals had better instincts than humans, and it was normal for the ancestral turtle to be afraid of the corpse god. The camphor insect was knocked aside. On its back, a person wearing pitch-black armor sat up. His facial features were indistinct, and even his arms and legs could not be seen. He rubbed his head. Who bumped into me? The ancestral turtle retracted its head into its shell and carefully stared at the strange person on the camphor insect's back. It had sensed danger. The strange person wearing pitch-black armor turned around and saw the ancestral turtle. He was stunned for a moment, but then he was overjoyed. Great, another pet. Baby, were you the one who bumped into me? That's perfect. It's the collision of love. It's definitely the collision of love. Just you wait, Big Brother will love you very soon. As soon as he finished speaking, the camphor insect turned around and crashed into the ancestral turtle. The ancestral turtle's head shrank even more. Boom. There was a loud noise that caused countless people's eardrums to hurt. Everyone watched in horror as the sky was occupied by two colossal creatures. They were colliding with each other, and an unstoppable sound could be heard. On the other side, Lengqing heaved a sigh of relief. Two progenitor realm corpse kings attacked him from the front and back. Lengqing's gaze turned cold as he raised his blade and slashed. There was a whoosh as an arm was severed from the corpse king in front of him. Even if the corpse king in front of him used the Grey Eyes transformation and strengthened its physical body by 10 times, it was still unable to block Lengqing's attack. Just as he was about to slash out a second time, his body suddenly swayed, and he almost lost his grip on his blade. A strange feeling assaulted him, and countless voices echoed in his mind. It was as if they were trying to make him lose consciousness. Lengqing's eyes went wide. He was one of the 12 Elysium sect masters from the era of the above heaven, and he was the first sect master to break through to the progenitor realm after the establishment of the above heaven. How could he be attacked by a thief? Get out here. A man walked out of the void and exclaimed, very few people can resist the invasion of my consciousness. You're not bad. Lengqing stared at the man and kept retreating, dodging the corpse king's attacks. Who are you? Let me introduce myself. I'm the captain of the True God Guard and a member of the Thousand Bureau. True God Guard? Lengqing had never heard of it, but he knew that the person in front of him was very difficult to deal with. Was he a corpse king? Far away, Xianxia also encountered something strange. His evil aura was torn apart by an unknown force. It was not directly torn apart, but the evil aura became flat like a piece of paper. This piece of paper was torn apart by someone. The person who tore it apart was a woman. She had long orange hair and wore a tight white battle suit. She wore long white and orange boots as she walked towards him step by step. Xianxia looked at the woman. Corpse King? The woman looked up, and only then did Xianxia see that her eyes were orange, but they were unusually clear. They were definitely not scarlet vertical eyes. Captain of the True God Guard, Juji. Please enlighten me. Xianxia was puzzled. True God Guard? Juji raised his slender fingers and pointed at Xianxia. Turn into a flat surface. After saying that, a strange fluctuation swept across. Xianxia's gaze turned cold. This woman was not simple. Including the black-armored man on the back of the camphor insect, there were 3 captains of the True God Guard. The battle situation changed in an instant. The captains were strong enough to restrain Lengqing, Xianxia, and the other experts, while the Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings that were fighting with them rushed towards above heaven. The pressure of 4 Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings frightened many above heaven. Beside the cauldron, he ran was shocked. How could this be? She thought this place was very safe and only needed to deal with Xianxia. How did it suddenly become a battlefield? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How many extreme experts were the enemies? She had been to the ultra-spacetime border battlefield before, but at most, there would only be 2 extremely strong enemies. This. He ran was stunned. She had never seen such a big battle. More than 20 extreme experts were in a chaotic battle. Even the most intense battle in the endless battlefield could not be compared to this. Was this the endless battlefield? Was this the front line of the battle between the Eternal Race and 6 Paths Guild? Lu Bujing exhaled. It was their turn to fight. As Heaven's Gate sect masters, they could do it. But there were too many of them. Hen Xian, Life Girl, and the others were not here. We'll take care of 2. I'll leave the remaining 2 to you. Try your best to deal with them. Dan Pu walked out along with Fangyi. She should be called Dan Fangyi now since she had reached the Ancestor Realm. Luyin had specially contacted the Lost Tribe before attending the tea party and asked them to send 2 Ancestor Realm experts to help guard above heaven. He knew that this tea party would not be simple. The four cardinal scales had joined forces with the Xiaoying divinity to deal with him. He could deal with the methods he saw, but it was difficult to deal with the methods he could not see. He was smart, but others were not stupid. He could only try his best to leave behind a backup plan. The lost tribe had given him face, which was beyond Lu Yin's expectations. He had only wanted to borrow one ancestor realm expert and then ask Su Wuji for help. He had not expected the lost tribe to send two. With two ancestor realm experts hidden in above heaven and Lu Yun, they should be able to deal with most variables. Even if Bai Xing and the others returned and started a war with above heaven, they should be able to deal with it. But Lu Yin had not expected the eternal race to send a true god guard. 10 ancestor realm corpse kings and 3 captains. This was not within his expectations or even his knowledge. The only true god attacking Grand Heavenly Venerables Tea Party and the true god guard attacking above heaven, who would have expected this? It could only be said that the eternal race's scheme was too deep and their foundation was too strong. With the 2 ancestor realm experts of the lost tribe, Lu Bujing and Kai Er were confident that they could deal with the other 2 ancestor realm corpse kings. In above heaven's main hall, Wang Wen looked at the battle in space and sighed. The direction of this battle would determine the future of humanity. He had to think of a way to protect himself. Thinking of this, he took out a transparent coffin and lay down in it under the strange gazes of many people. Your Highness Chess, it is not that I don't want to help you, but I can't do it. Everyone, good luck. Reincarnation spacetime, above the tea party. A wolf head appeared above Lu Yin's head again. The Forgotten Ruins deity had no intention of letting him go. Facing the Forgotten Ruins deity, he could only escape. The difference between this sequence law realm expert and ordinary ancestor realm experts was too great. It could be said to be a chasm. No matter who he faced, he had the strength to fight, even if it was by Wang Yuan or Wang Fan. But against the Forgotten Ruins deity, under the sequence law realm, he had no ability to make a move. He would forget all his methods and even forget to resist. How could he fight? Lu Yin stepped backward to dodge while taking out wireless goo. The wireless goo vibrated violently. The uneasiness in Lu Yin's heart grew stronger as he answered the call. Above heaven's sect is in trouble. More than 10 ancestor realm corpse kings have attacked. This sentence made Lu Yin's heart sink to the bottom. More than 10 ancestor realm corpse kings. If they were ordinary ancestor realm corpse kings, it would be fine, but this news was equivalent to above heaven's sect asking for help. With his senior brother, Elder Chan, and the others overseeing the situation, they had actually asked for help. One could imagine the pressure above heaven's sect was facing. Lu Yin looked at Divine Venerable Xiaoying again, looking at his conceited face. There was no need to guess. He was 90% likely to be a spy. Lu Yin wanted to expose Divinity Xiaoying, but if he did, he would be helping the Eternals, making this battle even more difficult to win. Divinity Xiaoying was one of the 3 sovereigns, and he was definitely not weak. He could fight against the 7 celestial gods, regardless of victory or defeat. He must have mastered the sequence particle. Any sequence particle powerhouse could change the outcome of the battle. If Divinity Xiaoying went to the above heaven, it would be even more impossible for them to resist. The above heaven lacked sequence particle powerhouses. Be careful. A thought materialization appeared behind Lu Yin, separating him from the divine witch spirit doll that had suddenly appeared. The divine witch spirit laughed strangely. Kiki, why are you helping him? Master Wei, do you really think that this kid was forced to rebel against the Yu family? Lu Yin frowned and slapped the divine witch spirit doll with his slipper. The divine witch spirit doll laughed strangely. He Rant's disappearance. Master Wei, you should investigate Bai Qian's identity. Nonsense. The thought materialized in a funnel, separating Lu Yin from the divine witch spirit doll. Lu Yin was also puzzled by Master Wei's attitude. Regardless of whether he had anything to do with the Yu family's rebellion, Master Wei had spoken up for him several times during the tea party and had just saved him once. No matter how he looked at it, it was strange. You helped me cripple Luo Shan. This time, I'll return the favor. Master Wei's voice sounded. Lu Yin understood. So that was the case. Divinity Xiaoyin and Luo Shan had joined forces with the Yu family to rebel against Master Wei. Master Wei had been looking for opportunities to attack Luo Shan, but Luo Shan was one of the 3 sovereigns of the Six Direction Society, the Spacetime Master. It was not easy to deal with him. Thank you, but be careful of the Divine Witch Spirit. He controls space. Lu Yin reminded. After a pause, he glanced at Divinity Xiaoyin and whispered, Divinity Xiaoyin might be a spy. The thought materialization froze for a moment. In the distance, Master Wei and Reverend Lotus were still fighting against the god of Forgotten Ruins. Master Wei's entire being had almost materialized, constantly isolating the god of Forgotten Ruins sequence particle. When he heard Lu Yin's words, he looked at Divinity Xiaoyin's shock. Lu Yin had to remind him. Xiaoyin's sneak attack would be too dangerous. He did not want Divinity Xiaoyin to help the Eternals in this battle, but if Divinity Xiaoyin's plan was to ambush a powerhouse, the losses would be greater. This was the only thing Lu Yin could do before he could figure out what Xiaoyin was thinking. He chose the lesser of 2 evils. After saying that, Lu Yin tore through the void and left. He wanted to return to the Above Heavens sect. However, in the next moment, his expression changed. He couldn't go back. Haha, brat, since the beginning of the war, you can only enter and not leave. You want to leave the battlefield? How could it be so easy? Witch Spirit God laughed. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly, as he was unable to leave. This situation was similar to when he had been schemed against by the 6th mainland, where he had been forced to fight against the Corpse King. However, he had only been unable to leave because of Jiang Qingyue, and that did not mean that he was unable to leave. The power in his heart spread out, forming a starry sky of its own. Lu Yin tore through the void once more, but he suddenly stopped. In an instant, the eternal kingdom that he had found after tearing through the void disappeared. What's going on? Again. He tore the void again, but the result was the same. He really couldn't leave. It wasn't that he couldn't leave. Lu Yin looked at the Forgotten Ruins god. It was her. The god of Forgotten Ruins smiled at Lu Yin. Little Lu Yin, it's not that easy to leave the stage. Lu Yin had become the nemesis of many people, but there were also others who could be his nemesis, such as the Forgotten Ruins god. Lu Yin had many tricks up his sleeve, and no matter what kind of desperate situation he was in, he could rely on his various methods and external items to survive. Even when he had been schemed against by the Eternals and covered by the Sourcebox array, the Eternals had been certain that he could not escape. In reality, how could he not have escaped? If not for Jiang Qingyue, the power in his heart would have been enough for him to leave. But no matter how much power he had, what could he do if he forgot? The Forgotten Ruins god was his nemesis, as she could make him forget all kinds of powers, even forgetting how to deal with the current situation and the power to survive. Lu Yin did not know how the Forgotten Ruins god had done it, as the celestial eye had not seen any sequence particles touching him, but he had forgotten. The moment he tore through the void to leave, he had forgotten how to move, how to search, and everything else. Even if it was only for a moment, he could not leave. The Forgotten Ruins god's lips curled up seductively. The laws are not as simple as you think. This simple sentence gave Lu Yin a new understanding of the sequence of laws. The celestial eye could see sequence particles, but could it see through the laws? Sequence particles were just one of the external manifestations of the laws, but they were not necessarily the only form. If the celestial eye was truly omnipotent, then Wu Tian would not have disappeared. Furthermore, Lu Yin's own cultivation was still unable to unleash the celestial eye's true power. The fact that he could not leave sent a chill down Lu Yin's spine. At this moment, he had to withstand the murderous intent of the 7 sky gods, and the above heaven was facing a desperate situation. The Eternals seemed to have completely awakened, and they wanted to capture the humans in one fell swoop. At some point, a gloomy power approached Lu Yin. It came from the Xiaoyin divinity. He had seen what Lu Yin had said to Master Wei Wei, but he had not expected Lu Yin to see through him. He did not know what had gone wrong, but it did not matter. Since he had been exposed, then he would completely cut off all ties with the Six Directions Society. With the true gods restraining him, the Grand Empyrean could not retract his power. He would completely cut off all ties at this tea party. After so many years, he had done enough. Path of Decaying Heaven. Lu Ying turned around and swatted with his slipper, dispersing the dark green lunar energy that came from the side. Immediately after, the Yin God All appeared. The complete ancestral weapon, the Yin God All, stabbed at Lu Ying and collided with the slipper. With a crack, the Yin God All shattered. The Xiaoying divinity was shocked, as he had not expected Lu Yin's slipper to be so powerful. However, it was just an external item. The decaying lunar energy surrounded Lu Ying in an arc, and with his celestial eye, Lu Ying saw the arc of sequence particles approaching and corroding the void. As expected, the Xiaoying divinity had also grasped the sequence particles. Mu Feng, Master Su, Elder Dangu, Master Weiwei, and the others all had their own opponents. None of them could help Lu Ying, so he could only face the Xiaoying divinity alone. The corrosive sequence particles were a power that Lu Ying had never faced before. The Xiaoying divinity avoided the slipper, and the lunar energy transformed into a current that rushed forward. Lu Ying moved the spatial lines, but he discovered that they were also being corroded. He used the reverse step, reversing spacetime to avoid the lunar energy, but he found that it was all around him. A dark purple substance spread out, and Lu Ying tried to strike out with his palm. His palm was fierce and peerless, and it pushed aside the lunar energy. However, the sequence particles touched his arm and corroded it. And this was just a touch. The irreversible path of decaying heaven. Die, kid. The Xiaoying divinity sneered. Do you really think I don't know that you're Xianxia? Lu Ying nodded. Above him, the divine seal catalog bloomed with golden light. Xiaoxinji, Lengqing, and Nongyi all attacked together, continuously chipping away at the lunar energy. However, just as the Xiaoying divinity had said, the path of decaying heaven was irreversible, and it continuously corroded the void and everything. Even the shadow that Fengshen had borrowed was corroded. When things reached an extreme, they could only move in the opposite direction. The planned secret art and other techniques could reverse the situation under normal circumstances, but they could not reverse the sequence particles. This was the power of laws, and laws were corrosion. Lu Ying wanted to use the eternal darkness to suck the Xiaoying divinity in order to cut off the sequence laws, but he could not get close. The Xiaoying divinity could not be easily sucked into the eternal darkness either. He understood the lost clan too well, unlike Xiaoxinji. A rain of red flowers fell from the sky, one after another. It was very beautiful. The red flowers were enchanting and beautiful, as if they were celebrating the arrival of this bloody battlefield. A red flower touched the Xiaoying divinity, causing him to frown. The area that was touched by the flower felt numb. There was something wrong with the flowers. The path of decaying heaven moved along his fingers and swept the flowers. The red flowers were continuously corroded and melted, but they continued to appear out of thin air without end. Lu Ying looked into the distance and saw Bai Xian'er's calm expression. When she saw Lu Ying looking over, she smiled. Brother Xiaoxian, let's work together to deal with him. He's using the power of sequence laws, Lu Ying said. Bai Xian'er smiled. I know. As she spoke, more red flowers fell from the sky, one after another. It really did look like rain. The Xiaoying divinity stared coldly at Bai Xian'er. He did not know what these red flowers meant, but this woman was clearly not stupid. She had been accepted as a disciple by the Grand Empyrean and was even his senior sister. It was better to be safe than sorry. Lu Ying raised his hand and sent the power of extreme Yin towards Bai Xian'er. He wanted to see how Bai Xian'er would block the Xiaoying divinity's sequence. Particles. Bai Xian'er did not block them. Instead, she dodged them without any warning. Even Lu Ying could not see how she had done it with his third eye. Brother Xiaoxian, his strength will continue to weaken. His reflexes and adaptability will also decrease. This is all I can do. I'll leave the power of sequence laws to you. Bai Xian'er smiled at Lu Ying as if she did not care about the Xiaoying divinity. Lu Ying looked at the Xiaoying divinity. Under his third eye, the Xiaoying divinity's movements were different from before. It was as if something was hindering him. One of the three sovereigns, a powerhouse of sequence laws, was actually affected by Bai Xian'er. Was it because of those red flowers? How did Bai Xian'er do it? What he had experienced was not something Bai Xian'er could imagine, but she could never see through it. The Xiaoying divinity did not expect that he would be affected by a mere mortal realm cultivator. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. How could a mere immortal realm cultivator do this? Two mere juniors. Do you really think you can overturn the heavens? I'll send you to hell together. Under the shouting divinity's feet, the entire void transformed into a dim color. Everything around them changed. In just an instant, Lu Yin and Bai Xian'er seemed to have left the tea party and arrived in an unfamiliar city. This was a city filled with dark buildings. When they looked up, dark clouds covered the sky. There was not a single trace of life. Suddenly, dark clouds descended rapidly and enveloped Lu Yin and Bai Xian'er, bringing with them a huge pressure. The two hurriedly retreated. The dark clouds turned into the power of extreme Yin and swept out, entangling the two. The two entered the shouting divinity's ancestral world. This place was called Extreme Yin City. Whether it was the buildings or the living beings in this city, everything was made of extreme Yin. There was a strange corrosive power everywhere. Lu Yin was shocked. He used his celestial eye to see the city clearly, and all he could see was the power of Yin. Above his head, the dark clouds dispersed, revealing a full moon. The full moon shot out a beam of light that enveloped the entire city. Lu Yin and Bai Xian'er tried to escape from Sun Yin City, but it was as if they were trapped in a swamp of Yin energy. If it was just Yin energy, Lu Yin could absorb it with his heart. At most, he could add another Yin energy star to his galaxy. However, there was more than just Yin energy here. There was also the path of decaying heaven. The two of them didn't dare to touch the corrosive particles. In the distance, dimensional masters materialized consciousness and the wooden carvings blade appeared at the same time, trying to break through Sun Yin City. The shouting divinity sneered, Sun Yin City has no living beings. The power of Yin is living beings, and the path of decaying heaven is living beings. I've been collecting the path of decaying heaven for so many years. It's not that easy for you to break through. The wooden carvings blade could only cut off a third of Sun Yin City's power. It was the same for dimensional masters' materialized consciousness. Wood God, Void Master, Grand Elder Gu, and the others didn't have the time to care about this. Lu Yin fought the shouting divinity while thinking about the above heaven. His mind was in a mess. The everlasting race had attacked, and the shouting divinity had exposed his identity. There was only one possibility, they were confident of victory. Under such circumstances, it wasn't possible for one person to turn the tables. Unless the primogenitor was reborn and added a power that could suppress the one true God, even the help of the seven sky gods might not be enough. The Six Direction Society, the endless battlefield, the above heaven, the tea party, and everywhere else had started fighting. No one knew how long the everlasting race had been preparing for this moment, but Lu Yin knew that they wouldn't allow humans to turn the tables. They must have made preparations for all the variables that they knew, such as the Thunder Lord, the extraterrestrial powerhouses, and the victorious Celestial. The Six Direction Society couldn't turn the tables, and Lu Yin himself was in a desperate situation. He looked at the shouting divinity on the other side of Sun Yin City and saw the excitement in his eyes. He turned to look at Bai Xian'er. Although she wasn't panicking, she was a little pale. No matter what methods she had, she couldn't be relaxed when faced with the difference in strength between her and the shouting divinity. Bai Xian'er looked at Lu Yin, and the two looked at each other. Do you have a way? Lu Yin asked. Bai Xian'er shook her head. I do. Bai Xian'er was surprised, but then she smiled. I knew Brother Xiaoxian would not disappoint. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and looked into the distance. The shouting divinity didn't immediately pull us into the city, but he could have done so. His full-powered Tao of rotting heaven would have been enough to drown us. You saw it with your heaven's eye? Therefore, we can die at any time. But you said there was a way. The price is rather high. Bai Xian'er smiled as if she wouldn't die if Lu Yin said he had a way. What do I have to pay? Lu Yin stared at her, the Book of Destiny. Bai Xian'er was surprised. That book has already been burned. You still want it? That's my business. She took a deep look at him and took out the half-burnt Book of Destiny from her cosmic ring, tossing it to him. If Brother Xiaoxian wants it, I'll give it to you. Lu Yin took the Book of Destiny, his eyes burning with desire. He had tried it before, and the Book of Destiny could be restored by the die. Although the price was rather high, it was still useful. There was always a chance of recovery. Once it was fully restored, he would have 3 books of destiny. At that time, he would be able to see what Zhao Ran was. It wasn't impossible for him to cultivate the art of destiny. After all, the continent in his heart was formed by Fatesan. Right, there was Fatesan. Luin looked at Baixianer again. And Fatesan. Baixianer was stunned, but before she could react, the situation in Lunar City changed. The Shaoing divinity had truly made his move. He saw that Luin and Baixianer were actually talking in his ancestral world and even giving him gifts. They were completely ignoring his ancestral world. Corrode. Go to hell. With that, the Tao of Rotting Heaven's sequence particles surged towards Luin and Baixianer. At that moment, extreme danger descended upon them. If they were enveloped by the Tao of Rotting Heaven, they would truly be corroded. The sequence particles were a qualitative change, and Luin had very few methods to deal with them. He wouldn't even be able to escape. He took a deep breath. You still owe me, Fatesan. Don't forget. He then looked up. It's time to break through to Half-Ancestor. At some point in time, a faintly discernible pressure had appeared in the sky. This was the origin tribulation. Before today, Luin wasn't sure if he could break through in the reincarnation spacetime. Even if Baixianer had broken through here, even if she had said that at the tea party, he still wasn't sure. When Lunar City appeared, Luin knew that it would be difficult for him to escape. Thus, he had tried to break through to Half-Ancestor, and reality had proven that he could. He didn't know why. This was clearly the reincarnation spacetime, and even if he cultivated astral energy, there was no origin tribulation here. How could he break through? The only possibility was that Baixianer had said, if they aren't connected, how can they be the opposite? The reincarnation spacetime and the primordial space were connected? They were clearly 2 different spacetimes. Now wasn't the time to think about this. The Half-Ancestor origin tribulation was really coming. The Shaoing divinity suddenly looked up, and his expression changed. What was that? At the tea party, everyone subconsciously stopped and looked up at the sky. They felt a strange pressure. To the people of the reincarnation spacetime, they didn't experience the origin tribulation. The 3 sovereigns and 9 sages could be bestowed by the Grand Empyreans, so they didn't understand. Baixianer's eyes lit up. Was she finally breaking through? Little Luin, are you breaking through to Half-Ancestor? Forgotten Ruins God was surprised. Would God looked over? Origin tribulation exists in the primordial space. I haven't seen it in a long time. Void Master frowned. This origin tribulation doesn't seem right. He knew Wu Tian and had seen many tribulations. However, Lu Yin's Half-Ancestor origin tribulation didn't seem right. Void Master was puzzled. Origin tribulation doesn't exist in the reincarnation spacetime. Why can this kid undergo it here? The origin tribulation in the sky confused everyone. However, no matter how they thought about it, the origin tribulation had indeed appeared. The pressure from the origin tribulation black hole rumbled. The sound was soft, but it made the hearts of those who heard it tremble. Not good. We can't get close to the origin tribulation. Retreat. Void Master suddenly remembered and hurriedly retreated. The 7 sky gods, Wood God, and the others all retreated. Lunar City disappeared, and Shaoing divinity also retreated. He didn't understand the origin tribulation, but he could sense the danger. Under the origin tribulation, his entire body felt cold, as if he could die at any moment. This feeling shocked him, and he subconsciously wanted to escape. Baixianer avoided him. No one dared to approach Luin at this time. The war continued. However, the 7 sky gods, Wood God, Void Master, and the others were still fighting. Chu Jian woke up because someone had dragged him close to the origin tribulation. After all, he was a disciple of a Grand Empyrean, and no one wanted to see him die. Because of the Grand Empyrean Tea Party, many people in the Six Direction Society had seen the decisive battle brought by the Eternals. They had also seen Lu Yin's origin tribulation. The origin tribulation was unique to the primordial space, and now it had appeared in front of the Six Direction Society. Luin was dressed in white, and he looked up. Strange, this origin tribulation didn't seem right. He had undergone many tribulations in the primordial space, and the range of each origin tribulation was huge. However, although this one was huge, it wasn't as big as the sixth origin tribulation. In fact, it wasn't even as big as an emissary's origin tribulation. What was going on? Bao Sage avoided the corpse god's arm and looked at Luin. He exclaimed, "I didn't expect to see a reincarnation tribulation in my lifetime." What reincarnation tribulation? Xianxia didn't understand. Bao Sage explained, according to ancient records, there are no tribulations in the reincarnation spacetime. There is only one kind of tribulation, and that is reincarnation tribulation. Our cultivation is bestowed by a grand empyrean, but some people, even if they are bestowed with power, are too strong and attract a backlash from the reincarnation spacetime. This backlash is called a tribulation, and it's called a reincarnation tribulation. My ancestor once saw a reincarnation tribulation. It was Celestial Victor Star's reincarnation tribulation. Xianxia was shocked. Celestial Victor Star went through a reincarnation tribulation? Do you think he's called a celestial for nothing? Bao Sage asked. What are you talking about? Be careful not to get slapped to death. In the distance, Mu Tao's mustache trembled. He was constantly on guard against the corpse god, and he regretted coming back. Although there must have been a huge battle in the endless battlefield, or else the others would have come back to help, he would rather fight in the endless battlefield than face the 7 sky gods. Bao Sage wasn't the only one who knew about the reincarnation tribulation. Reverend Lotus and Reverend Xiaoyin also remembered. Reverend Xiaoyin's eyelids twitched. Reincarnation tribulation, he remembered. This was a reincarnation tribulation. This kid had actually attracted a reincarnation tribulation. Once he was bestowed with power by a grand empyrean, he would become another celestial victor star. No, the Six Directions Guild couldn't allow another celestial victor star to appear. For this operation, they had paid a huge price to trap celestial victor star in the endless battlefield. If there was another celestial victor star, the 7 sky gods would have to be deployed to deal with him. Lu family's son, that's a reincarnation tribulation unique to the reincarnation spacetime. Take care of yourself, Void Master reminded. Because the reincarnation tribulation had appeared too long ago, they only remembered it now. Luin was puzzled. What reincarnation tribulation? In the reincarnation spacetime, batches of powerhouses will appear. What you will face is the strongest attack of those powerhouses at the same level as you. This is a reincarnation tribulation, and it is also a tribulation given to you by the reincarnation spacetime. If you can't block it, only death awaits you, Xianxia said. Luin looked at her. You're also a reincarnation tribulation? Xianxia smiled but didn't say anything else. Instead, she pointed upwards. She wasn't the only one. Everyone subconsciously looked up and saw a circular pillar of light that was connected from head to tail. It was circular in shape, and all kinds of scenes flashed within it. It really was like reincarnation. Luin saw it and stared at it. He had seen a similar scene before. When he ascended the stargazing tower with the Book of Destiny, he saw the river of time and saw the history of the past. He was clearly going through the half-ancestor origin tribulation, but he actually encountered a reincarnation tribulation. Countless people's gazes were attracted by the reincarnation tribulation, and they didn't know who would appear. The reincarnation spacetime had been around for countless years, and it had existed since the Above Heaven sect was still around. No one knew how many powerhouses had been born during that time, and some of them weren't even recorded in history. The Grand Empyrean had talked about history at the beginning of the Tea Party, and there were many names that even the 3 reverends and 9 sages had not heard of. These people were like the people who had appeared between the Dowsource Sect's era and the Primordial Spaces era. Perhaps it was because of the passage of time, or perhaps it was because they had been overshadowed by too many brilliant eras, causing their history to be blurry. Luin did not know how many progenitors had existed in the Dowsource sect before the 9 mountains and 8 seas, or how many of them were like progenitor Chen and the others. Although they were from the 9 mountains and 8 seas, their true strength might have been able to illuminate the past and present. The reincarnation tribulation became everyone's focus. Even though the battle was still ongoing, it was not as intense as it had been at the beginning. An intense pressure formed a hurricane that swept towards Luin. Lu Yin's white robes fluttered as he looked up at the reincarnation tribulation. Only by breaking through to the half-ancestor level could he awaken Patriarch Lu Yuan and lead the Lu family back. This was the only way out of this situation that he could think of. No matter how difficult this reincarnation tribulation was, he had to break through it. Who in the half-ancestor level could stop him? There was a flash of light, and a figure descended from the reincarnation tribulation. He held a spear, and the tip of the spear turned into fragments that pierced towards Luin. The previous great stone saint used a spear to replace a truncheon. His meridians were like stone, and he used a stone spear technique to shatter and then reform. Xianxia exclaimed. In front of Lu Yin's eyes, the shattered spear tip suddenly reformed into a stone spear. Even though it was only a single point, it was as stable as a boulder. Luin clenched his fist and looked up. A blackish-purple substance covered his arm as he punched out. I don't care what kind of transformation you have or what kind of boulder you are. Let's see who can block my punch. Bang! The spear shattered, and this time, it truly shattered. The figure was shattered by a single punch without any resistance. Xianxia was stunned. The previous Great Stone Saint had been recognized as a genius of the Great Stone Saint bloodline. He had created his own bloodline and abandoned the truncheon. He had been a brilliant figure in that era, and if he had not encountered the 7 sky gods, he would not have died. But now, he had been shattered by a single punch. Was this Lu family's son really that terrifying when they were in the same realm? Lu Yin's battle with Luin had already shocked them, but now, a familiar figure had been shattered with a single punch. This shocked them even more because it had been so effortless. Following that, another figure appeared, roaring as it transformed into a huge monster that charged towards Luin. It's the Taotia's bloodline. The great bloodline ancestor's bloodline. Somewhere in the reincarnation spacetime, the little food saint's eyes widened. Which generation's old ancestor was this? Before he could see clearly, the Taotai was smashed to pieces by Lu Yin's fist. It was as if the punch had landed on the little saint's face, making him feel aggrieved. This Xianxia was a bastard. He didn't give them any face at all. At least slow down a little. Beams of light flashed one after another, and powerful figures appeared one after another. Every single one of them had a great background. Lord Lotus frowned. The reincarnation tribulation had appeared more than once. Lord Victor the Celestial had appeared once, and there were others as well. However, not all of their reincarnation tribulations had appeared at the level of the 3 Venerables 9 saints. There were also others who had not reached the level of the 3 Venerables 9 saints. His samsara tribulation was harder to deal with than anyone else's. These strong people that appeared at the beginning were just exhausting his strength. The real difficulty would come later. Perhaps, he himself would appear? Just as he thought of this, a lotus flower bloomed and pressed down on him. Venerable Lotus was speechless. Her power had really appeared. The god of forgotten ruins laughed, isn't this Xiaolian's power? Will it also be crushed by a single punch? The others looked on. Would Venerable Lotus power also be crushed by a single punch? Luin punched out, and the lotus flower was crushed. Many looked at Venerable Lotus. He was not giving her any face at all. He had crushed it with a single punch, no matter what kind of power appeared. Even the lotus flower, which had an extremely strong defense, could not withstand a single punch. This was Lu Yin's invincible strength at this level. No one could withstand his strength alone, regardless of whether it was the 9 saints or the 3 venerables. The corpse god looked at Luin, especially the cosmic ring on his hand. The Baron was in that ring, and he wanted to snatch it away. The ancient god praised, since ancient times, there have been very few who have reached the imperishable palm realm. The Lu family has produced a genius, and with such strength, even the reincarnation tribulations cannot stop him. The wood god shook his head. Guizhi, you are too confident. Although the Genesis space is invincible and you are one of the 6 paths, it does not mean that no one in the reincarnation spacetime can compare to you. The Grand Celestial can compete with the primogenitors, and the 3 venerables can also compete with the 3 realms and 6 paths. The ancient god's expression did not change. Compete? Other than Dosheng, who else can compete with us? How long can Dosheng live? His Dosheng technique is always overdrawing his life force. Do you really think that the stronger you meet, the stronger you become? The only reason we don't fight him to the death is because we don't want to be dragged to death by him. Look around and see if there is anyone in the reincarnation spacetime who can withstand a punch from the Lu family. The imperishable palm realm is the path that humans should take. Luin punched out, and another figure shattered with a thud. There were already 13 of them, and the one who had just been shattered was the Bao Saint. The Bao Saint's expression did not look good. He, who had broken through to the immortal realm, could not withstand a single punch from Luin. This was equivalent to telling everyone that once Luin stepped into the progenitor realm, he would not be able to withstand a single punch. Wait, no, he was no longer a match for a single punch now. The Bao Saint was not confident that he could withstand Lu Yin's terrifying punch. Luin looked at the reincarnation tribulation, which showed no signs of weakening at all. He did not know how long this would take. He did not know how many progenitors had appeared in the reincarnation spacetime, and he was most afraid that even the great heavenly venerables would appear. He did not want to test how strong the great heavenly venerables who had broken through to the half-ancestor realm were now. He only wanted to break through to the half-ancestor realm as soon as possible, lead the Lu family back, and break the everlasting race's plan. Thinking about this, Luin took a step forward and headed towards the reincarnation tribulation. Why should you send a tribulation to me? Lu Yin's gaze was fierce. He was from the origin space, not the reincarnation spacetime. He wanted to directly break through this reincarnation tribulation. At this moment, everyone stopped and looked at Luin as he attacked the reincarnation tribulation. Had anyone tried to break through the origin tribulation? It seemed that no one had. If there was, they were already dead. Lu Yin's action made even the Forgotten Ruins god and the others stop and look over. Facing the reincarnation tribulation, Luin punched out. It was this punch that he wanted to break through the reincarnation tribulation. Suddenly, a black lotus bloomed and blocked in front of him. Lu Yin's punch landed on the black lotus, but it did not shatter it. Venerable Lotus blurted out, "Master?" Although the 3 venerables and 9 sages of the reincarnation spacetime all called the great celestial venerables their masters, this was only in the macro sense. They each had their own masters. The current Venerable Lotus 9th grade's master was the previous Venerable Lotus, known as the World Annihilation Lotus Venerable. If the reincarnation spacetime had to gather the 3 strongest venerables, Victorious Celestial would definitely be one of them. The second would be the World Annihilation Lotus Venerable, the Black Lotus Annihilation, and the Turbid Lotus Venerable. No one could deny the terror of the World Annihilation Lotus Venerable. She did not die in war, but self-immolated and turned into a black lotus. This was one of the most pitiful things in the history of the reincarnation spacetime. If the World Annihilation Lotus Venerable did not self-immolate and went further, her strength would not be any weaker than Victorious Celestial. There would be a second Celestial in the reincarnation spacetime. In the Sixth Direction Society, countless people were excited. The World Annihilation Lotus Venerable was one of the few powerhouses that was widely recorded. Even the younger generation knew about her. Lu Yin's reincarnation tribulation had also attracted the World Annihilation Lotus Venerable. The Black Lotus had blocked Lu Yin's punch. With Master here, the Lu family's son won't be able to get through this easily, Venerable Lotus muttered to herself. Void Master was shocked. The World Annihilation Lotus Venerable has also appeared. The Lu family's son is in trouble, but even the World Annihilation Lotus Venerable cannot stop him. The Shaoing Divine Sovereign's expression was uncertain. He had seen and feared the World Annihilation Lotus Venerable before. That woman in black who looked like a blooming poisonous flower had left a deep impression on him. With her strength, the Lu family's son would not be easy to deal with. That was what everyone thought. Then, cracks appeared on the Black Lotus and it shattered. Everyone was stunned. Venerable Lotus was aghast. Impossible. One punch, one punch. Even though the Black Lotus did not shatter immediately and was delayed, it still shattered in the end. The strongest Venerable Lotus in history had broken through to the immortal realm, but she still could not block Lu Yin's punch. Lu Yin's punch had shocked everyone as much as the World Annihilation Lotus Venerable. Xianxia gasped. Even the World Annihilation Lotus Venerable could not block a punch. Who else in the reincarnation tribulation can do it? They could not think of anyone. Could it be the victorious celestial? Or an exalted celestial? Luyin was about to punch again when a figure appeared from within the reincarnation tribulation and sat cross-legged in front of Luyin. The punch that he was about to unleash suddenly stopped. Luyin looked at the figure sitting cross-legged. He did not know why, but he did not want to fight. This punch was hesitant. Xixing? Dimensional Master was shocked. Wood God, Void Master, and the rest looked over. He's here. Xianxia, Bao Sage, and the rest were shocked. In Limitless, Bodhi Sage was commanding the Six-Way Society to counterattack the Eternals. The 7 Sky Gods had all gone to the tea party. She wanted to use this opportunity to expand the Endless Battlefield's battle results. No matter what happened at the tea party, her battlefield was the Endless Battlefield. The slaughter in the Endless Battlefield was not much easier than the tea party. The Gourmet Sage, the current Grand Stone Sage, and some of the Six-Way Society's powerhouses were all fighting. The extraterrestrial powerhouses were also fighting the Eternals. The entire universe was in chaos. Even though the Endless Battlefield slaughter was fierce, Xixing's appearance attracted her attention. Xixing was one of the 3 Reverends and 9 Sages. His status was not as high as Lotus Sovereign Annihilation, but he could attract everyone's attention because he was too mysterious. If Bodhi Sage was mysterious because he had presided over Limitless, then that was only for a period of time. In the long river of time, Bodhi Sage was not that old and was about the same age as Xianxia and the others. However, Xixing was different. No one knew his age, and similarly, no one knew his strength. Xixing was the only powerhouse among the 3 Reverends and 9 Sages who had never fought. No one had ever seen Xixing fight, and he had never been to the Endless Battlefield. Even so, no one dared to underestimate him. No matter what, he had lived for too long, and his seniority was even higher than Victorious Celestial. If not for the fact that he had never fought, he might not have been one of the 9 Sages. There were rumors that Xixing's existence was to stabilize the reincarnation spacetime and to help the Grand Empyreans. There were even rumors that the Grand Empyrean's tea could only be drunk at the tea party, but Xixing could drink it at any time. Xixing was the uncrowned leader of the 9 Sages. Thank you. Book Friend 59285813 Book Friend 57669485 Cat North South QAQ Mr. Jin's Tomorrow Heartless Little Enemy Brothers Reward, I'll give it to you. Yesterday, the baby's 1-month-old celebration was held. Next, I have to ask for leave to give the baby an injection. In June, I have to go on a business trip to Beijing. I'm too busy. Fortunately, my brothers have always supported me. Thank you. He Wuxian looked at the reincarnation tribulation. Xixing? This person wasn't easy to deal with. He had tried to kill Xixing before, but he had given up in the end. It wasn't because of his strength, but because Xixing's fearless spirit had affected him. Once a person's willpower reached a certain level, they could really reverse the universe. Even if Xixing had been sitting still, He Wuxian had hesitated and even retreated. The Lu family's son should be feeling the same as He Wuxian. Under the reincarnation tribulation, Lu Yin hesitated. He didn't know why, but he couldn't do it. He didn't want to destroy this harmonious scene. This person sat cross-legged and stabilized the void. It was like an eternal scene that couldn't be destroyed, and he couldn't bear to destroy it. This person seemed to be sacrificing himself, which stirred Lu Yin's compassion. This person shouldn't be beaten. Lu Yin didn't attack, and neither did Xixing. The reincarnation tribulation continued to flash. Bai Xian'er muttered to herself, Xixing can't stop Brother Xiaoxian, so the reincarnation tribulation is still looking for him. Brother Xiaoxian, I have to admit that your strength is unfathomable. At that moment, the sky of the reincarnation spacetime suddenly changed. An indescribable astral source swept over from afar, as if it wanted to push the entire reincarnation spacetime away. Everyone looked into the distance and saw the boundless astral source whistling over. What's that? Everyone was shocked. The entire reincarnation spacetime was affected, and many people coughed up blood as the energy in their bodies flipped over. Lu Yin looked into the distance with a dazed expression. Is that an astral source? The Genesis space's astral source? The sole true God and Grand Empyrean's battle suddenly stopped as they looked into the distance. Grand Empyrean's expression turned ugly. It actually attracted the entire Genesis space over. How can it be so impatient to help this child? The sole true God praised, even I am amazed by the Lu family's son's talent. He far surpasses his ancestor, Lu Yuan. Even Lu Yuan's tribulation didn't have such momentum. It seems like we have to invite him to die today. As the endless astral source appeared and pushed the reincarnation spacetime away, not only did it push away the astral source, but it also pushed away the reincarnation tribulation. A new black hole appeared in the sky. Lu Yin's jaw dropped. Was this necessary? He was only transcending a half-ancestor origin tribulation, but the origin tribulation from the origin space actually came to the reincarnation spacetime? How badly did she want to stop him? The ancient god looked at the new origin tribulation in the sky with an unprecedentedly serious expression. He's clearly in the reincarnation spacetime, but he managed to draw the origin tribulation from the origin space through the sequence string. This child's talent is truly terrifying. The wood deity frowned. The reincarnation tribulation is only a backlash caused by this child's strength. It won't help him in his breakthrough to the half-martial ancestor realm. However, the primal space half-martial ancestor origin tribulation is different. Once he overcomes it, he will become a half-martial ancestor and transform his inner world. That is the true tribulation that cultivators of the primal space should overcome. I wonder if the origin tribulation of the half-ancestor in the primordial space wants to destroy him or help him. The ancient god raised his head. It's fine if we destroy it, but once we cross it, we will definitely kill him. Above the tea party, the tribulation origin black hole began to expand. Everyone began to retreat. Lu Yin was certain that this expansion would surpass the 9 heavens and 10 earths, as well as the space sealed by the eternal sourcebox array. But so what? Even if the space was opened, who would be able to leave? This place was equivalent to the battlefield of the final battle. Whoever left was a traitor. Furthermore, Lu Yin himself was unable to leave. The god of oblivion had probably dispelled the reincarnation tribulation that had just occurred. With the tribulation origin tribulation affecting him, he could actually head to the primal space. But how would he leave during his tribulation? He could not leave during his half-martial ancestor origin tribulation, as leaving meant giving up on the half-martial ancestor tribulation. There was no point in him going to the primal space, as he needed to awaken Patriarch Lu Yuan. Breaking through to the half-martial ancestor realm was imperative. He no longer cared about the battle situation. Everyone was retreating, even the 7 sky gods. No one was willing to be enveloped by the tribulation origin tribulation. The tribulation origin tribulation did not matter who it was. It was based on the strength of the person undergoing the tribulation. Once the 7 sky gods were enveloped by it, the tribulation that descended would be enough to threaten them. Lu Yin temporarily forgot about everything else as he stared at the tribulation origin black hole above his head. Come, let me see what kind of tribulation this is that it can cross through parallel space to stop me. When an emissary underwent the half-martial ancestor tribulation, the greatest transformation was the transformation of the astral origin cyclone into an inner world. Everyone's inner world was different, and the type of inner world that was formed was determined by each person's personality, the strength they displayed, and the direction they wanted to cultivate. Back in the Above Heaven sect, Lu Yin had asked Lu Bujing and the others, and the conclusion he had obtained was that the astral origin cyclone was the foundation, and the direction of cultivation was the key to choosing the inner world that one wanted to transform. Lung Qing's inner world was the Skyblade realm because he cultivated the path of the blade. Kue Luo's inner world was the Dragon's Gate, which suited his personality better. Lu Yun's inner world was the Thousand Streams Daobreaker, which suited the characteristics of Lu Yun's strength. Elder Chan's inner world was more special, as it was the Hall of Honor. It resonated with the Hall of Honor in the real world, and it also represented Elder Chan's wish to have the Hall of Honor protect humanity. Everyone could choose which inner world they wanted to develop, and Lu Yin had long since decided that the first inner world that he wanted to transform would be based on strength. He had 4 astral origin cyclones, and an ordinary person could transform a single astral origin cyclone into an inner world. Luin thought about it for a long time, and he was unwilling to give up on 3 astral origin cyclones, but he also had no way to combine all 4. Thus, he decided to transform them all. First, the first one. Luin looked up and muttered to himself. Behind him, the Akalanatha elephant appeared vividly, and it roared at the tribulation origin black hole. Its terrifying power rippled through the void, visible to the naked eye. Outside the tribulation origin black hole, the Forgotten Ruins god was shocked. Based on strength? That's not a good choice. The sorcerer spirit god was puzzled. This kid was not stupid. He had cultivated various powers from the 3 realms and 6 Daos, and he himself had cultivated a strange power that could ignore spatial seals. How could he use strength as a base? The ancient god narrowed his eyes. Strength as a base? That was not a bad choice, as the imperishable realm was the true path that humans should take. Unfortunately, everyone was short-sighted. If this kid could use strength and battle force to carve out an unprecedented path, then he would coincide with the ancient god's goal. However, it was still a little narrow-minded. The realm of mastery was the path that humans should take, but there was more than one path. The ancient god had not known before, but now he knew. In the 6 Direction Society, countless people were fighting the Eternals while watching the screen in shock. They watched as the tribulation origin black hole continued to expand. This was the first time that they had seen such a scene. Why would there be tribulations when breaking through? Wasn't it good to break through and increase one's strength? Perhaps this was the true reason for the origin space's destruction. The tribulation origin black hole was deep and terrifying. Luin dared to attempt the reincarnation tribulation, but he was not confident in facing this black hole. In the end, the reincarnation spacetime was not on the same level as the origin space. The ripples in the void slowly approached the tribulation origin black hole and finally connected. Luin clenched his fists. Feel it? Let me see what I'll encounter if I want to transform my inner world. In the long river of time, what was the first thing that came to mind when strength was mentioned? If this question was asked to the people of the 5th mainland, they would only mention Luin. However, if this question was asked to the people of the origin space, they would not mention the Lu family, but the Mavis family. The Lu family was synonymous with strength, but the Mavis family was the controller of that strength. In terms of pure strength, even the Lu family could not compare to the Mavis family. This was because the Mavis family had inherited strength. Luin watched as a person descended from the tribulation origin black hole. It was a humanoid tribulation origin black hole. Everyone who understood the tribulation origin black hole knew that the humanoid tribulation origin black hole was the most difficult to deal with. This was because the tribulation origin black hole believed that it could stop the person undergoing the tribulation. Luin immediately recognized that the humanoid tribulation origin black hole was a Mavis. Their clothes were very distinctive. Should he let the Mavis family stop him? Lu Yin's eyes blazed. He had defeated the ascendant Mavis of this era, as well as the Luo Mavis of the origin space. He wanted to see if there was anyone in the Mavis family who could stop him when he was on the verge of breaking through to the ancestor realm. There was no one more suitable than the Mavis family for this tribulation. As the family that controlled the 2nd mainland, they had the same status as the Lu family. Luin had never underestimated the Mavis family, and today, he might be able to see the peak of their era. The humanoid tribulation origin black hole waved a hand, and a divine tree appeared behind it. This divine tree connected the heavens to the earth, and its shining fruits shone brightly. At the same time, boiling battle force scorched the void. This was the Warring States period. Luin raised his brows. He Luo Mavis also cultivated battle force. It seemed that the Mavis family had admired Guiji's strength in that era. Outside the range of the origin tribulation, the elder god and wood god did not make a move. They both stared at Luin, who was undergoing his tribulation. In any case, it would not take long, and even if he broke through to the ancestor realm, it would not change the situation. Perhaps I know who she is. The elder god looked at the humanoid tribulation origin black hole. How nostalgic, little girl. Bang! The void exploded, and black cracks spread out in all directions. The humanoid tribulation origin black hole collided with Lu Yin's fist, and its body was sent flying. Lu Yin took a step forward and punched out again. The Mavis family was very strong, but he was not an ordinary Lu family member. Even if he was the Lu Tianyi of that era, he would not be able to do so. He knew that he was stronger than anyone in his generation. The humanoid tribulation origin black hole raised its arms in response to Lu Yin's punch. With a bang, the tribulation origin black hole was dispersed, and the Warring States period shattered. Lu Yin stood in the sky and looked into the distance. The divine tree had yet to disappear. Lightning bolts intertwined, and the humanoid tribulation origin black hole reappeared beneath the tree. This time, the humanoid tribulation origin black hole raised its hand without hesitation. Glowing fruits fell from the tree and were caught by the humanoid tribulation origin black hole. 1 fruit, 2 fruits, 3 fruits, 10 fruits, 15 fruits. Lu Yin was stunned. She could eat like this? Regardless of whether it was Yuhua Mavis or He Luo Mavis, they would use their infinite strength to visualize the divine tree and then eat a fruit. At most, they could eat 2 or 3 fruits. But this girl had eaten so many? As the fruits were eaten, the humanoid tribulation origin black hole's strength increased at a visible rate. Lu Yin could feel the pressure of its power just by standing there. Outside the range of the tribulation origin black hole, the Forgotten Ruins god exclaimed, "I remember now." It's that Achi the elder god looked at the humanoid tribulation origin black hole with nostalgia. It really is you. Achi the Mavis clan had once produced a freak during the above heaven era. His eyes were dull, and he had no life instincts. He was always in a daze, and only when he was fighting did he resemble a human. That Mavis was called Achi. No one remembered her name. They only knew that she was called Achi. Her cultivation speed was extremely fast. What made everyone gasp in admiration was her stomach that could continuously swallow fruits, allowing her strength to truly reach an infinite level. She was the true synonym of infinite strength. Despite being an idiot, everyone was certain that she would break through to the ancestor realm sooner or later. Once she did, Mavis would welcome an absolutely terrifying expert, a monster that would make even the 3 realms and 6 Dao sigh in admiration. It was as if she was born just for Mavis. Unfortunately, she had died. She had become the eternal regret of the Mavis clan, and also the regret of the Dao Lord of the Third Mainland, Guizhi. That Achi's favorite thing to do was to look for Guizhi to train his battle chi. Even we have to admit that in this realm, there is no one who can surpass Achi in terms of strength. Son of the Lu clan, if you can surpass her, you will become the strongest person in the inner world since ancient times, the ancient god murmured. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he stared at the humanoid tribulation origin in front of him. She was still eating her fruit. The pressure grew stronger and stronger, and if Lu Yin didn't use any other methods, he wouldn't be able to win just by relying on brute strength. This was a true Mavis monster. He Luo Mavis was far too weak compared to this humanoid origin tribulation. To think that she was a Dao child. Finally, all of the fruits on the divine tree were eaten, and the humanoid origin tribulation casually dispersed the tree. There was no need for visualization, nor was there any need for Sengoku. It slowly raised its right fist and punched at Lu Yin. Lu Yin could feel the pressure of pure power. His breathing almost stopped. How many years had it been? Ever since he surpassed Ascension Mavis, he had never been at a disadvantage in terms of strength. With just one punch, he knew that he was no match for this humanoid tribulation origin being in terms of strength. This was the limitless power of the Mavis family. Since she was able to consume the fruit, then he would not hold back. There was a loud bang as the humanoid origin tribulation charged towards Lu Yin and punched out. This punch crushed the very fabric of space and brought with it an unparalleled pressure. Just the aftershocks alone tore through the void and extended beyond the origin tribulation's range. As the aftershock swept out, the gate of heaven was shattered, and the 9 heavens and 10 earths shook as they were torn apart. Su Heng, Xiao Xi, Jiangxing, and the others also felt it at this moment, and they found it hard to breathe. They couldn't believe that there was actually such a terrifying power. This was not a power that an immortal should possess. Even the Divine Eater did not possess such power. Lu Yin looked at the incoming fist. It was so small, but its strength was exaggerated. If the speed was not fast, he could avoid it. However, this was a competition of strength. How could he avoid it? If he avoided it, how would he be able to form his inner world? Since the origin tribulation had appeared, he had to destroy it. Lu Yin's expression turned cold as the purplish-black substance spread out from his palm. He activated his inextinguishable battle force and the immovable heavenly king elephant roared, causing his arm to wither. He punched out, and the withered tree within his heart swayed. 50 punches. Bang! The violent collision almost ruptured everyone's eardrums. Many people felt dizzy and almost fell to the ground. The shockwaves formed an earth-shattering force that swept through the void. The stable void floated like a wave before turning into a tsunami that spread out in all directions. This was Lu Yin's peak punch, and he had used pure strength to forcefully shatter the humanoid origin tribulation. The humanoid origin tribulation's boundless strength was enough to kill a progenitor. However, Lu Yin's strongest punch could threaten anyone below the sequence particle realm. The humanoid origin tribulation shattered without any resistance. Lu Yin passed through the tribulation, and his tightly clenched fist slowly relaxed. Qi had been defeated. The ancient god was not surprised that Qi was outside the range of the origin tribulation. The Lu family's son had all sorts of methods, and even if his strength could not compare to Qi's, he still had other methods to win, such as the Divine Seal catalog. That punch just now had not been based on pure strength. However, Qi's strength also originated from the Mavis god tree, so they were the same. The half-progenitor origin tribulation had just begun, so why had he encountered Qi right at the beginning? There should not be anyone whose strength surpassed Qi's, and the ancient god was somewhat puzzled. Lu Yin had a connection with the origin tribulation black hole, and it was a connection of strength. This connection was the direction in which Lu Yin wanted to transform his inner world. When the humanoid origin tribulation shattered, an invisible force caused the astral origin cyclones within Lu Yin's body to change. Lu Yin raised his brows. He had succeeded just like that? Normally, there should be more than one origin tribulation. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. Could it be that the black hole had sensed his 4 astral origin cyclones, which was why the tribulation that appeared was the strongest? That was not impossible. No wonder the humanoid origin tribulation had appeared, and it had been so monstrous. If it had been an ordinary half-progenitor and not him, then no ordinary progenitor would have been able to block the humanoid origin tribulation's punch, let alone after swallowing the fruit. After all, the humanoid origin tribulation had blocked one of his punches before shattering the second one. Within the samsara tribulation, even the Black Lotus had not been able to block a single punch. This was definitely the strongest origin tribulation that had appeared when transforming one's inner world. Within Lu Yin's body, the astral origin cyclones began to change. They left his body and turned into rays of light that circled around his body, gradually spreading out in a beautiful manner. Lu Yin raised a hand and touched one of the rays of light. Energy surged into his body, and he was delighted. This was pure strength, and these rays of light represented strength. He continued to draw the rays of light into his body, and his strength continued to swell. His original strength continued to increase, and his inner world continued to expand as more rays of light appeared. Lu Yin's breathing quickened. Just how many rays of light were there? If all of these rays of light entered his body, how much would his strength increase? He could not even begin to imagine, as his inner world would expand. The higher his cultivation, the greater the range. This was what it meant to use strength as a foundation to obtain an inner world that would allow one's strength to increase without limit. The seemingly simple lines continued to expand like flat planes, but they brought about the possibility of unlimited strength. Since that was the case, this inner world was called limitless. Outside the range of the origin tribulation, those from the Six Direction Society did not understand and felt that it was normal. However, the Forgotten Ruins God, Sorcerer Spirit God, and the others felt that something was amiss. The Eternals understood Lu Yin too well. Each of his origin tribulations was world-shaking, so how could a humanoid origin tribulation end? However, when they saw that Lu Yin's inner world had transformed, they knew that it had indeed ended. How could this be? If a half-progenitor's origin tribulation ended like this, then they felt that it would be a waste of the price they had paid to cross over to a parallel universe. No, there's a problem, Sorcerer Spirit God said. The Forgotten Ruins god stared at Luine. Little Luine, there's no accident. Then she looked up at the black hole, and her eyes flashed. This origin tribulation shows no signs of dissipating. Everyone in the Six Directions sect thought that Lu Yin's origin tribulation had broken through to half-ancestor. It should have disappeared. Xianxia and the others also prepared to continue attacking the corpse god. However, not only did the black hole not dissipate, but it also expanded. Luine took a deep breath. This was how it should be. Although the origin tribulations were terrifying, which one of his origin tribulations wasn't world-shaking? The emissary's origin tribulation against progenitor Chen, the sixth origin tribulation against the mother tree, and the eighth origin tribulation without limit. This half-ancestor origin tribulation was no exception. It was great to undergo tribulation in the reincarnation spacetime. He wanted to let the reincarnation spacetime and the Six Directions sect see how the Genesis space cultivated and how difficult it was for someone from the Genesis space to reach the progenitor realm. What bestowal? What talent? All of that was useless. It would never be able to create the glory of the above heaven. Only by overcoming the origin tribulation and narrowly escaping death could one achieve supreme glory. Luine let go of the lower passage, using the astral origin cyclone as the foundation. This time, he had already thought about it. Space. Space and time were both elusive powers. Some people even said that they didn't exist. Regardless, Luine wanted to use space to touch the origin tribulation and see what kind of inner world would be born. Tai Jade Domain. Lines appeared. It was Su Wuwei's Tai Jade Domain. Outside the range of the origin tribulation, Su Wuwei watched in amazement. He had never undergone an origin tribulation before, so what would happen if he touched it with his Tai Jade Domain? He was looking forward to this moment. Everyone's attention was on Luine. It was just a half-ancestor origin tribulation, but it was enough to stop all the battles in the Tea Party. Even the sole true god and the Grand Empyrean were in a stalemate, waiting for Luine to undergo his tribulation. The lines of the Tai Jade Domain touched the black hole, and an astral origin cyclone appeared in the lower passage. Black Wuxian raised his head. A second astral origin cyclone. Forgotten Ruins god's eyes widened as he licked his bright red lips. There's actually a second astral origin cyclone. No wonder. Little Luine, you're really surprising. The Undying God opened his eyes. Interesting. When the lines of space touched the origin tribulation black hole, Luine suddenly fell into a trance. He saw familiar scenes that had just appeared. He saw Taiyin City, Saint Evergreen's corpse, Yuan Sage's despair, and the arrogance of their first meeting. These were all things that had happened before, so why was he seeing them now? A gust of wind blew through the origin tribulation black hole, cool and refreshing. Then, an invisible river appeared. Except for a few people, the rest couldn't see it at all. The ancient god's expression changed as he blurted out, "The river of time." The zombie god stared at the origin tribulation. The Undying God was much more awake. Void Master and Grand Elder Gu were stunned. The river of time. This kid was clearly undergoing a tribulation, but a river of time had appeared in his origin tribulation? Only powerhouses at the level of sequence particles could see the river of time. It was a place that only existed in legends. Even powerhouses who had the innate gift of time or cultivated to the point where they could reverse time might not have set foot in it. The Undying God's eyes widened. He was the founder of Reverse Step, which could reverse time and space. He understood time very well. Seeing the river of time appear, the corners of his mouth curled up. You touched the river of time with space. It's impossible for you to live with your realm. The appearance of the river of time represented time, ancient and modern, and represented an incomprehensible level. Lu Yin's scalp went numb when he saw the river of time appear. No matter how competent he was, he had never thought of drawing out the river of time. Was this an origin tribulation? This is murder. The river of time flowed towards Luine. He had experienced traveling through space-time before, but he didn't know what would happen if he came into contact with the river of time. Going back to the past? Or to the future? Either way, he didn't want to. However, as the river approached, he had no way to stop it. Space and time, how could they compare to the boundless flow of time? He must have been out of his mind to use space to touch the origin tribulation. This was an uncontrollable power. Xianxia had come into contact with the power of time and had secretly hidden it, not wanting Bai Wan Yuan and the others to know about it. One could imagine how important the power of time was to him. As for Xianxia, he was already considered one of the most powerful existences below the sequence particle realm. This was not a power that he could come into contact with at the moment. He was too impulsive. He had only wanted to use space to transcend the origin tribulation and transform his inner world, but he had never thought that it would be so difficult for him to transcend the origin tribulation. In particular, he didn't expect the space to draw out the river of time. Why? Why did space bring time? With no time to think, he raised his hand and summoned his die. The only thing he could do now was roll it. With a flick of his finger, the die began to spin. With a flick of his finger, a useless object was revealed. With a flick of his finger, the die began to spin. With a flick of his finger, the die began to spin. Outside the range of the origin tribulation, the ancient god and the rest looked at Luin. Was that his innate gift? No one knew much about dice. What the Eternals knew about Luin was that he could control others at close range, improve the performance of certain objects, and disintegrate certain things that could not be disintegrated. The die had 6 points of talent. The Eternals, or perhaps many people, had guessed a little, but not all. They had never thought that the talent of the 6 dice would be concentrated in one person. Luin tapped out with a finger. The river of time did not move very quickly, but it was still closing in. Luin did not want to give up on transcending his tribulation. If he did, then it would be difficult for him to break through to the half-ancestor realm, and it would also be difficult for him to break through the Eternals' ambush. At 4 o'clock, the scene in front of him changed and he appeared in the time-stop space. He had only come here to give himself more time to consider. It was impossible for the origin tribulation to be unsolvable. Since he could draw down the river of time, there should be a way to break it. He had to consider it carefully. Suddenly, the timer in the time-stop space started to jump. It started out as 3 days, but when he looked at it, he saw that there was only 1 minute left. He was shocked, and he quickly used the star source to increase the time. The star source kept increasing the time in the time-stop spatial dimension, and the time kept jumping, sometimes increasing and sometimes decreasing. Luin was overjoyed, he finally understood. The river of time represented time, and its essence was time. Although he was hiding in the time-stop space, this place was also time. 2 similar forces were colliding. The constant collisions caused the time in this space to be constantly consumed. The moment the number jumped was the moment the river of time in the outside world flowed. This was a battle between the long river of time and the die's 4 pips time-stop space. Lu Yin's breathing quickened. So that was how it was. Right, he should have thought of this. As he watched the numbers continuously jump, he continued to fuse with his astral source. He wanted to forcefully grind away the river of time. The moment the numbers stopped jumping would be the moment the river of time flowed past. He didn't know what others were looking at. Only a second had passed, but the river of time had already passed. However, the river of time was not something that others could understand. He didn't even have the time to hide his innate gift, all he wanted to do was to pass this trial. As long as he could pass it, everything would be fine. Very quickly, the numbers suddenly skyrocketed, and Lu Yin subconsciously stopped. The numbers stopped moving, and the river of time flowed past. Lu Yin gulped, this meant that he had passed the trial. Almost a year had passed, and Lu Yin had increased the time in the time-stop space by almost a year, which was about the same as the amount of time he normally spent. Now, he only had 41 days left. He wasn't in a hurry to leave, and he simply waited while recovering his body. The half-ancestor origin tribulation wasn't that simple, as there were still 2 more half-ancestor origin tribulations. He hadn't forgotten that the reincarnation tribulations hadn't disappeared and had only been pushed away. However, the Xixing was still around, and more powerhouses would appear during the reincarnation tribulations. Although Lu Yin was disgusted by the reincarnation tribulations and felt that these tribulations were completely unnecessary, he had no choice since he was in the reincarnation spacetime. In a flash, the time ended, and the scene in front of Lu Yin changed as he appeared in the area where he had undergone his tribulation. However, only a second had passed in reality. Outside the range of the origin tribulations, those who had seen the river of time had seen a strange scene. The river of time had clearly been flowing slowly, but it had suddenly disappeared in an instant. The entire process had only lasted 1 second, and although the river of time itself couldn't be understood due to the existence of time, that 1 second of disappearance had still made those who had seen it feel uncomfortable. Blackless God's eyes stared at Lu Yin. The power of time. This kid really does control the power of time. What happened in that 1 second must be his innate gift. The Forgotten Ruins God smiled. Little Lu Yin, the power of time isn't easy to control. Do you want to tell me? Let me help you? Lu Yin ignored them. The disappearance of the river of time meant that he had passed the origin tribulations, which meant that his inner world was about to transform. Although the Forgotten Ruins God was teasing him, they were all very curious as to how his inner world would transform after crossing the river of time, and what it would transform into. Even the sole true God and the Grand Empyrean were curious. Someone who hadn't even reached the half-ancestor realm had actually crossed the river of time. This was something that they hadn't expected, but once he did, the results would be unimaginable. Under everyone's gazes, Lu Yin began to move. Lu Yin's breakthrough astral origin cyclone slowly transformed until it finally transformed into a beam of light. Everyone was stunned. Light? Lu Yin looked at the ray of light in front of him. It was a ray of light that hadn't disappeared. It was grayish-white in color and looked very ordinary, but this was his second inner world. Lu Yin opened his celestial eye, and what he saw was still a ray of light, but it also seemed to be formed by spatial lines. He raised his hand and touched the light. The next moment, his face lit up with ecstasy. He didn't know how to explain it. This seemed like light, but it was actually space, and its greatest use was to chase after time. Space chased after time. What kind of concept was that? He hadn't thought about it before. Someone once said that time was light and that it was propagation, but it was also an illusion. If a person's speed was fast enough to surpass the speed of time, then they could reverse time and return to the corresponding scene at that time. Lu Yin had traveled through time before, but back then, he hadn't understood it at all. Now, however, he seemed to understand a little. Space was the carrier of time, and time traveled through space. It was both real and illusory, and what flowed out could be either time or space. Mastering either would allow one to touch the other. Now, Lu Yin's inner world had transformed into both a physical space and time that could be seen with the naked eye. He could rely on this to chase after time. This also meant that Lu Yin truly had the ability to reverse time. His breathing quickened. Reversing time was completely different from reversing time. Reversing time was said to be reversing time and space, but what he could control was only to cause it to become chaotic. This ray of light was different, as it could truly reverse time. Lu Yin knew this the moment he touched it. However, he didn't know how long it would take to reverse time. He had to try it, and he also had to test the results of reversing time. The ray of light revolved around Lu Yin and then entered his body. Lu Yin raised his head. Since this ray of light could reverse time, then he would call it flowing light. The transformation of his second inner world, flowing light, was complete. Outside the origin tribulation, everyone was silent. Those who didn't understand were at a loss. They only saw Lu Yin standing under the origin tribulation, his expression changing from calm to fear, then to ecstasy a second later. Finally, a ray of light appeared in front of them, but no one knew what had happened in the middle. As for those who could understand it, they were very interested in that light. That light was definitely not simple. The sorcerer spirit god laughed strangely. Hey, kid from the Lu family, are you interested in sharing your second inner world? Lu Yin looked at him. Not interested. But. Lu Yin looked at the Forgotten Ruins god. If you ask me, I can tell you. The Forgotten Ruins god was stunned, then laughed happily. Little Lu Yin, I didn't dote on you for nothing. I'll tell you whatever you ask. If I ask you, will you tell me too? Lu Yin's lips curled up. As long as you ask. The Forgotten Ruins god's eyes turned and pointed at Lu Yin's head. Are you digging a hole for me? Or are you digging a hole for yourself? The origin tribulation hasn't disappeared yet. Everyone looked at the sky, speechless. The origin tribulation black hole hadn't disappeared? The origin tribulation hadn't dissipated, and the person who was going through the tribulation talked to outsiders. It was very likely that outsiders would be implicated. No one knew what kind of origin tribulation would descend. But then again, the origin tribulation hadn't disappeared yet? Luin looked up. Yes, it hasn't disappeared. It really saw me. Then, let's continue. The wood god's face was solemn. The third astral cyclone? Guiji, has there ever been such a person in your origin space? The ancient god's eyes were still. The more talented one is, the more intolerable he is. No matter how many astral cyclones or inner worlds he has, after this tribulation, I will personally kill him. The wood god shook his head. You can't do it. The ancient god looked at him. You can try. Then, he said loudly, 7 sky gods, after the origin tribulation, kill the Lu family's son. This child cannot be left alive. The witch spirit god's eyes narrowed. The forgotten ruins god raised his eyebrows, and his smile fell. The zombie god clenched his fists, still staring at Lu Yin's cosmic ring. The black god frowned. The undying god was still as lazy as ever. The wood god's voice also sounded. 6 Paths Guild, protect the Lu family's son. No matter if there is a grudge or not, the greater the threat this child can bring to the Eternals, the greater the benefit to the 6 Paths Guild. I, the wood god, request that you all consider the overall situation of humanity and let this child live. The Void Master laughed. Of course, I have to let him live. I promised Wu Tian to protect his inheritance. Moreover, this kid is to my liking. Grand Elder Shan Gu exhaled, his face solemn. My lost clan will protect him with all our might. The Void Master looked at Luin. This child has great research value. We should keep him. Mu Carving tightened his grip on his sword, and Su Wuwei's expression turned solemn. Mr. Daheng, Su Heng, Su Leng, Xiao Xi, Mu Tao, Jiangxing, Bao Sheng, and the others all adjusted their mentality and prepared for the upcoming battle. Lotus Reverend was the same. They had fought because of the Eternals' invasion, but now, the upcoming battle would revolve around Luin. Humanity did not want to lose this genius with limitless potential. He had long since forgotten their first meeting. He stood in a corner and watched Lu Yin's tribulation. That spot should have been his, but why? The words he had once said to Chu Yuan kept echoing in his mind. Chu Yuan was right, this person was a monster. Bai Xian'er's eyes flickered as she stared at Luin. Brother Xiaoxian, you're becoming more and more unpredictable. Beneath the black hole, Luin revealed the astral cyclone within the middle pass. Everyone had been mentally prepared, as the tribulation had yet to end, and there was a high chance that there would still be an astral cyclone. However, when it truly appeared, many found it difficult to breathe. 3 astral origin cyclones. 3 astral origin cyclones could form 3 inner worlds. How terrifying. And these were just 3 inner worlds. Once he became a progenitor, he would have 3 ancestral worlds. Who could deal with him? The Lu family already had the Divine Seal catalog and the General Appointment platform, but Luin had still managed to summon 3 ancestral realms, which was a cheat among cheats. Once he successfully reached the level of the sequence laws, he would be able to take on all of the 7 sky gods by himself. Lu Yin's display of strength had already surpassed everyone's understanding of it. Even the ancient gods were shocked, the 7 sky gods were going all out to kill Luin. One could only imagine how shocking this was. Even the 6 Paths Society, who did not understand the cultivation path of the Genesis space, were shocked. Throughout history, no one had ever reached this step. Luin took a deep breath. He planned to use his 3rd inner world, the overturning sky palm. This was something that Kui Luo had reminded him of. Before coming here, Kui Luo had specifically looked for him to remind him of the overturning sky palm. When Lu Xiaoxian had created the overturning sky palm, it had attracted the attention of many ancestors in the cosmic tree realm, including the Lu family's ancestor. When he had first heard this, Luin had not been too shocked. However, the more he learned, the more he realized just how shocking it was to attract the Lu family's ancestor. This was Ancestor Lu Yuan, one of the 6 Daos of the 3 realms. It was unimaginable that the creation of a battle technique could draw out Patriarch Lu Yuan. Lu Ying could not understand how Lu Xiaoxian, who had not even reached the level of an emissary, had been able to create a battle technique that had drawn out Patriarch Lu Yuan. Even if he had learned the overturning sky palm, even if he knew that the overturning sky palm was indeed powerful and belonged to the realm of battle techniques, it should not have been created by Lu Xiaoxian. Even with Kuei Luo's repeated assurances, Lu Ying felt that it was impossible for Lu Xiaoxian to create the overturning heaven palm. Now, he did not dwell on this. The overturning sky palm was very strong, indeed very strong. He could feel it when he fought with the Undying God's avatar. Sometimes, the overturning sky palm could bring about a reversal, just like the Primogenitor Sutra. Since the overturning heaven palm was so powerful, Lu Ying decided to use it to transform his third inner world. It wasn't only because of the heaven-toppling palm, but also because he wanted to give an explanation to Lu Xiaoxuan's past self. The 4th seal had nothing to do with Lu Xiaoxuan's memories. Instead, it was a test. No matter how far away the Lu family was, as long as he could break the 4th seal, he would be able to awaken Patriarch Lu Yuan. This meant that his plan to break the seal and restore Lu Xiaoxuan's memories had failed. He was Lu Ying, not Lu Xiaoxian. Lu Xiaoxian had his own life. From the moment the Lu family was exiled, Lu Xiaoxian had already died. He was Lu Ying. He wanted to give Lu Xiaoxian an explanation. Lu Ying raised his hand and looked at the tribulation origin black hole. The overturning sky palm planted a sky. The sky was the palm, and the palm overturned the sky. The earth was the soil, and the sky was the soil. Now that the soil was in the sky, it was bound to overturn the sky. Others couldn't see anything when the palm overturned, but this sudden palm allowed Lu Ying to cross through parallel space and see the origin space, the starry sky tree, and the 5th mainland. What was going on? Lu Yin's eyes widened in shock. The overturning sky palm allowed him to see the origin space? The 3rd tribulation origin black hole looked like the most ordinary tribulation. The black hole didn't display any shocking scenes. Instead, a single speck of dust slowly descended towards Lu Ying with a white light. Lu Ying stared at the speck of dust. What was this? In the distance, the only true god and the Grand Empyrean exclaimed, "Nascent dust?" The ancient god took a step forward, his expression changing for the first time as he stared at the speck of dust. This had actually appeared? Aside from the ancient god, no one else in the 7 sky gods could recognize what it was. Only 3 people on the battlefield could. It seemed like a light speck of dust, but it shocked the 3 of them. Lu Ying didn't know what it was, but he knew that since the origin tribulation had appeared, it wouldn't be that simple. Thus, he opened his celestial eye. It was difficult to describe Lu Yin's current feelings. With his celestial eye, he actually saw a sequence particle. What the? Lu Ying almost spat out a mouthful of blood. It was actually a sequence particle. Damn it. A sequence particle had actually appeared when the overturning sky palm touched the origin tribulation. How could he deal with this? Old Monster Mo, the Shaoing divinity, and the corpse god had all beaten him up so badly that he couldn't do anything about it. If he could dodge those attacks and have someone to help him, then who could help him in this tribulation? What the hell? A speck of dust had actually touched a sequence particle? Lu Yin's entire body went cold as he watched the speck of dust fall. It was very gentle, but the pressure it gave him was immense. He didn't know what the consequences of being touched by this speck of dust would be, and he didn't want to know. He didn't need to care about anything now. All he needed to do was block it as much as possible. He struck out with a palm to test the speck of dust. Lu Ying struck out with all his strength, but the speck of dust didn't even move. Lu Yin's face twitched as the God Seal catalog appeared above his head. This was the innate gift of the Lu family, and it didn't count as any outside help. Back when he had faced his 6th tribulation, his father had appeared and used the God Seal catalog to summon Progenitor Wen, which had almost caused Lu Ying to fail. The God Seal catalog's golden light illuminated everyone's faces, and one figure after another walked out towards the speck of dust. The speck of dust seemed insignificant, and it couldn't even block out the God Seal catalog's light. However, that speck of dust made Luin feel as if he was facing a great enemy. Nongyi raised his hoe and swung it down, causing countless overlapping images to appear. His all-out strike landed on the speck of dust, but it still didn't move in the slightest. It could clearly be blown away by the wind, but it couldn't be moved. Leng Qing raised her blade and slashed down. The blade slashed down, but it still couldn't move the speck of dust. Elder Chan walked out, and a quiet path extended towards the speck of dust in an attempt to take it away. However, the path shattered the moment it came into contact with the speck of dust. This was the first time the speck of dust had revealed its might, and it caused Lu Yin's scalp to go numb. Xianxia unleashed his divine martial sword domain, and his astral energy swirled around him as he slashed down with all his might. His blade landed on the speck of dust, but it was useless. The blades either brushed past the speck of dust or were crushed by it. It was clearly an attack from a progenitor, but it was as powerless as a child's attack. What they were facing wasn't speck of dust, but more like a giant. The ancient god heaved a sigh of relief. There's no need for us to do anything. That's primordial dust. The wood god frowned. Primordial dust? I seem to have heard of it somewhere before. He suddenly raised his head in shock. Primordial dust? The progenitor's ancestral weapon? The ancient god's gaze was deep. The progenitor's ancestral weapon is dust. A speck of dust can destroy spacetime. Even though this speck of dust is only guided by the primordial dust, and its power can't reach the progenitor's level, it's still not something that the Lu clan's son can block. Primordial dust is filled with rebirth and rebirth. If he can't even block rebirth, how can he block rebirth? The primordial dust is over. Luin watched as the speck of dust fell, and Nongyi, Leng Qing, and Xiaoxinji all rushed out. It didn't matter if they could block the speck of dust, as long as they could grind it away, Luin could at least see some hope. However, the three figures were all crushed, and the speck of dust didn't even slow down. Luin hurriedly retreated, but the speck of dust still appeared above his head. The distance between them slowly shrank, and the speck of dust didn't increase just because he avoided it. Luin struck out with his palm, and 50 punches landed. The speck of dust remained unmoved. Luin grew anxious, and he almost took out his slipper to slap it. Fortunately, he held himself back. Calm down, he had to calm down. There had to be a chance of survival. The primordial dust couldn't possibly kill someone, so there had to be a chance of survival. Luin took a deep breath and forced himself to close his eyes and calm down. No matter how close the speck of dust was to him, he had to remain calm. This speck of dust was too strange. Did he have to use the power of his newly transformed inner world? He had a feeling that no matter what power he used, it would be useless. This speck of dust couldn't be eliminated by strength alone. What had he drawn out by using the overturning heaven palm? If he really couldn't do it, could he take out the barrow? This was a corpse, so how could it be considered an external object? Back when he had faced the emissary Origin Tribulation, he had relied on the Byrone to resist the final bolt of lightning. However, that bolt of lightning shouldn't have been considered an Origin Tribulation. If not for the Byrone's corpse, he would have had no chance of survival. Similarly, that Origin Tribulation didn't care about external objects, so he could rely on the corpse. This time, however, it was a genuine Origin Tribulation. Overturning heaven palm, a palm technique with a concept. Luin suddenly looked up. He understood that this speck of dust represented a concept, and it wasn't something that could be resisted by physical strength. The overturning heaven palm had drawn out Patriarch Lu Yuan because of its concept. If even Patriarch Lu Yuan was concerned, then it was normal for this speck of dust to have such power. Since it was a concept, then it had to be resolved with a concept. If the overturning heaven palm drew out a speck of dust, then the overturning heaven palm would resist it. Luin raised his hand and placed it in the sky. It was bound to be the overturning heaven palm. A surging concept allowed Luin to see the primordial space once more. He saw the mother tree, the fifth mainland, and countless people. Some were familiar, some were unfamiliar. The speck of dust trembled, but it only trembled for a moment before slowly descending. Lu Yin saw hope, as the overturning heaven palm was indeed effective. Since the first time wasn't enough, he would try a few more times. He realized that the fifth mainland was a little clearer this time. Did this mean that the overturning heaven palm's power would increase? Concept. What exactly was a concept? He didn't understand, and he didn't need to. The overturning heaven palm was the correct answer. Overturning heaven palm. Overturning heaven palm. Overturning heaven palm. Overturning heaven palm. After overturning heaven palm allowed Lu Yin to see the fifth mainland more clearly, as well as the people who were both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. The dust continued to vibrate, and Lu Yin's eyes burned with passion. He had to shatter this dust. At this moment, the dust was only a meter away from him. The pressure descended, and Lu Yin felt like an ordinary person. He watched the mountain descend, and he couldn't help but cough up blood. Continue, overturning sky palm, overturning sky palm, overturning sky palm, overturning sky palm. The speed increased, and the dust trembled more violently. The pressure on Lu Yin grew, and he didn't know how much longer he could hold on. He couldn't hold on any longer. A light appeared beside him. It was his second inner world, flowing light. The light shuttled back and forth, and Lu Yin felt as if time had reversed. He saw the dust a few meters away from him, and he wanted to leave, but he couldn't. It was as if he was looking at another version of himself, and the light had brought him back to the past. What was the use of seeing the past but not being able to change it? Lu Yin returned to reality, and the light whistled towards the dust. The dust miraculously retreated a bit, and although it was only a tiny bit, equivalent to a second's worth of distance, it still excited Lu Yin. Flowing light could reverse time even if it was only a portion of it. 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. Flowing light continuously shuttled around the dust as Lu Yin continuously used overturning sky palms. Outside the range of the origin tribulation, countless people stared blankly. Most still didn't understand what was happening, but those who did were shocked. He actually reversed time. Mu Tao was shocked. Time was ethereal to most people, and even if there were existences that could touch the power of time, they couldn't reverse it. For example, Xianxia could rely on the scale of time to prevent others from escaping, but he couldn't reverse time. Reversing time, for example, was just messing up time, not reversing it. The only person who was similar to this was Wendy Yushan, who could reverse time. It was her innate gift that she had been born with, and she had been immediately accepted as a disciple by Bodhi sage the moment she had been discovered. However, her innate gift had remained the same for many years, and it had been difficult for her to improve. This was the power of time. Lu Yin was using flowing light to continuously reverse time. This wasn't just touching time, but also controlling it. Right now, it was just a second, but in the future, it wouldn't be. As his cultivation level increased and his understanding of his inner world deepened, his control over time would become stronger, and he would have a path to cultivate time. Even though it was just the beginning, it had already saved his life. If not for flowing light's inner world, Lu Yin would have either to withdraw from the tribulation and fail or be destroyed. Streams of light shuttled back and forth. Even the ancient gods were shocked by Lu Yin's tribulation. This kid was clearly only undergoing a half-progenitor origin tribulation, but it was even more shocking than the progenitor origin tribulation of others. He had seen too many people undergo the ancestor realm origin tribulation. Among them were the 9 mountains and 8 seas from the era of the above heaven sect, as well as people like Ancestor Chen. Their origin tribulations were quite shocking, but they were not as shocking as this child's. He was only a half-progenitor origin tribulation. Lu Yin's face was deathly pale, and he had no idea how much time he had reversed. Dust continued to fall from the top of his head, and he turned his head back, falling, and turning his head back. After being struck countless times by the overturning palm, Lu Yin was able to see the fifth mainland more and more clearly. His body continuously cracked open from the pressure, and he coughed up blood. The sequence particles above the dust didn't change at all. Lu Yin couldn't even move a single sequence particle. The one true God praised, to be able to endure for so long under the first dust, this child is indeed worthy of the title of Taoist master. The Grand Empyrean stared at Lu Yin, as she had still underestimated this child of the Lu family. This child's inner world was extremely powerful, and he could create limitless possibilities. If he had been born in the upper sect era, he would have been protected by the Grand Empyrean and smoothly reached the progenitor realm. He would have definitely been one of the strongest humans, but this era was different. Even if she didn't act, the Eternals wouldn't have allowed this child to live. With the one true God and the 7 sky gods watching him, it was impossible for this child to leave alive. Lu Yin's body cracked open inch by inch. Even though he was continuously reversing time, his body was finding it difficult to endure. His head was dizzy, and his limbs were numb. He didn't know how many more overturning palms he could unleash, and he didn't know how long it would take for the dust to disperse. He had to endure and endure until now. He had obtained the power of time, and he possessed truly limitless strength. He had a strength that even Mr. Mu was shocked by. He couldn't die, and he had to live. He had to break through, and he had to fight for a chance at survival for the above heaven sect. He had to bring it back to the Lu family. With a low roar, Lu Yin spat out blood, and his eyes turned red. He continued to unleash overturning palm, overturning palm, overturning palm. In the starter space, the battle between the above heaven sect on the 5th mainland grew even more intense. Countless ordinary people were implicated, and they wailed in agony. Planets shattered one after another, and spacecraft exploded one after another. Invisible attacks could instantly tear through the universe, and no one could stop them. Many people knelt in front of Lu Yin's statue, praying for the Pathmaster's return. More and more people knelt down and prayed, and countless voices converged to form an enormous wish that constantly called out Lu Yin's name. Lu Yin saw the overturning palm, and he saw the war in the above heaven sect. He saw countless people struggling on the edge of life and death. His eyes turned even redder, and he had to survive no matter what. He had to fight for a chance at survival for himself, for the Lu family, and for the people who were praying for him. What had they done wrong? They had only wanted to live on and live an ordinary life. The 5th mainland trembled slightly, and the black hole trembled as well. The wishes of the people on the 5th mainland, the concept of the overturning palm, and Lu Yin's hope had all transformed into an indescribable attack, the overturning palm, which was bound to overturn the heavens. The dust violently trembled for a moment before disappearing. A stream of light floated in the air, and Lu Yin's entire body was bathed in blood. He looked up and saw that the speck of dust had disappeared. The surroundings were silent, and he could clearly hear his own heartbeat thumping loudly. Lu Yin let out a long breath. It was impossible for an origin tribulation to be absolutely unsolvable. Since an origin tribulation had appeared, then no matter how terrifying the tribulation was, there had to be a chance of survival. He had grasped that chance with his second inner world. Even though he had survived the tribulation, Lu Yin still felt a lingering fear when he thought about it. If he hadn't thought things through and continuously used the overturning palm, if he hadn't had the stream of light that could reverse time, what would have happened to him? Lu Yin didn't dare to think about it. He had only wanted to try using the overturning palm and give himself an explanation to Lu Xiaoxuan's era, but he had almost gotten himself killed. This overturning palm definitely couldn't have been created by Lu Xiaoxian. It was absolutely impossible. As the dust disappeared, the astral origin vortex in Lu Yin's middle finger began to transforming into an inner world. After experiencing the tribulation, he had to wait for the results. He had narrowly escaped death, and Lu Yin was very curious as to what his third inner world would be like. Everyone was curious, including the only true God, the Grand Empyrean. What would the inner world of a person who could survive under the first dust look like after his metamorphosis? The stream of light entered Lu Yin's body, and a speck of dust appeared in front of him. Lu Yin blinked. Was it this again? Outside the tribulation's range, whether it was the 6 Path sect or the eternal race's 7 sky gods, all of them were staring at Lu Yin. Most of them still couldn't understand what was happening, and they could only see Lu Yin coughing up blood and his body cracking. They knew what Lu Yin was enduring. Only the 3 of them knew. 7 sky gods, prepare to kill Lu Xiaoxian. The ancient god's voice rang out, shaking the tea party and the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He saw that Lu Yin's third inner world had actually formed the first dust, which was inconceivable. That was the progenitor's ancestral weapon, so how could it become this kid's inner world? As one of the 6 paths of the 3 realms, the ancient god was all too familiar with the power of the first dust. It was incomparable. How could this kid form the first dust with his inner world? The wood god frowned. The 6 path sect must protect the Lu family's son. He didn't know the first dust, and although he had been in contact with the primordial space for a long time, that didn't mean that he had come into contact with the progenitor. At most, he had come into contact with Guizhi. Although he didn't know the first dust, he understood Guizhi's impatience to kill the Lu family's son. The Lu family's threat to the eternal race had skyrocketed, which meant that the 6 path sect support would also skyrocket. Even further away, the Grand Empyrean frowned, his eyes filled with complex emotions. First dust? This kid's inner world formed the first dust? That person didn't die? How could his first dust become this kid's inner world? The one true god was surprised. This is getting more and more interesting. Luing didn't know the first dust, but he knew that he had almost been killed by this thing. In terms of power, this thing was extremely terrifying. He slowly raised his hand. It was soft to the touch, but Luing was certain that if someone else touched this speck of dust, the result would be completely different. The fact that this speck of dust could appear in the origin tribulation meant that someone had used it before. Perhaps it was a manifestation of someone's power, but why had it become his own inner world? He had clearly touched the origin tribulation with the overturning sky palm, so his inner world should be related to the overturning sky palm. His first inner world had been touched by his own power, and it had formed an inner world with limitless power. His second inner world had been touched by space, and space had chased after time. The 2 forces had formed a beam of light that had become a stream of light. This third inner world was something that Luing couldn't understand. It was in the sky, so it was bound to overturn the sky. Could it be dust? Luing withdrew his hand, and the dust entered his body. Since this was his third inner world, then he would call it the mortal world. Everyone outside the origin tribulation wore solemn expressions as both sides prepared to attack. Once the origin tribulation dissipated, an even more intense battle would occur. Luing had become a half-ancestor, but he had changed the situation of this battle. They were all prepared to attack, but the origin tribulation had yet to disappear. Luing looked around and saw the ancient god and the rest of the 7 Godski's murderous intent. He also saw the wood god and void master's vigilance. He also saw Su Heng and Su Lung's worry. He smiled faintly. Why are you all so anxious? The origin tribulation isn't over yet. In terms of urgency, Luing was more anxious than anyone else. He didn't know how the battle between the sects above was going. However, he was also the one who couldn't be anxious. He had to survive the origin tribulation, and the more anxious he was, the easier it would be for something to happen. Everyone was stunned. There's more? Su Wuwei cried out. Everyone stared blankly at Luing. There's more? That was what they were all thinking. Mu Carving loosened his grip on the hilt and looked at Luing in astonishment. Master, this junior brother of yours seems to be a monster. No one had expected Luing to still be in the middle of his tribulation. They all looked up at the sky. That's right, the origin tribulation black hole showed no signs of disappearing. Thank you. Only the wind moves freely. Want quantity. Boss is awesome. Book friend 59292110 Far away 1985 Book friend 5443220 Xianxia brother, thank you for your support. Luing retracted his gaze and looked up at the astral origin cyclones in Xianxia Pass. He only had 4 astral origin cyclones, but he still had the power to form his own starry sky in his heart. He didn't know if the power in his heart would experience a half-progenitor origin tribulation, but it probably wouldn't. The death god's power cultivation would not experience an origin tribulation either. This was a different power system. Even Mr. Mu was shocked by the power in his heart. Once it was triggered, he couldn't imagine what kind of monster would appear. As he thought about it, the astral origin cyclones appeared. Everyone was stunned. There really was one. The Forgotten Ruins god laughed, and her laughter grew louder and louder. Interesting, little Luing. You're really interesting. No one has been as interesting as you since ancient times. How did you cultivate? For astral origin cyclones, hee hee. The undying god was shocked. for astral origin cyclones. You didn't die when you broke through to become an emissary. What a miracle. The witch spirit god cackled. I regret it, hee hee. If I'd known that this brat was such a freak, I wouldn't have come up with such a scheme. He would have directly transformed into a corpse king, and we would have had one more celestial. Elder Xianxia sighed in admiration. No wonder he had been able to draw out an ancient card. This brat's cultivation had shocked even the 7 celestials. He was not bound to the current universe, which was why he had been able to break through the limits. He had to protect this brat. Luin couldn't hear what the others were thinking. He was conflicted. He had already thought about the 4th astral origin cyclone, and he would use the progenitor's scripture to trigger the origin tribulation. Many people transformed their inner worlds with their own battle techniques, and some even had innate gifts. However, Luin didn't do that. His battle techniques, and cultivation strength were all concentrated in his heart, and he didn't want to use someone else's strength to transform his inner world. Thus, the first inner world was strength, and the second was space. This wasn't someone else's strength, but his own. It was a strength that originally existed in the universe. The overturning sky palm had been given to him by Lu Xiaoxian. He had thought that Lu Xiaoxian had created it himself and that it belonged to him, which was why he had used it. Although he didn't think that Lu Xiaoxian could create the overturning sky palm, he was the only one in the universe who knew how to use it. In his original plan, he had planned to use the primogenitor scripture on the last of the 4 inner worlds. It was the only inner world that could receive the power of the legacy to trigger tribulation origin. Furthermore, this legacy was not simple. It came from the primogenitor, so it was definitely worth it. But now, he was starting to panic. The origin tribulations were getting crazier and crazier. The river of time, dust, and all kinds of strange origin tribulations appeared. If the last one touched the origin tribulation with the primogenitor sutra, would it attract the attention of the other primogenitors? He was confident that he was invincible against all the experts of the same era. Even the 6 Daos and the 3 worlds couldn't be stronger than him. This was absolute confidence, but that didn't include the progenitor. That was the progenitor of humanity. No one knew what kind of power he possessed. The river of time and the dust caused Luin to hesitate. Should he use the primogenitor scripture to touch the origin tribulation? Everyone could see Lu Yin's hesitation, but they didn't know what he was hesitating about. They thought that he didn't know what kind of power he should use to touch the origin tribulation. Now that he thought about it, it made sense. He already had 3 inner worlds. How much energy would a person have, and how much power could he cultivate? Lu Yin's 3 inner worlds were each more terrifying than the last, and they had already exceeded everyone's imagination. How could he possibly have more power to touch the origin tribulation? Luin had power, and he didn't just have one. He had even considered using the Divine Seal Catalog or the General Appointment Platform to touch the origin tribulation. However, Lu Bujing had eliminated this consideration. In his own words, the Divine Seal Catalog and the General Appointment Platform weren't powers that could touch the origin tribulation. Even if they were used, they wouldn't be able to trigger the tribulation, and they wouldn't be able to transform the user's inner world. Aside from that, Luin also had rune lines, palm indestructible, and so on. There were too many things, and what he wanted the most was the primogenitor scripture. However, he was now scared stiff by the origin tribulation. After muttering to himself for a moment, Luin let out a long breath. He clasped his hands behind his back and looked up at the origin tribulation. He was definitely scared, but he couldn't die yet. He wanted to save the Above Heaven sect and bring them back to the Lu family. However, if he gave up on his original plan because of this, it would be tantamount to losing the determination in his heart. How would he continue on his path in the future? In order to bring the Lu family back, if he chose a safe method to pass the half-progenitor origin tribulation, would he really be able to break through the 4th seal? He didn't know how strong the seal that the Lu family had left for him was, but with Lu Tiany's foresight, it definitely wouldn't be weak. If there was even the slightest chance of failure, then all of his previous efforts would have been wasted. Where would he go to find the Lu family in the future? How would he save the Above Heaven sect in his current desperate situation? The origin tribulation was a narrow escape. If he could survive 3 tribulations, then he could. He had to survive the 4th one. When he thought about this, Luin opened his mouth and recited the primogenitor scripture. The heavenly Tao's bestowal, swallow and spit out hundreds of rivers. The ancient earth's harmony, imitating the high sages. The heavenly Tao's insufficiency, condense qi. Leap through the starry sky and lie down. Communicate with people and swallow and spit out hundreds of rivers. Leap through the vast expanse and lie down. Lu Yin's recitation was so soft that no one outside the origin tribulation could hear him. However, his voice was like a heavy hammer that shook the universe. It constantly created ripples that continuously struck the origin tribulation black hole. In the distance, the Grand Empyrean and the only true God had solemn expressions. This child had actually dared to use the primogenitor scripture to touch the origin tribulation. There were only 2 outcomes, life or death. If the river of time and the origin dust could give him time to react or even resist, then the primogenitor scripture could not. Others didn't know, not even the 3 realms and 6 Daos. Only those who had reached their level knew what the primogenitor scripture was. It didn't bring about a calamity, but a judgment. Why were only the 3 realms and 6 Daos able to obtain the primogenitor scripture and cultivate a unique power? It was because they were the masters of their own continents. Even if others cultivated the primogenitor scripture, they could only use the 3 realms and 6 Daos as a foundation and not the true primogenitor scripture. It was the same for the Lu family's son, but it was different if he used the primogenitor scripture to touch the origin tribulation. He would bring about a true judgment of life and death. The judgment would only take an instant. Not to mention him, even the 3 realms and 6 Daos would live and die in an instant when faced with such a judgment. This was a judgment, not a calamity. It was a judgment from the universe. Voices were transmitted into the tribulation origin black hole, and Luin suddenly saw a strange scene. He saw a patch of spacetime flash by, one spacetime after another, and he saw something that seemed to be connected to each other. He saw the primordial space, the mother tree, the 5th mainland, and Lingqing's tribulation. Why did he see Lingqing's tribulation? The next moment, Lu Yin's mind shook and his mind went blank. He couldn't remember anything, and it was as if he had lost his soul. His eyes lost focus. He was no longer himself. He was just a shell. This feeling also only lasted for an instant before Luin woke up. He looked at the origin tribulation black hole in confusion. What had happened? In the distance, the Grand Empyrean and the only true God were shocked. He didn't die? The only true God's lips curled up. It seems that this child is very popular in the primordial space. He won't die. To him, this might be the easiest stage of the half-step ancestor origin tribulation. The Grand Empyrean looked deeply at Luin. She knew what it meant to not die. This child had walked the same path as her. She hated this kind of person the most. The origin tribulation still hadn't appeared. Luin didn't know what had happened, and neither did those outside the origin tribulation. Even the ancient gods didn't know. They all looked at the origin tribulation. Within Lu Yin's body, the astral energy vortex at Xianxia Pass underwent a transformation. He was surprised. The origin tribulation clearly hadn't appeared, but the astral origin cyclone was transforming into an inner world? Why was this happening? The more abnormal it was, the more uneasy Luin felt. However, he couldn't do anything at this moment. He could only watch as the astral origin cyclone transformed. The leaf that had originally been there, the item of origin, suddenly fell down and entered the middle finger's inner world, accompanying the speck of dust. Luin was like a passerby, unable to understand what was happening within his own body. Finally, the inner world of Upper Wisdom Pass appeared. Luin discovered that his inner world was very strange. Other people's inner worlds would cover a large area, such as Lan Xian and Elder Chan. Or they would be weapons, such as Xiaji. Even the more strange ones would be like Kuei Luo's, which allowed one to leap through the Dragon's Gate. But what was his inner world? An infinite inner world was normal, and flowing light was also acceptable. The mortal world was strange. A speck of dust could be considered a weapon, but this 4th inner world was more like a piece of paper. Luin looked at the inner world that his astral origin cyclone had transformed into. It was just a piece of paper. No, a book? No, a piece of paper? He didn't even know how to describe it. It was like a God-sealing catalog, but it was completely blank. There was nothing on it. Luin looked at this blank piece of cloth, not knowing what it was for. Just as he was at a loss, words appeared on the cloth. Luin hurriedly looked over and saw names: Lung Qing, Kue Luo, Lu Bujing, Kai Elder Chan, the Blood Ancestor, Master Shan, Elder Gong, and so on. One familiar name after another appeared on the cloth, and more names appeared. Luin recognized the first few, but he didn't recognize the later ones at all. These names continued to appear on the cloth, and the names that had appeared before were pushed aside to be replaced by new names. Luin stared blankly. He didn't know what these names represented, but as more and more names appeared, the cloth seemed to become more and more sacred. There was an invisible weight that wasn't physical, but rather an indescribable weight that pressed down on Lu Yin's heart. Perhaps he knew what these names represented, but he hadn't expected this to appear when he used the Primogenitor Sutra to touch the origin tribulation. Since that was the case, he would call this inner world the wordless heavenly tome. Is it over? What happened? Xianxia asked in bewilderment. Luin looked over. Brother, are you all right? Be careful, the 7 heavenly gods are going all out to kill you. Once it's over, run immediately. Sulung shouted. She wanted Luin to leave this place. Although he was escaping from the battlefield, this was a battlefield of extreme powerhouses, and Luin was only a half-martial ancestor. Even if he left, no one would say anything, not to mention that the 7 heavenly gods were out to kill him. Great Elder Dangu said, "Leave." The god of Forgotten Ruins smiled. Little Luin, can you tell big sister what your 4th inner world is? Luin raised his brows and looked at the wordless heavenly tome in front of him. He then looked at the god of Forgotten Ruins. You can't see it? The god of Forgotten Ruins blinked in surprise. Should I? Thank you. Can't sleep enough. Book friend 590232661. Book friend 592935338. Book friend 568918999. Far away 1985. Brothers Reward. Thank you for your support. I'll add more chapters. I'll be going to Beijing for a business trip in the middle of June, and I'll have to stay up late again. Thank you, brothers, for your support. He Wuxian's eyes constantly changed as he stared at Luin. There's nothing. Lu Yin's expression remained the same as he looked at the wordless heavenly tome in front of him. There was nothing? It was clearly here, and it seemed that only he could see it. Even the 7 sky gods couldn't see it, let alone the others. The origin tribulation hasn't dissipated. Lu Brat, do you have a 5th astral origin cyclone? The corpse god rarely spoke, but his voice was low and resounding in everyone's ears. The Shaoyin god clenched his teeth. He had to kill this brat. 4 inner worlds were too strange. Luin shook his head. No. He indeed didn't have a 5th astral origin cyclone, but the power in his heart was even stranger than his own. He looked up and saw that the origin tribulation still hadn't dissipated. Not only that, but the reincarnation tribulation that had been pushed aside hadn't dissipated either. Xixing was still there, but everyone had been distracted by the origin tribulation and hadn't paid much attention to him. The reincarnation tribulation also needed to be dealt with. There was a rumble as the origin tribulation rumbled, and then its range began to expand. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. No way, it's expanding again? He knew that the origin tribulation hadn't ended yet. The transformation of the inner world should have ended, but Lu Yin's was different. He knew that it wouldn't be that easy. But he hadn't expected the origin tribulation to expand. What else would appear? He felt as if this was his first emissary origin tribulation. The others were the same, forced back by the origin tribulation, but no one said anything. They wanted to see what kind of tribulation would appear. What Luin feared the most was the power in his heart attracting the origin tribulation. The rumbling grew louder and louder. Luin looked up at the origin tribulation and saw lightning streaking past. It was bottomless. Crack. Crack spread to his side. Luin suddenly looked to his side. When? Crack! Crack! The ancient god shouted, space-time tempering the body, retreat. There was no need for him to say anything, as everyone could sense that unimaginable destructive power was spreading. They were clearly far away, but they felt as if there was a blade at their backs. At this moment, even the 7 sky gods had to retreat, regardless of cultivation. They didn't want to be affected by the shattered spacetime. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the shattered spacetime would be. From a distance, he looked like a grasshopper trapped in a glass bottle. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't escape. The glass bottle kept shattering and cracking, and if he came into contact with any of the cracks, he would definitely die. Luin cursed under his breath as he used the reverse step to continuously evade the attacks. It was actually the shattering of spacetime. This was not just the shattering of space. Rather, it was the entire spacetime. Time, space. Everything within this area was shattering. Outside any of the cracks was a world of nothingness. Rune lines spread out, and Luin wanted to detect the shattered spacetime in advance. However, as soon as the rune lines spread out, they disappeared into the shattered world of nothingness. In this place, all of Lu Yin's powers were laughable. The only thing he could do was run. But even if he escaped, where could he escape to? He was trapped in this tiny world, and this world was shattering and being destroyed. Lightning descended and struck Lu Yin's body, causing him to cough up blood as he was smashed down by the impact. But there was also lightning? Using his celestial eye, he saw that the lightning was wrapped in sequence particles. It was no wonder that he couldn't resist at all. His 4 inner worlds were transforming, and Lu Yin's body was transforming as well. His strength had already reached the level of a half-ancestor, and his strength had increased by quite a bit compared to before his tribulation. Even so, he still couldn't resist the sequence particles. Fortunately, he wasn't instantly torn to pieces. There was a crack as his arm broke, and shattered spacetime appeared beside him. Light shuttled back and forth within Lu Yin's body, reversing time for 1 second. Luin hurriedly turned around, and spacetime shattered where he had been standing. He had avoided the attack, but if he hadn't reversed time, he would have lost his arm. The next moment, lightning descended once more. Luin gritted his teeth and took out the textless heaven book to block in front of him. The lightning struck the book, and the sequence particles were blocked. This was the effect of the textless heaven book's inner world, and it was also Lu Yin's greatest gain from his tribulation as a half-ancestor. He now had a way to block the sequence particles. He relaxed, as his intuition had been correct. The textless heaven book could indeed block the sequence particles. Lightning continued to strike, and spacetime continued to shatter. Luin continued to flee, as only time and space existed here. Any other power would be devoured by the shattered spacetime. He had no opponent, so he could only flee. Outside the range of the origin tribulation, everyone's faces paled as they stared blankly. It was truly a hopeless situation, and even if an extremely strong powerhouse entered, the chances of surviving were extremely small. Suheng knew that he would only be able to last for a few seconds at most, but Luin had already lasted for a long time. Spacetime continued to shatter Lu Yin's body, but the light reversed time and forcibly allowed him to survive. 1 second could do many things. On the surface of his body, Luin felt that his body had become stronger. Was this the effect of the lightning? He looked up and saw another bolt of lightning crashing down. The origin tribulation was both a tribulation and a reward. If one failed, they would either fail or die. If one succeeded, their strength would transform. Right now, Luin was experiencing a test of life and death. The shattering of spacetime would kill him, and the bombardment of the lightning could also kill him. However, the origin tribulation would also transform his physical strength. Luin gritted his teeth and put away the textless heaven book. Rumble. Lightning crashed down, and Luin spat out a mouthful of blood. His body had almost been blasted to pieces, and his reaction had slowed down. His entire body was numb, but he could not stop. Spacetime continued to shatter, and the light gave him a second to reverse time. However, if he was completely swallowed by the void realm, then the light would be useless. Luin gritted his teeth and continued to flee. The space here had long since become chaotic, and he could not control it. The only thing he could do was flee. Flee, flee, flee. Lightning crashed down, and Luin spat out another mouthful of blood. His white robes had long since shattered, and his body had reached its limit. Outside the range of the origin tribulation, everyone was silent as they watched Luin endure it. Those from the Six Direction Society rejoiced that they had not been born in the Genesis space. Who could survive such a tribulation? This was clearly a half-ancestor origin tribulation, but most powerhouses would not survive. This was simply a hopeless situation. The more they felt the despair of the origin tribulation, the more they admired Luin. Even though this was their first meeting, they were now convinced that Luin was not someone they could fight against. Upper limit? Some people simply could not see an upper limit, regardless of whose disciple or successor he was. Boom. Boom. Bolts of lightning crashed down fiercely. They were tyrannical and difficult to resist. Luin felt that he could not hold on any longer. Using his physical body to resist the lightning was simply courting death. He did not know how much stronger his body would become, but he knew that if he continued to resist, he would really die. Within the origin tribulation black hole, a giant bolt of lightning brewed and finally crashed down, illuminating everyone's faces. Luin looked up. Damn it. He subconsciously wanted to take out the wordless heavenly book, but at that moment, he felt a burning sensation on his back and an intense pain engulf his nerves. The fourth seal that had always been there had appeared. The origin tribulation was like a temperamental little person. It seemed like a tribulation that brought death, but it also contained life. It was a narrow escape from death, and the life contained within death could transform the person undergoing the tribulation. If one looked at the origin tribulation in this manner, then one would be infinitely close to death. This was because both life and transformation also contained death. The constantly moving lightning above his head was this hidden death. Luin was absolutely certain that if he hadn't used the wordless heavenly book to block the sequence particle, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the lightning's bombardment and would have been instantly killed. The wordless heavenly book could not block an infinite number of stray particles, and there was a limit to it. Luin did not even know if he could withstand it. The moment the lightning crashed down, the fourth seal appeared on Luin's back. It was just like when he had first become an explorer. A seal could be used to suppress a person's breakthrough, but it could also be used as a barrier to block the external death energy. This fourth seal was clearly different from the previous three. It emerged from Luin's back and transformed into a transparent palm that pressed down on Luin. Its goal was to suppress Luin and prevent him from successfully undergoing the tribulation. This was the final test that the Lu family had given him. Once he broke through the fourth seal, no matter how far away the Lu family was from him, he would be able to awaken Patriarch Lu Yuan when he broke through to half-ancestor. This was both the Lu family's pressure and hope. The fourth seal sensed the descent of the half-ancestor origin calamity, and it intended to suppress Luin together with the tribulation. This seal had accompanied Luin since he had become a half-ancestor step by step, and it was no longer an external object that would attract additional calamities. The Lu family had naturally taken this into consideration, as no one would be able to break through the half-ancestor origin calamity with just this seal. If this was an ordinary half-ancestor origin calamity and Luin was just an ordinary half-ancestor, then the calamity would not be able to do anything to him. This seal would be able to suppress him and prevent him from successfully undergoing the tribulation. However, Luin was not facing an ordinary half-ancestor origin calamity. Even the ancient god, who had looked down on the universe since the era of the above heavens, had never seen such a monstrous half-ancestor origin calamity. This half-ancestor origin calamity had surpassed the ancient god's expectations, and it had also surpassed the expectations of the person who had originally placed the seal. When the fourth seal appeared, it first tried to suppress Luin, but then it sensed the terrifying threat of the lightning. The purpose of the seal was to test Luin, not to kill him. Thus, the transparent palm flipped over and smashed towards the lightning. Luin watched in a daze as the transparent palm collided with the lightning. With a loud boom, the entire world, the universe, and even the reincarnation spacetime trembled. Outside the range of the origin calamity, everyone watched in a daze as the incomparably huge lightning was blocked by the transparent palm. It was unable to penetrate the palm, and countless tiny lightning bolts scattered down like raindrops. Luin put away the wordless heavenly book and walked towards the countless lightning bolts. At this moment, the many powerhouses at the tea party and countless members of the Six Paths Society saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Luin was wearing a white robe as he underwent the tribulation. The lightning bolts were powerful, and space-time tempered his body as he walked step by step towards an unimaginable height. With every step he took, his body was baptized by the lightning bolts. Space-time continuously tempered his body, but when the flowing light reversed for a second, Luin would have time to regret. This allowed him to become even more relaxed and even more mysterious. Countless people's jaws dropped, and their scalps went numb as they watched. Who could walk through the shattered space-time? Who could remain unscathed under such lightning? Who could undergo a tribulation in white and bring about a feast that would shock the entire Six Paths Society? At this moment, Lu Yin's image was deeply imprinted in the hearts of countless people. He faced the lightning and endured the tempering of the shattered spacetime. He was like a god in countless people's imaginations as he walked step by step on the path to godhood. The seven sky gods, Dimensional Master, Void Master, and the rest were all silent as they watched Luin walk down this unbelievable path. Divinity Xianxia was stunned. He could feel the terror of the lightning, and it was on the same level as his own strength. How could this kid withstand it? What level had he reached? No one could explain it to Divinity Xianxia, as some people were naturally adept at breaking the rules. Ever since Luin had stepped onto the path of cultivation, he had constantly broken the common sense of cultivation, which had caused countless people to doubt cultivation. Was the current division of cultivation realms wrong? How could a melder surpass realms to fight against an explorer? How could an explorer surpass realms to fight against a hunter? How could a hunter surpass realms to fight against an emissary? How could an emissary resist and instantly kill a half-ancestor or even a war ancestor? How? Lu Yin's achievements were clearly outside of everyone's knowledge, and they could be recorded in the annals of history. However, Lu Yin's achievements continued to appear. It was as if his appearance was meant to break the established common sense. Regardless of whether it was a normal person or an absolute powerhouse, their common sense would be broken. Luin walked towards the rain of lightning. The transparent palm represented the Lu family's seal, and he should break it. However, at this moment, the seal had become a protective force that was helping him break through and become his own strength. This was protection, and the Lu family was protecting him. Even in his dreams, he wanted to return to the Lu family. That was his family, and there were relatives, elders, and people who would protect him. There, he would have the confidence to be unrestrained. It was time for the Lu family to return. At this moment, the reincarnation tribulation that had been ignored by everyone suddenly moved. A figure walked out from behind Xixing, holding a long staff. His entire body was covered in a golden glow, and even under the tempering of spacetime and the illumination of the lightning, this golden glow was not completely obscured. With the appearance of this figure, Lu Yin's bloodlust and killing intent appeared in the sky. Even though he was in the origin tribulation, Luin could feel it. He looked towards the reincarnation tribulation. Outside the range of the origin tribulation, everyone also looked at the samsara tribulation. Many people were shocked. Celestial Lord Victor? The one who walked out after Saint Sacrifice was the second Empyrean of samsara time and space, second only to Grand Empyreans, Heavenly Venerate Victor. In fact, many people had already guessed that aside from the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages, who else could possibly stop Lu Yin's tribulation? Among the 3 supremes and 9 saints, the venerated world annihilation lotus had already appeared. The only ones who could surpass the venerated world annihilation lotus were Heavenly Lord Dualxing and the unfathomable Xixing. However, they didn't expect that the samsara tribulation would intervene at this time. Luin stopped, and his body moved from time to time to avoid the shattering spacetime. Flowing light circled around his body, reversing time for him. He looked at the samsara tribulation in the distance. 2 figures were staring at him. A half-ancestor origin tribulation from the primordial space and a reincarnation tribulation from the prime space appeared at the same time. This had never happened before. Under the reincarnation tribulations, Xixing took a step forward. Luin did not want to attack him, as the feeling of self-sacrifice and enlightenment had affected him. Although it was not a sequence particle, it was similar to the Forgotten Ruins god's art of meditating and forgetting, which made him lose all desire to attack. Xixing did not attack Luyin. Instead, he arrived in front of Luyin and sat down cross-legged. The surface of his body began to dissipate into specks of light. As these specks of light spread out, they actually formed a stable void that blocked the lightning. Heavenly Venerate Victor took a step forward and arrived in front of Luyin. The golden light became even more dazzling as he raised his staff and swung it down. Luyin raised his head and saw Heavenly Venerate Victor's absolute attack. Space-time shattered around him as lightning rained down from the sky with a thunderous rumble. Everyone held their breaths as they watched nervously. Heavenly Venerate Victor possessed absolute strength. What kind of threat could his strongest attack in this realm pose to Luyin? In front of Luyin, the golden staff swung down with an indomitable will. This was Heavenly Venerate Victor's will. Perhaps he was not as strong as Luyin in this realm, but he gave Luyin the spirit to fight against death. This spirit was not something that ordinary people could possess. Everyone feared death, including Heavenly Venerate Victor. Who would be willing to die? Xixing had gained enlightenment and was no longer afraid of death, but Heavenly Venerate Victor did not care about death. This attack allowed Luyin to feel Heavenly Venerate Victor's greatest will, battle. Although he would die, it was just a battle. Under the reincarnation tribulation, no one could block Luyin's punch. Even Heavenly Venerate Victor and Heavenly Venerate Victor were no exception. I respect your will, Luyin said. He then clenched his fist and punched out. His inner world circulated endlessly around him, transforming into rays of light that merged into his body as a blackish-purple substance spread out. Bang! A glaring light flashed, and the void shattered. Following that, the golden figure shattered into pieces, and Luyin's punch shattered it without any hindrance. The half-progenitor origin tribulation had shocked everyone who understood the primordial space, but Heavenly Venerate Victor had been shattered with a single punch, shocking the entire Six Direction Society. They had not been able to understand Luyin's tribulation, and although they had been shocked, it was far less shocking than when Heavenly Venerate Victor had been unable to withstand a single punch. This was Heavenly Venerate Victor, a powerhouse who was second only to the Grand Empyreans. Only Heavenly Venerate Victor. Whenever the Six Direction Guild was in dire straits, it would always be Heavenly Sovereign Victorious Battle who turned the tide. He didn't have the hot-blooded passion to do so. He only wanted to fight, and he only wanted to fight. No one was willing to step into his battlefield. Heavenly Venerate Victor was synonymous with invincibility in the hearts of countless people. Even though Void Master and the others were the rulers of spacetime, they could not compare to Heavenly Venerate Victor's status in the Six Direction Society. It was not that Void Master and the others could not defeat Heavenly Venerate Victor, but that only Heavenly Venerate Victor possessed such a spirit. Heavenly Venerate Victor was the Six Direction Society's war god. And now, Luyin had shattered that war god with a single punch. It was still just one punch, and there were no exceptions. No matter which of the 9 sages attacked, it was just one punch. One punch was Luyin's way of showing respect to Heavenly Venerate Victor. Heavenly Venerate Victor was the first person to use his full strength after Luyin had transformed his inner world. Even if it was just the power of the reincarnation tribulation. The specks of light dissipated, and Xixing completely vanished. His existence seemed to have been to welcome Heavenly Venerate Victor, but even Heavenly Venerate Victor could not stop Luyin. With Xixing's disappearance, the reincarnation calamity also disappeared, and there was no longer anything that could stop Luyin's calamity. Countless people in the Six Direction Society fell silent. Luyin's punch had shattered Heavenly Venerate Victor, and it had also shattered many people's beliefs. Heavenly Venerate Victor is invincible. How can this be? Someone was dazed. However, there were also people who were excited. A new war god has appeared. Who can block a single punch from him? His name is Luyin, and he's the Tao Master of the Heavenly Sect in the Genesis space. This person is called Luyin. The giant thunderbolt continued to shrink, and the translucent palm also began to crack. Luyin spread out his arms, as there was no need for him to resist. His physical body was constantly strengthening, and he could now resist the thunderbolt sequence particles. Even if the particles were very small, it still represented that he stood on that level. No matter how despairing the origin tribulation was, he could overcome it. He was Lu Xiaoxian, but he was also Lu Yin. He had created countless miracles and was the pillar of support for everyone in the Fifth Mainland. With a bang, the translucent palm shattered. The remaining thunderbolts crashed down. Lu Yin took a deep breath and looked up at the rain of thunderbolts. Come. Boom. Light flickered on the faces of countless people, illuminating their shocked and incredulous expressions. A giant tree appeared and grew at an extremely fast speed. It covered the area of the origin tribulation and then spread out towards the 9 heavens 10 earths and the entire reincarnation spacetime. Mushin's expression turned solemn. A phenomenon. The people from the Six Direction Society did not understand. Only those who had come into contact with the Genesis space knew that whenever a phenomenon appeared, it meant that the person was extraordinary and represented a certain extreme. It represented a sublimation. Although the people from the Six Direction Society did not know, they knew that this phenomenon was definitely abnormal. It was impossible for every cultivator in the Genesis space to undergo the origin tribulation to appear. Otherwise, the Genesis space would not have been reduced to its current state. Within the Six Direction Training Hall, Su Lai, Third Master Mu, and the others were shocked. This tea party had been full of twists and turns, and they had not been able to react until now. Now, the appearance of a phenomenon had pulled them back to reality. They had seen phenomena before. When Xianxia and the Spirit Palace's breakthroughs had all been accompanied by some kind of phenomenon, which was why they had been shocked. However, compared to Lu Yin's phenomenon, it was like comparing a firefly to the bright moon. There was no comparison at all. Lu Yin's phenomenon had already exceeded the range of Jiutian Shidi and covered the entire reincarnation spacetime. This phenomenon had appeared 3 times before. The first time was when Lu Yin was breaking through to the Explorer realm, the second time was when he was breaking through to the Enlighter realm, and the third time was when he was breaking through to the Emissary realm. Every time a phenomenon appeared, its range would expand, and this time, it had expanded to an unprecedented extent. The Grand Empyrean looked up at the tree that had enveloped his head, and his eyes were fixed on the items that were falling from the tree branches. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Why would this kid have such a phenomenon? The only true God was also looking at the items that were falling from the tree branches. Among them, there was something that he had been searching for all this time. He looked deeply at Lu Yin. This kid could not be left alive, but he might be able to help the Grand Empyrean find those items. Since that was the case, the Grand Empyrean glanced at the ancient god. The ancient god's expression changed, and he bowed slightly as if he had received some sort of order. When the phenomenon appeared, Lu Yin finally relaxed. The origin tribulation had ended. The 4th seal had been broken, and Lu Yin had become a half-ancestor. Lu Yin could vaguely feel a trace of bloodline binding him from afar. He looked in a certain direction, which was the direction that Xianxia had pointed out. It was also the direction that he had tried to go after breaking through to half-ancestor. As expected, it was in that direction? Lu Yin did not know where the Lu family was in the heavens or which parallel spacetime it was in, but that trace of bloodline binding was connected to him through parallel spacetime. He closed his eyes and silently called out, "Ancestor." In the dark heavens, a pair of eyes suddenly opened, and the ancestor muttered to himself, "My Lu family has another genius descendant? I wonder how he compares to that kid Lu Tianyi. Impudent." In the sky, the tribulation origin black hole disappeared. Lu Yin looked up. Had it disappeared? He had become a half-progenitor. After so many years of cultivation and so many years of life and death struggles, he had finally broken through. Now, there was only one step left, breaking through. Once he broke through, Lu Yin believed that there would be few progenitors who could fight against him. Bai Xianxia looked at Lu Yin, and her gaze suddenly became extremely cold. It was the same gaze that Lu Yin often saw in his dreams. That gaze, that finger. Cut it off. Be careful. Someone shouted. Lu Yin's body disappeared, and a dark green light swept past him. It was the power of Extreme Yin. Divinity Xiaoyin had attacked. So what if you broke through? I'll still kill you. Divinity Xiaoyin's expression was ferocious as he looked at Luyin with unprecedented killing intent. Luyin stared at Divinity Xiaoyin, raised a hand, and punched out. Boundless energy from his inner world continuously fused into Divinity Xiaoyin's body. Divinity Xiaoyin's expression changed. Although Luyin had yet to reach the level of a sequence law, his strength was too terrifying. Even Celestial Champion Celestial, who had been at the same level as Luyin, could not last even a second against this punch. Divinity Xiaoyin did not want to try and immediately retreated. The void shattered, revealing the void realm. Divinity Xiaoyin was shocked. Although Luyin had yet to touch the sequence law, his strength could shake the laws. He was too strong. He had chosen a different path, one that ignored the laws. However, this did not mean that this brat could defeat Divinity Xiaoyin. He was still far from being able to truly ignore the laws. Taiyin City. Divinity Xiaoyin attacked with all his strength. He had to kill this brat here. Luyin took out the wordless heavenly book. He could block some of the sequence particles, but Divinity Xiaoyin's corrosive sequence particles far surpassed the thunder sequence particles. After all, that one had a 90% chance of survival and was based on Luyin's strength. However, Luyin believed that the wordless heavenly book could help him fight against Divinity Xiaoyin. At this moment, he could no longer only dodge when facing a sequence law powerhouse. On the endless battlefield, Bodhi Saint retracted his gaze, suppressing the shock that Luyin had brought. As long as this person did not die in this battle, he would definitely change the balance between the humans and the Eternals in the future. There was no need to think about Luyin now. The everlasting race had made ample preparations this time. The 7 heavenly gods had attacked the Tea Party, and more than half of the true god guards had been gathered in the boundless battlefield. In addition, there were also a few scattered extreme experts. Even if more than half of the extreme experts of the Six-Way faction had arrived, it would still be very difficult for her to change the tide of the battle. However, even if it was difficult, it did not mean that it was impossible. Everyone, keep your spirits up. Life and death will be decided at this moment. Yes. Yes. Wendy Yushan had a solemn expression on her face. She had breathed a sigh of relief when Luyin had successfully passed his tribulation, but in the blink of an eye, they had once again fallen into a battle. She did not know how this battle would turn out. In the primordial space, the heavenly sect was locked in a battle to the death. Xianxia and the Lady of Fate had arrived, including the Demon Emperor and the others. No matter what they thought of the above heaven sect, they couldn't let the Eternals win. Otherwise, they would die as well. It was not that easy to defeat a half-martial ancestor or battle ancestor. Qing Ping was here to judge. Xianxia panted heavily. The dark purple substance spread out and collided with the Corpse King in front of him. More than 20 progenitor realm experts were engaged in a chaotic battle, and the balance that they had barely managed to achieve began to tilt when Ling Qing was sent flying while vomiting blood. The one who had injured him was the Corpse King that had almost killed him with a trap back in the 6th mainland. True Deity Guard Captain, mid-game. The person from the Thousand Faces game laughed. This was a ruthless character. If he couldn't beat him, he would die. The mid-game was suffocating, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't withstand it. Ling Qing was the same. And so, helpless, Elder Chan's young ancestral qi transformed into Lu Tianyi and attacked the mid-game. Lu Tianyi's appearance made Elder Chan seem much older. However, if he couldn't stop the mid-game, the above heaven sect would be defeated. The person from the Thousand Faces game shook his head. If you can stop the mid-game, then who will stop me? Ling Qing collapsed at the bottom of the sky staircase. He was not far away. He looked at the person from the Thousand Faces game approaching step by step, his face pale. Ling Qing struggled to get up. The mid-game had almost crippled him, and he couldn't stop the person from the Thousand Faces game. The mutant arrived and sneered. Blood Ancestor, so you're here too. In the above heaven sect's plaza, the Blood Ancestor looked at the disc slashing down. Was that the traitor? Who dares to court death? In the distance, a dark purple force swept out and shook the disc away. The mutant looked over. Who was it? Big Sister walked out of the void and raised her head. Give me your life. Then, the power of the netherworld formed a huge hammer and smashed down on the mutant. The mutant narrowed his eyes. This woman was strange, and he became vigilant. Big Sister had planned to go into seclusion to break through, but she was disturbed by this battle. It would have been better if she came out a little later. Once she regained the power of the netherworld ancestor, she would be able to change the situation. On the other side, the person from the Thousand Faces game landed at the bottom of the sky staircase. He was very quiet and didn't make much noise. Other than Ling Qing and a few others, no one knew that the captain of the True God Guards was standing in the Above Heaven sect. The person from the Thousand Faces game smiled and saw he ran. Guess who this is? Isn't this he ran from the hyperspace dimension? You're here. Interesting. Didn't you go missing? He ran was afraid. This person gave her a very uneasy feeling. She kept retreating. The person from the Thousand Faces game walked toward her step by step. Let me guess. Could it be that you were captured? Lung Qing slashed at the person from the Thousand Faces game. The person from the Thousand Faces game suddenly stared at him. Lung Qing's body froze, and his long blade stabbed into the ground. He almost fell to the ground. He was bombarded by his consciousness. The person from the Thousand Faces game laughed. Don't worry. Seeing that I once joined forces with your master Lu against the enemy, I'll let you die a little more comfortably. Cherry blossoms danced in the air, and 3 strings of ancient music sounded. Lan Xian attacked. On the other side, Medicine Immortal, Zhan Lin, and Kue Luo all appeared and surrounded the person from the Thousand Faces game. The person from the Thousand Faces game laughed. Interesting. It seems that you don't understand what it means to be a captain of the True God Guards. With just a few words, his consciousness took control of everyone. Lan Xian attacked Medicine Immortal, and Zhan Lin attacked Kue Luo. Kue Luo broke free because he cultivated the primogenitor scripture. He stared at the person from the Thousand Faces game. Jump through the dragon's gate for this old man. The person from the Thousand Faces game didn't care about the huge waterfall in the inner world. Instead, he was surprised that Kue Luo could break free from his consciousness. You're worth studying. He waved his hand. This time, it wasn't the power of his consciousness, but the power of the progenitor realm. Kue Luo spat out a mouthful of blood. He had no power to resist. The captain of the True God Guards was on a completely different level from the progenitor realm. Kue Luo was confident that he could fight the most ordinary progenitor, but he was as helpless as a child against the person from the Thousand Faces game. He lay on the ground and smiled wryly. It seems that I'm about to break through. I don't know if I'll succeed. Kid, you have to bring the Lu clan back. You want to force me to retreat by breaking through the progenitor realm? That's not a bad idea. Well, give it a try. Watching someone break through the progenitor realm is an experience. The person from the Thousand Faces game didn't stop him. Instead, he looked at Kue Luo with interest. The Above Heaven sect was doomed today. No one could stop it. Not just the Above Heaven sect, but the Fifth Mainland as well. The Genesis space would become the domain of the Eternals. Kue Luo sighed. He was about to break through when a gust of wind blew past. He saw many things. Kue Luo looked at the back of the mountain. What's this? At the back of the mountain, Mad Dean Xiaochen took a sip of tea and smiled at Zhao Ran. It's delicious. Zhao Ran was delighted. Thank you. After she finished speaking, she looked at the starry sky. Even a simple-minded person like her was worried about the grand battle. Xiaochen smiled. Let's find a place to rest. Zhao Ran blinked and retracted her gaze. She looked at Xiaochen. Where's His Highness? Xiaochen replied, he'll be back soon. Zhao Ran shook her head and muttered to herself, it'll be good if he doesn't come back. It's very dangerous here. With that, she slowly left. Xiaochen looked at Zhao Ran's back. Regardless of whether he had memories or not, everyone had emotions, and Zhao Ran was no exception. He had promised Luyin that he would help the Above Heaven sect in times of crisis. Now was the time. The mundane world tempered his heart. He didn't know what it would be like to become a progenitor. He also didn't know if the realm after him would be called progenitor. Xiao Chen hadn't broken through the 3 stages, so logically speaking, it was impossible for him to become a progenitor. However, he didn't walk the normal path. Others needed to break through the 3 stages to obtain the Genesis item, but he didn't. With the mundane world as a medium, the mundane world tempered his heart. His progenitor's world could see more clearly than anyone else's. The person from the Thousand Faces game looked at the back of the mountain, feeling as if he had been seen through. This feeling made him very unhappy. He raised his foot and took a step forward. Since he was unhappy, this feeling should disappear. The person from the Thousand Faces game arrived at the back of the mountain and saw the Mad Dean leisurely drinking tea. The Mad Dean's gaze landed on him. "Your life is very gloomy." The person from the Thousand Faces game didn't understand. A mere half-progenitor made him feel as if he had been seen through. This old fellow's eyes didn't seem to be looking at him, but they were also looking at him. The person from the Thousand Faces game released his consciousness, intending to control the Mad Dean. The Mad Dean put down his teacup. When the teacup landed and the sound was heard, the person from the Thousand Faces game suddenly retracted his consciousness. He felt a chill run down his spine. It wasn't that this old fellow was very strong, but rather that he brought about an indescribable sense of danger. It was as if he had just stepped into the progenitor's origin tribulation. The Mad Dean stood up and let out a long breath. "The mundane world is me, and I am the mundane world. Let me see the mundane world's memories." As soon as he finished speaking, formless ripples began to spread out from him in all directions. The person from the Thousand Faces game was the first to see his memories transform into streaks of light that shot into the sky. He was shocked. What was this? As the ripples swept past, they didn't have any power to harm others. However, everyone who was swept by the ripples had their memories transform into streaks of light that shot upwards like a river. The streaks of memories connected the sky and the earth, attracting the attention of the entire Above Heaven sect battlefield. Outside the Above Heaven sect, the ancestral turtle, the Mavis race members, the camphor insect that was colliding with the ancestral turtle, the person fully clad in black armor on its back, and even further away, Elder Chan, Big Sister, Mu Xia, Orange Ji, Zhong Pan, and the various corpse kings. All living creatures had memories, and these memories were the footprints they left behind when they walked through the mundane world. Mundane world was an abstract term. It was like karma that had been forcefully extracted by the Mad Dean, turning into the progenitor's origin tribulation that targeted only him. It was the origin tribulation, but also not the origin tribulation. The origin tribulation was just a synonym for the tribulation to break through to the next realm. The Mad Dean's origin tribulation had nothing to do with astral origins. It was just walking through the mundane world. Brothers, thank you for your support. I'll update more. Thank you. I'll update at 2 p.m. Stay up late, stay up late, stay up late. Big Sis looked up and saw her own memories. She raised an eyebrow. A path that no one has walked before. This is a rare sight even in the Above Sky Sex era. Back then, there weren't many who could truly break free from the astral source cultivation method. She looked towards the back of the mountain. Little Seven has found a ruthless person. Lu Bujing, Fate Maiden, and the others all looked towards the mountain. They knew how rare it was to break free from the progenitor's origin tribulation and become a progenitor. During the Above Sky Sex era, the most well-known figures were Reaper, Fate, Guiji, and the others from the 3 realms and 6 daos. Most of them had completely broken free from the astral source cultivation method, which was why they had been able to reach the peak. Wu Tian was considered a different figure from the 3 realms and 6 daos. He had only cultivated astral sources, but he had also reached the peak. The crazy headmaster's path was unprecedented, and his future might not be something they could imagine. Kue Luo considered himself to be extraordinary, and he had befriended the Lu family. He viewed the 4 realms as nothing and looked down on by Wang Yuan and the others. However, he had wholeheartedly accepted the crazy headmaster and believed that the crazy headmaster had surpassed him. How long had it been since the crazy headmaster had broken through to half-ancestor? One could imagine how shocking the crazy headmaster's path had been. Regardless of whether it was the Above Sky Sex era when human cultivation was at its peak, or the Daosaur Sex era when the 9 mountains and 8 seas had just begun, there had been very few people like the crazy headmaster. The rainbows of memories represented the mortal world, and the mortal world refined one's heart, which was a tribulation. The crazy headmaster lifted his foot and walked past the rainbow of memories of the people in the game of a thousand faces. He paused for a moment and then walked towards Lung Qing's rainbow of memories. He walked through the rainbow of memories of these people and experienced part of their lives. This was a calamity that belonged only to him. No one tried to stop him, as no one knew what would happen if they did. After all, he was breaking through to progenitor realm, and if it was the same as the progenitor's origin tribulation, no one would be able to survive. The crazy headmaster walked through the mortal world, and each time he passed through a mortal world, his temperament became more and more otherworldly. Finally, he stopped at the bottom of the stairway, and the rainbows of memories surged towards him. From afar, the mortal world bowed to him. The ripples spread further and further until they covered the entire frost wave weave. Endless mortal worlds bowed, and it was a shocking sight. Kue Luo gritted his teeth as he stood, and wiped the blood stains from the corner of his mouth. He had finally broken through. Dan Pu and Dan Fangyi watched in shock. Were these the cultivators of the origin space? This kind of breakthrough method was unheard of, and there were too many possibilities. No wonder the spacetime could have a heyday. Compared with the rigidity of the 3 venerables and 9 saints in reincarnation spacetime, this spacetime was much stronger. The ripples spread out of frost wave weave and towards the entire outerverse. At the same time, they spread out to the astral river and then to the innerverse. The progenitor realm was enough to shake the entire 5th mainland. The crazy principle had broken through, and now he was walking through the boundless world of mortals. His momentum was so great that even the war stopped in an instant. During the tea party in the reincarnation spacetime, Lu Yin had no intention of fighting divine sovereign Xiaoyin. He just wanted to return to the above heaven. He originally thought that he could leave. With the stream of light reversing time and the wordless heavenly book blocking the sequence particles, no one could stop him. But he forgot one person, the one true God. The half-ancestor origin tribulation shocked the 6 Directions Guild, the 7 heavens, and the sole true God. Too many strange things had appeared during Lu Yin's half-ancestor origin tribulation. Some things were not something that a half-ancestor could come into contact with, and even a progenitor might not be able to come into contact with them. However, Lu Yin had drawn out some things that even the sole true God and the grand heavenly venerables cared about. After Lu Yin's tribulation, the sole true God used his divine power to envelop all of Jiutian City, and no one could escape. The strange thing was that the 7 heavens, who had wanted to kill Lu Yin, did not attack him. Lu Yin did not know that the 7 heavens were determined to kill him, and he also did not know that he had shocked the sole true God. He only knew that he could not escape. His divine power spread throughout the void, and as heavens I could see endless sequence particles. He could use his heart's power to isolate himself from the universe and tear through the void, but he could not take that final step. If the sole true God did not allow him to leave, then he could not leave. The grand heavenly venerables had no intention of helping Lu Yin leave. After all, Lu Yin was already quite powerful. You want to escape? Let's see where you can run to. The Xiaoyin divinity clenched his fingers and pointed them at Lu Yin. Within Taiyin City, the decaying heaven Dao frantically spread out, wanting to corrode Lu Yin. The decaying heaven Dao was no different from the space-time tempering that he had encountered during his previous tribulation. Even if his physical body had been strengthened greatly and he could barely resist the tiny sequence particles, he could not resist the entire decaying heaven Dao. Breaking through to the half-ancestor realm had greatly increased Lu Yin's power level. To put it bluntly, he would have no problem fighting against someone like Bai Wang Yuan. Even if he faced old freak Mo, he was confident that he could escape. However, his chances of winning were still not high. The sequence laws were a qualitative change, and it was already quite good that he could escape from them. How could he possibly defeat them? The only possibility was eternal darkness. Eternal darkness had isolated old freak Mo's sequence laws, and it should also be able to isolate the Xiaoyin divinity's sequence laws. As long as he entered eternal darkness, Lu Yin was absolutely confident that he could kill the Xiaoyin divinity without the power of the sequence laws. Although Lu Yin could not defeat the current Xiaoyin divinity, the Xiaoyin divinity's chances of defeating him were not high either. Flowing light's reversal of time and the wordless heavenly book's obstruction of the sequence particles gave Luin the ability to contend with the Xiaoying divinity. Before becoming a half-ancestor, Luin had been unable to move around Lunar City. Even when he had teamed up with Xianxia, they had still fallen into a desperate situation. Now, he was confident that he could protect himself in Lunar City. If the Xiaoying divinity was careless, he might be able to turn the tables and break through to the half-ancestor realm. However, that was only against the Xiaoying divinity. Luin definitely did not want to face an existence like the corpse god. The Xiaoying divinity could not compare to the 7 sky gods. Just like how Luin had barely been able to protect himself against the Xiaoying divinity could fight against the 7 sky gods. However, the Xiaoying divinity could only barely protect himself, and there was no way he could win. The difference was still too great. Luin hid from the decaying Heaven Dao as he took out the wireless goo. As long as the battle in the above heaven sect slowed down, he would be able to receive news. Ancestor, please come back as soon as possible. In the above heaven sect, a rainbow of memories rose from the entire outerverse. As long as it was a living being, be it a human, a giant beast, or the mechanically modified humans from the technocracy, the rainbow of memories would appear. Such a scene had never appeared in the outerverse before. The boundless mortal world bowed as the crazy headmaster completely transformed. His aura flashed for a moment, and everyone knew that he had broken through. Nobody knew what the crazy headmaster's breakthrough was. Was it the progenitor realm? Or was it not the progenitor realm? Nobody knew. The members of the Thousand Faces game immediately attacked. Regardless of whether the crazy headmaster was a progenitor or not, this person had to die. The path that the crazy headmaster had walked was unprecedented. It might be a path of death, or it might be a path of unprecedented strength. No matter what, the human race should not have such a person. What the Eternals feared the most was not the birth of a powerhouse, but the birth of a creator. The crazy headmaster looked back as his consciousness invaded, but he remained unmoved. Your path is very bitter. You want to impose suffering on others, but you don't know that you have never experienced the suffering of others. Now, I will let you experience it once. He then struck out with a palm. The members of the Thousand Faces game subconsciously dodged, but the crazy headmaster did not attack them. Instead, he attacked their mortal world, the rainbow of memories, and the path that the crazy headmaster had walked. The crazy headmaster could not change time, and he could not reverse the flow of time, but he could force the experiences of others onto the members of the Thousand Faces game. The Thousand Faces game's pupils shrank, and then he became sluggish. It was as if his entire person had changed at that moment. He had experienced the lives of others, experienced their suffering, and felt their pain. This pain was not something that could be brought about by physical pain. He had joined the Eternals because his life had been too bitter, and he could not bear it. Thus, he had left his identity as a human, believing that as long as he was not a human, he would not have any emotions. He did not know that indifference, selfishness, and numbness were also a type of emotion. He did not know that one day, someone would change his path in the mortal world. The member of the Thousand Faces game clutched his head and held. He glared at the crazy headmaster with bloodshot eyes. What have you done? Dispel it. I don't want this pain. I don't want to experience this suffering. The crazy headmaster shook his head. You are very pitiful. You are courting death. The member of the Thousand Faces game raised his palms and slammed them towards the crazy headmaster. On the other side, a shadow shrouded the area as the camphor bug crashed into the crazy headmaster. The ancestral tortoise attacked from the side again, slamming into the camphor bug. Behind the camphor bug, the man in black armor leaped down with his mace and slammed into the ancestral tortoise's back. Compared to the ancestral tortoise, he was so small. But then, the black mace continued to grow. In an instant, it had replaced the camphor bug and become a colossus that was comparable to the above heaven sect. The Mavis game watched in horror as the mace fell. This mace was even bigger than the ancestral tortoise. Bang! With a loud bang, the ancestral tortoise was forced back, and its head quickly shrank back. The man in black armor and wielding the huge mace snorted coldly. Your love strike can wait. I have to deal with this old thing first and create an unprecedented path of cultivation. This kind of person cannot be allowed to live. With that, the mace shrunk, and he slammed it towards the crazy headmaster. Halfway through, Big Sister appeared with the sky hammer in her hand. She clashed with the mace. With a boom, the two of them retreated at the same time. I'm the captain of the True God Guards, Heavy Ghost. You're a ruthless person to be able to receive my mace. Tell me your name. The man in black armor roared. Big Sister sneered. Your mother. Sure, as long as you can defeat me, you can be my mother. Heavy Ghost laughed, not caring about being insulted. He raised his mace and slammed it down. Big Sister used the sky hammer. Two mighty forces collided. Heavy Ghost was excited. You're not in the progenitor realm, but you can fight with me. You're too interesting. Come, love strike. Big Sister was disgusted, but she was afraid of this Heavy Ghost. This person was extremely difficult to deal with, and each of his attacks had a strange oppressive force. She could have broken through to the progenitor realm when she was in seclusion, but this battle forced her out. Now, she had to break through. She had a feeling that these captains of the True God Guards were not simple. She glanced into the distance. There was a strong enemy hiding there. In the distance, Elder Mo stood up. Lu Bujing, little bastard of the Lu family, you owe me. You'll have to pay. Thank you brothers for your support. Thank you, I'll update more. I'll update at 3 p.m. Thank you. In the opposite direction of Elder Mo, there was also someone hiding. It was Luo Shan. Luo Shan's eyes narrowed as he watched the battle unfold in the Heavens Sect. He hadn't expected the Heavens Sect to be hiding so much power. That was Lu Yun, right? So that was how it was. The one who had attacked Ultra Spacetime was someone from the Heavens Sect. Luo Shan didn't know who it was, but he was certain that both he and the Six Paths Association had underestimated the Heavens Sect and Luin. That kid had entered the Six Paths Guild long ago. Perhaps Xiaomu's disappearance was also the above Heavens Sect's doing. Luo Shan could not help but kill the traitor. On the other side of the above Heavens Sect, Qinle fired an arrow. The Corpse King raised its scarlet eye and roared, breaking the arrow with a punch. Qinle's expression did not change as he fired another arrow. He could kill this Corpse King as long as he used his ancestral world, but what about after that? He would have to face the other Corpse Kings. Qinle did not want to move as he looked at the eternal Corpse Kings and the terrifying True God Guard captains. He had heard of the True God Guard captains through Lord Luo. Although the captains were not as strong as the seven sky gods, they were still not something he could fight against. Each of those captains was extremely terrifying and could be called a peak progenitor. He did not want to die. The Corpse King charged at him, but it was repelled by another arrow. He glanced around and saw that the Star Sovereign was also fighting against a Corpse King. He was not sure if the above Heavens Sect could survive today, so he had to think of a way out. He could not die for that Luin. Suddenly, a strong sense of danger descended, and Qinle hurriedly dodged. There was nothing? The sense of danger grew stronger and stronger, causing his hair to stand on end. Who was targeting him? Qinle's expression changed as he looked ahead. Someone had appeared at some point and was staring at him coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. Qinle's pupils shrank. Lord Luo? Luo Shan's lips curled up. Long time no see, Qinlu. Qinle's face turned pale as he stared at Luo Shan. You weren't in the endless battlefield? One question. Why did you betray me? Luo Shan asked coldly. Qinle gulped. He was not clear about Luo Shan's strength. He had said that Luo Shan had faked his strength and was valued by the Grand Empyreans because the information about the tea leaves had come from him. He had always believed that Luo Shan was not powerful and could not be compared to Mr. Daheng. But no matter what, Luo Shan was stronger than him. The creator of the Sovereign King's Qi was not a weakling. Even if he was not as strong as Mr. Daheng, killing him would not be a problem. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. I had no choice. Luin forced me. If I didn't join the above Heavens Sect, he would kill me. Luo Shan's gaze was cold. We were the ones who taught you how to raise your strength. You have always been cultivating the Sovereign King's Qi, but in the end, you betrayed me. Die. Finished speaking, he raised his hand to grab Qianlu. Qianlu was shocked. Lord Luo, attacking me now is the same as betraying the Six Directions sect. You're helping the everlasting race. Luo Shan didn't listen to him at all. Qianlu shot an arrow, which was crushed by Luo Shan's hand. Above, the Corpse King descended and punched Qianlu. In this life and death crisis, Qianlu opened his arms and an incomparably huge arrow appeared. Ancestral World, Soaring Cloud Arrow. An arrow shot out, covering Luo Shan and the Corpse King at the same time. Luo Shan's palm grabbed the arrow, causing it to shatter inch by inch. At the same time, Qianli's body also shattered. He spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Luo Shan in disbelief. You? Trash, how much do you know about me? The Corpse King's punch did not hit Qianlu. Luo Shan casually waved his hand. He crushed the Corpse King, revealing his strength, which shocked Qianlu. Impossible, this person killed the Corpse King and him in an instant. His strength was definitely not what he thought. Luo Shan raised his hand again to grab Qianlu. I'll let you know how a traitor should die. Stop. Star Monarch arrived, panting heavily. Luo Shan looked at her with a complicated gaze. You also betrayed me. Star Monarch frowned. The people of Star Reflecting Universe were brought here by above heaven. I had no choice. Luo Shan's gaze softened a lot. Luo Shan, let him go. Star Monarch said solemnly. Luo Shan's eyes were cold. You want me to let this traitor go? Kill him, and you will be a traitor of the Six Directions sect. He is fighting against the everlasting race and helping above heaven, which has now become the Six Directions sect. Is it worth it to betray the Six Directions sect for him? Star Monarch shouted, her face flushed red. Luo Shan stared at Star Monarch, looked into her eyes, and smiled. How many years have we known each other? Star Monarch was startled. I don't remember. You've never looked at me like that. Let him go. I hate traitors, I hate above heaven. I hate Luin, and I hate the Grand Empyreans even more, but... Luo Shan stared at Star Monarch. I don't hate you for anything. Star Monarch's heart trembled. Humans were not plants and could not be emotionless. For her, Luo Shan had risked his life to enter the endless battlefield to bring out the people of Star Reflecting Universe. Although she had also joined forces with Luo Shan to guard the Three Sovereigns universe, Luo Shan had never forced her to do anything for many years. Star Monarch's gaze softened. Brother Luo, don't be a traitor. Luo Shan's eyes twitched, and he slowly let go. Qianlu hurriedly retreated, looking at Luo Shan in horror. He had almost died. He did not expect Luo Shan to be so strong. If he had known earlier, he would have confessed. Perhaps Luo Shan could have removed Mr. Daheng's control, and he would not have fallen to this point. Luo Shan turned and left. Brother Luo, if you still want to stay in the Six Directions sect, help above heaven. You are not helping Luin, you are helping yourself, Star Monarch shouted. Luo Shan did not look back, his voice low. If I find a spacetime where I can live, are you willing to go with me? Star Monarch stared blankly at Luo Shan's back and fell. Silent. Luo Shan smiled bitterly and took a step forward. Above heaven sects Luin must repay what he owes me. I will not attack him, but I can open a passage to the three monarch spacetime zones. If he wants to join the Six Directions sect so badly, then he can join the endless battlefield. Star Monarch was shocked. Brother Luo. Luo Shan had already left for Shenwu continent. On the other side, Lu Bujing stared at the progenitor realm Corpse King in front of him. Waves of unease welled up in his heart, as if he was being watched by something. He avoided the progenitor realm Corpse King's attack and tried to use his ancestral chi to perform a divination of fate. He had failed several times before, but this time, he succeeded. He hurriedly divined the source of the crisis. Not good, it's him? Lu Bujing's expression changed. That treacherous Mo Shang had actually come. Of all times, he had chosen this moment. In the current above heaven sect, who could stop Mo Shang? Mo Shang was a monster who had reached the level of a sequence law. Even without the Eternals' invasion, the above heaven sect would still need to use all of their strength to resist him, and it was hard to say whether they would survive. But now, no one could stop him. Lu Bujing remained calm, as he did not dare to search for traces of old Mo. The old man had yet to make a move, and as long as he did not attack, they still had hope. He did not dare to hope that old Mo would help the above heavens sect deal with the Eternals. With old Mo's personality, it would be good enough if he did not help the Eternals. The sense of crisis suddenly increased, and Lu Bujing felt as if there was a blade at his back. Lu Bujing's expression changed. He roared, "I'm going to break through to Progenitor Realm." His voice was very loud, and it attracted the attention of Fate Daughter, Xianxia, and Lin Qing. The others thought that he was warning them, and they hurriedly distanced themselves. Old Mo, who had been about to attack, stopped and was bewildered. Break through to Progenitor Realm? He did not dare to approach. Lu Bujing's Progenitor Realm breakthrough would not be a small matter. If he got involved, it would be hard to say whether he would live or die. Fine, let's see if you can break through to Progenitor Realm. Even if you succeed, so what? At most, you'll reach Lin Qing's strength, and that kind of strength is nothing in my eyes. Breaking through to Progenitor Realm is even better. Old Mo sneered. I'll let you have a taste of the joy of becoming a progenitor before I push you into the abyss. Lu Bujing, you brought this upon yourself. Without the Lu family, you are nothing. Lu Bujing felt the danger disappear, and he relaxed. He had scared old Mo, but that was not enough. He had not truly broken through to Progenitor Realm. Without the origin tribulation appearing, old Mo would definitely be able to tell that something was amiss. As he thought about it, he spat out a mouthful of blood. I still need to wait. I need to recover first. On the other side, the Corpse Kings attacked. Lu Bujing and the Corpse Kings clashed once more. Old Mo frowned. Then, he would wait. Rather than killing Lu Bujing now, he would feel a greater sense of accomplishment after Lu Bujing had broken through to Progenitor Realm. He had to make Lu Bujing feel despair. Luo Shan quickly arrived at Xinwu continent and attacked the Tower of Resonating Light. No one dared to stop him, as Mu Xia, who had been guarding this place, had also participated in the above heavens sect battle. The seal was no exception, and Luo Shan broke it. The Luck Path sourcebox array was pushed aside. When the seal was broken, the three sovereign spacetime and the primordial space connected once more. Countless Corpse Kings surged forth, and Xinwu continent fell into the flames of war. Luo Shan sneered. None of them would have an easy time. Mu Xia had sensed the anomaly in Xinwu continent, but he was unable to leave. This orange G was very difficult to deal with, as he had the ability to transform all attacks into flat surfaces. Mu Xia could not tell whether this ability was an innate gift or a sequence law. Logically speaking, it should not be a sequence law, but if it was an innate gift, then it would still be difficult to deal with. Lu Bujing could rely on an endless supply of power to delay by Wang Yuan and the others, but the Eternals could similarly send a powerful progenitor to delay him. I advise you not to be careless. If you dare to be careless in a decisive battle against us true God guards, you will easily die, Orange G said coldly. In the reincarnation spacetime, at the tea party, Lu Ying continued to tangle with Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin. Each of the 7 sky gods had their own opponents, and the endless battlefield was filled with slaughter. No one dared to say that they had the upper hand. In the above heavens sect, Lu Bujing continued to battle the Corpse Kings. An hour had already passed, and old Mo could not wait any longer. If Lu Bujing failed to break through and died under the origin tribulation, then old Mo would not even have a chance to take revenge. Thus, old Mo decided not to wait any longer. Lu Bujing forced the Corpse Kings to retreat. I'm about to undergo my tribulation. Old Mo stopped once again, bewildered. He waited for a while, but Lu Bujing did not undergo his tribulation. Old Mo raised an eyebrow and was about to attack again. Lu Bujing continued to shout that he was about to undergo his tribulation. Old Mo was furious, as he could tell that this bastard was definitely faking it. Did he know that old Mo was about to attack? It was not impossible, as that brat from the Lu family had told Lu Bujing about old Mo's existence, and Lu Bujing himself had the ability to manipulate fate, which allowed him to predict good or bad fortune. It was not impossible for Lu Bujing to know. When he thought of this, old Mo's expression turned sinister. This bastard had once used fate to threaten him, and now he was using tribulation to threaten him. Did he really think that old Mo was afraid? Old Mo decided to attack regardless of the consequences. Thank you, brothers, for your support. I'll be updating at 4 p.m. The sense of danger grew stronger, and Lu Bujing knew that he could no longer intimidate Old Monster Mo. Lu Bujing had no choice but to be shameless. The danger was coming from that direction. Lu Bujing suddenly looked in Old Monster Mo's direction. At the same time, Big Sis and the crazy director looked over as well. Old Monster Mo appeared, and he stared at Lu Bujing with a sinister smile. Lu San, you didn't expect me to still be alive, did you? Lu Bujing's eyelids twitched. It really was him. This old bastard had survived until now. He gulped and raised his hand to cheer. Brother Mo Shang, you're still alive. That's great. You definitely have the strength of the 7 sky gods to survive from the above heaven sex era. I'll leave those true god guard captains to you. That guy over there, that black-skinned guy, and that big bug. Heavy Ghost raised his head and pointed at himself. Me? He turned to look at Old Monster Mo. Comparable to a 7 sky gods? That's troublesome. The few of us can't do it. Old Monster Mo sneered. You're still so shameless. Will it work? Lu Bujing was helpless, as he did not know if it would work. He was betting that the Eternals would take the initiative to attack Old Monster Mo. He was betting that Old Monster Mo would not dare to openly help the Eternals, which would result in a 3-way battle instead of Old Monster Mo dealing with him alone. However, both Lu Bujing and Old Monster Mo had miscalculated something. The Eternals were very smart, which was why they had been able to destroy continent after continent in the above heaven sex era. They did not rely on absolute strength. Even during the above heaven sex era, the Eternals did not have absolute strength to threaten the above heaven sect. They relied on intelligence and caution. The captains of the Eternals did not believe Lu Bujing's words. They could tell that something was amiss, but no matter what, Old Monster Mo was an enemy. The Thousand Faces Bureau had immediately informed everyone of Old Monster Mo's identity. Regardless of whether or not Old Monster Mo would attack the above heaven sect, his existence would hinder the Eternals. At this point, the captains of the Eternals were indeed unable to deal with a powerhouse who had comprehended the laws of heaven. Since that was the case, they had to choose the safest method. The Thousand Faces Bureau's members endured the pain brought by the crazy director, and divine power suddenly surged out of their bodies. At the same time, Ghost, Ju, and Zhong Pan's bodies. Some of the true God Guard corpses that were fighting, while some of the corpses of course, some did not. Streaks of red divine power converged upwards from all directions, forming a ring of red light that illuminated the entire outerverse. It brought about an intense sense of unease and strangeness. The red light shone on everyone's faces, illuminating their shock and fear. Even Luo Shan, who was far away on the Shenwu continent, was illuminated by the red light. At this moment, the brightest thing on the fifth mainland was the red light. It covered the entire fifth mainland, including the technocracy and the astral beast domains. Everyone stared blankly at the sky. Regardless of whether they understood divine power or not, this power made everyone instinctively afraid. Old eccentric Mo clenched his fists. It was this sort of power again. This time, there was far more divine power than back in the dark spacetime. Back then, it had only been the divine power of a single person in the game of 1,000 faces. This time, however, it had gathered the divine power of 4 true God Guard captains and no less than 5 progenitor realm corpse kings. This divine power seemed to illuminate the path of death. When the divine power was completely gathered, it formed an existence similar to the sun. To the humans, it illuminated them, but to the 4 captains of the true God Guards, it gave them a power so great that it was almost a metamorphosis. Streaks of light poured into the bodies of the 4 captains. The 4 captains began to transform, and their aura skyrocketed. Mu Xia and the others had solemn expressions. Big Sis' mouth twitched. We're in big trouble. Elder Chan coughed up blood, and the crazy headmaster looked up at the divine power with a helpless expression. Chen Lu, Taixing Jun, Master Shan, and the rest of the progenitors felt the pressure of the divine power. At the foot of the stairway, he ran despaired. How could this be? There were clearly so many extremely powerful corpse kings, so how could the divine power increase? The red light made her feel extremely uneasy and fearful. In the sect's main hall, Wang Wen curled up in a transparent coffin with his head buried in it. As long as he did not look, he would not be afraid. This was too terrifying. The Eternals were truly showing their might. Old eccentric Mo wanted to retreat, as he did not want to resist the boundless divine power. He especially did not want to stand out at this time. If the 7 sky gods came, he would be in for a bad time. But before he left, he had to deal with Lu Bujing. He waved his hand, and the darkness followed him like a shadow as it headed towards Lu Bujing. Lu Bujing cried out, "Mo Shang, if you dare to attack, I'll dare to face my tribulation." Old eccentric Mo sneered. "I'll cover you with divine power. Why don't you try to face your tribulation?" Lu Bujing was stunned. He had divine power above his head, and once he faced his tribulation, the progenitor's origin tribulation would probably drag the divine power along with him. If that happened, he would definitely be finished. That was the power of the only true God. Just thinking about it made him despair. At this time, the progenitor's origin tribulation would not be able to save anyone. Old eccentric Mo took advantage of this opportunity to attack Lu Bujing. Lu Bujing looked at the incoming darkness, but he could not escape even if he wanted to. Nobody could help him. On the Shenwu continent, Luo Shan sighed. Above the sect, it was over. Crack! Crack! Far away, a crack appeared in space. At first, no one noticed it, as everyone's attention was on the divine power. But just as old eccentric Mo's darkness was about to grab Lu Bujing, and the divine power had completely transformed the 4 captains of the true God guards, the void completely shattered. A golden mountain range suddenly appeared, shattering the void and bringing with it a golden light. It brutally resisted the divine power and illuminated everyone's faces with a layer of golden light. Everyone looked in that direction. Old eccentric Mo stopped and looked over at the same time. This golden light was very familiar to him, and he hated it. What is this? Lu Bujing opened his mouth in a daze. The golden light of the divine seal catalog. As the golden light shone, the red light of the divine power was reduced to a thin layer, as if it had been draped in a golden coat. A pair of eyes opened and appeared in front of everyone from the 5th mainland. They replaced the sky, the universe, and everything that they knew. The eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life, but they were also extremely domineering. They were filled with pride and arrogance, as if no one could enter his eyes. That guy's divine power? Scatter! With a shout, the golden light turned into a sharp blade that slashed out and tore apart the divine power sun that had enveloped the 5th mainland. It was tyrannical, domineering, and straightforward. It was just that simple. Old eccentric Mo's mouth fell open, and he immediately fled. He thought of a certain person. Was that person still alive? When Lu Bujing heard this voice, his eyes turned red. Pro-ancestor. When Leng Qing, Fate Maiden, and the others heard Lu Bujing shout, their scalps went numb. There was only one person in history who could make Lu Bujing shout like this, and that was the Dao Master of the 5th mainland, the Lu family's ancestor, Lu Yuan. Mu Xia, Elder Chan, and the others watched in shock as the golden light replaced everything. This power was unimaginable to them. It changed the entire 5th mainland in an instant. So what if it was divine power? Even if the only true God appeared, he would be forced to retreat by this power. This was a mighty power that exceeded everyone's imagination. That mountain. The golden mountain range broke through the void and directly descended in front of the above heaven sect. On top of the golden mountain range, figures stood tall, exuding a powerful aura that suppressed the eternal race's true god guards. Heavy Ghost looked at the golden mountain range. Under his black armor, his eyes were unprecedentedly serious. Hey, what's going on? This is too much of a joke. Am I hallucinating? As he spoke, he looked for the other true god guards captains, only to find that the people from the Thousand Faces game had disappeared. Orange Ji and Zhong Pan, who had confronted Mu Xia, were also gone. Only him and the less than 10 Ancestor Realm Corps kings were left outside above heaven sect. He rushed toward Camphor Bug without hesitation. Run. Huh? You want to run away in front of me? A majestic voice resounded throughout the fifth mainland, causing the entire continent to tremble. It even reached the starry sky tree and spread throughout the primal space. On top of the golden mountain range, a figure walked out. "Ancestor, leave them to me. I'll have to trouble you with Xianxia. Whoever dares to bully my descendant will die a horrible death." The deafening voice shattered all of the Ancestor Realm Corp's kings except for Heavy Ghost, including Camphor Bug with extremely strong defenses. Elder Chan and the others felt their scalps go numb, and an unprecedented sense of security enveloped their hearts. They had encountered an important figure. Heavy Ghost coughed up blood and looked at the figure that had walked out of the Golden Mountain Range. "Senior Tanny?" Elder Chan was excited. In the reincarnation space-time, Luin was fighting with Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin when he suddenly realized that the battle situation had changed. The 7 sky gods had all left at the same time. "Little Luin, let's play another time." The Forgotten Ruins god smiled. Blacklist god coldly glanced at Luin and did not speak. Shaman Spirit god wanted to give Luin a blow, but he could not take the risk. If he was held back, he would not have a good ending. The troublesome person had returned. The sole true god had also left, and he had dragged Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin away with him. The Grand Empyrean had not been able to keep the sole true god, but he had taken away Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin's strength. However, Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin did not care and said something to Luin before he disappeared. Luin relaxed. It seemed that his family had returned. Otherwise, no one would have had the ability to change the situation. It was possible that Mr. Sumu, the Thunder Lord, and the other powerhouses had arrived, but Luin did not believe that the Eternals had not considered them. If the Eternals had dared to start a war like this, then they must have considered all possible factors. The only variable was the Lu family and himself. His family must have returned. The war is over. Congratulations on protecting the Above Heaven sect. Son of the Lu family, there is a place for you in the Eternals. A voice entered Lu Yin's ears, and he stared into the distance. It was the sole true god's voice. The Above Heaven sect had been saved. The sudden end of the war had caught the Six Direction Society off guard. They had not known that the Lu family had returned. The 9 skies and 10 earths had split open, and the celestial gate had been shattered. Evergreen Saint had become the first progenitor to die. However, aside from Evergreen Saint, no one else had been sacrificed in this war. The main reason was that Luin had taken too long to pass his tribulation, and the Lu family had only returned in a short amount of time. Son of the Lu family. The Grand Empyrean's voice rang out. Everyone looked at Luin. After the war had ended, the first person that the Grand Empyrean had looked for was Luin. Although he had contributed greatly in this war, it had not affected the 7 sky gods in any way. The only contribution he had made was that he had revealed that Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin was a spy. How had he known that Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin was a spy? Thank you, brothers, for your support. Today's 6th update. This book has never been published before. I'm going to stay up late tonight. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Luin turned around and faced the Grand Empyrean. Senior, are you looking for me? The Grand Empyrean was no longer as calm as before. How did you know that Xiaoyin was a spy? Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he voiced out his many guesses. Just because the Eternals attacked the Above Heaven? Does Senior think that my guesses are wrong? Yes. Did Divinity Xiaoyin already know that you were pretending to be Xianxia? Luin frowned, as this was beyond his expectations. Indeed. He admitted it himself and knew that I was Xianxia. The slander at the tea party was to lure Bai Wang Yuan and the others out of the astral tree. Not only did he attack the Genesis space, but he also attacked the tea party. You already guessed that Xiaoyin was a spy. Why didn't you report it to me? The Grand Empyrean barked, and a terrifying pressure descended, causing Luin to feel dizzy. Grand Elder Shan Gu hurriedly said, Grand Empyrean. Shan Gu, this is between me and the Lu family's son. It has nothing to do with you, the Grand Empyrean interrupted. Grand Elder Shan Gu frowned. Would God said, Grand Empyrean, you know how cunning the Eternals are. Luin alone cannot see through them. Otherwise, the human race's situation would not be like this. Master Wei's eyes flashed. Right now, it was not a matter of right or wrong, but rather that the Grand Empyrean had been insulted. Divinity Xiaoyin was one of her people, but he had become the Six Direction Society's biggest spy. This matter had a huge impact on the Grand Empyrean, and it had caused her to lose face. What she cared about was that Luyin had not told her. If he had, regardless of whether the Tea Party had been attacked or how the Eternals had attacked, she would not have been passive in this matter. What she cared about was face and prestige. She considered herself the leader of the human race, but she had nurtured the Six Direction Society's biggest spy. No one would be able to accept this. Now that she thought about it, Divinity Xiaoyin's numerous mistakes in the endless battlefield had been intentional. He had incited internal strife in the Six Direction Society while also telling the Grand Empyrean to banish the Lu family. These actions had caused too much damage to the human race, and all of this had been tacitly approved by the Grand Empyrean. How would the history books record this in the future? She clearly had a chance to avoid all of this if Luyin had told her in advance, but he had not. This was the reason why she was so angry. Reverend God Xiaoyin was not stupid. He had a clear goal. This was the method of the Eternals. Back in the primordial space, the destruction of the continents, the fall of the three realms and the six paths, and the betrayal of the Eternals, were all the methods of the Eternals. In terms of intelligence, the Eternals were no less than the humans. And because they were all loyal to the one true God, they could endure and act more decisively. Luyin took a deep breath. Junior is only guessing. If I told the Grand Empyrean in advance, would the Grand Empyrean believe me? Whether I believe you or not is my business. You hid the truth from me. This is your first crime. Xiaoyin used you as a breakthrough point to divert everyone's attention, causing the Eternals to launch a large-scale attack. This is your second crime. If it weren't for you, the primordial space wouldn't have been noticed by the Eternals. It is precisely because of you that the primordial space is in danger. This is your third crime. Luyin was amused. Is the Grand Empyrean joking with me? Everyone's expression changed. Even Voidmaster wanted to cover Luyin's mouth. Mu Feng immediately walked out. Junior brother. Su Heng, Su Leng, and the others worried. You're just trying to pin the blame on me. The Grand Empyrean couldn't defeat the Eternals and caused them losses, so you're blaming me? Did I, Luyin, deserve to die in the primordial space? Should I just let the Eternals fight on the other side? Do I have to report everything to you? Pin the blame on me? What right do you have? Do you really think you're a primogenitor? Do you really think the reincarnation spacetime can replace the above heaven sect? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? The Tea Party was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared blankly at Luyin as he cursed the Grand Empyrean. He was crazy. Luyin was indeed crazy. This crazy woman was actually trying to pin the blame on him. She couldn't defeat the Eternals, so she wanted to push the blame to him? At this point, he no longer cared about the difference in strength. Even without Mr. Mu's guarantee and the Lu family's return, he would still have done this. Otherwise, how could he live up to his status as the above heaven sect's Dao master? It was the people in the primordial space who would lose face. He was the spiritual pillar of countless people. What right did he have to be convicted by this crazy woman? The wood carving stood in front of Luyin and faced the Grand Empyrean. Senior Grand Empyrean, please forgive my junior brother for my master's sake. Grand Elder Dan Gu shook his head and stepped forward to block Luyin. He had no other choice. He admired Lu Yin's strength and also valued him for being able to draw out an ancient card. That was a qualitative change in strength, and he could not let this kid die. The Void Master's expression changed, and he stepped forward as well. No matter how angry the Grand Empyrean was, he could not attack them. It would be best if he could plead for leniency, but if he could not, then there was nothing he could do. Wu Tian, I've tried my best. The wood god stepped forward for the sake of the wood carving and the third mainland. Furthermore, the ancient gods wanted to kill this kid, so he had to protect him for the greater good. Unexpectedly, the Dimensional Master stepped forward and also blocked Lu Yin's path. This was something that no one had expected. Please calm down, Grand Empyrean. Please calm down, Grand Empyrean. Please calm down, Grand Empyrean. Powerhouses stepped forward one after another. Su Wuwei, Su Heng, Su Leng, Xiao Xi, and the others all walked to Lu Yin's side and bowed to the Grand Emperor. Some of these people were there for Lu Yin, while others were there to follow their own spacetime master. They all had their own goals, but no matter what, most of the powerhouses who had participated in the Tea Party walked to Lu Yin's side and pleaded for leniency on his behalf. Gongsheng, Jiangsheng, and the others exchanged glances. Was this kid really that popular in the Six Direction Society? Lotus Reverend frowned. Was he trying to force her master's hand? Child of the Lu family, do you plead guilty? The Grand Emperor's voice rang out once more. Everyone's hearts sank. The Grand Emperor's attitude had not changed because of their pleas. She had steeled her heart to blame Lu Yin. Why? The Grand Emperor's attitude was very strange, as if she was looking for a crime. Lu Yin clenched his fists and looked at the Grand Emperor. What crime have I committed? What right do you have to convict me? Impudent. Kneel, the Grand Emperor roared. The void exploded and appeared above everyone's heads. This was an unstoppable force that was basically a law. This was the Grand Emperor's pressure on Lu Yin and everyone around him. She was using her own strength to suppress everyone. The Grand Emperor was of the same generation as the primogenitor and the sole true god, so the nature of her power was completely different. Even the wood god, who had an extremely high seniority, felt the pressure. This was the power of the human sovereign. If not for the Grand Emperor, the sole true god could easily destroy everyone. Under Lu Yin's celestial eye, the void was filled with sequence particles. The Grand Emperor seemed to be the embodiment of sequence laws. The entire world was pressing down on him. Kneel. The sequence particles descended above Lu Yin's head and pressed down. He did not take out the textless heavenly book, as it could not completely block Xiaoyin. It was a joke for a god to block a Grand Emperor. The sequence particles landed on Lu Yin's body, and he felt as if the heavens were pressing down on him. No matter what kind of strength he had, he could not withstand it. Kneel. The voice rang out again and again as the sequence particles slowly descended. Lu Yin was enduring an invisible pressure. No one could help him resist this pressure. He could only rely on himself. He was unyielding, would not kneel, and would not beg for mercy. Why? Why should he be convicted? What right do you have to convict me? I'm from the Lu family, the Pathmaster of the Heavens sect. You can't deal with the Eternals, but you take your anger out on the Heavens sect era and the Lu family. You can't stop the sole true god or Xiaoyin, so you take your anger out on me. Grand Emperor, who do you think you are? You crazy woman. Lu Yin shouted the last sentence, completely shedding all pretense of cordiality. Shangu, Void Master, and the others looked at him in shock. Mu Carving's face turned cold, and he crushed the jade. It was useless to say anything at this moment. Venerable Lotus and the others were stunned. This was the first time they had heard someone curse a Grand Emperor. Wood God and the others felt the same, and they all felt a strange sensation. How many years had it been? Even during the golden age of the Heavens sect, a Grand Emperor's status was extremely high. They could meet the primogenitor at any time and talk to them as equals. Yet, they were being cursed by a junior. Bai Xian'er stood there calmly, and a gust of wind blew past, causing her hair to flutter. Lu Yin's eyes were red as he glared at the Grand Emperor. He had finally spoken the words he had kept in his heart for a long time. When he had first heard the reason for the Lu family's exile, he had wanted to come over and curse the Grand Emperor. Now, he finally did it. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin was a lackey, and the Grand Emperor was the culprit who had blocked Patriarch Lu Yuan's senses. In the sky and on the ground, the sequence particle shone brightly. Son of the Lu family, kneel. With a shout, the shining sequence particle smashed down. Lu Yin clenched his fists. He had no way to resist, so he had to bear it. Regardless of whether the Lu family returned or not, he had already awakened Patriarch Lu Yuan. His mission had been completed. No one could help Lu Yin. If they helped him, they would have to face the Grand Emperor head-on. No one had the confidence to do so. The world trembled, and even the reincarnation spacetime was pressuring him. Lu Yin couldn't breathe, and his consciousness was scattered. He couldn't even stand steadily. He couldn't fall or lose face. He represented the primordial space and the heavens sect. He was Luin, someone who had slowly climbed from an ordinary cultivator to his current height. He had sacrificed so much, so how could he kneel at this moment? No one could force him to kneel. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were red as he stared fearlessly at the Grand Empyrean. Even if he had to die, he would die standing. Crazy woman. The sequence particle completely descended and bombarded Luin, causing the sky to collapse. A hand suddenly appeared and blocked Lu Yin's head, blocking the sequence particle. Following that, a figure walked out and roared, "Crazy woman, what are you trying to do to my Lu family's child?" Would God, Void Master, and the others stared in shock at the man who had suddenly walked out. This person was 70% similar to Luin. His entire body shone with a golden light, but it was different from Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin's golden robes. This golden light was difficult to resist, and it seemed to be able to pierce through space and time. The biggest difference between this person and Luin was their gaze. Lu Yin's gaze was wise and calm, but it also contained an unfathomable depth. This person's gaze was very pure and domineering. It was pure domineering, and there was no reason to speak of it. The moment this person appeared, the sequence particles that filled the sky were thrown into chaos. This person had also brought along a terrifying amount of sequence particles that pushed aside the Grand Empyrean sequence particles. Everyone stared blankly. Who was this? Lu Yin's breathing quickened as he looked at this face that was extremely similar to his own. He didn't know how to describe his current emotions, he was too tired. He had walked from Earth onto the path of cultivation, and he had walked step by step until now. It had been filled with life and death crises, scheming against each other, and if not for his heaven-defying luck, he would have died countless times already. The moment this person appeared, Lu Yin's entire body relaxed. His body swayed, and he almost fell to the ground. The newcomer looked at Lu Yin with a wide grin, and the overbearing look in his eyes changed to one of admiration, self-blame, and pity. Hold on a little longer. A member of the Lu family cannot fall in front of an outsider. Lu Yin nodded and looked at the newcomer with a resolute gaze. I know, ancestor. He had wanted to address this person as ancestor for a very long time. He had addressed too many people as senior. Even in his dreams, he had hoped that there would be someone he could sincerely address as ancestor. This represented that he could rely on, that he could trust, and that he could let go of everything. The newcomer was Lu Yuan, one of the 6 Daos of the 3 realms from the above sky sect era. The Grand Empyrean's gaze landed on Lu Yuan, and she wasn't surprised. Lu Yuan had arrived right after the sole true god had left, but he hadn't appeared immediately. He had been staring at the Lu family's descendant the entire time. The reason she had targeted Lu Yin and condemned him was to make him submit and embarrass Lu Yuan. However, this Lu family's descendant was determined, which made Lu Yuan proud. Thinking about this made the Grand Empyrean uncomfortable. Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan turned around and glared at the Grand Empyrean. What are you shouting for? Can't you see that I'm catching up with my own child? Xianxia is already dead, and you still dare to be so arrogant, the Grand Empyrean roared. Lu Yuan sneered. You think he'll die just because you say so? Who do you think you are? You're just a crazy woman. You're too presumptuous. What? Do you want to fight or scold me? I'll accompany you. If Master hadn't stopped you, do you think you would have been able to scold me? If it wasn't for Tai Chu's protection, you wouldn't even have the chance to grow. The others are much better than you. What do you know? If it wasn't for Master stopping us, we would have already discussed how to beat you up. Wu Tian even prepared a rod for you. That crazy woman, Fate, had already calculated where you would go. Big Yellow brought us to find you. That's one of the rare times when we brothers are united. We just want to beat you up. Go ahead and be happy. If it wasn't for Master, I would have beaten you to a pulp, Lu Yuan mocked. The Grand Empyrean angrily rebuked, nonsense. Let me tell you, back then, in order to knock you out, the few of us almost got into a fight, just to see who was the first to knock you out. By the way, Grim Reaper won. In order to knock you out, that guy specially researched a battle technique called Death Mask. This battle technique was created in order to knock you out without you noticing. Ruthless, isn't it? He was so proactive. I don't know how long he had been holding it in, but he was so excited that his eyes turned red. The Grand Emperor was stunned. She didn't know if Lu Yuan was telling the truth or not. Back then, aside from Lu Yuan, Tai Chu's disciples were all pretty good. Wu Tian was very obedient, and although Grim Reaper was gloomy, he was very polite and was a good kid. They weren't like what Lu Yuan had described. Would God and the others quietly listened. This was all a secret. When Lu Yuan had come into contact with the Above Heaven sect, Gu Yizhi and the others were already part of the Three Realms Six Daos. He didn't know anything about them before they became part of the Three Realms Six Daos. Lu Ying watched as Lu Yuan crazily scolded and ridiculed the Grand Emperor and felt elated. After being suppressed by the Grand Emperor for so long, he had finally turned the tables. He now had a backer. Nonsense. The Lu family's son is just as impudent and rude as you. If you continue, I'll make you pay the price. Scram, he's still a child. You. The Grand Emperor was furious. Lu Yuan laughed. Are you confused? Crazy woman, reflect on yourself. Do you think you're worthy of convicting a child of the Lu family? Then, he grabbed Lu Ying and left. Let's go. Everyone present couldn't react. The Grand Emperor was furious. Brat, I won't let you go. On the other side, Lu Yuan brought Lu Ying back to the origin space. Lu Ying was surprised. Lu Yuan should be unable to locate the origin space like the others. I hope that crazy woman doesn't chase after us. Otherwise, if we really fight, the origin space and the reincarnation spacetime will suffer. Lu Yuan snorted. Lu Ying looked at Lu Yuan curiously. This was the Tao master of the Above Heaven sect, the true ancestor of the Lu family. He didn't seem very majestic, although he was very domineering when he cursed the Grand Emperor. Ancestor? Lu Yuan nodded. Seeing Lu Ying staring at him, he said, Don't look at me like that. It's not that I'm afraid of fighting with her. This woman is crazy. If she's really angered, she can do anything. She can even fight to the death with me and let the one true God benefit. We can't argue with such a lunatic, right? Lu Ying nodded. Ancestor, you're right. But what about the family being exiled? I'll settle the score with her. Lu Yuan was furious. I'll make that crazy woman pay for all the hardships the family has suffered. Don't worry, I won't give her a single cent less. I've wanted to beat her for a long time. Does she really think that she has master's power just because she's in the same generation? What a joke. She's too narrow-minded. Ancestor will teach her how to be a person. Lu Ying was excited. I have to teach her how to be a person. Lu Ying nodded. He thought about it and felt a little melancholy. But the family just returned and there's a pile of things to deal with. The origin space is a mess, and there's also a burden to save. It's difficult. He looked at Lu Ying with admiration. Little Xian, as expected of you. Lu Ying took a step back and faced Lu Yuan. He bowed deeply. Little Xian greets ancestor. Lu Yuan laughed, lifted Lu Ying up, and patted his shoulder. He was very pleased. Good, you're strong. You're a child of my Lu family. When you created the overturning sky palm, ancestor knew that you were promising, much more so than that brat Lu Tianyi. Good, haha. Lu Ying was puzzled. Was Lu Xiaoxian really the one who had created the overturning sky palm? How was that possible? Now was not the time to ask such questions. Ancestor, how is the Above Heaven sect? Lu Yuan was puzzled. Above Heaven sect? You came up with that name? Lu Ying explained the origins of Lu Bujing and the others, as well as the appearance of the Above Heaven sect. Lu Yuan was stunned as he listened. So Lu Bujing and the others were sealed in ice. No wonder we couldn't find them back then. Let's go. We'll talk about it when we get back. I really miss the Above Heaven sect. Speaking of which, you people are quite bold. Back then, when the 9 mountains and 8 seas came together, even Lu Tianyi at his peak did not dare to call the Daosaur sect the Above Heaven sect. Ignorance is bliss. Lu Ying smiled sheepishly. He had also traveled for 20 years, and he had only learned that the Above Heaven sect had been established after returning. When he saw Lu Yuan again, Lu Yin had many questions that he wanted to ask. There were many matters regarding the Above Heaven sect and the Daosor sect, but he had to deal with the battlefield first. The Golden Mountain Range was magnificent. When Lu Yuan and Lu Yin returned to the Above Heaven sect, voices gathered above the Golden Mountain Range in the distance, forming ripples that rippled through space. Greetings, Ancestor. Greetings, Young Master. Greetings, Ancestor. Greetings, Young Master. Greetings, Ancestor. Greetings, Young Master. Lu Yuan beamed at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at the Golden Mountain Range and sensed its powerful aura. A familiar yet unfamiliar feeling arose within him. The voices calling him Young Master were the same as Master Shan and the others. They were sincere and willing to give their all. He was the Lu family's Young Master, and no matter how much time had passed, he would always be the Lu family's Young Master. Atop the Golden Mountain Range, many members of the Lu family bowed to Lu Yin. Even some of the older ones did the same. This was their respect for Lu Yin, for the Lu family's Young Master who had struggled alone in the primordial space and brought it back to the Lu family. The Lu family was powerful, and there were no less than 6 half-ancestors in the Golden Mountain Range. The rest were far stronger than their peers, and all of the outstanding geniuses had respectful expressions. Regardless of gender, they all bowed to Lu Yin. Aside from Lu Yuan, there were 2 other progenitor auras. One was obscure, and the other was berserk. Lu Yin took a deep breath and released his powerful aura. This was the aura of someone who had broken through to the half-ancestor level and could directly face Shaoyin divinity and other sequence law powerhouses. Limitless power radiated from his inner world, making Lu Yin the center of the universe. Within the Above Heaven sect, everyone bowed. Welcome back, Dao Lord. Welcome back, Dao Lord. Welcome back, Dao Lord. Elder Chan and the others could sense Lu Yin's aura. The Dao Lord had broken through to the half-ancestor level, and he was even more powerful. Lu Yin's aura also shook the Golden Mountain Range. They bowed to Lu Yin because Lu Yin had led them back to the Lu family. Lu Yin had fought alone here to survive and face the 4 cardinal scales. Lu Yin was Lu Xiaoxian, and they respected Lu Xiaoxuan's identity as the Lu family's Young Master. However, when Lu Yin's aura erupted, the powerful aura that could rival a progenitor's completely shocked the entire Lu family. Even Lu Yuan was astonished. He had seen Lu Yin resist the Grand Empyrean sequence particle, but now that he felt it again, he could not help but be shocked. How could a half-ancestor be so powerful? Even they could not do it back then, as their master was a primogenitor. How did this brat cultivate? This was the question that everyone in the Lu family had. Lu Yin was too powerful, and when he rushed out, the Lu family's berserk progenitor's power was suppressed. The Lu family's golden light did not pose any threat to Lu Yin, as he was also the owner of the golden light. At this moment, more than 10 progenitors from the Above Heaven sect and the Lu family gathered in the starry sky. Everyone bowed to Lu Yin from afar. Even with Lu Yuan beside him, Lu Yin was still the center of attention at this moment. The merits that Lu Yin had brought to the 5th mainland were not something that Lu Yuan could replace, even if Lu Yuan was the Dao Lord. Lu Yuan had no intention of replacing Lu Yin as the Dao Lord. Since everyone called him the Dao Lord, then the position of the Dao Lord would be given to him. This child was the greatest pride of the Lu family. Since ancient times, who could compare to him over the endless years? 2 figures appeared, and one of them rushed towards Lu Yin and hugged him. Lu Yin subconsciously wanted to push him away, but the person who had come gave him an incomparably familiar and warm feeling. When the person hugged him, Lu Yin actually forgot to push him away. Son. Lu Yin's heart trembled as he stared blankly. I'm sorry, son. I'm late. The speaker was Lu Qi, Lu Yin's father. Lu Yin clenched his fists, not knowing what to say as he allowed Lu Qi to hug him. Lu Qi let go and grabbed Lu Yin's shoulder, excitedly looking into his eyes. He then punched Lu Yin's shoulder. I knew you could do it. Son, it's good that you're alive. Leave the rest to me. Lu Yin sighed and looked at Lu Qi with a complicated expression. My memories are gone. Lu Qi paled and looked at Lu Yuan for help. Lu Yuan shook his head. In the distance, another progenitor of the Lu family walked over. There are all sorts of powers in the universe, and some cultivate karma and divination. I didn't seal your memories, but rather completely erased them. If you still have your memories, someone can use them to find you. If you can't be brought back to the Lu family, I hope that the seal can protect you for a lifetime. The ancestor will awaken sooner or later, and it's only a matter of time. Lu Yin looked at the speaker and knew who it was. He had seen him when he traveled through space-time, Ancestor Tianyi? Lu Tianyi smiled and looked at Lu Yin with admiration. You did better than I expected, little Xian. The Lu family is proud of you. Even in the era of above heaven, the Lu family is willing to say that the family is proud of you. The Lu family was the family that controlled the fifth mainland during the era of above heaven, and it had given birth to many geniuses. The Divine Seal Catalog and the General Appointing Platform were the basic features of the Lu family's geniuses. Anyone who had awakened these two innate gifts would reach the peak. Even so, Lu Tianyi still recognized Lu Yin as a genius who surpassed all the other geniuses in the Lu family, including himself. Lu Yuan patted Lu Yin's shoulder. Even I can't compare to you. Little Xian, from now on, the Lu family is in your hands. Lu Yin didn't know what to say. This was a family that was connected by blood, and it gave him warmth and support. He took a deep breath. I understand. Lu Qi laughed. Son, let's go to above heaven. I heard that you've become a Dao master, and your father is very impressive, haha. Lu Yin couldn't help but laugh. Although he had lost his memories and couldn't regain his feelings, Lu Qi had his own way of getting along with Lu Yin so that Lu Yin didn't feel any pressure. Lu Yin did not reject Lu Qi. Even if he had lost all his memories, he still trusted this man from the bottom of his heart. Moreover, he was no stranger to Lu Qi. Back when he was undergoing his sixth origin tribulation had drawn out Lu Qi, who had acted with the power of the God Sealing Catalog's progenitor of literature. When he ascended the star-plucking tower, he had also seen Lu Qi and his mother hugging him. Dad, Lu Yin said. Lu Qi answered happily. Mother passed away? Lu Yin asked in a low voice. Lu Qi's face darkened. Yes, he died a long time ago. There was no secret behind his mother's death, she had simply passed away due to illness. Lu Yin had found out through Kue Luo, but he wanted to confirm it with Lu Qi. Now that he had gotten the answer, he had mixed feelings. After a moment of silence, Lu Yin asked, when did you break through to the progenitor realm? Lu Qi sighed, the clan has been exiled. If we want to return, other than awakening the old ancestor, it would be good to have a few more ancestor realm experts. What a pity. He fell silent for a moment. 2 progenitors died. This is Ionian territory, after all. Lu Yin wasn't surprised. When he had first learned that the Lu clan had been exiled, he hadn't expected them to survive. The 4 cardinal scales hadn't thought so as well. Only Xiaxinji knew that the Lu clan was still around. Alright, I'll tell you about this later. You need to slowly understand the clan's matters. First, take us to understand your above heaven sect. Lu Qi smiled. At this time, Master Shan, Kue Luo, Wan Zi, and the others who had been in the Lu clan. The remaining officials all walked out. Greetings, Master. The fat old woman, the little girl, the crazy old man, and the rest of the Lu clan members all bowed loudly. Although the Lu clan was domineering, they weren't tyrannical. They had their own reasons, which was why the 4 cardinal scales had rebelled. However, there were also people who were incomparably loyal. The myriad Daos clan and Qiming clan were both loyal to the Lu clan. Kue Luo had been a frivolous old man, but he had changed after seeing the Lu clan return. Lu Yuan looked at the remaining Lu clan members with a complicated gaze. In the end, he sighed deeply. Lu Tianyi spoke up. The clan didn't protect you and caused you to suffer too much. For this, the main clan apologizes. Wan Zi was agitated. It's the 4 cardinal scales' fault. It's the 6 cardinal associations' fault. It has nothing to do with the main clan. Senior Tianyi, please lead the main clan to reclaim the astral tree domain and kill all our enemies to show the Lu clan's might. Master, please kill all our enemies to show the Lu clan's might. Master, please kill all our enemies to show the Lu clan's might. "Master, please kill all our enemies to show the Lu clan's might." These people had never mentioned this request to Lu Yin, as they knew that it wasn't easy for him to reach this point. Because of this, they buried all of their hatred in their hearts as they didn't want to give Lu Yin any pressure. However, things were different now. With the Lu clan's return, the 4 cardinal scales would vanish into thin air. Lu Tianyi nodded with a solemn expression. The Lu clan can consider the big picture and can also support the big picture alone. Some grudges cannot be ignored. The blood ancestor, Elder Chan, and the others looked at this scene. It seemed to be a matter of the Lu clan, but didn't the Lu clan represent the entire Genesis space? Whether it was the Lu clan of the past or the current Lu Yin, they both represented the Genesis space. Chen Lu looked at Lu Tianyi and then at Lu Yuan with fear in his heart. He had never felt such a terrifying aura before. Even when he had been in close contact with the Shaoing divinity, he had never felt such despair from the Shaoing divinity. These 2 people were monsters. This was the Lu clan that had been exiled by the Genesis space and reincarnation spacetime. They were Lu Yin's backing. In the past, he hated Lu Yin for lying to him. Now, he was glad. Otherwise, who knew what would happen to him if he went against such a monster clan? What about Luo Shan? Did he dare to appear? The Lu clan had dealt with the everlasting race as soon as they appeared. How powerful were they? He looked up at the bottom of the stairway. Had the Genesis space weakened? Then, how could there be so many extreme powerhouses? Even with the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages reincarnation spacetime, the number of extreme powerhouses might not be comparable to the Genesis space. She could see that the Genesis space seemed to be heading toward its peak from long ago. The Lu clan and Above Heaven didn't need to work together. Elder Chan, Mu Xia, and the others were already acquainted with the Lu clan. Lung Qing, Xianxia, and the others were also acquainted with Lu Tianyi. The scene that Lu Yin had been waiting for had appeared. In the era of Above Heaven, when Lu Bujing and the others had disappeared, Lu Tianyi had still been a Dao child and could be considered a junior. Now, Lu Tianyi's strength was beyond their comprehension. Facing him again, everyone felt awkward. It was mainly Xianxia and the others who felt awkward. Lu Tianyi had lived for countless years, and according to his actual age, he could be their ancestor. They looked at each other and didn't speak. Fate's daughter deliberately retreated. In the era of Above Heaven, she had caused trouble for both Lu Bujing and Lu Tianyi. If Xianxia and the others faced Lu Tianyi, it was still acceptable. However, Chu Yuan, He Luo Mavis, and the others were stunned. They didn't know how to face him. Lu Tianyi looked at them and ignored them. They were all Dao children, but time had pulled them far apart, so far that they couldn't be seen. Chu Yuan wanted to show his determination to catch up, but when he thought about how Lu Tianyi had dealt with those progenitor corpse kings like they were vegetables, he lost his confidence. He had been dealt a blow by Lu Yin and lost his arrogance from the era of Above Heaven. If he had just been released from the ice, he would definitely have shouted at Lu Tianyi. Above Heaven's daughter and the Lu family's relationship was very natural, and the person at the helm of each was Lu Yin. Lu Yin took Lu Qi and the others to understand the current Above Heaven, mainly introducing Lu Yun, Chen Lu, Taishu, and the others. A few days later, he found Lu Yuan alone and asked him to save Ming Yan. This matter had been weighing on his heart for too long. Ming Yan hadn't been of much help to him, nor had she experienced much with him. However, she was one of the few people who could bring him warmth and didn't need to hide his feelings. In front of Ming Yan, he could tell her what was on his mind. He could be calm, he could reveal his ambitions, and he could also be calm. This was enough for him. Lu Yuan looked at the frozen Ming Yan with a solemn expression. Lu Yin was nervous. Ancestor, she is the most important person to me. She is my wife. Lu Yuan looked at Lu Yin. Little Xian, no, I'll just call you Little Seven. Many people call you that. Little Seven, do you understand our level? Lu Yin nodded at first, but then he shook his head. I know that above the progenitor realm is to grasp the laws of the sequence, but I don't understand you or the Grand Empyrean realm. Lu Yuan clasped his hands behind his back. The laws of the sequence are laws formed by the operation of the universe. It's like hitting the surface of the water, causing the water to naturally splash. This is common knowledge to everyone. Some cultivators use their strength to stabilize the surface of the water. After hitting it, the water won't splash. They think that they have broken common sense, but isn't this also common sense? To use one's strength to break the conservation of another's strength, that is cultivation. The only thing that can truly break the laws of the sequence is the existence of the laws of the sequence. With that, the astral source in front of him turned into water. Lu Yuan hit it with his palm, and the water didn't splash or break. Instead, it changed into another substance, a strange form. Lu Yuan asked, "Would you have thought of this form before hitting the surface of the water?" Lu Ying shook his head. "What you don't think of is breaking the laws." Lu Yuan looked at Ming Yan again. "There are too many laws in the universe. Without these laws, we wouldn't have existed. How many laws can a person control? Too few. When a person is strong enough, they can change the universe with the laws of the sequence, but they can never change all the laws of the universe at the same time. Among these laws, there are some that are almost impossible to control. Vitality is one of them. This child's vitality has been cut off. This piece of extreme frost froze her vitality, but it can't restore the laws of the sequence. If you want to save her, you have to reconstruct her vitality. Thank you for your support, brothers. I'll add more chapters." Suifeng did his best, he really did his best. He didn't even take care of the child last night and had been typing all this time. His eyes were clearly sore. Seeing his brother's enthusiastic support, he felt that he would be letting everyone down if he didn't add more chapters. If he did, he wouldn't be able to take it. Let's wait for Suifeng to recover and wait for the next plot climax. The next volume, Return to Origin, was about to begin. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. "Ancestor, can you save her?" Lu Yuan looked deeply at Lu Yin. "Yes." Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief, sweating profusely. The ancestor had said so much, and the more he spoke, the more mysterious it became. But not now. Saving her would trigger the laws of the life sequence, and I'm unfamiliar with it. I can do it, but the price is too great. The Lu family has just returned, and there are internal and external troubles. No one knows if that crazy Grand Empyrean will help. Little 7, wait until the Lu family stabilizes, then I'll save her. Lu Yin sighed, "As long as you can save her, ancestor." Lu Yuan nodded and sized up Lu Yin with a strange gaze. The more he looked at him, the stranger he felt. Lu Yin knew that the ancestor had seen through his strength. "Your cultivation is a bit strange. I have 4 inner worlds." Lu Yuan raised a brow. "Your heart?" "My own starry sky is a path I unintentionally walked," Lu Yin said and put Ming Yan away. Lu Yuan nodded, between your eyebrows. "That's martial celestial eye," Lu Yin replied. Lu Yuan's eyelids twitched. "I seem to feel a familiar power." Lu Yin couldn't help but feel proud in front of his family and the ancestor. "Are you referring to the Grim Reaper or Fate? Or Guiji?" Lu Yuan was surprised. "You also cultivated that traitor's power?" Lu Yin said, "Guiji is a traitor, but his power is very useful. But his power is also very difficult to cultivate." "It's a miracle that you could succeed," Lu Yuan sighed with some lingering fear. Lu Yin asked, "Ancestor, how did Guiji betray us?" Lu Yuan was in a bad mood at the mention of this, and he waved his hand. "All right, some things don't need to be explained in one go, and I don't have the energy to explain them. Come, I'll take you to see someone." Lu Yuan led Lu Yin through the Golden Mountain Range. This was Lu Tianjing, and there were memories of Lu Xiaoxian. Lu Yin felt like he had seen this place before, but he couldn't remember it completely. Soon after, Lu Yuan brought Lu Yin to the back mountain of Lu Tianjing and stopped in front of a chain. Lu Yin looked along the chain into the distance. He saw a person tied up in chains and lying flat in space. Lu Yin frowned, thinking that this person was someone the Lu family wanted to punish. Otherwise, why would he be tied up? When he saw who it was, Lu Yin was shocked. "Withered ancestor?" Lu Yuan was surprised. "You know him?" Lu Yin looked at Lu Yuan in shock. "Old ancestor, this. Why did ancestor coup?" Lu Yuan raised a hand to stop Lu Yin from continuing. "He's been tied up all this time. According to Lu Tianyi, when his family was exiled, he accidentally ran into Withered, who was drifting through space. He thought of a way to drag him back here. However, this person's mind is dried up. Just like his name, he is just a shell. To tell you the truth, the reason why this person didn't die is because of that power of his. When Lu Tianyi told me about this power, I was very surprised. There were actually so many outstanding people in the Above Heaven sect. Even in the Above Heaven sect, this person would be a top expert. What a pity. She's just a burden now. Lu Ying did not expect Kuzu to be dragged back by the Lu family. Is Kuzu a living dead now? Lu Yuan nodded and clasped his hands behind his back. I brought you here to tell you that the everlasting race has the advantage. Don't think that our Lu family has suppressed them instantly. The everlasting race is unfathomable, and there is still the traitor Guizhi in the 7 sky gods. If we want to deal with the everlasting race, we need more help. I've been thinking of a way to save him. For the time being, the family has to guard against the everlasting race and save Kuzu. There are many things we have to put aside, such as those traitors. They can't run away, but we can't afford to do anything now. Lu Ying understood this. Leave those traitors to me. Can you save Kuzu here? Lu Yuan shook his head. I'm not sure. Let's try. He did not doubt that Lu Ying had the strength to deal with Bai Yuan and the other traitors. Although the current celestial sect was far from its peak, and there was no one who could compete with the Lu family, it had to be known that Lu Ying had walked step by step from an ordinary cultivator. These people followed Lu Ying, not the Lu family. The more difficult it was for Lu Ying, the more exceptional he was. In the past, he could deal with those traitors. Now that he was strong enough to face them head-on, it would not be a problem for him to deal with them. What he was worried about was the Grand Empyreans. This was the rule that humans could not exhaust themselves, not strength. Lu Ying had not only relied on strength to establish the celestial sect, but also on means. He would definitely have a way to deal with them, so there was no need for Lu Yuan to worry. For Lu Ying, the Lu family's return was like a hidden key to opening a treasure chest. There were too many things he wanted to learn through the family. Bai Yuan and the other traitors were not easy to deal with for the time being, but the astral tree realm was different. It was time for Lu Tianjing to return. On this day, Lu Tianyi and Lu Ying arrived at the starry sky tree. The Eternals attacked the primordial space, focusing on the celestial sect. The 4 cardinal scales were also attacked, but the attack came and went quickly. The Xianxia took action and flew over, tearing apart all the progenitor realm corpse kings that attacked the 4 cardinal scales. Only Bai Yuan and a few other ancestors of the 4 cardinal scales knew how terrifying the Xianxia and ancestral Meng were. The others did not know at all, nor could they imagine such power. After the Xianxia took action, countless people in the starry sky tree bowed down in worship, but the Xianxia remained aloof and would not show himself unless it was absolutely necessary. Although the threat of the 4 cardinal scales had been removed, they had never thought of helping the celestial sect resist the Eternals. They thought that the celestial sect would be in trouble this time, but they did not expect that the Lu family's return would not only bring glory to the celestial sect, but also the end of the 4 cardinal scales. When news of the Lu family's return spread, many people from the 4 cardinal scales immediately fled. Some went missing, while others fled. They were all people who had harmed the Lu family. Those who remained in the top realm were minor characters from the 4 cardinal scales, and there were also people like Bai Qi who had never harmed the Lu family. Bai Yuan and Wang Fan had been thrown into the endless battlefield during the tea party because they had accused Lu Ying of being a spy. Xianxia had also been thrown into the endless battlefield. They had not appeared during the war against the Eternals and remained in the endless battlefield. No one knew what their plans were, but it did not matter now. The Lu family could sweep through everything. As for Bai Xing, ancestor Gui Yuan, and Xia Zhen, these 3 progenitors. From the 4 cardinal scales, they were also helping to defend the 6 Direction Association. The only ones left were Nong Yi, the Fog Ancestor, and Madman Lu. Nong Yi and the Fog Ancestor could be ignored, as they had no conflict with the Lu family. Madman Lu was different, and the Lu family had to deal with him. However, Madman Lu was now the reincarnation space-time Great Stone Saint, so how he should be dealt with was still up for discussion. Lu Yuan had already cursed the Grand Empyrean, so they could not really start a war. The top realm originally had Wang Jian, but he had also run away. He had disappeared faster than anyone else. When Lu Tianyi and Lu Yin arrived with Lu Tianjing, the astral tree, the only progenitors left were Shening and Zhu Meng, as well as Grand Elder and I Huang of the White Dragon clan, who had obtained the Dragon Ancestor's special pupil and could fight against progenitors. Lu Tianjing appeared, and a golden light enveloped the entire astral tree. Countless people in the middle realm and lower realm looked up. The Lu family had returned. This region of the universe has changed greatly. Lu Tianyi and Lu Yin stood high in the sky, looking at the glowing Wang family's land and then even further away, where the frigid immortal sect was. In the past, only my Lu family and the families recognized by my Lu family could exist in the top realm. The Four Cardinal Scales? What a laughable name. That's all I want. If they have the ability to destroy the Eternals, I'll even help them snatch the 9 heavens and 10 earths of the Grand Empyreans, let alone the top realm. Lu Tianyi's words were domineering and disregarded everything. Even the Grand Empyreans dared to speak so bluntly. He was different from Lu Yuan, who was absolutely domineering. Lu Tianyi, on the other hand, was both domineering and wise. However, this was nothing to be proud of. After all, the Lu family had been exiled. The smarter Lu Tianyi was, the more sinister the Eternals were. The Lu family had been destroyed by the Eternals. Lu Tianyi looked at Lu Yin. Don't you remember Lu Tianjing? Lu Yin shook his head and told him about how Lu Sun had set up a trap with the Celestial Realm treasury to give Madman Lu a chance to kill him. Lu Tianyi nodded, a complicated look in his eyes. Lu Sun's betrayal of the family is shameful, but she also suffered a lot. She died with the Celestial Realm treasury in the end, which is her fate. Little Xian, it's been hard on you to live until now. Regardless of whether it was Lu Yuan, Lu Tianyi, Lu Qi, or even the entire Lu family, all of them were filled with pity for Lu Yin. Everyone marveled at his achievements, but only a small portion of them could see that these achievements represented a narrow escape. Madman Lu will be dealt with by the Forefather. Let me ask you, what do you think of Lu Tianjing being higher than the astral tree? Lu Tianyi asked. Lu Yin hadn't expected Lu Tianyi to ask him this question. The current 4 cardinal scales had once been Lu Tianjing. Lu Tianjing was domineering and had suppressed the 4 cardinal scales, including the Lu family and the Lu family, to the middle plane. Only the Lu family could be considered supreme. In many people's eyes, this was also the reason why the 4 cardinal scales had betrayed the Lu family. What right did the Lu family have to be above everything? What right did the Lu family have to be so domineering? Lu Yin looked up at Lu Tianyi. Some say that the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Our Lu family's power is greater than the heavens, and our responsibility is greater than the heavens. Our Lu family will stand in the way of the Genesis space, but if the sky falls, we will be the first to perish. Since we have the power, why shouldn't we be high above? Dignity, status, we are high above. If the sky falls, we will also be high above. If anyone dies, we will die first. This is the Lu family style. Our Lu family has the straightest spine and will never bend. Lu Tianyi laughed. Yes, this is the Lu family style. After so many years, how many of those who looked up to us were truly admiring us? How many people want our Lu family to perish and give up the sky for them? But they don't know who will take over once we give up the sky. Without the Lu family, trash like Bai. Wang Yuan will only listen to the 6 Direction Society and bow before a Grand Empyrean. When has our Lu family ever needed to do that? The higher you stand, the higher your spine. Little Xian, this is the Lu family. Lu Yin laughed. Only our Lu family can hold up the sky. Ha 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 ha. Countless people heard their laughter, including those from the 4 cardinal scales and wandering cultivators. They were all waiting for the skies of the astral tree to change again. The Lu family had finally returned. Little Xian, open your celestial eye, Lu Tianyi said as he looked at the Wang family continent. Lu Yin knew what was about to happen, so he immediately opened his celestial eye. Lu Tianyi raised a finger and slowly pointed at the Wang family continent. The Wang family continent floated in the sky in the shape of a hand, and there was a ball of light that moved slowly above it. It represented the time of the Wang family continent, and that ball of light was Wang Fan's mountain sea. Wang Fan's mountain sea is called Shadow of Life, and it can allow the shadow to cultivate again and become a different life form. It looks similar to the Xia family's 9 clones, but it's also different. One is a shadow, while the other is a consciousness. It's said that Xia Chan used this mountain sea as inspiration to create the 9 clones. Given Wang Fan's character, there must be a shadow of his in this universe. Have you found out who it is? Lu Yin answered, Ancestor Gue Yuan. Lu Tianyi was not surprised. Ancestor Gue Yuan? Using a shadow to cultivate the power of the Grim Reaper, that's his style. It's a pity that they've all gone to the Six Paths Society, or else none of them would have been able to escape. Since that's the case, I'll destroy his mountain sea first and suppress the Wang family. The heavens, I should be able to see the power of echelon natural law that ordinary people cannot see. My echelon is called destruction. There is nothing in the universe that cannot be destroyed. All things are born from destruction. Destruction and reassembly are the most basic natural law of the universe. The word destruction can send all things back to their origin. Lu Yin's finger vibrated as he spoke. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Through his celestial eye, he could see a burst of energy shooting towards the ball of light above the Wang family's continent. This energy contained a single particle, but it was invisibly connected to the void of space. Lu Tianyi had forcefully extracted one of the sequence particles that originally existed in the universe, causing his attack to transform into a terrifying power that made Lu Yin's scalp tingle. The shockwave swept through the void without causing any damage to space, but it passed through the ball of light without any hindrance and finally struck the ball of light. On this day, those who had not left the Wang family continent saw a scene that they would never have believed. The ball of light that represented ancestor Wang Fan had shattered. It was just an instant, just an instant. That was Wang Fan's power, and it was enough to block the attacks of ordinary progenitors. Back when Chen Le had attacked the Wang family's mainland, he had been obstructed by the light sphere. However, this obstacle was so laughable in front of Lu Tianyi. It could not even delay him and was directly shattered. The shattered balls of light transformed into specks of light that scattered down, landing on the heads of countless people from the Wang clan continent. It was like a rain of light, extremely beautiful, yet it caused the hearts of the people from the Wang clan to turn cold. Lu Tianyi and Lu Yin appeared above the Wang family continent, looking down on everyone. Unfortunately, Wang Fan, Wang Jian, and ancestor Gue Yuan were not around. Wang Si was also dead. The only important figures left in the Wang clan were clan leader Wang Jing and half-martial ancestor Wang Sun. As for Wang Su, Wang Yi, Wang Xiaofan and the others, they weren't here. They should have been brought away by Wang Jian. After all, they were geniuses of the Wang clan. Even if Wang Fan died, they still had a chance to return to the peak. Wang Dashui had long been in the above heaven sect. He could no longer stay in the Wang family. Looking at the lofty Lu Tianyi and Lu Yin, Wang Jing closed his eyes. The ancestor has yet to return. As the patriarch, I will bear all the responsibility. Me too. Wang Sun spoke. He was the commander of the third formation on the back of the battlefield. His attitude towards the Lu family was the same as the majority of the people in the four cardinal scales. Lu Yin had a deep impression of him because he was the one who protected little Ken at the back of the battlefield, preventing little Ken from dying there. The price was the wisdom root. However, after little Ken left the back of the battlefield, he was captured and brought to the Wang family to mine. For the sake of the wisdom root, he, a half-martial ancestor, had personally made a deal with little Ken. This person was selfish, but he had also done his best to protect the back of the battlefield. There were too many people like him. People had a selfless side, but they also had a selfish side. It all depended on the bottom line in one's heart. Bear the responsibility? Are you qualified? Lu Tianyi was indifferent. Wang Fan and Wang Jian were not here. So what if they destroyed the Wang family? Jia Yuan's formation master Wang Yan raised his head. Senior, although the ancestor has yet to return, the descendants of the Wang family did not hide. We represent the Wang family. Lu Yin looked at Wang Yan. As a Jia Yuan's formation master, even if you go to the Six Directions Guild, your treatment won't be bad. Why don't you leave? Wang Yan looked at Luyin. We live as people of the fifth mainland, and we die as ghosts of the fifth mainland. You can let us die in the fifth mainland, but we will not escape. Wang Jing looked up at the sky. The Wang family has our sins, and we are willing to atone for them. However, each of us will bear the consequences of our actions. The others did not do anything wrong, so please give us a chance to live. I, Wang Jing, am eternally grateful. He then knelt down. Wang Sun, Wang Yan, and the others all knelt down as well. They wanted to live, but how could they? Escape to the Six Directions Guild? Ancestor Wang Jian could have taken them with him, but they had refused. How could they cultivate if they left this region of space? Suffer the Lu family's pursuit forever? Be looked down upon by the Six Directions Guild? They might as well stay and fight for a chance to live, even if it meant death. If Wang Su and the others were taken away, then everything would be fine. The Wang family would not be destroyed. Little Xian, what do you think we should do? Lu Tianyi asked Luyin. Luyin replied, if Wang Fan is still here, we should either kill the main evildoer, become a god, or appoint a general. I'm more inclined to appoint a general. Lu Tianyi nodded, me too. Unfortunately, that guy ran away. Luyin asked, what do you think we should do, ancestor? Lu Tianyi thought for a moment, do you know about the 100,000 waterways? Luyin was stunned, but then he remembered that he had once rolled his die and fused with an island master Rong. That island master Rong was one of the 100,000 waterways that were connected to the mother tree's roots. The 100,000 waterways were connected to the mother tree's roots. To prevent the Eternals from polluting the mother tree, the Lu family had either traded or forced the cultivators into the 100,000 waterways to protect the mother tree. If Lu Tianyi had not mentioned it, Luyin would have forgotten about it. Ancestor, do you mean to have the Wang family protect the 100,000 waterways? Although it hasn't been many years since the Lu family was exiled, we have missed the opportunity to give those people resources. They probably hate us to death. Moreover, the number of 100,000 waterways has definitely increased over the years, and the 4 cardinal scales are just enough to fill in the gaps. Luyin thought about it and agreed. The 100,000 waterways was indeed a good choice. It would punish the Wang family while not wasting resources. After all, there were no Eternals invading the battlefield on the other side of the astral tree realm, and it was impossible to throw them into the endless battlefield. Thus, the 100,000 waterways was the only option. These people had not fled, which meant that they still had some backbone. Ancestor, what's the situation with the Wang family continent? Luyin had wanted to know this for a long time. This hand was too strange, and he wondered if it had anything to do with the hand in the burial garden. Lu Tianyi became a god. His expression was serious. Ask the primordial ancestor. Although I have some guesses, he has never confirmed them. Only he can answer you. Maybe I have some guesses, Luyin said in a low voice. But I don't understand how the Wang family can sit on this continent. Lu Tianyi said seriously, the Lu family can be high and mighty, but we can't take away other people's opportunities. That's the most hated thing. The Wang family can obtain it because of their ability. How they use it has nothing to do with us. Luyin pursed his lips. That's why they used the Yellow Springs water to make the Lu family lose their ability to fight. Lu Tianyi said, that's unexpected. Sometimes, it's not your enemy that hurts you, but your friends. Luyin agreed. Speaking of being hated, there's probably nothing more hated than our innate gifts. Lu Tianyi smiled. That's a skill. The main culprit in exiling the Lu family was Wang Fan, but Wang Fan wasn't around. Lu Tianyi and Luyin didn't have the habit of implicating others, so they followed Lu Tianyi's method and threw the Wang family into the waterway under the Zhongpinghai. The Wang family had many experts, and those who guarded the waterway were at least enlighters. They didn't dare to resist and were all thrown into the Zhongpinghai. Lu Tianyi slowly moved towards the top of the Wang family continent. Within Lu Tianyi's realm, the auras of many Lu family disciples merged into one, forming a majestic aura that suppressed the upper realm and pressed down on the Wang family continent. The 4 cardinal scales had agreed that no one could exceed a certain height. The Wang family continent's height was the same as the cold immortal sex cloud, the divine martial sky prison dragon, and the dragon mountain's peak. However, Lu Tianyi had surpassed this height and was pressing down on the Wang family continent. The tree-starry sky shook, and the top realm's land shattered. The stars in outer space swayed. Countless people were attracted by this scene. They watched as the four cardinal scales replaced the Lu family and took control of the top realm. Only a few years had passed since then, and the four cardinal scales had returned to their original state. In the middle realm, directly below the Wang family continent was where the Wang family used to be in the middle realm. Now, there were many branch family members of the Wang family living there. They raised their heads and looked up. Dust fell from the top realm. From afar, it looked like rain was falling from the sky, connecting the top realm to the middle realm. This rain was gray and filled with dust. Gray enveloped the Wang family continent, and everyone's hearts sank along with the Wang family continent. Eventually, the top realm cracked open, and the Wang family continent appeared before the eyes of countless people in the middle realm. They watched as the Wang family continent slowly fell, and they all found it difficult to breathe. The Lu family had controlled the fifth mainland for countless years, so how could they be replaced by the four cardinal scales? At this moment, the seal that the four cardinal scales had placed on the Lu family shattered at the same time. Everyone bowed, and the seal spread throughout the middle realm, the lower realm, and even the outer realm to the battlefield on the back. The Lu family had returned. It was not that Lu Yin did not want to shatter the Wang family continent and completely destroy the Wang family continent, but the Wang family continent was too important, and it also contained the Yellow Springs water. Thus, he had only pressed the Wang family continent into the middle realm, where he could deal with it later. Next was Shenwu Plain. Once, Shenwu Plain's most majestic existence had been the hellworm traversing the skies. Unfortunately, it had been taken away by Lu Yin and had slipped away during the battle at the tea party. No one knew where it had gone, and Shenwu Plain had suffered a disastrous decline after that. The Lu family did not plan on punishing anyone in Shenwu Plain. After all, Xiaoxinji's main body had been replaced by a clone, which meant that Shenwu Plain was now under Lu Yin's control. As for Xiaoxing and the other direct descendants, Xiaoxinji's clone would naturally deal with them to Lu Yin's satisfaction. There was only one person that could not be let off, Xia Ziheng. When Xia Ziheng had been ambushed, he had unhesitatingly joined the everlasting race. Lu Yin had not forgotten this. He had agreed not to deal with Xia Ziheng, and Xia Ziheng had revealed the secret between the Ghost Abyss ancestor and Wang Fan. This secret had allowed Lu Yin to scheme against Wang Fan and expose the fact that the Ghost Abyss ancestor was Wang Fan's shadow. This had been a great help to Lu Yin, but that did not mean that Xia Ziheng would be spared. This person had harmed many people in the Lu family, and the one who had left the deepest impression on Lu Yin was the old servant. The old servant had been brought out by the Xia family and eventually killed, and the main culprit was Xia Ziheng. There was also Xia Zhitong, who had slandered the Yu family's reputation and implicated the families related to the Lu family. Xia Ziheng was behind this as well. It was time for Lu Yin to repay all of these debts. Xiada and Xianjiao stood respectfully on the dark ground. Behind them were many descendants of the Xia family, but Xia Shenfei, Xia Taili, and Xia Shenguang were nowhere to be seen. Just like Wang Su and the others, these geniuses from the four cardinal scales had been taken away to escape from the Lu family. Compared to the Wang family's continent, Shenwu Plain was in a much more miserable state. There was no power here that could stop a progenitor corpse king, and if not for the divine eagle, Shenwu Plain would have been destroyed. Lu Tianjing arrived above Shenwu Plain from the Wang family, and his golden light illuminated the entire plain, illuminating the nervous and fearful gazes of the disciples. They did not dare to raise their heads, as Lu Tianjing's pressure caused them to shiver. Lu Tianyi knew about Xiaoxinji, but he did not care about Xiada and the others, nor did he plan on telling them anything. Lu Yin scanned Shenwu Plain. "Where's Xia Ziheng?" Xiada's voice was low. "He ran away." "Why didn't you run?" Xiada was helpless. "Unless we went to the Six Paths Society, where else could we run to? I've been called Hero Xia for my entire life. Although I'm not a true hero, I can't be a coward either." Lu Tianyi looked at Xiada. "I have a good impression of you." Unfortunately, the Xia family took the wrong path. Xiada bowed deeply to Lu Tianyi. "This is not something that I can control. Senior, please end this quickly. I don't want to be appointed. Xianxia bowed as well. Senior, please end this quickly. This person had been tasked with guarding Xiaxinji's underground clone. If Lu Xiaoge had not escaped with his clone, this person would not have been punished. Later on, he had also been snatched away by Lu Yin during the fight for the Lu family sword steel. His days in Shenwu Plain had not been easy. Why didn't you flee? Lu Yin was curious, as a half-ancestor was worthy of his attention. Xianji opened his mouth, but no words came out. Xiada said bluntly, I didn't let him escape. After receiving so many years of resources from the Xia clan, not only did you fail to guard the underground, you even made several mistakes. How can you just walk away like that? Lu Yin looked at Xia Xing, tell me everything that Xia Ziheng has done to the Lu family over the years. Xia Xing's heart shuddered, but he did not dare to refuse. The more he listened, the gloomier Lu Tiany's expression became. In the end, his eyes were filled with killing intent. We must find this person. Lu Yin confidently replied, don't worry, he won't be able to escape. Not just him, but everyone in the 4 cardinal scales won't be able to escape. Xiada frowned. Where did Lu Xiaoshuan's confidence come from? If they wanted to escape, they would not have stayed in the primordial space. They would have to go to the 6 Directions Society. Wait a minute. He suddenly looked at Lu Yin. You. Lu Yin looked at him with a faint smile. Hero Xia, what did you think of? Xiada did not dare to say anything. If his guess was wrong, then it would be equivalent to exposing those people's tracks. However, if his guess was right, then those people would not be able to escape. Based on his understanding of Lu Yin, the most likely possibility was that his guess was right. This person had done things step by step, and he had toyed with the 4 cardinal scales many times. This time, he might have fallen into a trap. At a certain location in the top realm, Wang Jian, whom Lu Yin and the others thought had escaped, was here. Wang Su, Wang Yi, and the others were also here. Even Wei Rong had been brought along. The reason Wang Jian had brought him along was because he understood Lu Yin, and this was his only value. For this reason, Wang Jian had specially brought along Wang Gui and Wang Man. Among these people, there was one person who did not want to leave, but Wang Jian had forcefully taken her away. This person was Wang Miaomiao. This girl had cursed the ancestor because the Lu family had been exiled. She was an anomaly in the Wang family, and she was also the only person in the Wang family who cared about the Lu family and wanted them to return. Stop right there, a stern voice shouted. Everyone from the Wang family looked over, and Wang Miaomiao stopped in her tracks with an ice-cold expression. Ancestor, I want to go back. Wang Jian frowned. Do you want to go back, or do you want to look for Lu Qi? Wang Su and the others looked on calmly. Everyone knew that Wang Miaomiao liked Lu Qi because Lu Qi had teased her before. In the Wang family, Wang Miaomiao's status surpassed that of the direct descendants of the previous generation. She was an absolute genius, and she was Wang Jian's descendant. With her back facing Wang Jian, Wang Miaomiao said in a low voice, can't I not escape? Why must you take me away? Wang Jian angrily rebuked, do you think Lu Qi cares about you? Don't let the Wang family be laughed at. Wang Miaomiao laughed coldly. Escaping like a stray dog? Won't we be laughed at if we rely on someone else? The Wang family has lived in the 5th mainland for countless years. If we escape now, we will be embarrassing the ancestor. Impudent. Wang Jian shouted sternly, and a pressure descended. Wang Miaomiao's body was pressed to the ground, and her face turned pale. However, she did not turn back. Her gaze was resolute, and she wanted to get up and leave. The pressure increased again, but Wang Miaomiao did not care. She wanted to leave even if her fingers were broken and her clothes were stained with blood. Wang Jian's gaze was cold. Wang Xiaofan walked out and bowed to Wang Jian. Ancestor, let her go. Wang Jian stared at Wang Xiaofan. What did you say? Wang Xiaofan took a deep breath. Ancestor, please let her go. Wang Su and the others looked at Wang Xiaofan. They knew that Wang Xiaofan liked Wang Miaomiao since young, but they did not expect that he would dare to go against the ancestor for her today. Wang Jian casually waved his hand and pushed Wang Xiaofan back. You are not allowed to interrupt. He stared at Wang Miaomiao. You can leave if you want, but let Lu Qi come and fetch you. Let's see if he dares to appear before me. The others were sad. Even if Lu Qi dared to come, he had to know where they were. Among the crowd, Wei Rong shook his head. Wang Miaomiao was too stubborn. How good would it be if she could endure it a little longer? Not long after, a group of people arrived. The leader was Xia Yin, followed by Xia Ziheng. They brought a group of geniuses from the divine martial world to meet up with the Wang family. When he saw the people from the divine martial world, Wang Jian's expression softened. Just as he was about to speak, the divine martial world sank. After the Wang family, the second giant crater appeared in the top higher world. Standing at the edge of the crater, one could see the clouds above the middle higher world. The people from the divine martial world turned pale. The people from the Wang family looked gloomy. They saw the Wang family's continent sinking. This was unavoidable. The divine martial world was the same. Greetings, Ancestor Jian. The people from the divine martial world bowed and retracted their gazes. Now, the top higher world had nothing to do with them. Wang Jian waved his hand. There is no need to be so polite. Where are the people from the Cold Immortal sect? Ancestor, they are still on the way. They will be here soon. Xia Ziheng stepped forward and replied. Wang Jian looked at Wang Miaomiao again. Wang Miaomiao's desolation, her desolation attracted the attention of the people from the divine martial world, but they did not dare to ask. They had already decided to go to the Six Direction Guild. The Four Direction Scales alone was not as intimidating as if they were united. That was why Wang Jian waited for them. Otherwise, he would not have waited. Not long after, the people from the Cold Immortal sect arrived. Led by Old Ghost Bai, by Su, Elder Shizi, by Weiwei, Dong Shan, and the others were all present. After the people from the Cold Immortal sect bowed to Wang Jian, he said, if the White Dragon race is not willing to come, then there is no need to force them. Let them be destroyed by the Lu family. We will go to the Six Direction Guild. Yes, Ancestor Jian. Everyone responded respectfully. 3 people walked out from the crowd. They were the people from the Four Direction Guild that the Six Direction Guild had placed. Through them, one could obtain information about the Six Direction Guild and go to the Six Direction Guild. The Six Direction Guild did not allow the people from the Four Direction Scales to imprint their aura on the coordinates. This made the Four Direction Scales unhappy, but there was nothing they could do. Everyone, let's go. Wang Jian said. The 3 of them looked at each other and did not move. Wang Jian frowned. Everyone, you can go to the Six Direction Guild. The 3 of them still did not move. Wang Jian felt that something was wrong, and a wave of uneasiness surged in his heart. Looking at the 3 people's helpless expressions, his expression changed drastically. Not good. The others also thought of something and stared at the 3 people. Behind the 3 people, the void tore open and several figures walked out. They were none other than Ling Qing, Master Shan, and Chen Lu. 3 Ancestor Realm experts appeared, and their auras instantly covered the sky, suppressing the people from the Four Direction Scales. Wang Jian did not hesitate to tear open the void and leave, but Ling Qing's attack was faster. Other than Wang Jian, no one else could fight against an Ancestor Realm expert. When Ling Qing attacked Wang Jian, the people from the Four Direction Scales could only watch. Master Shan was excited. He had been waiting for this day for so long. The Four Direction Scales, the Lu family's biggest enemy, would no longer exist in the primordial space. Lu family, if I fight to the death, you won't have an easy time either. Let me go. Wang Jian roared. He couldn't figure out how the people from the Above Heavens sect found him. Ling Qing's blade slashed horizontally. You can try. Wang Jian went all out. If he did not go all out now, he would be surrounded by 3 Ancestor Realm experts. He would not be able to escape. The people from the Four Direction Scales kept retreating. Their faces were pale and filled with fear. This was especially so for Xia Ziheng. The more ruthless he was to the Lu family, the more fearful he was now. In the distance, Wang Miaomiao was lying on the ground. The pressure from Wang Jian had disappeared. She wanted to leave, but she fell down due to her severe injuries. Fortunately, an arm blocked her way. Wang Miao Miao subconsciously grabbed it and looked over. She was stunned. "You're late, cold beauty." A familiar voice sounded. It was the voice that Wang Miao Miao wanted to hear and see even in her dreams. Her eyes reddened. Lu Qi? The person who came was Lu Qi. How could Lu Qi not come to seek revenge for the Lu family? Wei Rong was the one who had informed him of Wang Jian's whereabouts. Wang Miao Miao pushed Lu Qi away. "Stay away from me." Lu Qi rolled his eyes and carried Wang Miao Miao. "Don't give me that. I've received your kind intentions." Wang Miao Miao blushed and struggled. "Lu Qi, let go of me, you rascal." Lu Qi ignored her. In the distance, Wang Jian, who was fighting with Ling Qing, saw this and roared, "Lu Qi, let go of Miao Miao." Lu Qi looked at Wang Jian and his face darkened. "Ancestor Jian, did you have a part in the banishment of the Lu family?" When Lu Tianjing was exiled, some people made a move, while others did not. Lu Qi could not see everything clearly. Before Wang Jian could answer, Ling Qing slashed at him from an unbelievable angle. Her powerful blade intent broke through Wang Jian's defense and left a wound on his body. Wang Jian did not dare to be distracted. "Lu Qi, you rascal. Let go of me." Wang Miao Miao struggled. Lu Qi lowered his head and looked at Wang Miao Miao with a serious and cold expression. "Did you have a part in the Lu family's exile?" Wang Miao Miao stopped struggling and bit her lip. Under Lu Qi's gaze, she shook her head. "The patriarch has always been in the upper realm and has never left. He has nothing to do with the Lu family's exile. I guarantee that with my life." Lu Qi looked at Wang Miao Miao, and she looked back at him fearlessly. After a while, Lu Qi suddenly laughed. "I believe you." As he spoke, he released his grip and Wang Miao Miao fell to the ground. She gasped and looked at Lu Qi furiously. Lu Qi pressed his hand on Wang Miao Miao's head. "You asked me to do so." Wang Miao Miao wanted to slap Lu Qi away, but he was already gone. Wang Jian pointed his finger and a black rope appeared from the void to bind Ling Qing. Ling Qing raised her blade and slashed it down. Forbidden secret techniques were decisive in a battle between juniors, but they could not influence a battle between progenitors. Progenitors could create secret techniques. Wang Jian used the forbidden secret technique to increase the distance between him and Ling Qing. Ling Qing had just broken through, but he was difficult to deal with. The sharpness of his blade reminded him of Xianxia. He was no match for Ling Qing in such a short period of time. Ling Qing's blade seemed ordinary, but it was difficult for him to parry. "Leave him to me, Senior Ling Qing." Lu Qi approached the battlefield and looked at Wang Jian. Wang Jian looked at Wang Miao Miao subconsciously and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Wang Miao Miao was fine. Although he scolded Wang Miao Miao and attacked her heavily, he was still very satisfied with this junior. Ling Qing liked to fight, and she could make his blade sharper. However, this was the Lu family's revenge, and they should take it themselves. "Thank you," Lu Qi said and looked at Wang Jian. "Patriarch Jian, we meet again." Wang Jian stared at Lu Qi. "Not only did you not die, you even break through to the progenitor realm." Lu Qi laughed wildly. "What do you think? That's it. The more you don't like me, the more arrogant I'll be. I'll be arrogant until you start doubting life." Wang Jian was furious. Although he did not participate in the banishment of the Lu clan, he absolutely supported the banishment of the Lu clan because of Lu Qi. He was born in a branch of the Wang clan and deeply experienced the helplessness and inferiority of a branch in front of a direct descendant. He himself had reached the ancestor realm and brought a status that was comparable to that of a direct descendant for his branch. Wang Miao Miao's appearance also gave his branch hope of continuing its status. However, everything was ruined after Wang Miao Miao met Lu Qi. This rascal actually dared to flirt with Miao Miao. Miao Miao was even more disappointing and actually fell in love with him. Actually, this wasn't a big deal. Even though Lu Qi was a rascal, he was the legitimate son of the Lu family. At the very most, they could just let Miao Miao marry him. However, this scoundrel actually didn't intend to marry Miao Miao. He'd personally gone to the Lu clan to ask for her hand in marriage, yet he'd failed, causing him to become the laughingstock of countless people. This was the reason why he continued to guard the outside world. he didn't have the face to face others. Even if the Lu family was exiled, he didn't want to return. It was all Lu Qi's fault. This was all because of this rascal. This rascal's wife was snatched, and Miao Miao was also flirted with by him. This rascal was too shameless. The more Wang Jian thought about it, the angrier he became. Then, he attacked and slashed with his sword. Lu Qi shrugged, the name Square Scale has made you arrogant. You actually dared to attack a member of the Lu clan of the same realm. That's called asking for a beating. On the other side, Lu Tianyi and Lu Yin left the Shenwu Sky and headed to the Cold Immortal sect. Although the people of the Shenwu Sky were not punished, the Shenwu Sky was also thrown into the middle realm. Only Lu Tianyi could exist in the top realm. The rest could not. The Cold Immortal sect was the same as the Shenwu Sky and the Wang clan. All the important people were taken away. However, Bai Qi did not leave. This was beyond Lu Yin's expectations. She was Bai Wan Yuan's daughter. Lu Tianyi also arrived at the Cold Immortal sect. The Cold Immortal sect used to be majestic and unreachable, but now, it seemed so small under the golden light of Lu Tianyi. When they arrived outside the Cold Immortal sect, Lu Tianyi frowned. Bai Wan Yuan used Sky Beyond to reflect the invincible brand, making everyone who succeeded in Sky Beyond unable to face him. With such a character, he should have known that he had thoughts of rebellion. The Lu family controls the Fifth Mainland, but it is not the master of the Fifth Mainland. The Lu family can't control what the Cold Immortal sect and other sects do, and they don't want to. However, from now on, the situation will change. The Lu family and the Above Heaven sect will be under your command. We're too tired. Lu Feng is dead, and your father Lu Qi is too impulsive. He's not suitable to lead the Lu family. Only you can. Lu Yin had said these words before, and now Lu Tianyi said it again. Lu Yin felt that they were on guard against something. Within the Cold Immortal sect, Bai Qi, Bai Ting, and a group of people walked out. In terms of numbers, the Cold Immortal sect definitely had the largest number of disciples in the four cardinal scales. The most unlucky ones were the new disciples who had joined the Cold Immortal sect. They were the ones who had left a palm strike outside the Cold Immortal sect's mountain gate. They had faced the same difficulties as the previous disciples, but they had never experienced the lofty status of the four cardinal scales. They had been beaten back to their original state by the Lu family so quickly. Bai Ting followed behind Bai Qi with a bitter expression. He wanted to escape, but he was forced to stay behind. This was the responsibility of the sect master. The problem was that he, the sect master, was just a decoration. On the contrary, Bai Su had escaped. The group of Cold Immortal sect members walked out, but before they could salute Lu Tianyi, the top world shook. The aftermath of a battle between progenitors could be heard from afar. Bai Qi's expression changed. That direction? Lu Tianyi raised his hand and pointed. It's time to deal with Bai Wan Yuan's dirty tricks. Just like the Wang family's sphere of light, Sky Beyond Heaven was split into two. All the white clouds dissipated, and the peace that had always shrouded the Cold Immortal sect disappeared. However, Bai Qi was not in the mood to care about this. She looked at Lu Yin. Why is there a battle between progenitors? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Don't you know? Bai Qi's face paled. They had not escaped? How could this be? The Cold Immortal sect had met up with the Wang family and planned to head to the Six Paths Society, but they had been discovered by the Above Heaven sect. If they had known, they would have escaped from the sect. Bai Qi did not know that they could not leave even if they wanted to. Those people from the Six Paths Society were already under Lu Yin's control, or rather, Wang Wen's control. If the sect wanted to escape, they would have to tear through the void and head to an unknown parallel universe. However, if they met up with the Wang family, they would definitely be betrayed by Wei Rong. The four cardinal scales were destined to not be able to escape. Only Bai Wan Yuan and a few others were outside. Bai Qi closed her eyes. In the end, she could not escape. Bai Ting greets forefather Tianyi. Bai Ting bowed. The Cold Immortal sect disciples behind him also bowed. Lu Tianyi did not even look at them. His gaze landed on Bai Qi. When you were born, I held you in my arms. I never thought that there would be a day when I would personally destroy the Cold Immortal sect. Bai Qi's gaze dimmed. Forefather Tanny, please let the disciples behind us go. They are innocent. Lu Tanny's gaze was cold. Whether they are innocent or not, and whether they have harmed the Lu family's people, someone will investigate. For a long time, the Cold Immortal sect had been the leader of the four cardinal scales. Xianxia had even used a red flower ring to end the Lu family. The Lu family had also been exiled on the day of Lu Xiaoxian and Xianxia's wedding. The Cold Immortal sect was different from the other three sections. However, Wang Yuan and Xianxia were not around. The current Cold Immortal sect was just a shell. Lu Tianyi had pushed the Cold Immortal sect to the middle plane. This was the third sect. The fall of the Cold Immortal sect represented the end of the era of the four cardinal scales. Bai Qi and the others were thrown into the middle plane like the Wang family. Wang Yuan and the others would return one day. Even if they did not return, the Lu family would still settle this score. They were the main culprits. Far away, Wang Jian looked ahead in a daze. His sword was broken, and his ancestral world was also pierced. Opposite him, Lu Qi shook his arm. Old Ancestor Jian, is your ancestral world going astray? What is this? Are you trying to scare me? Wang Jian was bitter. He had cultivated for so many years, and Lu Qi was only born after he became an ancestor. However, such a junior defeated him easily. This was the Lu family, the invincible Lu family. Then let's end this. Lu Qi raised his hand and pointed the Xidagarba needle at Wang Jian. Wang Miao shouted, Lu Qi, stop. Lu Qi looked over. What? This old man beat you up so badly. Are you going to plead for mercy? Wang Miao glared at him. This is my business. The old ancestor did not participate in the exiling of the Lu family. You can't kill him. Wang Jian waved his hand. You don't have to say any more. Miao, live well. Lu Qi, I can die, but I hope you won't appoint a general. Lu Qi put down his hand and the Xidagarba needle disappeared. Are you kidding? Is there something wrong with my brain if I don't appoint a general? Wang Jian roared furiously. The reason why the Lu family is hated is because of the deification catalog and the general appointment platform. If you don't repent, there will be a new four-way scale to replace you one day. Lu Qi's eyes widened. Above his head, the golden light of the deification catalog swept across the top world, attracting everyone's attention. The Lu family's actions are not for you losers to judge. Wang Jian, I'll give you a choice. Choose between the deification catalog and the general appointment platform. Wang Jian trembled in anger. Old Ancestor Wang Fan was also conferred the title of a god. Wang Jian had always treated her well. If not for him, she would have died 10,000 times for cursing Wang Fan. Wang Jian clenched his fists. Lu Qi rolled his eyes. Stop comforting yourself. I want to be conferred the title of a god. I'll need it to fight Wang Fan in the future. What do you think? Choose to die if you have the ability. If you die, I'll appoint a general. Wang Jian roared furiously, Lu Qi, you shameless lunatic. Lu Qi was disdainful. I don't like pretentious people like you. You're obviously afraid of death, but you're finding excuses for yourself. Hurry up, my time is limited. I still need to catch up with my precious son and get to know him better. No matter how helpless Wang Jian was, he could only choose to become a god in the end. Otherwise, there would be no difference. If he kept his life, he would at least be able to protect his bloodline. After Wang Jian became a god, Lu Qi laughed. Finally. Ha ha ha. Ever since progenitor Wen died, I haven't become a god. Old Wang Jian, you're the first, haha. Wang Jian was bitter. This bastard. Wang Miao glared at Lu Qi, but there was nothing she could do. This person was just like that. Lu Yin arrived. Father. Lu Qi's expression changed as he faced Lu Yin. He became steady and dignified, but of course, he tried his best to appear gentle. Little Xian, you're here. Where's Forefather Tianyi? Lu Yin replied, he said that he's going to have a chat with the Divine Eagle and ask why it didn't help the Lu family. Lu Qi subconsciously looked at the sovereign realm. Only Forefather Tianyi and Forefather Lu Yuan would dare to do that. The divine eagle is not to be trifled with. He then pointed at the divine seal catalog above his head. Little Xian, I've sealed God King Sword. You're now a half-ancestor, so you should be able to become a godly ancestor as well. I'll think of a way for you to become a god as well. The divine seal catalog could not be repeated. Once someone from the Lu family became a god, they would not be able to become a god again unless that person died. Otherwise, the Lu family would truly be invincible. Lu Yin smiled. I've also become a progenitor. Lu Qi's eyes lit up. Really? That's great. I also became a god when I was a half-ancestor. You're definitely stronger than me. Lu Yin did not take out the divine seal catalog for fear of scaring Lu Qi. He had already become a god with 6 progenitors. Wang Jian watched the conversation between Lu Qi and Lu Yin and felt sullen. Lu Qi was like a madman in front of others, but he was like a sheep in front of his own son. It was disgusting. In the distance, the people from the 4 cardinal scales stood quietly, waiting for Lu Yin to deal with them. Among them, Xiaoziheng was the most terrified, but when he recalled Lu Yin's promise, he calmed down slightly. Lu Yin looked at them. They were all familiar faces, except for Wang Jian. However, Lu Yin was not interested in Wang Jian. Since his father had made him a god and not a general, that meant that he had nothing to do with the Lu family's banishment. Little Xian, what do you think we should do with these people? Lu Qi asked. In the past, other than Patriarch Lu Feng, Patriarch Tanny, and a few others, the opinions of others had nothing to do with him. Even Lu Xiaoxian, Lu Qi didn't have such an attitude. Now, Lu Yin had helped the Lu family shoulder too much, and the entire Lu family felt that they owed him. Lu Qi felt the same way, and even though he was Lu Yin's father, he still tried his best to coax him. Lu Yin wasn't used to Lu Qi's attitude, but there was nothing he could do about it. He wasn't good at emotional conversations, so he left it at that. Send it to the central Comsi to guard the 100,000 waterways, Lu Yin said. Lu Qi's eyes lit up and he gave a thumbs up. Good idea. Lu Yin was speechless. Wasn't this a common punishment method used by the Lu family? Was it even worth praising? Amidst the crowd, Xiaoziheng heaved a sigh of relief. Guarding the 100,000 water paths was better than dying. The reason why the 4 directions balance was defeated was because the old ancestor had yet to return. When the old ancestor returned and joined forces with the 6 directions society, the Lu family might not be able to get away with it. Just as he was thinking, Xiaoziheng and Lu Yin suddenly looked at each other. Lu Yin smiled. Xiaoziheng, stay behind. Forefather Tanny wants to chat with you. Xiaoziheng's eyes narrowed, and he felt weak all over. An indescribable fear enveloped him, and he knew that things were not good. The Lu family was going to settle the score. Most of the people from the 4 directions balance had not done anything to the Lu family, as they were just following orders. However, those who had a blood debt with the Lu family were different. He was one of them. Lu Qi looked at Xiaoziheng. You old thing, you're here too. If little Xian hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten about you. Lu Yin was curious. Father, you know him? Lu Qi sneered. Very well. That old thing has slandered my Lu family many times, but he's always done it in secret. I discovered him once and taught him a lesson. From then on, he didn't dare do it again. Little Xian, why are you keeping him here alone? Did he do something overboard? Lu Yin's gaze was cold. Father, do you still remember that old servant? Every time I was about to fall, he was the one who supported me, coaxed me, and kept me company. Lu Qi's expression changed. What about him? Right, I didn't see him when I came back this time. Did he also? Lu Yin told him about the old servant. Lu Qi's face was gloomy as he looked at Xiaoziheng with killing intent. Xiaoziheng's body turned cold. Lu Xiaoxian, you promised not to do anything to me. We made a deal. Are you going back on your word? Lu Yin looked at him. I won't do anything to you, but even if I don't say anything, the family will find out what you did. Xiaoziheng, I've tolerated you for a long time. Xiaoziheng jumped up and tried to escape, but Lu Qi easily suppressed him and smashed him into the ground, shattering all the bones in his body. Lu Qi did not use too much strength, or Xia Ziheng would have died immediately. It's too easy for you to die immediately. Old thing, you have to pay the Lu family's debt slowly. Lu Yin left and headed to Dragon Mountain. In the Four Directions balance, Ancestor Long died, and Lu Tianyi lost interest. The entire White Dragon clan only had Ancestor Long, and it was Ancestor Long who pushed the Lu family out with the ancestral Meng, not the White Dragon clan. Since the Lu family was not implicated, he had no interest in going to Dragon Mountain. Lu Yin was different. Dragon Mountain had Long Shi and the Ancestor Long special pupil that he had sent over. As the Four Directions balance sank into the middle world, the atmosphere in Dragon Mountain was very heavy. Enai Huang led the White Dragon clan and stood quietly, waiting for the Lu family's arrival. No one from the White Dragon clan spoke. Long Tian and Long Shi stood behind Old Monster Long. At the front, Enai Huang's aura was faintly discernible, making Old Monster Long uncomfortable. That was Ancestor Long's aura. Enai Huang used the Ancestor Long's special pupil to have the strength to fight against an ancestor corpse. King. If not, the White Dragon clan would have suffered heavy casualties. Lu Tianjing arrived, covering the sky. The Lu family's disciples looked down at Dragon Mountain with murderous eyes. They crashed into the highest peak of Dragon Mountain, causing everyone's heart to tremble. So what if Enai Huang could fight against an ancestor? Lu Tianjing was not someone they could offend. The Lu family was not as humble as others in front of an ancestor. The White Dragon clan lowered their heads even more, and the golden light completely covered them. Only Long Tian, Long Shi, and a few others dared to look up. In Lu Tianjing, an old woman and Long Tian looked at each other, and her eyes widened. Impudent. 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 Long Tian's body swayed, and he almost coughed up blood. Although the Lu family only had 3 progenitors, there were many half-martial ancestors. Even without the God Investiture Catalog and the General Appointment Platform, the half-martial ancestors of the Lu family were not ordinary half-martial ancestors, let alone Long Tian. Old Monster Long pulled Long Tian over and looked at Lu Tianjing. He also looked at the old woman, and his face paled. He bowed slowly. Greetings, Senior. The old woman looked down at Old Monster Long's shameless traitor. If not for the young master's benevolence, we would have killed all of you. The White Dragon clan was terrified. Even with Enai Huang in front, they did not doubt the old woman's words. Lu Tianjing had the strength. Even without an ancestor, they still had the confidence to say such words. No one from the White Dragon clan refuted, not even Enai Huang. They were all suppressed by Lu Tianjing. Soon, Lu Yin arrived. He tore through the void and was less than 100 meters away from Enai Huang. Under the golden light, his shadow seemed to tear Dragon Mountain apart. Enai Huang immediately tried to retract her aura, but Lu Yin took a step forward and forcibly shattered her aura. Enai Huang was shocked. She still could not control the increase in her aura brought about by her other pupil. Even if she could control it, it was useless against Lu Yin. This person had the strength to suppress her. Quite orderly, Lu Yin said calmly. Enai Huang took a deep breath and bowed slowly. The White Dragon clan greets the Lu clan. Greetings to the Lu clan. Greetings to the Lu clan. Lu Yin placed his hands behind his back and swept his gaze across the faces of the White Dragon clan. He saw Long Tian's indignation, Xiao Qian's fear, Long Zhang, and the rest. All of the White Dragon clan members were waiting for their fates. The other 3 parties had already disappeared from the top world. Long Shan's fate was the same. Lu Yin's gaze was fixed on Great Elder Enai Huang. How are you doing with your other pupils? Enai Huang stepped forward and bowed deeply to Lu Yin. If not for the young master, the White Dragon clan might have been annihilated. The young master's kindness is greater than the heavens. Please accept my bow. As she spoke, Enai Huang bowed deeply to Lu Yin. Not only her, but the entire White Dragon clan also bowed deeply. Lu Yin's lips curled up. I don't care if the White Dragon clan is annihilated. Enai Huang was stunned. She maintained her bow and did not move. Long Tian got up and wanted to say something. However, a ray of golden light fell from Lu Tianjing and pressed him to the ground. No one dared to move. They all maintained their bow and faced Lu Yin. Lu Yin's tone was indifferent. By saving you, I'm sorry to those who sacrificed themselves for the Lu clan. Many people died to protect me. You should know how much the Lu clan hates you. Don't make me sound so noble. I don't intend to save you. I'm just saving Longxi. Longxi's body trembled. She did not say anything and maintained her bow. Luyin looked at Longxi. In the entire White Dragon clan, only she feels sorry for the Lu clan. Only she is indebted to me and has feelings for me. Only she helped me without hesitation after knowing my identity. I gave her the other pupil, not the White Dragon clan. Be clear. The White Dragon clan and Longxi are two different things. The White Dragon clan still maintained their bow and did not dare to move. Another ray of golden light fell. This time it lifted Longxi gently. Longxi felt the Lu clan's light again. It was so familiar and so nostalgic. She raised her head and looked at Luyin. Young master, since you say so, can I plead for mercy on behalf of the White Dragon clan? Luyin looked at Longxi. Yes. Young master, please allow the White Dragon clan to descend to the mortal world. From now on, the White Dragon clan will only obey the Lu clan. We will not dare to disobey the Lu clan's orders. Even if we die, it will be considered as us repaying our past sins. Anai Huang and the rest did not change their expressions. Longxi had mentioned that she wanted to bring the White Dragon clan to the mortal world. However, at that time, the dragon ancestor had just died. The Cold Immortal sect and the other 3 clans had also said that they would not give up on the White Dragon clan. They wanted to maintain the balance of power. That was why they stayed. However, as time passed, the other 3 clans revealed their true colors. The White Dragon clan also saw through them. Previously, when the progenitor Realm Corpse King had attacked, the White Dragon tribe had almost been wiped out, and Long Ku had also died. At that moment, Anai Huang had seen the path of the White Dragon tribe clearly. They should go to the mortal realm. Even the middle realm was not a place where they should stay. Luyin agreed, as the 100 waterways were much safer than the mortal realm. At the very least, they wouldn't have to worry about being killed by the creatures in the mortal realm. However, the White Dragon tribe still had to investigate thoroughly to see if anyone among them had harmed the Lu family. Otherwise, they would end up like the other 3 parties. Rumble. Dragon Mountain was suppressed by Lu Tianjing and slowly sank. When Dragon Mountain completely disappeared from the top world, the Starry Sky Tree ushered in the era of the Lu family again. The golden light illuminated the entire Starry Sky Tree, illuminating the mother tree. Many people had been waiting for Lu Tianjing's arrival for a long time. In the Middle Plain realm, an elder put down his hoe and laughed loudly. Some children changed their appearances and leaped up to meet up with the Lu family. Crowds of people walked out from dark corners and saluted towards the sky, releasing fervent cheers. Those loyal to the Lu clan who had been hidden in the Middle Realm had all come out. Although Luyin had revealed his identity, the astral trees were still under the control of the 4-way scales, so these people had not dared to reveal themselves. The King of Adventure, Xuesi, and even the Misty Rain Pavilion's Sunset Rain made their way to Lu Tianjing. They wanted to pay their respects to the main family. The Starry Sky Tree was destined to experience a storm. It wasn't just the 4-way scales that had persecuted the Lu family. Those who were loyal to the 4-way scales had contributed as well. In fact, they were even more active than the 4-way scales. The Adventurer King and the others had noted down these people. None of them could escape. Luyin went to the farmer's village to pacify them before heading to Xian Academy. Finally, he headed to Lu Tianjing. For the time being, he wasn't clear about the 6 Direction Society's situation, so his identity as Xianxia was useless. In the future, when he went to the 6 Direction Society, he could only use his identity as Luyin. Currently, the Above Heaven sect and the Lu family controlled the 5th mainland. Although there was no conflict between them because of Luyin, they still needed time to work together. During this period of time, Luyin had a good chat with Patriarch Lu Yuan. There were too many things that he wanted to know. 2 months later, Luyin sat in the back mountains of the Above Heaven sect, holding a fishing rod as he stared at the calm surface of the lake. Muxia walked out. "Junior brother, are you looking for me?" Luyin said, "Senior brother, you've kept me in the dark for a long time. Mu Xia did not understand. Hide it from you? Lu Yin put down his fishing rod and looked at Mu Xia. You've inherited the Mountain Sea Academy. Mu Xia laughed. It's not a big deal. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Not a big deal? That's old ancestor Channy's Mountain Sea. If old ancestor Channy hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have known that you had inherited it. Mu Xia smiled and said, you know very well how exaggerated master's standards are when it comes to accepting disciples. Be it me, you, Qing Ping, or brother Mu Feng, we all have talents that are completely different from ordinary people. The Mountain Sea realm is a very powerful force in the Fifth Mainland, and it can be considered the power of the primogenitor's inheritance. However, it is not that important to us. My ancient tracing, and your 9-yang cauldron transformation. Once you cultivate it to a certain level, you can transcend. Lu Yin was puzzled. Transcend? Mu Xia looked at Lu Yin. Didn't Patriarch Lu Yuan tell you? Patriarch Lu Yuan should know about Master's origins, right? Actually, I don't know what transcendence means either, but Master mentioned it before. I thought you would be able to get the answer from Patriarch Lu Yuan. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. Master, it's from outside the realm. Mu Xia looked at Lu Yin's back. Did Patriarch Lu Yuan say that? Lu Yin nodded. The Patriarch didn't go into too much detail. Perhaps he doesn't know. Mr. Mu once drank tea with the Patriarch and gave pointers to the 3 realms' 6 paths. The Patriarch said that this outside is different from what we understand. At this point, Lu Yin's expression sank. The Patriarch also said that humans can have outside powerhouses to help them, and so can the Eternals. Mu Xia's expression turned serious. This sentence opened up a new line of thought for everyone who heard it. For a long time, everyone had thought that the Eternals were a unique race, and that they were only a race. Those who joined them were either corpse kings or traitors to the human race. However, they had never thought that they also had allies. What kind of people could become allies with the Eternals? The weaker ones were corpse kings, while the stronger ones, like Guizhi, were 7 sky gods. If they wanted to talk to the Eternals as equals, they had to be at least at the 3 realms' 6 paths, or even at the level of a Grand Empyrean. No matter how many such allies the Eternals had, even one was enough to give them a headache. Lu Yin thought of Curmudgeon Mo, who had acted when the Eternals attacked the Above Heaven sect. There was also Luo Shan. Once they joined the Eternals, they would definitely not be weak. They would be even stronger than the captains of the True God Guard, and this was only what Lu Yin knew. This was why he was sitting here fishing. He needed to calm his mind. Because the enemy was still unknown. As long as people of that level did not show themselves, who knew where they were or what kind of power they had? Bai Rong and the Thunder Lord were such people. If they did not show themselves, even if Lu Yin had defeated the 4 cardinal scales and not contacted the 6 Paths Society, he still wouldn't know about these powerhouses. Mr. Mu was from the outside, and if he could help the humans, then the Eternals' helpers might also be from the outside. This outside was different from what they had imagined. Where's Patriarch Lu Yuan? Mu Xia asked. Lu Yin replied, he went to the Lost Clan. Mu Xia did not understand the Lost Clan, so he did not ask further. Lu Yin, on the other hand, knew that the Lost Clan had a power that was different from this spacetime. That ancient card had broken through the ancestral seal's restrictions, which reminded Lu Yin of Mr. Mu's words about transcendence. Did this transcendence correspond to that ancient card? Over the past 2 months, Lu Yin had frequently requested to meet Lu Yuan and speak with him. Lu Yuan knew a lot about Lu Yin, and Lu Yin learned a lot from him. Mr. Mu was just one of the things that Lu Yin had learned, and he had also asked about Immemorial City. Regarding Immemorial City, Patriarch Lu Yuan had only said 2 words, the sequence's string. Lu Yin wanted to ask more, but Patriarch Lu Yuan did not say anything. He said that Lu Yin would only be qualified to know more about Immemorial City after he understood what the sequence's string was. For Lu Yin, it was not good to know some things too early. Lu Yin took Patriarch Lu Yuan to see Zhao Ran, and he wanted the Patriarch to identify whether it was destiny, but Patriarch Lu Yuan could not. Lu Yin also asked Wu Tian about the Grim Reaper. Most of the things that Lu Yuan knew were from the era of the Daosaur sect, but he did not know much about the 9 mountains and 8 seas or the Lu family's past before they had been exiled. Lu Ying could only gather information from Lu Tianyi and Lu Qi. What he was most concerned about was the seal on his back. The seal was a barrier and protection that the Lu family had set up for Lu Ying. If he could not break the seal, then it would be very difficult for him to return to the Lu family. However, he would not die so easily under the seal, as it had been set up by the Lu family. Lu Ying knew that Bai Xian'er clearly understood the seal. When the Lu family had been exiled, Bai Xian'er had only been a junior. No matter how powerful she was, she could not have interfered with the Lu family's exile. However, not only had she interfered, but she was also related to the seal. Lu Ying could not understand this. Lu Tianyi did not give him an answer, and Lu Ying did not know either. He could only confirm one thing: Bai Xian'er definitely had nothing to do with the seal. This answer left Lu Ying uncertain. He was certain that it was because he had broken the seal that he had attracted Bai Xian'er's killing intent back in the Fifth Mainland. She definitely had something to do with the seal. Aside from the matter of the seal, Lu Ying had also learned quite a bit about the Daosaur sex era from Lu Tianyi, including the war with the Sixth Mainland. Lu Ying had specifically asked about progenitor Chen's status, but even Lu Tianyi did not know if progenitor Chen was still alive. Although Lu Ying was publicly acknowledged as the strongest, that was only because he had the support of the Divine Seal Catalogue. Without the Divine Seal Catalogue, Lu Tianyi was not confident that he could suppress progenitor Chen, ancestor Ku, and the others. In Patriarch Lu Tianyi's words, some people could achieve things in a short amount of time that others could not achieve in an endless amount of time. Progenitor Chen and ancestor Ku clearly belonged to this category. Their innate gifts were too exaggerated, and it was difficult to determine the bottom line of their strength. Lu Ying was even more so, as his achievements could be considered number one since ancient times. Of course, this did not mean that progenitor Chen and the others could surpass Lu Tianyi. It was just that they had never truly tested each other's strength, especially since Lu Tianyi was a senior, so he could not act against progenitor Chen and the others. As for the symbol progenitor, he was the type of person who appeared to be a fool. He might be like this today, but he might not be the same tomorrow. The person that Lu Tianyi cared about the most was progenitor Hui. Lu Tianyi had said that progenitor Hui could not have died, and even if everyone saw that he had died, Lu Tianyi would not believe it. However, Lu Tianyi did not know where progenitor Hui was or what he was doing. Bai Wan Yuan belonged to the type of person that was relatively easy to see through during that era. Just like the fog progenitor, although he was also good at hiding his strength, his hidden strength was still easily seen through. The most sinister person was Wang Fan, and this evaluation happened to coincide with Xia Shenji's. Wang Fan represented a deep and sinister person, and nobody could guess what he would do. In Lu Tianyi's words, Wang Fan was the type of person who would harm others without benefiting himself. He would not receive any benefits, and he would only want to eliminate someone he did not like. He would even take that person down with him. Wang Fan had encircled himself in a set of rules that he had set himself. He would strictly abide by his own rules, even if the heavens did not tolerate them. This was a person who seemed calm, but was actually extremely extreme. In fact, whether it was Lu Yuan or Lu Tianyi, Lu Ying had asked them the same question: did they know that Madman Lu was Redback? Lu Yuan fell silent, and so did Lu Tianyi. They did not give a definite answer, but this answer was equivalent to admitting it. If the Lu family had done anything wrong to humanity, then it was to let Madman Lu live. This was what Lu Yuan had said. After that, he left for the Lost Clan. However, Lu Ying knew that the Lost Clan was just a side trip. His true destination was the reincarnation spacetime. He wanted to ask the Grand Empyrean for Madman Lu. No matter what, Madman Lu was a traitor of the Lu family, and he had to be brought back. Lu Ying fished for 3 days in the above heaven Sex Back Mountain, but he did not catch a single fish until Lu Yuan came. Lu Yuan was infuriated. That crazy woman is unreasonable. Lu Ying put down his fishing rod and had Zhao Ran pour a cup of tea for Lu Yuan. Ancestor. The Grand Empyrean is unwilling to release him? Lu Yuan gritted his teeth. That woman said that Madman Lu is the great stone saint that she acknowledged. Bah, she's just trying to disgust me. Lu Ying asked, Madman Lu, what's going on? He hadn't asked this question before, but now he had to. If the Grand Empyrean didn't let Lu Ying go and didn't believe that Madman Lu was a redback, then things would get troublesome. They had to think of a solution, or else the Lu family would be the first to bear the brunt of the consequences. Lu Yuan's expression turned ugly. He had left in a hurry when Lu Ying had mentioned Madman Lu, but he hadn't expected this brat to be so tactless as to ask. Ancestor, I know you don't want to talk about it, but as the Fifth Mainland's Dao Master, I have the right to know so that I can deal with it, Lu Ying said bluntly. Lu Yuan's expression turned unnatural. Deal with it? Lu Ying looked at him. Kill. Lu Yuan moved his finger and slowly sat down. At that moment, Zhao Ran arrived with a cup of tea for Lu Yuan. It was a rather strange cup of tea that was bubbling and possibly even had worms swimming within it. Lu Yuan stared at the tea and then at Zhao Ran. Was this girl trying to poison him? Zhao Ran looked expectantly at Lu Yuan and blinked her large eyes. Lu Ying coughed. Ancestor, it's delicious. Zhao Ran's tea is a specialty of our above heaven sect. Lu Yuan raised his brows and took a sip. With his strength, what kind of poison could kill him? It tasted sweet as the worms exploded in his mouth, giving him a refreshing feeling. There was an indescribable fragrance in the aftertaste. Good tea. Zhao Ran was delighted. Thank you, Grandpa. Ha 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 ha. Lu Yuan laughed heartily. Zhao Ran calling him Grandpa was very pleasing to him, and he subconsciously glanced at Lu Ying. This child is not bad. Little Seven, learn from your father. Lu Ying realized that Lu Yuan, Lu Tianyi, and even his own father, Lu Qi, were all thinking about him. Ancestor, I already have Yan. Lu Yuan sighed. That's why I want you to learn from your father. After saying that, he took another sip. Zhao Ran left happily. She was very satisfied as long as someone liked her tea every day. Lu Yuan put down the teacup and gestured for Lu Ying to take a seat. Lu Ying sat down across from Lu Yuan and waited quietly. Lu Yuan fell silent for a moment and then said in a low voice, I once had a son, Madman Lu. He's my grandson, my biological grandson. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He wasn't surprised, Lu's origins were ancient. They had known this long ago, but they hadn't known that it was this ancient. Even in the era of the above heaven sect, he was much older than Lu Tianyi. The direct descendants of the Lu clan all have some general talent, but they might not be able to awaken the God Seal catalog. You know this, right? Lu Ying nodded. But at the beginning, I didn't know. Lu Yuan's gaze was complicated, but he didn't feel much pain. After all, so many years had passed. I thought that my son would be able to awaken the God Sealing catalog. The reason why he didn't awaken it was because he didn't work hard enough. At that time, I was one of the 6 paths of the 3 realms, the strongest person in the above heaven sect. I wanted to be strong in front of others and wanted to compete with others. I won't lose to others. My son shouldn't lose either. Many people say that the God Seal catalog isn't the inherited talent of my Lu family, but I don't believe them. Without the God Seal catalog, how could my Lu family control the Fifth Mainland with just the general appointment platform? In my opinion, it's far from enough. You must inherit the God Seal catalog. That's why I forced him to cultivate, forced him to risk his life in order to stimulate his talent. My talent can be inherited. It must be inherited. At this point, Lu Yuan was still a little agitated, but he was also very numb. He ran away and escaped from the Fifth Mainland. When he returned, he brought Madman Lu and a woman with him. I didn't care about his wife or son. I just wanted him to awaken the God Seal catalog. I was too ruthless. In the end, my son died, and his wife committed suicide. Madman Lu was the only one left. He watched his parents die with his own eyes, and that blow completely changed him. However, he still managed to awaken the God Seal catalog. Lu Yuan smiled bitterly. I succeeded, and the God Seal catalog can be inherited. I broke the suspicions that everyone in that era had about me. I slapped fate and Mavis in the face, but the price was that I lost my son, Madman Lu, and his parents. He looked at Lu Ying. Sometimes, people are just that pitiful. Only after losing something do you realize what you have. I wanted to reverse the river of time and prevent my son's death, but in that era, the laws were fixed, and the echelons were suppressed by the progenitor's sword. That was the will of the progenitor, and no one was allowed to secretly reverse time. For my son's sake, I tried, but I almost caused a disaster. In the end, I could only watch as my son died. Lu Yuan took another sip of tea. Little 7, the family won't force the younger generation to awaken the God Seal catalog. This is the reason why. It's useless to force them. If they can awaken it, then so be it. If they can't, then so be it. As for Madman Lu, I understand his hatred for the family, so I didn't restrict him too much. In the end, Gu Yizhi took advantage of him. That bastard actually experimented on Madman Lu and tested his Master Realm battle force, forcing him to become a true madman. Gu Yizhi, that bastard. If I have the chance, I'll definitely destroy him. Lu Yuan was furious. Lu Ying understood. No wonder the 5th and 3rd mainlands didn't get along. Lu Bujing had said that the 5th mainland had always been hostile to the 3rd mainland, and this was the source. Then, when did Madman Lu become a redback? Lu Ying asked. Lu Yuan and Lu Ying looked at each other. We really didn't know that he became a redback. We believe you, but we don't know the reason and process. This is also why I was anxious to find the Grand Empyrean to bring Madman Lu back. He's been imprisoned in Lu Tianjing, so how did he become a redback? It's impossible. Lu Ying felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Just because of his words, Lu Yuan and Lu Tianyi believed him without hesitation. They didn't even try to refute his words. Even if it seemed impossible, they still believed in him. This was the family, and they were his elders. Lu Ying looked at the empty cup in front of Lu Yuan. Should I call Zhao Ran for another cup? Lu Yuan waved a hand. No need. Tea doesn't suit me. Grand Empyrean, you insist on not letting him go? Lu Ying asked. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth. If it's just that crazy woman, then it's fine. At worst, we can just fight. Because of the Eternals, I've already tolerated the traitors of the 4 cardinal scales in the endless battlefield. However, I can't tolerate Madman Lu being safe and sound. After all, he's a member of the Lu family. But... He looked at Lu Ying helplessly. People from Immemorial City came to resolve this conflict. Lu Ying was shocked. People from Immemorial City? Who? Lu Ying did not know how many people there were in Immemorial City. He only knew that a group of people had entered Immemorial City in history, and now, Mr. Mu was there as well. Lu Yuan said, it's an old acquaintance. If I insist on fighting with that crazy woman, no one can stop me. However, I owe that person a favor, so I can only delay it for now. Lu Ying wanted to ask about Immemorial City, but Lu Yuan had not told him about it before, and he would not tell him now. The two fell silent for a moment, and then Lu Yuan suddenly said, don't underestimate Madman Lu. He's very strong. Lu Ying raised his brows. I've experienced it before. Madman Lu and the 4 cardinal scales worked together to set up a trap to kill me, but I used it against them and almost killed him with the trap. Lu Yuan shook his head and looked at Lu Ying seriously. What you saw was the 5th mainland's Madman Lu, and not the real Madman Lu. Lu Ying didn't understand. He didn't think that Madman Lu was hiding his true strength. When he'd been surrounded by the Lu family's treasury, Madman Lu had even used his Corpse King transformation to protect himself. If he'd been discovered, the 4-side scale and the 6 directions association would have eliminated him. There was no way that Madman Lu would take such a risk just to hide his strength. Lu Yuan did not seem to know how to explain it. The title Dao Master is not just a title. It also represents the will of this continent. Little 7, do you know? Lu Ying shook his head. If it was only on a spiritual level, then it could be understood that the Dao Master's will was the will of the entire 5th mainland. However, Lu Yuan's words might not be what he was thinking. This was especially true when he had used the overturning sky palm to pass the half-progenitor origin tribulation. He had seen the people of the 5th mainland, and when he had used the primogenitor scripture to pass the tribulation, he had seen the names of countless people from the 5th mainland appear. This was not normal, and he felt that there was something more to it. Lu Yuan looked deeply at Lu Ying. The Tao Master is the will of the fifth mainland, the true Tao Master. No matter how far away he is, he can see the people of the fifth mainland and feel their prayers. He can feel their happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy. This is not something given by those people, but by the fifth mainland. The Tao Master possesses the will of the fifth mainland. Once the Tao Master rejects someone, that person will find it difficult to move a single step in the fifth mainland. Lu Ying did not understand, and a blank expression appeared on his face. Lu Yuan thought for a moment. Let's put it this way. Ordinary people need to breathe oxygen to live, and oxygen comes from that region. If someone can control the oxygen in that region with their will, does that mean that they can control the life or death of the people in that region? Lu Ying nodded. Lu Yuan continued, the Tao Master's will is equivalent to the fifth mainland's oxygen. Once the Tao Master rejects someone, that person will have to endure much more than others in the fifth mainland. It is like an ordinary person having difficulty breathing oxygen. It is completely different from a normal person. Lu Ying understood. Are you saying that Madman Lu has been rejected by the fifth mainland? Lu Yuan nodded and said in a low voice, his thoughts are too dangerous. Out of guilt, I did not kill him. However, I also could not allow him to harm the fifth mainland, so I rejected him. In the fifth mainland, he is like an ordinary person who has difficulty breathing oxygen. Against you all, it would be good if he could even use half of his strength. However, at this point, Lu Yuan's expression turned solemn. Once he leaves the fifth mainland, his strength will be completely different. Every parallel spacetime has its own laws and will. If someone can reach the level of controlling a will, they will become the spacetime master. For example, the Grand Empyrean you saw controlled the reincarnation spacetime will, which is why she was able to bestow the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages. The primogenitor controlled the primordial spacetime will, which is why in that era, no one could reverse the river of time. The 6 swords suppressed everyone. As long as Madman Lu is not rejected by a parallel spacetime's will, he will be an ordinary person. If he can gain the favor of that parallel spacetime's will, he will only become stronger. Lu Yuan clasped his hands behind his back. There is no such thing as absolute fairness in the universe. The dangerous universe seems to be the same for everyone, but some people can obtain opportunities and climb higher, while others live a difficult life. Lu Ying was surprised. What kind of strength does the spacetime will represent? Lu Yuan looked at him. 3 realms 6 daos, or above. However, you're different. During Lu Xiaoshuan's era, you created the overturning sky palm, which catered to the fifth mainland's will. Although you created it unintentionally, it woke me up, which is why I have an impression of you. Lu Ying finally understood. No wonder the fifth mainland seemed to shake every time he used the overturning sky palm. Could I cater to the fifth mainland's will back then? Lu Yuan laughed heartily. That's what I don't understand as well. Even now, you shouldn't have been able to obtain the will of the fifth mainland, let alone the way you were back then. Even if everyone calls you the Tao Lord, that word is like a beacon that signifies that you should have been able to control the will of the fifth mainland. Lu Ying thought about it. I might have a clue. Lu Yuan didn't expect Lu Ying to grasp it. Unless he broke through to the progenitor realm, he shouldn't be able to touch the spacetime will. It was a mysterious power, and how could a half-ancestor touch it? The spacetime will was different from the sequence laws. The sequence laws were a power that could be used, while the spacetime will was a blessing. The heavens I can't see will. Will is a type of wish, an invisible connection. Lu Ying opened his hand, and the wordless heavenly tome appeared. Ancestor, there are many names here, and they all seem to be from the fifth mainland. Lu Yuan stared blankly at the wordless heavenly tome. This feeling? He stared at the wordless heavenly tome for a long time, and Lu Ying stood to the side without disturbing him. The ancestor could see it, and so could many people at the tea party. In any case, the Forgotten Ruins God and the Corpse God couldn't see it. After a while, Lu Yuan smiled bitterly. No wonder. No wonder I couldn't sense the fifth mainland's will after I returned. It's been transferred. Lu Ying looked at Lu Yuan in confusion. Lu Yuan and Lu Ying exchanged glances. Lu Tianyi sighed in admiration, but there was also a trace of worry in the depths of their eyes. How should he put it? It was a look of pity and pity. I've been in seclusion for so long, so it's not impossible for the fifth mainland's will to shift. I originally thought that it would shift to that brat Lu Tianyi, as only Lu Tianyi has been acknowledged by the fifth mainland's will. That's why I was able to rest at ease. However, I didn't expect that the Grand Empyrean would block your perception, causing the Lu family to be exiled and Lu Tianyi to be unable to obtain the recognition of the fifth mainland's will. Instead, you succeeded. Dao Master is just a title, and it can be used by anyone. However, the recognition of the fifth mainland's will is different. Little 7, you've experienced a lot, far more than we can imagine. You've also benefited many people. Otherwise, the fifth mainland would not have acknowledged you. The battles that Lu Yin had experienced over the past few years flashed through his mind. He could not even remember what he had experienced, but it seemed like there were more and more statues of him. Patriarch, does this mean that I've obtained the will of the fifth mainland? Lu Yuan nodded. That's right. That's why I couldn't sense the fifth mainland's will. I originally thought that it was because I had been away for too long, but I didn't expect this to be the reason. Lu Yin had previously said that he had 4 inner worlds, but Lu Yuan and Lu Tianyi had not looked at them. Everyone had their own secrets of cultivation, and even if Lu Yin was a junior of the Lu family, they would not look at his strength, even though they were very surprised by his 4 inner worlds. If Lu Yuan had looked at it at that time, he would have known that Lu Yin had grasped the fifth mainland's will. He was a true Dao master. Every name on this wordless heavenly book represents their recognition of you. Only by doing so can you obtain the fifth mainland's recognition. After all, these people are all from the fifth mainland, and you can now write down the names of those who have been rejected by the fifth mainland's will, Lu Yuan explained. Lu Yin's eyes burned with passion. The wordless heavenly book had helped him block the power of the fifth mainland's particle, which should have been the power of the fifth mainland. Now, he could still use it like this. He wanted to reject by Wang Yuan, Wang Fan, by Xian'er, and all those who had gone against his will. His will was the fifth mainland's will. Once they are rejected, those people will be like Madman Lu when they reach the fifth mainland, and their strength will be limited, Lu Yuan reminded him. A thought flashed through Lu Yin's mind, and he blurted out, so the 7 sky gods are unable to display their true strength in the fifth mainland? Lu Yuan laughed. That's right. Otherwise, do you think I would be sleeping peacefully? With Tianyi's strength and the fifth mainland's many progenitors, they can completely stop the 7 sky gods, who are unable to display their full strength. Even if the sole true god comes, Tianyi can still hold them off for a while until I wake up. Lu Yin exhaled. He finally understood. No wonder. So that's how it was. He had been wondering why the 7 sky gods had been so powerful in the 6 directions, but they were like this in the fifth mainland. The undying god had almost been killed by him. He had originally thought that the ancestral Mang had suppressed the undying gods. Sequence laws, and that was definitely one of the reasons. However, the main reason was that the fifth mainland's will did not tolerate them. They were like ordinary people who could not breathe. Lu Yuan said, it's precisely because of this that crazy woman, the Grand Empyrean, was able to stop the sole true god. Otherwise, a madman who wants to experience suffering, Lu Yin was immersed in the joy of obtaining the wordless heavenly tome and did not pay attention to Lu Yuan's words. Lu Yuan looked at Lu Yin and saw that his eyes were shining. Lu Yuan shook his head. Put away the wordless heavenly tome. From now on, unless it's a life or death situation, you are not to use it without my permission. Lu Yin was puzzled. Why is that? Lu Yuan's gaze turned gloomy. If you don't want to die. Lu Yin hurriedly put away the wordless heavenly tome and listened attentively to Lu Yuan's words. Lu Yuan's expression was solemn. A Dao master is a lamp. This is a saying that has been passed down in the fifth mainland since ancient times. Have you heard of it? Lu Yin thought about it. Wang Yuan once said that when I wanted to become a Dao master, he told me a story. Lu Yuan listened quietly. This story is very accurate. He definitely did not know what the 2 words Dao master would bring to the fifth mainland. However, when one cultivates to the progenitor realm, that feeling of unease will grow deeper and deeper. Wang Yuan is like that. Ancestor, what's wrong with being a Dao master? Lu Yuan said seriously, the two words Tao Master are a lamp. If I tell you the reason, you will know the karma that comes with it. It's too dangerous. In short, unless you have no other choice, do not use the wordless heavenly tome. Do not expose the fact that you have been acknowledged by the fifth mainland's will. Luin did not believe in karma in the past. However, ever since the Destiny Girl had transferred karma and Saruzan could see karma, he believed in it. There were countless mysterious forces in the universe. He could not possibly understand all of them. Some of these forces might even be prying into the will of spacetime. Lu Yuan's reminder made Lu Yin uneasy. The universe he could see was still at a certain level. Once he reached the three realms six paths realm, he would be able to see different things. Before this, he had no idea what the will of the universe was. By the way, Ancestor, I broke through to Half-Ancestor and obtained the wordless heavenly tome. I used it to resist the Showing deity's sequence law. Many people in the Six Paths Society saw it. Although they might not be able to see the wordless heavenly tome, they know that I have the power to resist the sequence law. Lu Yin recalled. Lu Yuan said, in every spacetime, only those who have been acknowledged by the will can see it. When I saw the wordless heavenly tome, I immediately recognized it as the will of the fifth mainland. However, others cannot see it. Using the wordless heavenly tome to resist the sequence law, I can only say that your inner world is very strong. However, they will not be able to link it to the fifth mainland's will so easily. There's nothing you can do if they do. In short, from now on, you must not use the wordless heavenly tome in battle to prevent more people from recognizing it. Lu Yin nodded. After warning Lu Yin, Lu Yuan's expression relaxed. Although it is dangerous for you to grasp the fifth mainland's will in advance, it is also a magnificent feat that has never been done before. Being acknowledged by the will of spacetime as a half-ancestor, you have the right to write the Book of Exile. Perhaps, other than the primogenitors, no one can surpass you. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. When were the three realms and six Daos acknowledged by the will of spacetime? Lu Yuan thought about it. Everyone is different, and they do things differently. For example, the primogenitor gave me the fifth mainland and appointed me as the Tao Lord. I benefited the fifth mainland and spread its cultivation methods. Gradually, I was acknowledged by the fifth mainland. Similar to me were Mavis and Wu Tian. Especially Wu Tian. He passed down the cultivation methods of weapons and received the respect of many. Lu Yin was puzzled. Which spacetime did Wu Tian obtain the recognition of the will of spacetime? During the above heaven era, every continent could be considered its own spacetime. The continent was the foundation, and the Grim Reaper, Wu Tian, and Fate were not the masters of any particular continent. Lu Yuan did not tell Lu Yin. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but if I do, it might cause you to take a detour. Everyone's path is different. With your current strength, you might be able to understand some of the paths, but if you do, it will affect your future cultivation. It's best to let nature take its course. Lu Yin nodded and did not force the issue. He was only a half-progenitor and was still a long way from reaching the progenitor realm. Once he reached that realm, he might be able to pry into the mysteries of the entire universe, such as the sequence particles, the string sequence, and the will of spacetime. There was no single path to cultivation, and his path had never been walked before. Right, let's talk about something else. How did you obtain Chimiko's power? Lu Yuan suddenly asked. Lu Yin was stunned. Chimiko? The Grim Reaper that you guys talk about. Lu Yuan naturally revealed this explosive piece of gossip. The Grim Reaper was called Chimiko? Lu Yin was stunned. This name, this aura? Was it the same person? Lu Yuan laughed. I knew you'd look like that. Ha 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 ha, that's how the primogenitor named things. You'll get used to it. Do you know Wu Tian's real name? Wu Da, ha ha ha. Lu Yin was stunned. Wu Da? Wu Tian changed his name later on. He used his influence to erase the name Wu Da. Chimiko did the same, but he didn't change his name and allowed others to call him the Grim Reaper. Anyone who dares to mention Chimiko in front of him would be hunted down. Forefather, what's destiny called? Guess? How can I guess? The fourth mainland's desolate god is called Big Yellow. Forefather, I'm still curious about destiny. Guess it yourself. Guess in the direction of weirdness. You have to know that human civilization did not appear at that time. As for names, you know. Cheap names are easy to raise. Luin recalled that the desolate god was called Big Yellow and exclaimed, Forefather, you're so simple. So destiny is called? Let's not talk about it. That woman has a trick up her sleeve. She will definitely appear in the future. When the time comes, I'll let her tell you herself. Ha 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 ha. It will definitely be hilarious. I'm looking forward to that name. Ha 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 ha. Forefather, have you changed your name? Eh? Forefather, why are you leaving? Let's chat. Forefather Lu Yuan still left. After he left, Luin took out the wordless heavenly book and took a deep breath. In the name of the fifth mainland's Downlord, I now write down the banished person. From now on, the banished person will never be accepted by the fifth mainland. Billions of beings on the fifth mainland bear witness to this. My name is Luin. After he finished speaking, he raised his hand and pressed it on the wordless heavenly book. He wrote down the first name, Bai Wang Yuan. After Bai Wang Yuan's name was written, in a corner of the endless battlefield, Bai Wang Yuan's heart suddenly palpitated. His entire body turned cold. He felt like he had lost something, but he did not know what it was. What was going on? He was bewildered. He thought that there was an enemy, but there was no enemy. Bai Wang Yuan sat cross-legged and constantly checked his body. There was no problem, and there were no hidden injuries. What was going on? The faintly discernible sense of loss grew stronger, and his entire body felt like it was being torn apart. Could something have happened to the starry sky tree? Bai Wang Yuan's face was gloomy. They had been tricked by Lu Yin and thrown into the endless battlefield by the Grand Heavenly Venerate. Just after they arrived, a war broke out at the tea party. The Eternal Race's 7 godheads had invaded the reincarnation spacetime. They only found out about it not long after. As for him, Wang Fan, and Xianxia, they had all made the same decision, which was not to support the tea party. Since the Grand Heavenly Venerate had thrown them into the endless battlefield, then they would fight there. There was war here as well. Not only did the number of progenitor realm corpse kings not decrease, but there were even more of them than before. Reports from Limitless kept coming in. He was not having an easy time in the endless battlefield, but compared to clashing head-on with the 7 sky gods at the tea party, this place was still much better. While he fought in the endless battlefield, he also paid attention to the news of Limitless. If Grand Empyrean and the others really couldn't hold on, he had to make preparations. But in the end, the war ended, and the Eternals retreated. They did not cause any losses at the tea party, because the Lu family had returned. When Bai Wang Yuan heard about the return of the Lu clan, he felt as if he had been struck by a hammer. He was completely dumbfounded. The Lu clan had actually returned. Lu Xiaoxian had broken through to the half-martial ancestor realm and brought the Lu clan back, ending the invasion of the everlasting race. He knew the situation wasn't good. The return of the Lu clan would definitely mean that old ancestor Lu Yuan had awakened. With old ancestor Lu Yuan's strength in addition to Lu Tianyi's, and the entire Lu clan's terrifying strength, not to mention the 4 directions balance, even the 6 directions faction would feel apprehensive. Not to mention, Lu Xiaoxian had been in the 6 directions faction for a long time and had gained the support of a large group of people. Lu Xiaoxuan's Heaven sect also had many ancestor realm experts. If they worked together, they would be a considerable force. He knew that from now on, the 4 directions balance was no more, and they would be stranded in the 6 directions faction. It would be best if the 6 directions faction could protect them, but if not, Bai Wang Yuan was also thinking about his next step. First, he had to meet up with Wang Fan. The 4 directions balance had to work together. As for Xiaoxinji, his gaze was cold. The real Xiaoxinji was definitely gone. This Xiaoxinji was helping Lu Xiaoxian, and perhaps it was just a clone. There was no need for the Xia clan. Only the Bai clan and the Wang clan could work together. It would be difficult for him to return to the starry sky of trees immediately. After all, he couldn't find the coordinates of the starry sky of trees. With his understanding of the Lu clan, they probably wouldn't destroy the Cold Immortal sect and the Wang clan. He could only wait for an opportunity to bring back the younger generation of the Lu clan. In fact, the sect would definitely know about the Lu clan's return, and they would probably escape. Bai Yuan had been staying in the intelligence-gathering place these days, paying attention to the news from Wuli. How the Six Directions faction and the Origin space would interact was related to their survival. Similarly, in the endless battlefield, Wang Fan had the same feeling as Bai Yuan. He felt that he had lost something, but he didn't know what it was. In the reincarnation spacetime, Bai Xian'er suddenly opened her eyes and looked at the starry sky. My name? Brother Xiaoxian, you're really heartless. In the back mountain of the Above Heaven sect, Luyin looked at the three names written on the wordless heaven book, Bai Yuan, Wang Fan, and Bai Xian'er. These were the first three names that he had written down after understanding the Daelord's will. There would definitely be more names in the future, but he hoped that there wouldn't be any. Putting away the wordless heaven book, Luyin took a step forward, tore through the void, and headed to the hyperspace. During the Grand Empyrean Tea Party, without the help of the Void Master, Elder Gu, and the others, he wouldn't have been able to force Bai Yuan and the others to frame him. It was the Void Master and the others who had cooperated. This favor had to be repaid. Patriarch Lu Yuan had already gone to the Lost Clan, so the only ones left were the Void Master and Dimensional Master. The Void Master didn't have anything to say. He had helped him several times, and the two were already very familiar with each other. Luyin didn't need to specifically thank him as it would seem distant. As for Dimensional Master, Luyin felt that it was strange. He didn't have much interaction with him, and if there was any, it was him who had schemed against Dimensional Master. He was the one who had captured He Ran, and he was the one who had planted Zi Jing. He wanted to obtain the sequence particles to research cultivation techniques, but Dimensional Master had helped him so much. He wanted to talk to Dimensional Master. It had been a long time since he came to the hyperspace. Luyin looked around and decided to go to the Yu family first. Speaking of which, he was still the hyperspace Heavenly Mirror Prefecture's prefecture master. Standing outside the Zio realm, Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and his aura surged wildly, sweeping through the entire Zio realm. In an instant, the Zio realm's alarm went off. Yufeng suddenly walked out and looked in Lu Yin's direction. With a wave of his hand, a screen appeared, and Lu Yin's gaze met Yufeng's. This gaze caused Yufeng's scalp to go numb. It was him? What had happened at the Grand Empyrean Tea Party had already spread throughout the Six Direction Society, so Yufeng naturally knew that Xianxia was Luyin. In the past, he knew that Xianxia was helping the primordial space, scheming against the hyperspace and the three monarch spacetimes. At that time, he had praised Lu Yin's boldness, but now he knew that he had underestimated that person. So Xianxia was Luyin. As the master of a sect in the primordial space, Xianxia was actually willing to roam the Six Direction Society alone. One had to know that once he was exposed, everything that had happened in the past would disappear. Xianxia was already standing at the peak of the primordial space, but he had risked going to another peak, a peak that could kill him at any moment. This answer filled Yufeng with both admiration and fear. If Xianxia was only helping the primordial space, then their cooperation would be fine. But if Xianxia was Luyin, then it would be troublesome. Based on Lu Yin's style of doing things, his schemes would definitely exceed Yufeng's imagination. When they had cooperated with Divine Sovereign Shaoyin, the Yu family had needed Celestial Victor's keepsake to save their lives. Now that they were facing someone even more ruthless, would the Yu family cooperate? Would they still work together as equals? Celestial Victor was very strong, but no matter how strong he was, he couldn't compare to a Grand Empyrean, and the Grand Empyrean couldn't do anything about this person. The Lu family had returned, and the Lu family's ancestor had called the Grand Empyrean a crazy woman in public. What would the Yu family do against such a powerful family? Yufeng's mind spun rapidly. He hoped to cooperate with someone strong or someone smart, but he definitely didn't want to work with someone both strong and smart. Luyin was such a person. Xianxi's identity could scheme against everyone, but Lu Yin's identity could suppress everyone. How could he cooperate with such a person? Yufeng regretted it. He shouldn't have mentioned cooperation when he had last met Xianxia. No matter what Yufeng thought, Luyin had already arrived outside the Zio realm, and he was doing so openly. He wasn't afraid of anyone seeing him, including Wei Wei. This caused the Yu family to fall into a passive position. Lu Yin stood outside the Zio realm with a smile on his face. He knew exactly what Yu Feng was thinking. Back then, this person had used Xiao Qingfeng's death and Lu Yin's status in the primordial space to threaten Lu Yin to cooperate, but Lu Yin didn't care at all. This time, Lu Yin had come to understand Wei Wei. The more open he was, the less Wei Wei would fear him. Lu Yin wanted to let Wei Wei know that he would first look for the Yu family before looking for him. He wanted to see what Wei Wei was planning. Soon, Yu Feng arrived outside the Zio realm and personally welcomed Lu Yin. Yu Lele followed behind him. "Greetings, Master Lu." "Greetings, Master Lu." The two bowed. Master Lu was a title that referred to Lu Yin. The primordial space was already one of the 6 direction associations, and Lu Yin was the undisputed master of the primordial space. No matter what his cultivation base was, outsiders would still refer to him as master. Lu Yin smiled at Yu Feng and Yu Lele. "Long time no see, both of you." Yu Feng respectfully said, "Master Lu has arrived. The Yu family has failed to welcome you. Please." Yu Lele looked at Lu Yin curiously. Even she admired him. She might have looked crazy and sloppy in the past, but that was all an act. Ever since she had failed to rebel against Wei Wei, Yu Lele had returned to normal. She was wise and noble, a true princess of the Yu family. People like her would have higher standards, and they would pretend to be crazy in front of people they didn't like. As for Lu Yin, he was someone she truly admired. This person had actually dared to barge into the 6 direction associations on his own. The primordial space back then was different from the current primordial space. At that time, the 6 direction associations loathed the primordial space and even viewed it as an enemy. Once his identity was discovered, he would be finished. Even so, this person had still managed to barge into the 6 direction associations and make a name for himself. More importantly, this person had used Xianxi's identity to fool so many people, stirring up a storm on his own. In the end, he had even broken through to Half-Ancestor during the tea party and decided the direction of the 6 direction associations. This person was a true legend. He was a legend in the primordial space, and he was also a legend in the 6 direction associations. Lu Yin followed the Yu family's father and daughter into the primordial space. After he entered the Zio realm, news of Lu Yin's whereabouts spread through the transcendent space. No matter where he went, it would be a big deal. Not just in the transcendent space, but also in the entire 6 direction associations. Bai Qian was the first to receive the news and guessed what was going on. She was also confused at the moment. Wei Wei had helped Lu Yin multiple times during the tea party, which was very strange. With the Yu father and daughter leading the way, Lu Yin arrived at a place in the Zio realm that he had never been to before. It was a place that seemed to be used for mechanical research. "Lord Lu, our Yu clan originated from the art of feeding. The Yu clan's ancestor who created the art of feeding was born here. After many years, he created the art of feeding. Only the most distinguished guests will be brought here as guests of the Yu family," Yu Feng introduced with a sincere expression. Lu Yin looked around. This place was very ordinary, but it was filled with the traces of time. The Yu family's ancestors' talent was admirable, and the bestow technique was the foundation that had allowed Lu Yin to reach his current height. Yu Lele stared at Lu Yin's back before meeting Yu Feng's gaze. Yu Feng tried his best to treat this meeting as Lu Yin's first visit to the Yu family. As for cooperating with him, he didn't even think about it. Lu Yin looked around and quickly finished looking around. "Family head Yu." Yu Feng quickly replied, "Yes." Lu Yin looked at him in amusement. "The last time we met, you said we should cooperate. What kind of cooperation?" Yu Feng's heart skipped a beat. He forced a smile and said, "Master Lu, you must be joking. How can the Yu family cooperate with you? In the entire hyperspace, the only one who can cooperate with you is Master Wei." Lu Yin stared at Yu Feng. "What are you worried about?" Yu Feng's expression didn't change as he bowed deeply. "In the past, my Yu family was insensible and offended Master Lu. I ask for Master Lu's forgiveness. From now on, my Yu family will not disturb Master Lu in the slightest. Master Lu, please forget everything that happened in the past." Luyin laughed. How could I forget? I remember you saying that the rebellion failed, and the Yu family completely declined. However, there are some things that the Yu family couldn't do in the past, but the current Yu family can. I don't really understand. Tell me more about it. As he spoke, he casually sat down on a shabby chair. Yufeng looked at Eulele helplessly. Eulele respectfully said, Master Lu, please spare the Yu clan. Yufeng said in a low voice, Master Lu, please let the Yu clan off. Luyin shook his head, the Yu family is a space-time family, and I'm from the primordial space. How can I let them go? Besides, the Yu family has never offended me. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Yufeng. Moreover, the Yu clan has Celestial Victor's keepsake. It should be enough to protect itself. Yufeng no longer spoke. Eulele pursed his lips. Master Lu came to my Yu clan this time and spoke so openly, yet you're talking about cooperation. Don't you find it ridiculous? Yufeng shouted, Lele, don't talk nonsense. Eulele looked at Luyin with a stubborn gaze. Everyone knows that my Yu family rebelled against Master Wei and was defeated. The Yu family will not hide anything from others, and Master Wei knows as well. Under such circumstances, how can Master Lu still want to cooperate? Perhaps our conversation has already been seen by Master Wei. Is Master Lu not worried that it will cause a conflict between the 6 parties? Enough, Lele. Yufeng pulled Eulele back and hurriedly bowed to Luyin. My daughter was rude, please forgive her, Master Lu. Luyin rubbed his head. The more openly I appear, the less suspicious Master Wei will be. Lord Vader is unable to monitor me. You can rest assured about that. Yufeng's face was pale. My daughter's words offended Master Lu, but they are also the thoughts of my Yu family. Ever since the rebellion failed, my Yu family will not have any other intentions. If Master Lu wants to cooperate, you can find someone else. Forgive my Yu family for not being able to help. Luyin was only trying to scare them so that their conversation would be simpler. Now, it was about time. Alright, since you don't want to cooperate with me, then forget it. Yufeng and Eulele heaved a sigh of relief. It was not that they did not want to cooperate. They did not dare to. However, Luyin looked up, I want to know about Master Wei. Yufeng was surprised. About Master Wei? Luyin leaned forward and stared at Yufeng. You can't even fulfill this request, right? Yufeng did not understand. What does Master Lu want to know about? Everything. Although Yufeng was doubtful, he still said, regarding Master Wei, I can only tell Master Lu what the Yu family knows. If there is nothing that Master Lu wants, please do not make things difficult for me. Master Lu is clear about the relationship between the Yu family and Master Wei. There are some things that the Yu family cannot know. Luyin gestured for Yufeng to continue. Yufeng muttered to himself for a moment and then began to narrate. The Yu family had a deep understanding of Master Wei. Whatever had happened to him and any guesses that he had made could be obtained from Yufeng. Luyin listened quietly. He had never listened to Master Wei so seriously before. In the past, he had treated Master Wei as an imaginary enemy, but that was just an imaginary enemy that Divinity Xiaoyin had plotted against. Master Wei was on the same level as the 3 sovereigns. Master Wei was an expert, but not an absolute expert. However, during the tea party, Master Wei had helped him multiple times and even saved him. This was different. It was better to investigate whether Master Wei was friend or foe. Perhaps Master Wei had concealed himself deeply and was plotting something bigger. Some people were willing to give up their principles for what they needed. After a long period of time, Luyin left the Zio realm. He now had a much better understanding of Master Wei. Perhaps Yufeng's narration had some subjective reasons, but Master Wei was not a good person. Master Wei was like a normal cultivator who would do anything to achieve his goals. He was very scheming and ambitious, and his methods were ruthless. It was hard to imagine that such a person would help him during the tea party. After Luyin left the Zio realm, Yufeng and Eulele finally relaxed. Father, this Xianxia, no, it's Luyin. He's too unscrupulous. He actually came to cooperate with us openly. He's not worried about Master Wei at all, Eulele said with lingering fear. Yufeng said bitterly, this is also why I didn't want to cooperate with him. Both sides are not equal in strength. Putting aside the benefits, we can't control what he does during the cooperation. His vision, strength, and goals are all different. When he disguised himself as Xianxia, he tricked the Six Direction Society and plotted against Ultraspace and the Three Sovereign Spacetime. Now, I even suspect that he's plotting against the entire Six Direction Society. Eulele agreed, if we cooperate with such a person, we'll be annihilated if we're not careful. However, she changed the topic, once we succeed, our Yu family will no longer be limited to ultraspace. This sentence made Yufeng's heart skip a beat. He quickly suppressed his impulse and said sternly, people should know their limits. There are some benefits that we can't touch. Even if we succeed with him, the Yu family will only have a new master in the future. What we want is to become the master of ultraspace, not the servants of the above heaven. Eulele stuck out her tongue, understood. On the other side, Lu Ying didn't know how to find Master Wei. He could only look for Bai Qian first. It was still the same staircase. Now that Lu Ying was here, the situation had completely changed. In the past, he stood at the bottom of the staircase. Now, Bai Qian stood beside him and waited for Master Wei's reply. Sui Gong stood respectfully to the side. At this moment, he knew how powerful this Xianxia was. No wonder he could raise Bai Qian to the top. No wonder he was so capable. The current him was enough. He could dominate the entire Six Direction Society. I heard that Master Lu went to the Yu family? Bai Qian asked, looking at Lu Ying curiously. Lu Ying clasped his hands behind his back, I've dealt with them a few times. Since I came to ultraspace, I naturally had to take a look. Just to take a look? Master Lu, do you know that the Yu family is rather special in ultraspace? Are you referring to their betrayal of Master Wei? Bai Qian didn't answer, which could be considered a tacit admission. Lu Ying laughed, I remember that I was also involved in this matter. I was the one who accused He Ran of being a spy, which gave the Yu family the chance to cause trouble for him and drew out Master Wei. Miss Bai, are you blaming me? Bai Qian smiled faintly, I wouldn't dare. It's just strange that Master Lu used Xianxi's identity to accuse He Ran of being a spy and was forced by the Yu family. Now that we know that Xianxia is Master Lu, how could the Yu family force you with your strength? Sui Gong looked up. He knew that the two people in front of him had an unusual relationship. Asking this question now was equivalent to asking on behalf of Master Wei. If Master Wei had asked this question, Master Lu's answer might not have been satisfactory. Lu Ying calmly replied, Xianxi's identity cannot be exposed. The Yu family doesn't know that Xianxia is me, but they know that I killed Xiao Qingfeng. If they tell Divinity Xiaoyin my identity as Xianxia will be in trouble. Now that Divinity Xiaoyin had betrayed the Six Paths Association, he was a true spy. Everyone in the Taiyin realm had been imprisoned, and even if Xiao Qingfeng was still alive, his fate would not be good. Bai Qian was shocked. Master Lu killed Xiao Qingfeng? Lu Ying smiled. Miss Bai, are you trying to avenge Xiao Qingfeng? I heard that he likes you. Bai Qian retracted her gaze. Master Lu, you're overthinking it. The two stopped talking and simply waited. After a while, Bai Qian's expression changed, and she looked at Lu Ying again. My apologies, Master Wei is currently in seclusion and is unable to meet with guests. Lu Ying frowned. He just went into seclusion? I'm not sure, Bai Qian replied. Lu Ying nodded. In that case, I'll take my leave. Farewell, Master Lu. Bai Qian bowed. Sui Gong bowed at the same time. In terms of status, they were all lower than Lu Ying, and there were only a few people in the entire Six Paths Association who could speak to Lu Ying as an equal. Although Lu Yin's strength had yet to reach the progenitor realm, he had fought with Divinity Xiaoyin for a long time during the Tea Party, which could be considered to have made up for his lack of strength. Moreover, he had an ancestor who dared to scold a Grand Empyrean and Lu Tianyi, whose name had once spread throughout the Six Paths Association. Lu Ying represented a very powerful force. Lu Ying left Bai Qian's place and looked into the distance. What was Master Wei trying to do? If he had gone into seclusion earlier, then Bai Qian would not have waited for his answer. She had clearly waited to tell Lu Ying that Master Wei could meet him, but he had still chosen to go into seclusion. What was Master Wei thinking? Was Master Wei friend or foe? Lu Yin's eyes flickered, and he suddenly recalled that it had been a long time since he had used his Dai's enhance. With his current strength, it was very likely that he would be able to fuse with a progenitor's body if he used enhance. Primal Space Progenitor Realm, 6 Paths Association Progenitor Realm, and other than those who could control the sequence particle, almost all of the other progenitors had the ability to fuse with their bodies. If he could really fuse with all of them. Lu Yin's breathing quickened. He would have an overwhelming advantage over these progenitors. If he fought against a progenitor who had been fused with before, if he got close enough and fused with them, that progenitor would immediately be controlled. How could he fight against that? This was equivalent to saying that any progenitor he had fused with would be defeated by him. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He had thought of this before, but he had forgotten about it. Now that he recalled it, his strength was just enough to break through to the half-ancestor realm. Yes, roll the die and merge with the progenitor realm. There were only a few progenitors in the entire hexagon order. Apart from those who had grasped sequence particles, he could completely fuse with the remaining progenitors. Lu Yin's eyes burned with passion. If he succeeded, he would be able to indirectly control more than half of the 6 directional associations' wills. But now, the problem was money. What Lu Yin lacked was money. Not only did he lack star essence, but he also needed Void God's power, with spacetime energy, and so on. Even a parallel spacetime was a type of power, but the most troublesome was a hyperspacetime. There was no such cultivation power in this world, so Lu Yin couldn't assimilate it. But it doesn't matter, hyperspace can be put down, the most important thing is reincarnation spacetime. 3 venerables and 9 sages. He estimated that he would be able to assimilate at least half of them. Money, he was short of money. He was short of money now. Lu Yin did not even dare to imagine how much money it would cost to fuse with the progenitor's sword. Although it would not be as exaggerated as repairing the progenitor's sword, it would still cost quite a bit. After thinking for a while, he decided to go to the wood dimension to meet senior apprentice brother wood carving. At the tea party, he had met senior brother woodcut, but they had not spoken much. Now that he had time, it was a good time to meet him. This was the second time Lu Yin had come to the wood spacetime zone, and this time, he had come through Third Master Mu. The trees spread throughout the entire wood spacetime, and Lu Yin saw them again. The person Mu Shirkong wanted to meet the most was senior brother Mu carving, and the person he feared the most was Mr. Daheng. Mr. Daheng was definitely an expert who had grasped the sequence rules. He was on the same level as Su Wuwei. Because of Chen Lu, this was the first time he had heard of Mr. Daheng and the repose hall. Although Mr. Daheng's attention had already been diverted to Luo Shan's side, with Chen Lu joining the Above Heaven sect, he might still suspect something. Senior Musen, sorry to trouble you, Lu Yin said. Third Master Mu's expression changed. He was terrified. Master Lu, you are too kind. This way please. Lu Yin nodded. Once his identity was exposed, Xianxi's network would change as well. For example, Third Master Mu, the people from the Heaven's Mirror Manor, and Su Shangyin. This was inevitable. Once a person reached a certain position, their influence would be magnified by that position. As the master of the primordial space, backed by the Lu clan, he had no less than 10 extremely powerful experts at his disposal. Even the ordinary progenitor realm experts of the 6 Paths Association would be wary of such a person. There was no need to even mention the half-martial ancestors and those who had not even reached the half-martial ancestor realm. With Third Master Mu leading the way, the two of them headed in the direction of the wooden carving. Back when he was on his way to the realm of wood spirits, he had been escorted by the wooden carving. Now that he thought about it, perhaps that strike had been a greeting to him. After some time, he felt a faint pressure in the distance. It was a very familiar pressure that had blocked his path during the tea party. It was Senior Woodcut. Master Lu, Senior Mu carving is just up ahead. I'll take my leave now, Third Master Mu said respectfully. Lu Yin nodded. You've worked hard. Third Master Mu hurriedly said a few polite words and left. After Third Master Mu left, Lu Yin walked towards Mu carving. Very quickly, he was not far from him. Senior brother. Mu Feng raised his head. Has the primordial space stabilized? Lu Yin grunted. Mu Feng sat on the tree trunk, his eyes covered by a black cloth. He looked into the distance. Many years ago, Master came to me and said that he had taken in a disciple. I asked Master how satisfied he was with this disciple. Master said that he didn't know. Lu Yin was puzzled. Mu Feng continued, Master's rule when taking in a disciple is that the disciple must display strength that he appreciates. It's best if the disciple can surprise him. I did it, but it only satisfied Master 50%. Mu Xia did it, but only 40%. Qing Ping did it. But Master didn't know about you. At that time, I was curious about your existence. Master's answer was that your path was constantly changing. He didn't know how it would change, and he couldn't control it. He couldn't see through it, so he didn't know how satisfied you would be. Now, it seems that Master was right. Junior brother, no one can see through you. Lu Yin shrugged. Senior brother, you make it sound like I'm very sinister. Mu Feng was very serious. Although his eyes couldn't be seen, Lu Yin could feel it. Only by walking a different path can one break the shackles of a fixed situation. The primordial space was prosperous because of your primogenitor, the 3 realms, and the 6 Daos. Each of them walked a different path. The Eternals are very powerful, and they walk the path of a true God. If this path is used well, it will be incomparably powerful. If it is used well, it will be used well. The reincarnation spacetime's 3 sovereigns and 9 sages walked this path. The Grand Empyrean believed that her path was correct, but the Eternals have never been surpassed. In my opinion, this is proof that the main space will never reach the heights of the primordial space. Lu Yin was curious. Master, what heights? Mu Feng was silent for a moment. I don't know. Maybe it's the same as the Grand Empyrean, or maybe it's beyond that. I've never seen Master truly fight. Perhaps the only place where Master truly fights is Immemorial City. Senior brother, what kind of place is Immemorial City? Lu Yin asked. Patriarch Lu Yuan had given him 4 words, the sequence of strings. He couldn't figure it out for the time being, but he was curious. Perhaps senior brother Mu Feng could give him an answer. Mu Feng looked at Lu Yin. If I tell you that you will die if you take a blow from me, will you obediently stand there and take it? Lu Yin was speechless. Of course not. But if you don't die, you will break through. Who can guarantee that I won't die? Who can guarantee that you won't overturn your current thoughts after you learn something? Mu Feng asked. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. He understood. Just like Patriarch Lu Yuan and Patriarch Lu Tianyi, there were some things that couldn't be told. However, once he was told, his current thoughts would be shaken. Who could guarantee whether it was good or bad? Lu Yin was walking on an unprecedented path. Even Mr. Mu couldn't see through this path, but what they knew was a path that already existed. If Lu Yin cultivated normally, they could tell him and give him a direction. However, he wasn't cultivating normally. Once he learned about the path that already existed, it would affect his cultivation direction. Alright, I won't ask any more. Lu Yin sighed. Although he didn't know what the Immemorial City was, he was sure that it was related to the current universe and everyone's cultivation system. It was related to the sequence rules. Oh right, senior brother, have you been to the origin space? No. Then do you know senior brother Mu Xia and senior brother Qing Ping? Master said so. In the Lost Clan, the one who left me 81 blows was you, right? Mu Feng placed his hand on the long sword. I want to see what's so special about you that even Master can't give me an answer. Lu Yin was helpless. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I can't take those 81 blows. Mu Feng looked at Lu Yin and could clearly sense his strange expression. It would be strange if you could. Lu Yin blinked. Then why did senior brother slash me 81 times? If you can take it, it means that you are already very strong. At least your will is firm. Not everyone can wake up after being slashed 81 times, Mu Feng said naturally. Lu Yin's face twitched. What if I can't take it and collapse? Then it means that Master lied to me. He was wrong about you. Lu Yin looked at Mu Feng deeply. He felt that senior brother Mu Xia and senior brother Qing Ping were much better than this senior brother Mu Feng. Senior brother Qing Ping had his own judgment rules. Anyone who violated them would be judged by him, including himself. This was his belief. Senior brother Mu Xia sacrificed himself to capture the spy and would not be swayed by the will of the four-way scales. Even if the Lu family interfered, he would still persevere. They all had their own determination. To be accepted as a disciple by Mr. Mu, it was not as simple as having good talent. Compared to them, senior brother Mu Feng was purer and more straightforward. Or rather, he had a one-track mind. Because of Mr. Mu's evaluation, he directly slashed Lu Yin 81 times. Such a person would be very strong in his field of expertise, but as a person, he was very difficult to get along with. You took my 81 blows. Those 81 blows are my greeting gift to you, Mu Feng said. Lu Yin said bitterly, senior brother's greeting gift is really special. Mu Feng was puzzled. Is it? Lu Yin could see that Mu Feng was really puzzled. In his mind, he could definitely take the 81 blows. After all, he had been evaluated by his master. As long as Mu Feng did not doubt Mr. Mu, he would not doubt that he could not take the 81 blows. Since he could take it, this was a greeting gift. It was very normal. He did not know what would happen if he could not take it. In short, no matter what, he had to take it easy when talking to this senior brother Mu Feng. Mu Feng stared at Lu Yin. 81 blows. Who? Chung Kong, Lu Yin replied. Mu Feng's tone became deeper. He is not dead. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. Ever since I slashed him 81 times in the endless battlefield, he disappeared without a trace. I haven't heard any news about him in the Tea Party battle, Above Heaven, the endless battlefield, or even the Six Directions Association's battlefield. Mu Feng said, I fought with him. 81 blows were not enough to kill him. Lu Yin's heart sank. This was troublesome. Chung Kong had not appeared, and Lu Yin had thought that this person was dead. Before this, Lu Yin could not determine Chung Kong's strength. After all, he could not determine the strength of the 81 blows. Now, it was different. Lu Yin knew that senior brother Mu Feng definitely had the strength to fight against the 7 sky gods. Regardless of the outcome, he was qualified to fight against the 7 sky gods. He was a sequence law realm powerhouse, and his 81 blows were not enough to kill Chung Kong. Chung Kong was definitely at this level. The strength of the Eternals was becoming clearer. The only true god, the 7 sky gods, Chung Kong, the captain of the true god guard, the mutants, and other ordinary progenitors. These were the strength that the Eternals had displayed so far, and they were already very strong. If they still had hidden strength, the Six Direction Association would indeed be difficult to deal with. With your current strength, if you meet Chung Kong again, you can deal with him. However, if you want to escape, you will have to pay a high price, Mu Feng said. Lu Yin looked at him. Senior brother, what do you mean? I will give you another 81 blows. Mu Feng was very serious. Lu Yin was also very serious. Can you skip the 81 blows and just give me the knife? I can't skip it. This? You don't want it? Then forget it. No, I want it. Alright, I will have to trouble senior brother. After the Lu family's return, Lu Yuan and Lu Tianyi had both said that they would give Lu Yin life-saving treasures. He had been waiting, but there was no such thing as too many life-saving treasures. Woodcut was definitely powerful, and his 81 slashes were his trump cards. Even against Sovereign Shaoyin and Curmudgeon Mo, they were still extremely powerful. It was better than nothing. I'm going to slash, Woodcut said. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched, and he felt like he was just waiting for death. Right, you can block it. Woodcut's figure disappeared, leaving behind only the flash of a blade that whizzed towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he used his infinite inner world. Lines continuously fused into his body, and a blackish-purple substance spread out. In his heart, above the starry sky, the withered tree swayed, imprisoning its power. The first flash was about to descend. When he had first endured the 81 slashes in the Lost Clan, he had been unable to resist at all. His body had been unable to move, and he had been unable to do anything. He had only been able to watch the 81 slashes finish. Now, Lu Ying wanted to try resisting. The flash of the blade continued to approach. Lu Ying imprisoned 100 strands of his power, and at the same time, he used his infinite inner world to increase his strength. He released it in an instant and used all his strength to dodge. Move it. There was a thump as the tree trunk broke, and Lu Yin's body swayed as he narrowly avoided the first slash. But then, the flashes of the blade continued to descend. Lu Ying panted heavily. He could use the same method to dodge the second, third, and even the 81st slash. But was there any point? The 81 slashes were not Woodcut's killing technique, he had only given Lu Ying 81 slashes. Even so, Lu Ying had to use all his strength to dodge them, so what was the point of dodging all of them? If he really wanted to fight Woodcut, his blade would contain sequence particles, and Lu Ying would have to retrieve the wordless heaven book. He would have to rely on flowing light to reverse time, and he would have to use everything he could. Even then, he would only be able to protect himself for a short period of time. It would be impossible for him to win, and it would be difficult for him to escape. This was Woodcut's strength. Back at the tea party, Lu Ying had to use everything he had to contend with Sovereign Xiaoyin, and Sovereign Xiaoyin's strength was not as fierce as Woodcut's. The current Lu Ying still did not have the confidence to defeat such a powerhouse. However, he was only a half-martial ancestor. It was already not easy for a half-martial ancestor to fight a martial ancestor. Senior brother Qing Ping was one such example. Furthermore, sequence law realm experts were not on the same level as ordinary martial ancestors. When he broke through to the ancestral god realm one day, he would have 4 ancestral worlds and 4 ancestral worlds. Adding the starry sky in his heart, he didn't dare to imagine how powerful he would be then. Saber lights fell one after another. They slashed horizontally, vertically, diagonally, and so on. There were a total of 80 saber lights, and all of them landed on his body. After 80 slashes, a small knife appeared where he had been standing. Lu Ying coughed as beads of sweat dripped down his face. He panted heavily as he grabbed the dagger and hung it around his neck. He had died 80 times for this dagger. Woodcarving walked out, and even though he couldn't see his gaze, Lu Ying could sense his surprise. You might be able to avoid all 81 blades. The wooden carving spoke with a sigh of admiration. Lu Ying felt bitter and wiped away his sweat. There's no point. The wooden carving held the long blade. Half-martial ancestor. You're just a half-martial ancestor. Master's evaluation of you was not exaggerated in the slightest. Junior martial brother, you will be the only one who has hope of surpassing Master. Lu Ying was puzzled. Senior martial brother has no confidence in surpassing Master? You don't even know Master's strength. Maybe he's not much stronger than you. The wooden carving sat down again and placed the long blade on his lap. Master's cultivation is as vast as the abyss. You'll understand when you reach the ancestral realm. When you look at the starry sky is also looking at you. The starry sky can see through you, but you can't see through the starry sky. The wooden carving fell silent for a moment. Junior martial brother, your strength as a half-martial ancestor is unparalleled since ancient times. However, you must remember not to be careless. This starry sky is too deep. Lu Ying nodded. I understand. Senior martial brother, don't worry. He stayed in the wood spacetime for a few days before leaving. He went to the void god spacetime and chatted with Su Wuwei, Su Leng, Su Heng, and the others. He then went to the red domain and found Su Wuji. Su Wuji sighed with emotion as Lu Ying went to the Lost Clan and personally thanked them for their help. The Lost Clan had helped him too much. When he went to Jiutian City for the first time, it was Grand Elder Shan Gu who helped him lure Reverend Xiaoyin away. Later, during the tea party, Grand Elder Shan Gu helped him several times. The Lost Clan even sent 2 ancestral realms to assist the Above Heaven sect. If not for the Eternals invading too fiercely, the 2 ancestral realms would have been enough to help the Above Heaven sect. Originally, Lu Ying did not need to go to the Lost Clan since Ancestor Lu Yuan had already been there. However, after thinking about it, it was better to go. When Lu Ying arrived at the Lost Clan, Dan Pu personally came out to welcome him. Welcome to the Lost Clan again, Dao Master Lu. Dan Pu laughed. Lu Ying smiled. Sorry to disturb you. Senior Dampu, you look so happy. Did something good happen? Since Dao Master Lu can tease me, it seems that you're in a good mood. Have you dealt with the troublesome matters? There are too many troublesome matters. I'll deal with them one by one. Haha, that's true. Please, the Great Elder is waiting for you. Please. Lu Ying did not ask how many single-generation ancestral realms there were in the Lost Clan. He only knew 5, including the newly promoted Dan Fengyi. He did not expect Dan Fengyi to break through to the ancestral realm. Grand Elder Xianxia welcomed Lu Yin's arrival. Regardless of the reason, the Lost Clan and the Lu clan had a very good relationship. Lu Ying faced Grand Elder Dan Gu and bowed deeply. This time, I, as a junior, would like to thank Grand Elder Dan Gu for your help. Many thanks to the Lost Clan for your help. Junior Lu Ying is eternally grateful. Grand Elder Xianxia smiled and helped Lu Ying up. There's no need for this. We have already agreed that the Lost Clan will help you. In the future, when you have the ability, you will also help the Lost Clan. Lu Ying nodded. The ancient card. When Junior breaks through to the ancestral realm, I will definitely help the Lost Clan to try to receive you. Grand Elder Xianxia smiled. There's no hurry. We have waited for so many years. Some time ago, your Lu clan's ancestor, Lu Yuan, came to my Lost Clan and had a good chat. Regarding your Lu clan being exiled, my Lost Clan did not help at all. Lu Ying quickly explained that was Reverend Xiaoyin's conspiracy. Grand Emperor acted arbitrarily and had nothing to do with the Lost Clan or the Six Paths Guild. Grand Elder Xianxia sighed. The Six Paths Guild owes Dao Master Lu an explanation for the matter of Reverend Xiaoyin being a spy. If it wasn't for you, no one would have been able to expose Reverend Xiaoyin. Now that I think about it, Reverend Xiaoyin had instigated the Six Paths Guild's relationship several times. The war between my Lost Clan and the reincarnation spacetime, the friction between the Void God spacetime and the reincarnation spacetime, they were all caused by him. How despicable. Lu Ying chatted with Grand Elder Xianxia for a long time. He bowed as a junior and spoke as an equal as a Dao Master. He was already very familiar with the change of identity. What does your Lu clan plan to do about Madman Lu? Grand Elder Xianxia suddenly asked. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. We will think of a way to deal with the traitor of the Lu clan. That crazy woman, Grand Emperor, wants to protect Madman Lu because of her own selfishness? Impossible. Grand Elder Xianxia's expression turned solemn. Don't underestimate Grand Emperor. Lu Ying nodded. Of course not. After all, she is from the same generation as the progenitor. Even ancestor Lu Yuan is younger than her. Grand Elder Xianxia retracted his gaze and sighed. If possible, I hope that you can coexist peacefully with Grand Emperor. Although she has a selfish side, she also has a selfless side. You also participated in the Tea Party. Grand Emperor is extremely respectful to the heroes who died fighting for humanity. Those who can participate in the Tea Party are not necessarily extremely strong. There are also those who have made contributions. Lu Ying pondered. Grand Emperor's attitude during the Tea Party had not been an act. She really cared about those who had sacrificed themselves and was fighting for humanity against the everlasting race. She had a side that was respected by everyone. If not for this, the six parties would not have been able to unite. Moreover, after the Lu family had been exiled, Grand Emperor had strictly forbidden anyone from the six parties to enter the primordial space. Although she hated the primordial space, she had not done anything to it. If not for Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin's instigation, many things would not have happened. Lu Ying felt a headache coming on. What was that crazy woman thinking? Grand Elder Xianxia looked at Lu Yin's troubled expression and laughed. Dao Master Lu, you don't need to think about it. Just leave the matter of Grand Emperor to Ancestor Lu Yuan. Lu Ying smiled. That was right. How to deal with Grand Emperor was not something he could consider. Only Ancestor Lu Yuan could. Although he was the master of the primordial space, the Grand Emperor and the others did not acknowledge him. Instead, they acknowledged Ancestor Lu Yuan. Lu Ying would lead Grand Emperor to Ancestor Lu Yuan, and he would have to think of a way to deal with Madman Lu. After leaving the lost clan, Luin directly returned to the Above Heaven sect. Wei Rong was waiting for him in the main hall. "Greetings, Dao Master." Wei Rong bowed deeply when he saw Luin. As one of Lu Yin's strategists, Wei Rong's attitude was much better than Wang Wen's. Luin nodded and had Wei Rong take a seat. "You've worked hard on the four-way scales. I haven't had the time to explain everything to you." Wei Rong smiled. "It was nothing. The four-way scales can't compare to my Above Heaven sect, and they can't compare to Dao Master at all. I merely hastened their downfall." Luin looked at him. "Back then, you said that you wanted to give me a surprise." "What kind of surprise?" Wei Rong smiled bitterly. "The Wang family's yellow spring water was the surprise that I wanted to give to Dao Master. However, before I could carry it out, Dao Master led the Lu family back, and everything that belonged to the Wang family became my Above Heaven sects. There was no need for me to act." "How did you know about the Wang family's yellow spring water?" Luin was curious. He had only found out about it after infiltrating the Frigid Immortal sect, which was a huge risk. Wei Rong explained, and Luin understood. He then looked at Wei Rong with a strange gaze. This was a honey trap. The woman from the Wang family's branch was called Wang Man, and she had taken a liking to Wei Rong, who had just gone to the starry sky of the trees. After Wei Rong found out about her identity, the two hit it off. The woman had gotten drunk and unintentionally revealed some of the Wang family's secrets, especially the yellow spring water. Wang Man didn't know that it was called the yellow spring water. She only said that it was a liquid that was produced in the Wang family's mainland and that it was a top secret of the Wang family. "I only found out about the yellow spring water after I married into the Wang family's branch," Wei Rong explained. Luin nodded. "So you wanted to give me the yellow spring water as a surprise?" Wei Rong smiled. "With Dao Master's abilities, how could you not know about the yellow spring water? I wanted to bring all of the yellow spring water produced by the Wang family as a surprise for Dao Master." If someone else had said that, Luin definitely wouldn't have believed it. The Wang family was one of the four direction scales and had more than one ancestor realm. How could they take away the yellow spring's water? However, since it was Wei Rong who said it, Luin could somewhat believe it. Sometimes, a smart brain was more reliable than strength. Luin stood up. "No matter what, you revealed the location of Wang Jian and the others, which was a surprise for me. Otherwise, they would have escaped. You did well." Wei Rong hurriedly stood up and bowed. "This is all thanks to Wang Wen. If he didn't control the coordinates to the Six Direction Guild, even if he revealed the location, they would still be able to escape. I don't dare to take credit for it. It's all the same. You and he both contributed," Luin praised. Recruiting Wang Wen and Wei Rong had been the best decision that Luin had ever made. Of these two, one was adept at planning and planning as a whole, while the other was adept at scheming and crafty, and could deal a fatal blow to his enemies. Their addition to the team had saved Luin a lot of worry. "How are the chess pieces?" Luin suddenly asked. Wei Rong straightened up. "They were released." Luin nodded, and his eyes flashed. "Then, let's wait for the end." In the following period of time, the Six Direction Guild became calm. The endless battlefield was the same as before, and the Eternal Race didn't increase or decrease their attacks. The captain of the True God Guard was also gradually known by the primordial space. Old Ancestor Lu Yuan had been trying to save Ancestor Ku while Lu Tianyi guarded the Starry Sky Tree to prevent the Eternal Race from suddenly attacking the other side of the battlefield. The Lu family returned to the Starry Sky Tree. Zhongshu was in the sky above the Fifth Mainland, and everything seemed peaceful. However, Luin knew that a storm was about to come. After countless years, the one who had fought the Eternal Race the most was old Ancestor Lu Tianyi. He had warned Luin that the Eternal Race had always maintained a certain balance. This balance might have been a balance of strength or a balance that they recognized. Now, the Lu family's sudden return had broken this balance, and the Eternal Race would definitely make a move. They would definitely think of a way to maintain this balance. If they couldn't deal with the Lu family, they would attack from other places. Lu Tianyi told Luin to be careful and also told Luin to warn the Six Direction Guild. Void Master and the others agreed with old Ancestor Lu Tianyi's words. They had also fought the Eternal Race for a long time. Everyone was waiting for the Eternal Race's move. After Luin warned Void Master and the others, he had a strange feeling that the Eternals might have made a move, but the Six Direction Society might not have done so either. As the master of the Origin Space, if the Hexagon Society made any moves, they would definitely inform him. However, he had not received any notification, which made him uneasy. Whether it was the Everlasting Race or the Hexagon Society, their actions would inevitably affect the Origin Space. For this reason, he went to ask Void Master, Grand Elder Dangu, and the others. His questions were clear, and he received a clear answer. The Six Direction Association was indeed going to make a move, but it was only limited to those who had reached the sequence laws. Those who had not reached that level would not be able to participate. Luin understood that Lu Yuan and Lu Tianyi must have known, but they had not told him. Although he was the master of the primordial space, in the eyes of these sovereigns, the true master of the primordial space was still Ancestor Lu Yuan. This was normal, as Luin really couldn't participate in a battle at that level right now. The reason why Patriarch Lu Yuan and the others didn't tell him was because they didn't want him to recklessly interfere. It was too dangerous. Luin finally understood what it felt like to be protected. Even if the sky collapsed, Lu Yuan and the others would be there to hold it up. No matter what happened in the outside world, no matter how serious it was, Luin didn't need to know because it wasn't something that he needed to bear. After Luin returned to the Above the Sky sect, he thought about it and decided to go to Lu Tianjing to see Lu Tianyi. He wanted to make sure that the Hexagon Society's actions wouldn't affect his plans. The Everlasting Race planned an attack on the Grand Empyrean's Tea Party and my Above the Sky sect. We naturally have to return the favor, Lu Tianyi said. Luin was shocked. Attack the Everlasting Race? Lu Tianyi's gaze deepened. How deep are the Everlasting Race's waters? Even after so many years, we still haven't figured it out. Recklessly attacking the Everlasting Race might bring us great misfortune. However, even if we don't attack the Everlasting Race, we can still remove their claws. He looked at Luin. As the master of the Origin Space, you should be informed of this matter. However, the Patriarch said that since you are the master of the Origin Space, you are also a child of the Lu family. You are still young, so you don't need to bear this burden. Do what you want to do. In the Patriarch's words, even if you don't like the Grand Empyrean and call her a crazy woman, the Patriarch will take care of it. Xiaoxian, enjoy your life. Before we die, the Lu family doesn't need you to take care of it. Do what you want to do. Even if the sky collapses, we will hold it up. After so many years, you must be tired. Luin stared blankly at Lu Tianyi. He knew that the Lu family wanted to make it up to him, but after so many years, he had taken one step at a time to reach his current position. His nerves were too tense, and it was difficult for him to relax. Even in his dreams, he hoped that someone would shoulder everything for him so that he could become the carefree Lu Xiaoxian who only loved delicious food. However, when that day really came, he wasn't used to it. How many people had schemed against him? How many people had humiliated him? He had relied on his own strength to get to where he was now. In the early days, the strength of the Day-Night clan had been unforgettable. Now, Elder Mo, Reverend Shaoyin, the 7 Sky Gods, and other powerhouses were constantly threatening him. However, it seemed like he didn't need to shoulder all of this. For a moment, he was actually a little confused and didn't know what he should do. Should he do what he wanted to do? Luin sat at the back mountain of the Above the Sky sect and looked into the distance. What did he want to do now? Cultivate quietly and reach the progenitor realm? Or travel around the world and teach anyone who had a grudge against him a lesson? This idea seemed very tempting, but who did he dislike? The Yuan sage had been killed by him, and Reverend Shaoyin's identity had been exposed. Who else could it be? That's right, the Pearl of Destiny. Luin suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to ask if the Pearl of Destiny was in the Lu family. In any case, there was one in the 6th mainland, so he should bring it back. He might not be able to do it on his own, and there were many progenitors in the Above the Sky sect. If he brought a few with him, he was afraid that he would be surrounded by the Eternals and start a war. In that case, he would look for Lu Tianyi. Luin contacted Lu Tianyi and found out that Lu Tianyi and Lu Yuan had tried to revive Ancestor Ku and had just entered. Luing could only wait. A month passed, and a youth arrived outside the Above Sky sect. He looked nervous as he knelt down and asked to be Lu Yin's disciple. This was a very common scene. Every day, countless people would ask to be Lu Yin's disciple, saying how talented they were or who Lu Yin was an old friend. However, these people could not even enter the Above the Sky sect. Indeed, many talented cultivators appeared outside the Above the Sky sect. Most of them thought of ways to join the Above the Sky sect, taking one step at a time. There were some who wanted to be Lu Yin's disciple directly, but Lu Yin did not know of their existence. It was impossible for them to reach the top in a single step. The Above the Sky sect was never a place that lacked material, especially for people like Wu Da. He liked to interview people around the Above the Sky sect and obtain valuable news through their narratives. Wu Da's cultivation had not improved much since he had graduated from the Astral Combat Academy. However, the scale of the media he had established was huge. Because he and Lu Yin were both students of the Astral Combat Academy, few people on the Fifth Mainland would refuse to interview him. He had even interviewed Chen Lu. Why do you think that you can be accepted as a disciple by Master Lu? Wu Da asked as an excited child waved his arms. Because I have an innate gift. My innate gift is very powerful. Oh? What kind of innate gift? The innate gift of making people listen to me. Wu Da's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked the people around him to take a close-up shot of the child. You're saying that you have an innate gift of making people listen to you? I've never heard of it before. Is it really that powerful? Can you demonstrate it for me? The child raised his head high. It's simple. He took out a pile of star essence from his cosmic ring and tossed it to a passerby. Here, raise it up high. The passerby was stunned. Wu Da was stunned. Everyone who saw this was stunned. The child glared at the passerby. Raise it up high. The passerby looked at the star essence, and greed flashed through his eyes. He obediently picked up the child and raised him up high. The child laughed proudly. See how obedient he is? How is my innate gift? Will Master Lu accept me as a disciple? Wu Da's face twitched. After interviewing so many people, he had been nailed to the pillar of shame today. Many people stifled their laughter. This was just a child, a rich child at that. Not long after, Wu Da interviewed someone else. Why do you think that you will be accepted as a disciple by Master Lu? I graduated from the Astral Combat Academy. Wu Da's eyes lit up. Continue. I entered the top 10 of the Astral Combat Academy tournament, and I'm already a member of the Youth Council. I'm a candidate for the strongest person in the younger generation. Not bad, Wu Da praised. You have a good chance. Thank you. Why do you think that you will be accepted as a disciple by Master Lu? I'm cute. Wu Da was speechless. Why do you think that you will be accepted as a disciple by Master Lu? My name is Tuo Lin, and I'm from the reincarnation spacetime. Wu Da was stunned, and then his eyes burned with passion. Reincarnation spacetime? Many people looked over. The Genesis Space and the Hexagon Society had already interacted. Some of the Hexagon Society's businessmen had tried their best to come to the Genesis Space, and the Genesis Space had also actively interacted with the Hexagon Society. There were already people who could travel between the two sides. However, there were still very few of them. A reincarnation spacetime had suddenly appeared, and everyone was naturally surprised. This person actually wanted to become a disciple of a sect above. Wu Da's sharp senses told him that this was big news, and all the cameras focused on the youth. Tuo Lin, right? Hey, you don't seem to have any cultivation. Everyone could see that this youth did not seem to have cultivated. No, he did not cultivate. The youth's face flushed red. With so many people looking at him, he silently lowered his head. Yes, I don't cultivate. Everyone lost interest. Why would a youth who did not cultivate want to become a disciple of Master Lu? Not to mention Master Lu, any sect in the Fifth Mainland would not accept him. However, Wu Da's thoughts were different. This youth did not cultivate, so how did he come here? Why did he come to the Above Sky sect? This was the Above Sky sect, even though the youth was currently in a spacecraft. Why do you think that you will be accepted as a disciple by Master Lu? Wu De asked again. Tuo Lin raised his head and looked at the enormous above sky sect with determination. I must become a disciple of Master Lu. Why? Wu De asked again. Tuo Lin thought for a moment. Willpower. Wu De laughed. Do you know how many people have tried to move Master Lu with their willpower, but they have never succeeded? Some people have been kneeling outside the celestial sect for years. Perhaps Master Lu doesn't even know about it. It's too common. Tuo Lin was silent. He did not know how to become a disciple, and he had only come because of his hot-bloodedness. Wu De shook his head. I hope you succeed. Tuo Lin's voice was low. Thank you. Wu De was right. Luin did not know about the people kneeling outside. Until now, because of his identity as an array master, Ku Wei was considered his disciple. Aside from Ku Wei, he had no other disciples. With his strength, he could naturally accept a disciple, but he had never thought of doing so. After all, he was still young and had a lot of troublesome matters to deal with. Even if he did accept a disciple, he should be like Mr. Mu and accept a disciple who could amaze him. Did such a person exist in the universe? Tuo Lin had come to the Genesis space from the reincarnation spacetime, and similarly, there were people from the Genesis space who had gone to the reincarnation spacetime. Xianxia was one of them. In order to avoid Luin, he had tried his best to leave. Finally, after swindling and spending all his savings, he had found someone who could take him to the reincarnation spacetime, and he had been taken there. Looking at the endless grassland, Xianxia shouted excitedly, I've finally left and escaped that misfortune. A group of people looked at him strangely. Some of them recognized Xianxia. After all, if he had the money to go to the reincarnation spacetime from the Genesis space, his status was not simple. Seeing Xianxia so excited, someone joked, Old faker, you still want to escape? You're doing the opposite. Old faker, you can't stay in the Genesis space anymore. Everyone, be careful. This old faker's fortune-telling is the opposite. Don't be tricked by him in the reincarnation spacetime. Ha 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 ha. Xianxia was furious. What do you know? Grandpa Jiu has never failed in his fortune-telling. It's just that the time is not right. Bah. The others were disdainful. Xianxia gritted his teeth and retrieved the wooden pole from his cosmic ring. When he saw the words Star Sibyl's Grandpa Jiu, he felt that something was off. Star Sibyl was very famous in the Fifth Mainland, but that might not be the case in this reincarnation spacetime. After thinking about it, he coughed and stayed away from that group of people. He found a city to enter and tried his best to inquire about it. He heard that there were many famous goddesses in the reincarnation spacetime. The most famous one was a woman named Zhao Lan. It was said that she was one of the 3 venerables and 9 saints. She was the eldest disciple of the 9th grade Lotus Venerable. Xianxia originally wanted to change Star Sibyl's Grandpa Jiu to Yao Lan's Grandpa Jiu, but after some thought, he decided against it. It was said that Lotus Reverend's disciples were all over the Six Direction Society, and Yao Lan was not someone to be trifled with. Xianxia continued to ask around, and finally, after a long time, he managed to obtain some information. On the surface, the master of the hyperspace dimension was called Bai Qian. This woman was in the hyperspace dimension, but her name had spread throughout the Six Direction Society, and many people knew of her. That was more appropriate. Bai Qian was not here, but he had a reputation, which made him the most suitable candidate. Furthermore, Luin seemed to have seen this Bai Qian before. His name was so familiar, and he even seemed to be related to Star Sibyl. Let's not think about it anymore. Xianxia made a prompt decision and changed Star Sibyl's Grandpa Jiu from the wooden pole to Bai Qian's Grandpa Jiu. He openly slung the pole over his shoulder and began his journey through the reincarnation spacetime. Time continued to pass, and soon, more than a month had passed. On this day, the progenitor's origin tribulation appeared on the Fifth Mainland. Luin and the others walked out one by one and looked into the distance. Big Sis is finally breaking through. Previously, the invasion of the Eternals had interrupted Big Sis' breakthrough, and the return of the Lu family had also caused Big Sis' desire to sweep through the 4 direction scales to fail. This breakthrough was the icing on the cake, and it would increase the number of powerhouses in the Above Heaven sect. The Netherworld progenitor was an extremely powerful progenitor from the second mainland during the era of the Above Heaven sect. Even the master of the third mainland, Guiji, had been excited by the Netherworld progenitor's assistance. One could only imagine how powerful the Netherworld progenitor had been during that era. As long as Big Sis completely recovered the Netherworld progenitor's strength, the Above Heaven sect would soar once again and approach that glorious era. Figures appeared one after another, and they all looked into the distance. The range of the progenitor's origin tribulation continued to expand. Lu Bujing and the others had all arrived, as well as Lin Qing, Lu Yun, and the others. Is the Netherworld progenitor returning to the progenitor realm, or has she recovered her previous strength? Lu Bujing could not understand. This was also what Lu Yun was thinking, but he could not understand either. Logically speaking, Big Sis should have recovered her progenitor realm strength, but she was about to undergo the origin tribulation, and from the looks of it, this tribulation was not simple. Within the range of the origin tribulation, Big Sis's expression was solemn, and her eyelids twitched as a strong sense of unease enveloped her. Since the era of the Above Heaven sect until now, why had she become like this? She had never had an answer to this question. If she had been sealed, her strength should still be there, and if she had been beaten down, she should have been seriously injured. However, she had nothing, and she had even left behind the O secret symbol, a shortcut to recovering her strength. The only problem was the evil scripture. The evil scripture controlled others to search for something, but did this search have anything to do with her? As the origin tribulation was about to appear, Big Sis's mind was filled with these thoughts. She had an uncontrollable feeling that something bad was about to happen. Everyone was waiting for the progenitor's origin tribulation to descend. Finally, they saw a river flowing down from the origin tribulation. The others were at a loss, unable to understand this river, but Lu Yin's expression changed drastically. The river of time? He had never dreamed that Big Sis's origin tribulation would cause the river of time to appear first. Big Sis had the power to control time? Her inner world was related to time? Lu Yin's exclamation shocked everyone, and they stared blankly. Was that the river of time? Since ancient times, it had been said that time was formless, but it could also be tangible. It could be a gust of wind or a river. Now, they saw that time was actually a river. Big Sis was also stunned, and then countless memories flashed through her mind. Her pupils shrank as she cried out, "I remember now. It's over." Lu Yin's expression turned ugly. In the starry sky of trees, Patriarch Lu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the fifth continent. Not good. Tianyi, stay here. He stepped out of the fifth continent and arrived in the blink of an eye. The river of time. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly when he saw Lu Yuan arrive. Patriarch. Lu Yuan stared into the distance. She didn't lose her cultivation, but it was robbed by time. What do you mean? Lu Yin was uneasy. Lu Yuan said solemnly, I told you before that in the Above Heaven era, the progenitor did not allow anyone to reverse time. He used the progenitor's sword to suppress the entire Genesis space. Time can flow, but it cannot be reversed. Otherwise, there will be a price to pay. If she lost her cultivation or started cultivating again, she wouldn't have caused the river of time. She must have violated a taboo in that era, but she did not have the power to protect herself. Lu Yin stared blankly at Lu Yuan. You mean, Big Sis reversed time? Lu Yuan nodded. I don't know why she did that, but without the power of the three realms' six Daos, reversing time is suicide. It's a miracle that she was able to survive in this era, but her cultivation was robbed by time. If she wants to return to her peak, she must enter the river of time. Whether she can survive or not is one thing, but she can't stay in this era. She will be cut off from this era. Lu Yin looked at Big Sis. Big Sis wants to cut off from this era? Not appear again? No, she's Big Sis, his family. She's the one who brought him through life. She's one of the closest people to him. Patriarch, is there any way to help her? Even if she has no cultivation, it's fine. Lu Yin was anxious. Lu Yuan sighed. Every spacetime has its own rules. Time is the most basic rule. If anyone can reverse time, that space-time would have collapsed long ago. The patriarch saw it clearly. No matter what happens, time will not be reversed. He's afraid that he can't bear the price. No one is an exception. The river of time has appeared. Even if she gives up her cultivation, she will be swept away by it. Maybe in an instant, or billions of years, she will be completely erased by time. She can also appear in the distant future. No one can say for sure. That's the price. Luin clenched his fists. Within the range of the origin tribulation, the river of time swept over, and Big Sis had no way of stopping it. The moment she was swept into the river of time, she looked at Luin and forced a smile. I'm sorry, little seven. I thought that I could help you, but fortunately, the Lu family has returned. Seeing Big Sis being swept into the river of time, Lu Yin's pupils shrank. You can't leave. He took a step forward and raised his hand. Light flew out and pointed at the river of time. Lu Yuan was shocked. Little seven, stop. Lu Yin shouted, Patriarch, help me. Lu Yuan's hand that was about to grab Lu Yin stopped. This was the first time Lu Yin had asked him for help. For the Lu family, Lu Yin had endured too much. From Lu Xiaoxian to Lu Yin, from a carefree young man to the ruthless pathmaster of the above heaven sect. He had changed his entire life for the Lu family. The Lu family's debt to him made it difficult for Lu Yuan to act. Lu Yin chased after the river of time with light. This was his second inner world, where he chased after time with space. Big Sis was engulfed by the river of time and disappeared in an instant. No one could see her except for Lu Yin, who had used the moment when the river of time had completely disappeared to enter the void. Lu Yuan's gaze turned ferocious. Master, you've stopped me once, but don't even think about stopping me this time. He raised a hand and slammed down with his palm, causing the general appointment platform to crash down. It forcefully suppressed the final splashes of the river of time and fixed the river of time, which should have disappeared in the void. At that moment, Lu Yin entered the river of time. Light flickered as he stepped on time. His surroundings were filled with various scenes that he couldn't see clearly. Big Sis. Big Sis turned around in shock. Little seven, go back. Lu Yin gritted his teeth. Hold on to me, Big Sis. Big Sis's eyes reddened. There was no time to hesitate. A huge black shadow stood up behind her. It was Big Sis, who had been enlarged countless times. She was dressed in black and had the fragrance of an orchid in an empty valley. She was like a poisonous spider lily blooming. Powerful progenitor power swept out, causing the river of time to ripple. This was the true netherworld progenitor. The moment she entered the river of time, she recovered her cultivation. Her cultivation was erased in time and found again in time. But so what if she found it? In the past, the netherworld progenitor did not have the ability to reverse time and her power was erased by the river of time. Now, she also did not have the ability to walk out. But now, she was not alone. She had a relative, a younger brother. She chased into the river of time without a care for her life. For this relative, she would fight even if she had to die. Behind Big Sis, the huge woman in black raised both her hands, and black flowers spread out around her. They bloomed on the river of time, and in an instant, the river stopped. This was a step that the netherworld ancestor had achieved with his lifetime of cultivation. When a cultivator reached the extreme, they could touch time and space. Even if the netherworld progenitor did not cultivate these two powers, she could still do it. She was an extremely strong person in the second mainland and was treated as an important guest by Guizhi. Lu Yin clenched his hands tightly and flickered in the opposite direction. He threw himself and Big Sis out of the river of time. Lu Yuan's eyes widened. He waved his hand and pushed away the platform. The river of time disappeared. The entire process seemed short. To Lu Yin and Big Sis, it was only an instant. But in the outside world, half a year had passed. Time did not target people or any species. Instead, it targeted the entire universe. If time had a consciousness, the humans he knew were nothing more than a flash in the pan. Some people believed that everything in the universe was relative. Without human knowledge, the stars, meteorites, astronomical phenomena, and so on did not exist, including time. If no one counted, how could time be determined? At this moment, Lu Yin and Big Sis were the ones who were confused about time. They had only been in the river of time for an instant, but half a year had passed in the outside world. During this half a year, Lu Yuan used the platform to suppress the river of time and prevent it from disappearing. That was why Lu Yin was able to rush out with Big Sis. Otherwise, how could his light travel through the river of time? Space could chase after time, but with his current strength, he could not surpass the river of time. In the half a year that Lu Yin chased into the river of time, the above heaven sect, the Lu family, and all the progenitors gathered. They were worried that he would not be able to come out. Even if he did, it would be a long time later. This included Chen Lu, who did not care about the above heaven sect. Without Lu Yin, it would be difficult for him to stay in the starter space. Fortunately, half a year later, Lu Yin returned with Big Sis. Lu Yin's arms trembled as he panted heavily. Escaping from the river of time had not been easy. The flowing light was an inner world that he had formed from space, which meant that he had unleashed the power of space beyond his limits. If he had not broken through to the half-ancestor realm, he would not have been able to do so. Big Sis suddenly grabbed Lu Yin's collar and glared at him. "Who asked you to save me? Do I need you to save me?" Lu Yin looked at Big Sis, and she looked back at him. "Sis, image." Big Sister coughed and let go of her hand. "Why didn't you say so earlier? If it affects me and I can't get married, I'll skin you alive." Lu Yin was speechless. It would be strange if someone like you could get married. In the distance, old ancestor Lu Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't the era of the above heaven. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to stop the river of time. This brat was too impulsive. However, he was loyal and affectionate. He was a member of the Lu clan. Lu Qi hurried over. He was so nervous that his face was pale. "Xiaoqi, are you okay?" Lu Yin looked at Lu Qi's worried expression and felt somewhat apologetic. Haizij Lian and the others had arrived a long time ago. When they saw the two of them, they hurried over, feeling as if they had just survived a disaster. Big Sis joked around with them, acting as if the river of time couldn't do anything to her. This caused Haizij Lian to constantly pat her on the shoulder. Lu Yin laughed. Big Sis had already recovered the Netherworld ancestors' memories and cultivation, but her personality had not changed. Her interactions with Leon's armada had not changed either. Perhaps she had been like this during the era of the above heaven. Lu Yin did not have many relatives, but Big Sis and the others were definitely one of them. He would do his best to protect them. "Xiaoqi, don't do such things in the future. It's too dangerous," old ancestor Lu Yuan said. Lu Qi agreed. "That's right, Xiaoqi. There are some things in the universe that even progenitors cannot touch. It's too dangerous." Lu Yin nodded and looked at old ancestor Lu Yuan gratefully. "Thank you for your help, old ancestor. She's my sister, and I can't just watch her disappear." Lu Yuan stared into the distance and smiled. "The Netherworld ancestor is your elder sister? Interesting. Back then in the era of the above heaven sect, she didn't find my Lu clan pleasing to the eye. My Lu clan didn't have any interactions with her. I didn't expect that after so many years, she would become one of the people closest to you." Big Sis arrived and bowed. "Ancestor Yuan, it's been a long time." Lu Yuan looked at her. "It has indeed been a long time. I can't even remember when we last met." Big Sis smiled mischievously. "When I spoke ill of your Lu family in front of old ancestor Mavis." Lu Yin blinked. Old ancestor Lu Yuan was stunned. "You spoke ill of us back then?" Big Sis nodded. Many people back then didn't like the Lu family, including that despicable Su Wang Tian. "I remember that someone in your Lu family once said something." She paused and looked at old ancestor Lu Yuan. "I like it when you don't like me, but you can't kill me." Lu Yin looked at old ancestor Lu Yuan. These words really deserved a beating. Why did he feel like he had thought of something similar before? "Isn't that what I said? Do we know each other?" Lu Qi was confused. Lu Yin was speechless. Old ancestor Lu Yuan laughed. "That's my famous saying. So that's why you don't like my Lu family." Big Sis shrugged. It's not just me. Many people don't like the Lu family because of that, but it's different now. Those people are either dead or missing, but the Lu family is still alive and well. Old Ancestor Yuan, your famous saying has been passed down since the era of the above heaven. Ha ha ha, whoever doesn't like my Lu family can just die. What does it have to do with me? Old Ancestor Lu Yuan laughed. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. No wonder the Lu family was hated. If the old ancestor was like this, then the rest of the Lu family was probably the same. His own father, Lu Qi, had said the same thing. Sometimes, the four cardinal scales rebelled because they were angered by the Lu family. It didn't take long for everyone to disperse. Old ancestor Lu Yuan left to find a way to save the desolate ancestor. Lu Qi left to guard the 100,000 waterways. Lu Tianyi didn't come as he stayed in the astral tree. Only Lu Yin and the nether ancestor were left. Leon's armada and the others were far away. Big Sis stretched in distress. I owe you a big favor this time. I don't know how to repay it. Lu Yin smiled. Just work for me. Big Sis glared at him. Did I say it was you? It's your family's old ancestor Yuan. Big Sis rolled her eyes when she saw Lu Yin's puzzled expression. Do you think it's easy to stop the river of time? He paid a price that's even greater than fighting someone of the same level. Lu Yin naturally knew that old ancestor Yuan couldn't even save his own son in the era of the above heaven. Although the era was different, the river of time was definitely not easy to deal with, not to mention stopping it for half a year. With old ancestor Yuan's strength, he didn't need to use his innate gift unless he was facing a powerhouse of the three realms 6 daos. However, in order to stop the river of time, he used the general pointing platform, which could be considered a part of his trump card. The price he paid was naturally not small. Big Sis, you don't need to repay this favor. I'm the one who asked old ancestor for help, Lu Yin said. Big Sis sneered at Lu Yin. Good, now you've learned how to talk back to your Big Sis? Am I the kind of person who owes money and doesn't pay back favors? Do I need you to pay for me? Are you looking down on me? I didn't help you sweep the 4 cardinal scales. You don't care who I am anymore, do you? Lu Yin smiled. Of course not, but... No buts. I'll pay back what I owe. As your beloved Big Sis, what do you owe? I'll help you pay it back. Big Sis patted her chest proudly. Her cultivation had returned, and there weren't many in the universe who could fight the nether ancestor. Lu Yin thought about it seriously. Big Sis didn't rush him. After a while, Lu Yin looked at Big Sis. I want to save Yan'er. Big Sis was stunned. You didn't ask old ancestor Yuan for help? Lu Yin repeated old ancestor Lu Yuan's words. Big Sis heard it and felt awkward. Actually, I haven't fully recovered my strength. You know the river of time. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. I understand. After all, you haven't reached the level of the 3 realms 6 daos. Big Sis blushed and patted Lu Yin's shoulder solemnly. Little 7, don't worry. I'll do my best. Once I'm confident, I'll save Yan'er even if I have to eat. Oh, Lu Yin nodded. Oh right, what happened back then? How did you become like this? Big Sis was furious at the mention of this, the undying god is right. I was tricked by that bastard Xianxia. Lu Yin was curious. What's the details? Big Sister gritted her teeth in anger. Back then, when the war in the 3rd continent was getting intense, a huge tree appeared. That tree could bring people to the primeval city. Many people wanted to go there. Xianxia, I, and some other experts of that era all tried to capture that tree. That bastard, Xianxia, tricked me and kicked me off the tree. Preposterous, that bastard. That bastard. Big Sis was furious. I can choose not to go. Even if I die in the 3rd mainland, it's my choice. But I can't fall into that bastard's trap. That bastard kicked me. She paused and coughed. That bastard wants to go to Immemorial City? No way. I wanted to reverse the river of time and go back to the previous second to avoid the fate of being kicked down by Xianxia. At this point, she sighed deeply. As you know, in that era, reversing the river of time was quite difficult and not allowed. Just like that, I fell into the river of time and couldn't come out. I lost my cultivation and memories in the river of time. In the end, I could only maintain my instincts and fall into this era. The river of time is a macroscopic concept. The power lost in the river of time may appear in the past or the future. The evil scripture appeared a long time ago. You know what happened after that. Luin understood. No wonder Big Sis was so angry at the mention of Xianxia. Not to mention her fiery temper, even if he was kicked down from a tree by Xianxia, his temper would not be any better. Moreover, where did Xianxia kick her? He glanced at her. Big Sis gritted her teeth, still immersed in her anger at Xianxia. That bastard, she must chase him to Immemorial City and tear his tendons apart. Then, what about Yo? What happened? That's a backup plan I left behind before the war in the Third Mainland to prevent dying on the battlefield. Smart. Of course. Big Sis, is Xianxia very powerful? Luin asked. Big Sis clenched her fists. Although I don't want to admit it, that bastard is extremely shameless and sinister. The strength he displayed was definitely not his true strength, otherwise, he would not have kicked me down. At that time everyone was on guard against each other, and I could not have trusted him, but he was still able to kick me down. Luin understood, this was yet another treacherous fellow. Why did you have to go to Immemorial City? Luin was curious. Big Sis frowned and thought for a moment. The primogenitor said that Immemorial City has a power that leads to the progenitor realm. Lu Yin's eyes widened. A power above the progenitor realm? Big Sis looked at Luin. Everyone is sure that the progenitor realm is the end of human cultivation, but you should know that there are strong and weak progenitors. The weakest progenitor cannot defeat you, and the strongest progenitor cannot even fight back. Since there are strong and weak progenitors, why are they all called progenitors? Because the progenitor realm is not the absolute limit. The primogenitor is not a progenitor. Although he is known as a progenitor and is called a primogenitor, everyone in our era agreed that a primogenitor is definitely not a progenitor. The 3 realms and 6 daos are already the limit of the progenitor realm, and a primogenitor's strength is not something that the 3 realms and 6 daos can imagine. He is beyond the progenitor realm. Luin understood, the Lost Tribe has an ancient card that surpasses the progenitor realm. Big Sister had a serious expression on her face. The war between the humans and the Eternals has lasted for many years. Back in our time, the Eternals weren't taken seriously at all. It wasn't until the destruction of the first continent and the disappearance of the progenitors and the 3 realms and 6 daos that the Eternals revealed their fangs. Luin asked anxiously, why is this happening? What happened back then? Big Sister shook her head. Everything happened too quickly. By the time we reacted, the first continent had already been destroyed, followed by the 4th continent. We participated fully in the Battle of the Geo River in the 3rd continent. At that time, we had the assistance of the extraterrestrial experts. It was during the Battle of the Geo River that I was kicked off the tree by Xianxia, reversing time and ending up like this. Oh right, did old Ancestor Yuan say anything? Luin shook his head. Of course, he had asked Patriarch Lu Yuan about this, but the Patriarch had been unwilling to tell him too much. Patriarch Lu Yuan had said that this matter involved the limits of humanity's current understanding of the power system, and that a power that surpassed the progenitor realm had descended. This power had caused the first mainland to shatter. The Patriarch was afraid that if he told him, it would cause him to change his power system and ultimately change his path. Where's the primogenitor? Is he dead? Since you've asked old Ancestor Yuan, don't ask me. How could I know more than old Ancestor Yuan? Luin thought about it and agreed. Patriarch Lu Yuan was certain that the primogenitor was still alive, but where was he? Immemorial City? What kind of place was Primeval City to the Eternals? If there were many human powerhouses in the Immemorial City, why didn't they counterattack the Eternal City? Hang Clan? With Lu Yin's cultivation as a half-ancestor, this was all he could know. Any more would have to wait until he broke through to the progenitor realm. Patriarch Lu Yuan had said that Lu Yin's path would only be stable after he broke through to the progenitor realm. At that time, Patriarch Lu Yuan would tell Lu Yin everything he knew. Not long after, Lu Yin separated from Big Sis. Above the heavens, the Netherworld ancestor had gained another powerful fighting force. Now, the Above the Heavens and the Lu family had a total of 12 progenitors. Excluding Lu Yin, Hellworm had also slipped away and was hiding somewhere. In terms of numbers, the heavens had surpassed the reincarnation spacetime, which had lost Yuan's Sage, Sanctification, and Shaoyin Divinity. The reincarnation spacetime was undoubtedly the strongest in the Six Direction Society. The reincarnation spacetime had Battlemaster Celestial and Venerate Lotus. On Lu Yin's side, he had Patriarch Lu Tianyi, Netherworld Ancestor, Senior Brother Mu Xia, and Crazy Dean Xiaochen, who had taken a different path of cultivation. Elder Chan could also use the power of the three young ancestral qi and borrow Patriarch Lu Tianyi's strength. If the primordial space and the reincarnation spacetime really fought a decisive battle, Patriarch Lu Yuan would hold back the Grand Empyrean, and the reincarnation spacetime would definitely lose. Lu Yin also had outside help from the Six Direction Society. No matter how he looked at it, his side was the strongest among all the known parallel universes. Once Lu Bujing and the others broke through to the progenitor realm, Lu Yin could really look forward to the glorious era of the Above the Heavens. Everything had its pros and cons. The primordial space's strength would naturally attract the attention of the Eternals. In the upcoming battle with the Eternals, the primordial space would no longer be able to allow the Six Direction Society to stand at the front. That direction. On the sixth mainland, Fate Maiden pointed in a direction. Lu Yin and Lu Tianyi were beside her. Lu Yin had invited Lu Tianyi to accompany him to the sixth mainland to search for Stargazing Tower. Destiny had always been a thorn in his heart. Both Patriarch Lu Yuan and Patriarch Lu Tianyi wanted to find out where it was. They already knew how to revive the desolate god, and both the Above the Heavens and the Lu family were searching for human-shaped source boxes. Now that they were searching for Destiny's bead, the powerhouses of the Above the Heavens era might appear one by one. Lu Tianyi led Lu Yin in the direction that Fate Maiden had pointed. The sixth mainland was the territory of the Eternals, but with Lu Tianyi leading the way, Lu Yin and Fate Maiden were not afraid at all. Compared to the Eternals, Fate Maiden was more concerned about Lu Tianyi. During the Above the Heavens era, Lu Tianyi had been a Daozi, just like Chu Yuan, He Luo Mavis, and the others. Now, he was an ancestor of the Lu family who was second only to Patriarch Lu Yuan, and Fate Maiden could sense his strength. As a cultivator of destiny, Fate Maiden had a unique way of sensing each person's strength, and Lu Tianyi was one of the few powerful individuals she could sense. This unfathomable aura reminded her of her master, Destiny. It was laughable that Lu Tianyi had actually given her an aura that was similar to her master's. This was impossible, as Lu Tianyi could never reach her master's level. However, this feeling was constantly pressuring her. With Lu Tianyi leading the way, the three quickly arrived at the location that Fate Maiden had pointed out. They saw it, the Daosor sect. During the Above the Heavens era, 4 mainlands had been destroyed, and only the 5th and 6th mainlands had survived until the very end. The 5th mainland had relied on the Lu family to survive, and it had given birth to Progenitor Chen, Progenitor Ku, and other outstanding individuals. As for how the 6th mainland had survived until the very end, Lu Yin did not know. However, the 6th mainland should not have been weak, or else it would not have been able to fight against the 5th mainland, even with the help of the Eternals. The 6th mainland's powerful cultivators and their descendants had all been transferred to the 5th mainland's outer verse, and the Daosor sect had also been moved away. Back then, Kui Luo had barged into the 6th mainland's Daosor sect. They had arrived at the primogenitor's statue, and now, they were looking at the ruins of the 6th mainland's Daosor sect. Lu Tianyi looked at the Daosor sect's ruins with a complicated expression. Only those who had experienced the Above the Heavens era would understand the sorrow of a decline after a period of prosperity. The Daosor sect had been the symbol of the primordial space's humans, but now, it had been reduced to a place where the Eternals nurtured corpse kings. "Are you sure it's here?" Lu Tianyi asked in a low voice. Fate Maiden nodded. "I'm sure." Lu Tianyi raised a hand and tapped out. The void distorted, and then the entire space seemed to be squeezed by an invisible force that swept out and split the Daosor sect's ruins in two. "Our former glory has come to an end." A giant figure rushed out. It was a giant progenitor corpse king from the Eternals. The Corpse King charged at Lu Tianyi without any fear of death. They did not fear death either, and they raised their fists and punched out. Black gravel swirled around their fists, which was clearly an innate gift. Lu Tianyi's gaze did not even land on the Corpse King. Instead, he looked into the distance and took a step forward. He brought Lu Yin and Fate Maiden along as he brushed past the Corpse King. The Corpse King was instantly pulverized. The progenitor Corpse King had been unable to retaliate. Fate Maiden's pupils shrank as she could not understand what had just happened. Lu Yin understood what had just happened. Lu Tianyi had not attacked, and the sequence particle that he had controlled had not disappeared at all. That Corpse King had been courting death by charging over and touching the sequence particle. The sequence particle was Lu Tianyi's law, and it was a kind of law that was extremely destructive. As long as Lu Tianyi wanted to touch it, the other party would be pulverized, and there was no way to heal or recover. It was extremely tyrannical. This was Lu Tianyi's law. The gap between progenitors was much greater than one could imagine. Ripples spread out, and all of the Corpse Kings were destroyed. They willingly became Corpse Kings, so their deaths are not to be regretted. If they were forced to become Corpse Kings, then they would be freed. Little Xian, you cannot be soft-hearted when dealing with the Eternals, Lu Tianyi said. Lu Yin answered, this junior understands. The ruins of the Daosor sect were extremely dilapidated, and the walls collapsed with a single touch. The area that had once represented the Sixth Mainland's peak glory had been reduced to such a state. Ancestor, is the Sixth Mainland's Dao Lord dead or alive? Lu Yin asked. The Sixth Mainland's Sapphire family did not have much of a presence. They were known as the Three Realms and the Six Daos, but there was no need to mention the Three Realms. Of the Six Daos, only the First Mainland's Dao Lord was the First Mainland's Dao Lord. The Second Mainland's Mavis family, the Third Mainland's Guizhi, the Fourth Mainland's Desolate God, and the Fifth Mainland's ancestor Lu Yuan were all frequently mentioned. Only the Sixth Mainland's Sapphire family was rarely mentioned. Lu Tianyi found Stargazing Tower and brought Lu Yin over. The Sapphire family is a single bloodline inheritance. This kind of inheritance ensures that every descendant of the Sapphire family will be very powerful, and there will be no weaklings. However, the weakness is also very obvious, and the bloodline is easily severed. The Sapphire family's bloodline was severed because of Sky Sapphire's disappearance. Sky Sapphire's father died in battle, and the ancestor went missing. Ever since then, the Sapphire family has never appeared again. Over time, everyone believed that the Sapphire family had perished. Lu Yin asked, the Sapphire's ancestor went missing? Lu Tianyi looked ahead. Found him. Lu Yin looked over and saw that Stargazing Tower was right in front of him. There were no longer any eternal Corpse Kings in the ruins of the Daosor sect. Lu Yin walked up to Stargazing Tower and finally found it. The Lu family's pearl had been given away long ago, and its whereabouts were unknown. Since Lu Yin had found this pearl, there was only the Lu family's pearl left, and he could search for it through all of the pearls he had collected. With Lu Tianyi by his side, Lu Yin was not in a hurry to retrieve the pearl. He wanted to ascend Stargazing Tower. The scene of him ascending Stargazing Deck was still vivid in his mind, and it had been influenced by the Destiny Pearl's power. What had left the deepest impression on him was when he had ascended Stargazing Deck with the Book of Destiny. He had seen something that had shocked him, but he had forgotten about it. He did not remember what that scene had been, but he knew that it had been extremely shocking. Ascending Stargazing Deck with the Book of Destiny was completely different from ascending Stargazing Deck without it. Although the Book of Destiny had been destroyed, he still had the pearl, which was related to destiny. When he thought of this, Lu Yin took a step forward and stepped onto Stargazing Deck. In his heart, the Fates and continent trembled as all sorts of powers gathered in the sky and condensed into stars. At this moment, it also paused as he saw the silhouette of time. At the same time, Destiny's daughter spat out blood. The Fifth Mainland, Butian, Xiaoshi, and even Baixianer from the reincarnation spacetime spat out blood. They were all familiar with this scene, as Lu Yin had triggered destiny. At that moment, Lu Yin saw the cliff. It was black and boundless. What was at the top of the cliff? An indescribable force pushed him back, and he took several steps back. He looked up and stared at Stargazing Deck. He had forgotten what he had seen. He opened his heaven's eye, and strange sequence particles swirled around stargazing deck before disappearing. This was the power of destiny. Lu Tianyi suddenly grabbed one of the sequence particles, and with a whoosh, the Daosaur sect collapsed while stargazing deck continuously cracked apart. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. Forefather Tianyi had collided with destiny's power across space, and this was a clash between sequence laws. No matter how powerful destiny had been, it was no longer here. Lu Tianyi released his hand, and the sequence particle disappeared. He had defeated destiny's power, but only by a tiny bit. This is destiny's power. When the universe was formed, there were endless laws. Destiny cultivated destiny itself, Lu Tianyi muttered to himself. Lu Yin did not understand. He just wanted to ascend stargazing deck again and see if he could remember what he had seen. Unfortunately, stargazing deck continued to crack until it finally collapsed and turned to dust. Only a single pearl remained. It's that weak? Lu Tianyi was stunned. Lu Yin was helpless. Destiny is not here after all. He squatted down and put the pearl away. Now, there was only one pearl left. After gathering all the pearls, Lu Yin did not know if destiny would appear. With forefather Lu Yuan's support, he was not as worried. Just as Xianxia was about to leave, Lu Tianyi's expression suddenly changed. He slowly turned his head around and said, "An old rival is here." Following that, Lu Yin felt the air grow heavier, and the starry sky grew deeper. The stars trembled, and a stifling pressure grew closer and closer. To be able to make him feel such pressure, it must be one of the 7 sky gods, but he did not know which one it was. Soon enough, a figure appeared and looked down at Lu Tianyi, Lu Yin, and the others. "Hey Wushan." Lu Yin's expression was solemn. Of the 7 sky gods, Bai Wushan was the most mysterious, and he had fought with the god of oblivion and the god of sorcerer the most. Lu Yin had a good understanding of them, and He Wushan gave Lu Yin a deep, boundless feeling. The first person he came into contact with was He Wushan. Ever since he received the help of progenitor Chen's power, the first time he was trapped was also because of He Wushan. He would never forget the time when He Wushan's doppelganger was killed by Mr. Mu in the Million City. Although the words he said before he died did not have much substance, it revealed that He Wushan knew Mr. Mu. None of the 7 sky gods were simple. He Wushan's eyes were bright and lively, but they were also dark and deep, forming 3 pitch-black lines. They overlapped to form a star-shaped pattern as he stared at the 3. "Lu Tianyi, long time no see." Lu Tianyi looked at He Wushan. "Not too long. I thought you wouldn't appear again. The ancestor can bring us back once he awakens, so why won't he appear? You guys are lucky. Since you have appeared, then die with this era." After He Wushan finished speaking, the 3 pitch-black lines in his eyes suddenly rotated. Lu Tianyi pushed Lu Yin away. "Be careful." Against He Wushan, even Lu Tianyi could not be careless. Lu Yin had heard that Lu Tianyi had once fought against the 7 sky gods by himself, directly facing the only true god. At that time, he did not understand. If Lu Tianyi had such strength, then he would be at least at the level of the 3 realms' 6 Daos. After all, the 7 sky gods had one of the ancient gods of the 3 realms' 6 Daos. Later, he learned from Lu Yuan that the Eternals were rejected when they entered the Genesis space. This was a power that only a Dao Lord could possess, and the Eternals could not display their full strength. Even so, Lu Yin estimated that Lu Tianyi had ascended to the 9 mountains and 8 seas. In addition to his own combat strength, Lu Yin estimated that he had at least the strength of a parallel spacetime master. One He Wushan could not stop him. However, Lu Yin looked in another direction. If another one came, it would be troublesome. In the distance, another figure appeared. Even though it was far away, Lu Yin could still hear heavy breathing. This breathing was very familiar, and it immediately pulled him back to the ambush he had encountered in the 6th mainland. This figure was the corpse king that had ambushed him. It was called the Middle Plate, the captain of the true god guards. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn when he saw the Middle Plate. The first time they had met, Lu Yin had been unable to fight back. His strength had been crushed, and his bones had been broken. This time, it was different. Up above, He Wushan and Lu Tianyi had engaged in a battle that the Lady of Fate could not understand. The power that could overturn the starry sky could not be seen clearly, and the middle plate appeared in front of him. "Be careful," Luin also said as he looked at the middle plate. "I've long wanted to meet you again." The middle plate's physical body was extremely tough. In Luyan's opinion, it was at the level of a monster. The scarlet vertical eye stared at Luin, and the middle plate suddenly raised its hand and struck at Luin from afar. A dark purple substance spread over Luyan's body. Behind him, the immovable heavenly king elephant roared and also raised its hand to strike. There was a bang, and the void distorted and exploded. Back then, the middle plate's palm strike had made it difficult for Luin to breathe. He could only rely on the slippers and the god-sealing catalog to divert the power and escape with Xianxia. Now, there was no need for that. Breaking through to the half-ancestor realm had not only transformed his four inner worlds, but Luyan's own strength had also undergone an earth-shattering change. He was confident that his strength was not below the middle plate. The middle plate leaped up and landed in front of the Lady of Fate. It was a simple punch without any fancy moves, and there was no trace of any battle technique. Luin stepped forward and also threw a punch. The fist collided with the fist, and the aftershock spread out and pushed the Lady of Fate away. The Lady of Fate did not dare to be too far away, as she was afraid that Lu Tianyi and Luin would not take her away. However, she also did not dare to be too close. Needless to say, Lu Tianyi's battlefield would kill anyone who touched it, but Lu Yin's battlefield was not easy either. The ripples formed by the collision of their powers caused her to vomit blood. She gritted her teeth, and the threads of fate in front of her continuously moved apart in an attempt to divert the power. However, the power of the collision between Luin and the middle plate continued to increase. As the middle plate used the Grey Eyes transformation, Luin also used his limitless inner world. The terrifying collision of power directly sent the Lady of Fate flying. The Lady of Fate had never imagined that there would be a day when she would not even be able to get close to Lu Yin's battlefield. The Grey Eyes transformation had increased the middle plate's strength by 10 times, and Lu Yin's limitless inner world had continuously fused with the threads of power. Although it seemed limitless, it was actually limited. However, for now, it was enough. Bang! 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 Fist after fist collided. The two of them did not even move from their positions, and their strength suppressed the surroundings, burying the Daosor sect's ruins and overturning the heavens. In the distance, Lu Tianyi and He Wuxian looked over at the same time. The Lu family's descendant is amazing. Lu Tianyi, he's much more of a threat than you are. He Wuxian was expressionless. In front of him, 3 threads continuously shuttled back and forth, trying to form a strange prison to restrain Lu Tianyi. However, Lu Tianyi had exchanged blows with He Wuxian more than once or twice, so how could he not know about He Wuxian's methods? You can't touch him. With my Lu family around, even the sole true God can't touch him. Human emotions are too complicated, and this complexity allowed you to have the extremely glorious heavenly sect. However, the heavenly sect is already a thing of the past, and it will never appear again. The heavenly sect has already appeared. Aren't all of you 7 God Kings corpse kings? Why are you willing to serve the sole true God? If you want to persuade us to rebel, then that means that you humans have such intentions. Does that mean that there has been an example of us Eternals rebelling because of you? Is that example still in the Eternals? Lu Tianyi's expression did not change, but he became even more vigilant. His casual words had caused He Wuxian to think of these things. His enemy was both powerful and intelligent. He Wuxian, do you really think that you can stop us? Let's try. In the primordial space, the 7 God Kings could not stop me even if they worked together. But you can't take Lu Xiaoxian away. You underestimate the 9 mountains and 8 seas too much, Lu Tianyi growled. The divine seal catalog appeared above his head, and one figure after another walked out. Golden light illuminated the heavens. Luin punched the midplate and looked over. He saw the figures walking out of the divine seal catalog. They were Ku Zhu, Bai Wang Yuan, and Wang Fan. A total of 3 figures walked out, representing the 3 people who had once belonged to the 9 mountains and 8 seas. As long as they were not dead, the power of those who had been sealed could be borrowed. If they walked out, it meant that they had not died. Ku Zhu was not dead. This was something that Lu Tianyi had confirmed, which was why Lu Yuan had continuously tried to revive Kuzu. Kuzu was still alive. However, Xianxia could not have appeared by himself. The Divine Seal catalog had appeared, and the real Xianxia was already dead. Luyin had only sealed his clone. Luyin was excited, and the midplate's pupils changed again. They turned green, and then red. The increased power caused the air to solidify, preventing Luyin from moving. Near his heart, the withered tree that was transforming into a star swayed. He pulled back his arm and punched out. Confinement, 100 punches. The midplate's pupils had not completely turned red, and when Luyin punched out, he could only subconsciously counter with his own fist. Bang! There was a loud bang as the midplate was forcefully sent flying. His arm was twisted in an irregular manner, and his entire body streaked across the heavens, leaving a long black scar in space. At the same time, Lu Tianyi arrived. The Divine Seal catalog had disappeared, and he grabbed Luyin. Fate's daughter had a strong desire to live, and she took the opportunity to rush over and be pulled away by Lu Tianyi. Let's go. If they wanted to leave, He Wuxian alone could not stop them. He did not plan to stop them, and he simply watched as Lu Tianyi took Luyin away. Not long after, Luyin tore through the void, and the three disappeared. After they left, Zhong Pan stood up and the red pupil transformation slowly disappeared. Black Wuxian looked at him and said, "You will have plenty of chances to fight him. Next time, use the red pupil transformation directly. Otherwise, you will be dead." There was no reply in the mid-game. His breathing became heavier and heavier. When Luyin returned to the above the sky sect, Lu Tianyi returned to the cosmic tree, but before he left, he warned Luyin not to underestimate the 7 sky gods. Luyin asked him if he was confident in saving Kuzu, but Lu Tianyi did not know either. Luyin felt that it was a pity that he hadn't been able to see the Desolate Ancestor attack Blacklist God in the middle game. With the Desolate Ancestor's power that had completely suppressed the Undying God, he didn't know what the outcome would have been if he had faced Blacklist God. After retrieving the beads, Luyin asked the Fate Maidens to divine the location of the last bead. The few of them worked together to perform a divination and finally determined that the last bead was in a parallel universe. He thought of Baixianer, but aside from her, he couldn't think of anyone else who was most likely to be with her. Thinking of this, he took Life Maiden to the reincarnation spacetime and asked her to divine whether he was in this spacetime. The answer surprised him, the last bead was not in this spacetime. Luyin thought that she wasn't in this spacetime, so he tried to contact her. "Brother Xiaoxian, I didn't expect you to contact me." Baixianer's voice came from the cloud stone. Baixianer was in this spacetime, but the bead wasn't. This meant that the last bead wasn't with Baixianer. On the other side, Baixianer was stunned. She was already surprised that Luyin had contacted her. She had thought that it was about the 4-way scales, but aside from the White Dragon clan and the Xia family, everyone else had been sent to the 100,000 water path. She knew about this, but she couldn't do anything about it. What was the meaning of not saying anything after contacting him? Could it be that fate wanted to see if he was dead or not because he had triggered it? No matter how intelligent Baixianer was, she couldn't figure it out. After confirming that the bead was in a parallel universe, Luyin did not have a target. It was impossible for him to search through parallel universes one by one, and the Hexagon Society's known parallel universes were far from all of them. How was he supposed to find it? He could only give up for the time being. Perhaps Zhao Ran would be able to give him an answer in the future, even though he didn't know what her identity was. In the following period of time, the 6 directions would be very quiet. The origin space was also very quiet. Rank 9 Lotus Venerate had come once. If he brought Grand Empyreans with him, he would have the primordial space take out at least half of the Ancestor Realm experts to help defend the 6 Direction Society. However, Lu Yin had refused and said that if he did not hand Madman Lu over to the Lu family, the primordial space would ignore the Grand Empyrean. Lu Yin's attitude infuriated the 9th grade Lotus Sovereign, but there was nothing she could do. The number of Ancestor Realm experts in the primordial space exceeded that of Samsara spacetime. Grand Empyreans could not fight Lu Yuan, so this matter could only be dropped. Before leaving, Lu Yin also asked Reincarnation Spacetime to hand over by Wang Yuan and Wang Fan. Lotus Reverend T scolded him for being too arrogant, but Luin only laughed. He didn't care about Grand Empyreans at all. 2 months passed, and during this time, various types of power continuously spread out from his heart towards the starry sky within his body. The 380,000 stars of the Sirius art adorned his body, and he looked forward to the moment when all of his power was converted into stars. When that happened, how much power would his heart be able to unleash? During these 2 months, one person had attracted Lu Yin's attention. It was the youth called Tuolin. As a person from the reincarnation spacetime, he had no cultivation, but he wanted to be his disciple. This was already considered strange, but what really caught Lu Yin's attention was the youth he had seen at the Grand Empyrean Tea Party. Aside from Ancestor Realm powerhouses, only those who had made great contributions could participate in the Grand Empyrean Tea Party, and it was an extraordinary contribution. That youth looked very young and did not have any cultivation. He was definitely not someone who had made great contributions, but he could participate in the tea party. At that time, he had attracted Lu Yin's attention, but because too many things had happened, he had forgotten. Some time ago, on a whim, he had scanned the above heaven sect with his domain. He called Wu De over and asked him to pay attention to that youth. Wu De was excited. How many people in this starry sky could talk to Luin? Luin was not the Luin of the past, and he was lucky. He treated Lu Yin's words as heavenly might and stared at Tuolin all day long. From time to time, he would ask a few questions, wanting to know everything about this youth. He had a premonition that this youth was about to soar. On this day, Madame Naylan returned and asked to see Luin. Luin met her at the back of the mountain and asked Zhao Ran to make tea. Is Yixing's training over? Madame Naylan shook her head. Not so fast. I'm here for a mission. Oh? Luin looked at Madame Naylan. An eye appeared on Madame Naylan's forehead. It was Yixing's symbol, which Luin called the Strengthened Void Wanderer. This thing could prevent ordinary progenitors from harming its owner. Every member of Yixing's group had one to ensure their safety. Pathmaster, this eye is Yixing's symbol. It's called the Spatial Rotting God. Luin raised a brow. Rotting God? This name was not unfamiliar. Back in the Starfall Sea, the mutants had relied on this thing to escape. However, their rotting gods were very disgusting and were all tentacles. There's a strange parallel universe in the endless battlefield called the Rotting God universe. There are no humans or astral beasts there. There is only one species, and that is the Rotting God. There are all kinds of rotting gods. The most common is the tentacle rotting god. There are also stone rotting gods, blade rotting gods, and so on. The spatial rotting god is one of the most powerful rotting gods there. Yixing obtained a large number of spatial rotting gods from there and distributed them to each member of Yixing's group to ensure their safety in the Six Paths Association. This time, I'm here to ask for help on behalf of Yixing, Luin understood. It seemed that the mutant's rotting god was the tentacle rotting god, while Yixing's was the spatial rotting god. There was actually such a parallel universe. What do you want help for? Madame Naylan was solemn. Something has happened in the rotting god universe. The Xiaoying deity is forcefully seizing the rotting god universe and is leading the Eternals to completely occupy it. Yixing sent me here to ask for help. It can be considered a trade. Yixing is offering 10 trillion star essence. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The Xiaoying deity universe is in the rotting god universe? Madame Naylan nodded. Bai Lan wants me to tell you that the Xiaoying deity universe's Tao of decay was actually cultivated in the rotting god universe. His power has been stripped away by the Grand Empyrean, so he wants to cultivate it again in the rotting god universe. In the past, he belonged to the reincarnation universe and had a good relationship with me. There were no conflicts, but now, everyone knows that he's a spy and represents the Eternals. He went to the rotting god universe to attack Yixing and chase him out of the rotting god universe. Yixing cannot lose the rotting god universe. Luin stood up and looked into the distance with his hands behind his back. Was the Xiaoying deity universe? Zhao Ran arrived and brewed tea for the two of them. Madame Naylan drank it naturally, as she was no stranger to Zhao Ran. Zhao Ran looked at Luin expectantly. This was her newly brewed tea, and the taste was different. Luin sat down again. What's the most Yixing can offer? He was very short on money and was thinking about how to make some money. Yixing was the most suitable person to fuse with the progenitors of the Six Paths Society. Luyin had thought about snatching those bags of money before, but after some thought, he decided against it. With his status, he could not do such a thing, so there was a better way. Before Luyin could make a move, Yixing delivered the money to his mouth. Luyin wanted to kill the Shaoying deity, but he also needed Yixing's money. The only problem was the endless battlefield. The endless battlefield was not easy to traverse, but with Lu Tianyi, Elder Chan, and the other progenitors, it should not be too difficult. He did not believe that the Eternals could gather the 7 sky gods and lay an ambush in the rotting god universe. Yixing could not possibly join forces with the Eternals. Madame Nayland directly said, 30 trillion star essence from the reincarnation universe. Luyin was astonished. Jumping from 10 trillion to 30 trillion? Madame Nayland smiled. There was no need for her to act coquettishly, as her temperament was enough to mesmerize anyone. I'm your woman. Luyin laughed. Yixing understands me very well, so he used money to bribe me. However, 30 trillion is still not enough. Madame Nayland nodded. Then I'll go talk to them. Luyin tapped his finger on the table. No need. This is your first time representing Yixing, so I can't let you fail. Madame Nayland smiled at Luyin. Pathmaster, I don't need my family to pay a price to ascend. Lu Yin's lips curled up. But I need you to ascend. Madame Nayland did not ask any more questions, as she knew what Luyin was planning. Yixing was too rich, and Luyin needed him, but what could he do? There was no point in having her ascend, and it would not be easy to do so. Luyin rubbed his cosmic ring, as Byron's body was still with him. The higher Madame Nayland's position was, the more she would understand Yixing. The corpse god wanted to steal the cosmic ring, which was the same as stealing Byron's body. This was a chess piece, and if used well, it might be able to kill the corpse god. Yixing, corpse god, Byron, and money. These words spun around in Lu Yin's mind, and he needed to think of a good plan. At present, he really wanted to deal with the Shaoying Divine Sovereign, and he also wanted to obtain 30 trillion star essence. Pathmaster, aren't you afraid that Yixing is from the eternal race? That he's using the rotting god space to ambush us? Madame Nayland asked, as she had no idea what Yixing's true intentions were. Lu Yin sneered. If the eternal race had the ability to take me down, then they wouldn't have needed to ambush us in the rotting god space. Go back and tell Yixing that I'm going to the rotting god space for 300,000 star essence. Madame Nayland nodded and looked at Lu Yin. Be careful. Lu Yin grunted in acknowledgement. Zhao Ran watched Madame Nayland leave and opened her mouth to say that she had not finished her tea, but Madame Nayland left too quickly. Soon after, Lu Yin left as well. Zhao Ran felt wronged, as her tea. Lu Yin went to Lu Tianjing, and he would either bring Patriarch Lu Yuan or Lu Tianyi with him. However, when he reached Lu Tianjing, he learned that Patriarch Lu Yuan had already left. Left? Lu Yin was puzzled. Lu Tianyi solemnly said, the Patriarch has gone to the Six Direction Society, so it's time to strike back at the eternal race. The Grand Empyrean will take the lead, and the masters of various parallel spacetime will all take action. We'll give the eternal race a ruthless blow. When? Lu Yin asked. Lu Tianyi did not know either. Just wait. Once we act, the endless battlefield will send news. Patriarch Lu Yuan had left, and Lu Yin could not ask Lu Tianyi to leave with him. That would put the starter space in danger. Even if there was a 1 in 10,000 chance that the Eternals would use the rotting god universe and the Six Direction Society to take revenge on them, it would still lead to the destruction of the origin space. If Lu Yin wanted to go to the rotting god universe, he could only bring other progenitors with him. Fortunately, Big Sis had broken through, and the Netherworld Ancestor's strength was absolutely trustworthy. Not only that, but news from the endless battlefield had also spread that the Grand Empyreans had joined forces with the various spacetime masters. The Eternals would not have the strength to plot against Lu Yin, and if they did, then it was just as Lu Yin had said, there would be no need to plot against them. They could sweep through them with their own strength, so why bother? Are you sure you want to go to the endless battlefield, little Xian? Lu Tianyi asked. Lu Yin nodded. Ancestor, I don't want to miss out on 300,000 star essence. Lu Tianyi laughed. My Lu family's cultivation does consume a lot of resources, so it's fine if you want to go. The decisive battle with the Grand Empyreans is enough to keep the Eternals busy. If deity Xiaoyin is in the rotting god universe, then you can easily deal with him. If he's not, then that's even better. That means that the Eternals are under pressure, which means that the Ancestor will have an advantage. Lu Yin smiled. That's exactly what I was thinking. Lu Tianyi's smile faded. But you can't be careless. If I can't go, then the Netherworld Ancestor can. Lu Yin nodded. If he did not have one or two powerhouses as his trump cards, then he would be somewhat hesitant to go to the endless battlefield. Big Sis had broken through at the right time, and he could also use this opportunity to show the Six Direction Society how powerful the Origin Space was. Yixing had not asked the Six Direction Society for help, but had instead asked for help from the Origin Space. This in itself represented the recognition of the powerhouses outside. Now, all he had to do was wait for news of the decisive battle from the endless battlefield. 10 days later, Bailan arrived with 50,000 star essence as a sign of Yixing's sincerity. This sincerity was definitely great. Before this, the wealthiest clan that Lu Yin had come into contact with was the Mavis family, and they were known as the Lu family's money bag. However, even they could not gather 300,000 star essence to ask Lu Yin for help. Of course, the two were not on the same level. The Mavis family had declined, and they could only gather resources from the Fifth Mainland. On the other hand, Yixing could move unhindered the entire Six Direction Society and collect commissions. Lu Yin had no idea how much money they had. Yixing had taken out 300,000 star essence right off the bat, which was definitely not a serious injury to Yixing. Lu Yin was becoming more and more interested in Yixing. In reincarnation time and space, there was a wooden pole blocking the city gate. There were 7 words written on it: "Those who look at me are cowards." It was the little food saint. His hands were itching, so he came to a city and started to provoke them. Many people were angry and wanted to arm wrestle with him, but the result was very miserable. Outside the city gate, another wooden pole appeared. On the front, there were 6 big words, "By Qian's Grandpa Jiu," and on the back, there were 4 big words, "Believe it or not." It was Xianxia. A city gate with 2 wooden poles, one inside and one outside. Xianxia and the little food saint exchanged glances as they looked at the wooden pole opposite them. What the hell was that? Xianxia looked at the firm muscles of the little saint of food, his big mouth that was crazily stuffing food, and his obviously idiotic face. He then turned around and left. This kind of person was obviously brainless, so it was best not to cause trouble. "Hold it right there," the little food saint shouted. Xianxia ran even faster. The little food saint raised his eyebrows and threw the wooden pole out. The pole brushed past Xianxia and pierced into the ground, blocking Xianxia's path. Xianxia was almost pierced through. He was furious and turned back to scold, "Which blind fool is throwing things around? What if it hits your Grandpa Jiu? I wish your whole family a peaceful and beautiful life." The people around felt weird. Was he scolding or blessing? The little food saint pushed through the crowd and walked to Xianxia, staring at him with his huge eyes. Xianxia was terrified and smiled. This little brother is obviously talented and smart. The heavy responsibility of saving humanity will fall on you. One day, you will punch Lu Xiaoxian in the sky and kick Xiao Zun in the reincarnation cycle. Little brother, the future is yours. The little food saint raised his eyebrows and looked at Xianxia, then at the wooden pole. "You are by Qian's Grandpa Jiu?" Xianxia's face twitched. "Yes." "What's your name?" "Xianxia." The little food saint stared at Xianxia with his eyes wide open. "What did you say your name was?" Xianxia was confused. "Xianxia." "What's wrong, little brother? You don't deserve it." The little food saint grabbed Xianxia and threw him out. Xianxia wailed. "Who did he offend?" The little food saint snorted. "How dare he use Xianxi's name? If he doesn't have the strength, he doesn't deserve it." Trash. Xianxia fell into the river far away with a splash. On the river, a small boat floated quietly. Pleasant laughter came from the boat. "Miss, someone fell into the river. Pick him up. Master once said to do one good deed every day." "Yes." Xianxia cursed and floated to the surface of the river, glaring into the distance. Unworthy? How was he unworthy? Was there anything special about the name Xianxia? At this time, a pole landed in front of him from a boatman. "Come up. Miss is kind and will save your life." Xianxia's eyes lit up. "Miss?" This title allowed him to see a beautiful life in the future. Over the years, he had already helped countless young ladies and madams to predict their fates and futures, especially their husbands. Thinking of this, he smiled and said, "Thank you, young lady. May I pay my respects to you?" The boatman looked at him with disdain. "You think you are worthy of meeting our miss? Bring him in." A pleasant voice came from the cabin, accompanied by some laughter. The boatman replied respectfully, "Miss is kind. To be able to meet her is the greatest fortune in your life. Cherish it." As he finished, he lifted the pole and pulled Xianxia onto the boat. Xianxia squeezed his clothes dry and put on a serious expression. "Please lead the way." The boatman snorted. He felt that this guy was a little wretched. Soon, Xianxia was brought into the cabin. What he saw were 3 to 5 young ladies chatting and laughing. There was even a lady playing the zither. However, she didn't play any music, as if she was thinking about something. After Xianxia came in, the ladies looked at him. Xianxia coughed and raised his head to face the ladies. "I'm Xianxia. I was plotted against by a scoundrel. Thank you for saving me." The ladies' happy faces sank when they heard Xianxia's name. The lady playing the zither suddenly stared at Xianxia. "What did you say your name was?" Xianxia blinked and had a bad feeling. "Sister, he said his name is Xianxia." "What's your relationship with Xianqi?" "Sister, look, he has a pole with the words by Qian's grandpa Jiao written on it. Bai Qian seems to have some relationship with Xianqi. I heard that she could rise in the ultra spacetime because Xianqi framed he ran as a spy, causing he ran to go missing. He must be related to Xianqi. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so coincidental. One is Xianqi, the other is Xianxia." Well, Xianqi was exposed. Who is Xianxia trying to fool? Xianxia was stunned. What Xianqi? He hadn't been in the reincarnation spacetime for long and hadn't come into contact with any big shots. However, his instincts told him that he was in trouble and he quickly explained. Unfortunately, before he could speak, one of the ladies hit Xianxia hard. "Look at his wretched appearance. He must be related to Xianqi. That Xianqi disrespected the disciples of Lotus Lord and caused senior sister to be punished to the endless battlefield. The worst thing is that he angered master. Sisters, beat him up. Beat him up." Xianxia was furious. Who did he offend? He hadn't divined it yet. The lady's attack scared him and he quickly ran away. Fortunately, he had traversed the fifth mainland's cosmos for many years and had plenty of experience. Although the ladies were quite strong, they couldn't catch up to him. "Bastard, spread the word that someone called Xianxia might be related to Xianqi. Tell everyone to keep an eye on him and don't be fooled by that wretched person." On the other side, Xianxia's appearance had successfully aroused the little food saint's desire to compete with Luyin in terms of strength. He obviously knew that he was no match for Luyin, but Lu Yin's breakthrough to half-ancestor and his first inner world was too tempting. He wanted to see it even in his dreams. Even though the food saint had warned him several times, he still couldn't help but go. Who cares? Half a month later, the little food saint appeared outside the Above the Sky sect. He was shocked when he saw the Colossus in front of him. This was the Above the Sky sect? That extremely glorious human sect? The closer he got, the more he felt an unimaginable majesty. It was as if there were many powerhouses looking at him, and he didn't dare to approach. Outside the Above the Sky sect, Wuda was still staring at Tu Lin. Countless people were waiting in a circle around the Above the Sky sect. Some hoped to join the sect, some were looking for friends, and some were simply here to worship. Many of them were from the Six-Way Society. They were too curious about the above-the-sky sect. The Genesis space had replaced the three monarch spacetime as one of the six-way societies. However, compared to the three monarch spacetime, the Genesis space was much stronger. If not for the fact that the Grand Empyreans were still considered invincible, the Genesis space would have replaced the reincarnation spacetime and become the leader of the six-way societies. The little food saint introduced himself. His status was enough to meet Luin. Luin soon received the news. Little food saint? He waved his hand. I don't want to see him. This guy kept pestering him, wanting to compete with him in terms of strength. Now, he actually had the guts to come. Where did his confidence come from? Not long after, the second Night King reported again, Dowlord, the little food saint sent me a message. He said that he knows the whereabouts of the Hellworm. Luin raised his brows. Bring him in. The Hellworm had escaped during the Tea Party battle. Luin had rushed back to the above-the-sky sect and hadn't paid much attention to it. When the battle ended, the Hellworm was nowhere to be found. When Patriarch Lu Yuan had asked the Grand Empyrean for Madman Lu, he had mentioned the Hellworm, but the Hellworm wasn't with the Grand Empyrean. With the status of the Grand Empyrean, no matter how much she wanted the Hellworm, it was impossible for her to lie. She could have just not returned it. Therefore, Luin had no idea where the Hellworm had gone. He had asked several people in the six-way society, but none of them knew. The battle at the tea party had been too intense, and the Hellworm had shrunk his body. If one wasn't paying attention, they wouldn't have noticed him. Soon, the little food saint was brought in. When he saw Luin, his eyes lit up. Luin moved his finger, and an invisible force pressed down on the little food saint. The little food saint instantly felt as if the world was collapsing as the force pressed him down. You still want to compete in terms of strength? The little food saint gritted his teeth and resisted the force. He raised his head stubbornly. I want to see your inner world. The first one. Luin wasn't surprised. My first inner world is called Limitless, which means infinite power. If you want to see it, sure. Where is the Hellworm? With the power gone, the little food saint was finally able to catch his breath. His entire body was drenched in sweat. Even his father, the food saint, would not have the upper hand against Luin, let alone him. Xianxia told me. He said Jiangxing saw Mr. Daheng tear open the void at the end of the Tea Party battle and lure the caged Wyrm away. I don't know where it went, and neither does Jiangxing, the little food saint said. Lu Yan's gaze turned cold. Mr. Daheng, it was him? No wonder no one knew where the caged Wyrm went. If he had torn open the void and lured it away, no one would have cared. The caged Wyrm had shrunk, and everyone was concerned about the Lu family's return. Who would care about the caged Wyrm? Why did Mr. Daheng attack the caged Wyrm? Luin did not believe that Mr. Daheng had the guts to provoke him. Let me see your inner world with infinite power. The little food saint was looking forward to it. Lu Yan's lips curled up as his inner world appeared. It was filled with flowing lights and vibrant colors. Each of the flowing lights represented a power that constantly revolved. It was both beautiful and dangerous. The little food saint stared at the inner world in a daze, his eyes almost popping out. He could not feel the power. The more it was like this, the more terrifying the inner world was. It was a power that was completely restrained and turned into lines. How did he do it? He could not help but touch one of the lines. Suddenly, the terrifying power threw him out. His fingers were shattered as his body slammed into the wall. He grimaced in pain. Luin smiled as his inner world disappeared. He put his hands behind his back and looked down at the little food saint. Are you satisfied now? The little food saint held his fingers as his face turned pale. He was clearly in pain, but he was very happy. I feel an irresistible power in a different form. The power we used before was too rigid. Luin praised, the Taotai bloodline is gifted. I hope you can improve your power. Oh, give me some blood. The little food saint was confused. You want my blood? For what? There are people in the sixth mainland who cultivate with Taotai blood. You can give it to them as a reward. The little food saint did not know what to say. He felt something was wrong, but he could not refuse. He did not seem to have the right to refuse. So what if his father was one of the 3 venerables and 9 sages? Did he have the right to be arrogant in front of this person? No, not at all. In the end, the little saint of food left a lot of blood behind and left in a weak state. Luin had tossed his blood into the 5th tower as a reward, which was a huge temptation to the cultivators of the 6th mainland's bloodline. In the past, only the Realmlings in the 6th mainland had been able to use the Taotia's blood to cultivate. Now, however, there were more and more Realmlings, and the Taotia's blood was no longer as rare as it used to be. He remembered that the Realmling who had cultivated using Taotia's blood was Nan Yanfei, and the more he ate, the stronger he became. He didn't know when the endless battlefield would send news. He wanted to bring people to the rotting god universe. With the prison-fled dragon as a mount, it would save him a lot of effort. He had to bring the prison-fled dragon back. Mr. Daheng? Repose Palace. In the past, he did not want to interact with Mr. Daheng. But now, Luin didn't hesitate to head to the wood space-time dimension. His senior apprentice brother was there, so there was nothing to worry about. Luin did not know where the Hall of Freedom was, so he sought out Heaven's Reflection Manor's Manor Lord Gon and asked him to take him there. Lord Gon was a member of the Hall of Freedom, and he was very surprised to see Luin. His attitude was different from before, and he was much more reserved. This was not only because of Lu Yin's status, but also because of his strength. Luin was someone who had battled with divinity Shaoyin. He was only a half-ancestor, and once he broke through to the ancestor realm, his strength would definitely reach the peak. Furthermore, the Lu family was not to be trifled with. Master Lu, if Mr. Daheng knew that you were coming to the Hall of Freedom, he would definitely be very happy, Lord Gon said with a smile. Luin smiled. Senior Gon. You can just call me Gon, Lord Gon hurriedly said. In the world of cultivation, those who are more powerful are more important. Age is not important. Luin said, all right, then I'll call you Lord Gon. Lord Gon nodded. Back then, Lord Gon strongly invited me to come to the wood spacetime to help investigate a spy. I want to know which spy is so troublesome that Lord Gon is so eager to investigate. If I have time, I'm willing to help. After all, a spy is everyone's enemy. Lord Gon smiled bitterly. I'm not targeting a particular spy, but rather a spy in my own spacetime. Luin was curious. Master Lu, you should know that the wood spacetime has existed for a long time, second only to the reincarnation spacetime. In fact, since that era, the Eternals have begun to infiltrate the wood spacetime. After so many years, they have created countless spies, which exhausted everyone in the wood spacetime. Among them, there were more than one extremely powerful spy. Luin was surprised. There are progenitor spies? Lord Gon nodded and sighed. The Eternals' infiltration methods are unimaginable to ordinary people. They can rope in people when they are weak and weak. They can also rope in people when they are isolated and helpless. In short, they have endless methods to develop spies. My Heaven's View Manor is unable to continue. That's why I wanted to ask for Master Lu's help. If Master Lu can eliminate the spies in the Void God spacetime, you can also eliminate the spies in the Wood spacetime. To be honest, Master Lu, the Wood spacetime has the Kingdom of Eternity. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. There's a Kingdom of Eternity here? Lord Gon solemnly said, absolutely, and there's also a clone of the 7 god skies Wood Immortal. The Wood Immortal referred to the half-progenitor in the Wood spacetime. Just like the 5th mainland, there were also half-progenitors in the 7 god sky. Luin looked at Lord Gon, whose gaze was calm and unflinching as they stared at each other. He had guessed that Lord Gon's invitation to the Wood spacetime might have nothing to do with Mr. Daheng. After all, Mr. Daheng could not have known about Chen Lu and him at that time. Now, although Mr. Daheng had guessed that Chen Lu had joined the Above Heaven sect, Lord Gon's invitation might really have nothing to do with Mr. Daheng. Lu Yin's expression turned serious. Lord Gon, don't worry. If possible, I will definitely come to the Wood spacetime to eliminate the spies. Lord Gon was overjoyed and bowed deeply to Luin. Gon, on behalf of the Wood spacetime, thank Master Lu. With Lu Yin's identity as the master of the origin space, it was indeed necessary for Lord Gon to bow deeply to eliminate the spies in the wood spacetime. The Hall of Freedom was free and unfettered. It was neither good nor evil, and a single thought was eternal. This was the Hall of Freedom. Lu Yin looked at the hills and mountains that spread across the tree trunk in front of him. In the middle of the mountains were many antique buildings, most of which were stone houses. That was where the Hall of Freedom was located. He looked at it in surprise. "Are you sure that is the Hall of Freedom?" Lord Gon smiled. Everyone who comes to the Hall of Freedom is as surprised as Master Lu, but that is indeed the Hall of Freedom. Outsiders are deceived by the name of the Hall of Freedom. In fact, the Hall of Freedom is a hall. It is named after the ruins of this place. The most important thing is the word freedom. The reason why we joined the Hall of Freedom is because of this word. How many cultivators are bound by the secular world and live for others? What the Hall of Repose wants is for you to live for yourself. As long as you don't betray the greater good of humanity, you can live freely. Just like the motto of the Hall of Repose, there is no self, there is no other. Be free and unfettered, neither good nor evil. The other parallel universes of the Six Paths Association have misunderstood the Hall of Freedom. They think that the Hall of Freedom is selfish, but that is not the case. We just want to live a more comfortable life. We are just a group of friends with similar interests who want to find a place to talk freely. Lu Yin glanced at Lord Gon. This was not right. If that was the case, why did Mr. Daheng control Chen Lu? Why did he collect those landscape painting stones? The so-called Hall of Freedom was just to create a false impression of selfishness. Mr. Daheng's goal was to collect those landscape painting stones. Lu Yin still did not know the origin of those stones. Was Lord Gon really willing to join the Hall of Freedom? Would it be the same as Chen Lu? Master Lu, please. Lord Gon led the way. Lu Yin nodded. How many people are there in the Hall of Freedom? There are constantly people joining and leaving. Currently, there are about 20 people. Most of them are cultivators in the Wood Immortal Realm. There are 5 cultivators in the Wood Heavenly Realm. The ones in the Wood Spacetime are Mr. Daheng, me, and Brother Wuhan. The other 2 are from the parallel universes of the Endless Battlefield. The Wood Heavenly Realm referred to the Progenitor Realm. It was not simple for the Hall of Freedom to gather 5 Progenitor Realm experts. Before the Lu family returned and before Lin Qing and the rest broke through to the Progenitor Realm, the Above Heaven sect only had these few Progenitor Realm experts. They did not have a sequence law expert like Mr. Daheng. In comparison, the Hall of Freedom's strength surpassed the Above Heaven sect at that time. The wood spacetime was filled with tree trunks. The tree trunk that supported the Hall of Freedom was especially thick and was equivalent to a continent. There were even mortal empires on it. When Lu Yin and Gon arrived at the Hall of Freedom, Mr. Daheng also walked out to welcome Lu Yin. Welcome to the Hall of Freedom, Master Lu. Mr. Daheng was a refined and kind person. Lu Yin greeted him politely. Mr. Daheng was full of praise for Lu Yin. He had broken through to the half-ancestor realm during the tea party and had 4 inner worlds. This was unprecedented. Lu Yin was also curious about the Hall of Freedom that Mr. Daheng had created. The communication between them was smooth. They were currently in a pavilion. In the distance, there were farmers farming. Birds flew in the sky and the sun was setting. It was a simple and beautiful scene. The path of cultivation is really tough. I've heard of too many ordinary people who want to cultivate and control their own futures. However, they don't know that even we can't control our own futures. On the contrary, it's easier for ordinary people to do so. They don't need to fight for resources, face wars, or scheme against each other. Master Lu, the lifespan of farmers is limited, but it's also limitless. When a seed is planted, it will germinate, bear fruit, and eventually give birth to other seeds. It's limitless, which means that their lives are limitless. Although we cultivators live for a long time, are we really the same person as we were in the past? We're no longer the same person as we were when we were young and old. We're like those drifting seeds that continue to germinate, bloom, bear fruit, scatter, and reincarnate. Mr. Daheng looked at the fields under the setting sun and sighed. Lu Yin took a sip of the tea. This tea was plucked from the tea mountain on the other side of the mountain, and it was very ordinary. Does Mr. wish to discuss life with me? Mr. Daheng laughed. I'm overthinking things. Master Lu is so young. How could you be so sentimental? Lord Gon looked at Luin enviously. They were all old, but Luin was still so young and so strong. No one knew how far he could go in the future. Luin put down his teacup. Is Mr. lamenting that you're old, or lamenting that you're not who you used to be? Mr. Daheng smiled. What do you think, Master Lu? Luin replied, the former. Lord Gon shook his head. Mr. Daheng laughed. The Hall of Freedom emphasizes freedom and freedom. It's because we feel like we're being changed by everything around us, and we can't break free. Because of the endless battlefield, we have to step into it. Because of the wood heavenly realm, we work hard in this direction when we cultivate. Because there's day and night, we have to distinguish between day and night. Because there's good and evil, we have to think twice before doing anything. These are the effects, but we've never thought about it. Is this really what we want to do? I want to sit here and drink tea, but because night falls, I have to go back. I want to see the scenery, but because it's a battlefield, I can't go. I want to eat delicious food every day, but because the chef died of old age, I can't eat it anymore. From birth to death, a person is affected by too many things, and they can't be free and unfettered. Wouldn't that be a shame to their life? The Hall of Freedom wants people to be free and unfettered. It wants people to have eternity. Master Lu, have you ever thought about staying in one place forever? To stay by one person's side forever? Have you ever thought about what kind of life you'll have? Why don't you realize it? Lord Gon's eyes burned. This was the reason he had joined the Hall of Freedom. He wanted to do what he wanted to do. With a bang, the teacup shattered. This startled Lord Gon, and Mr. Daheng's words came to an abrupt end. Luin released his hand. My apologies. I was reminded of the past. Mr. Daheng looked at Luin with a burning gaze. It seems like Master Lu is also a sentimental person. Luin smiled. There's something I want to do right now. I wonder if Mr. can help me? Master Lu, please speak. Mr. Daheng smiled. Luin looked at him. I want to bring back the hellworm. Manor Lord Gon was stunned. He looked at Mr. Daheng in confusion. Prison flood dragon? Mr. Daheng was not surprised and looked at Luin calmly. I also have something that I want to do and I hope that Master Lu can help me. Please speak, sir, Luin replied. Mr. Daheng said, I hope that Chen Lu will join the Repose Palace. Luin and Mr. Daheng looked at each other. This was their condition. Mr. Daheng was truly a ruthless person. His goal in taking the hellworm away was to bring Chen Lu into the Hall of Freedom. For that, he had not hesitated to attack the hellworm in such a dangerous battlefield as the Tea Party. He had also not hesitated to risk being discovered by Luin and becoming the enemy of the primordial space. Chen Lu was definitely not someone he valued. What he valued was what happened back then. Even if the landscape painting stone was in Luo Shan's hands, he still wanted to know why Chen Lu gave it to Luo Shan, where he got his confidence from, and who helped him. These were what Mr. Daheng wanted to know. This was the Repose Palace. In Mr. Daheng's own words, he wanted to be free and do whatever he wanted. He was also working hard for this goal, and Chen Lu was one of them. For Chen Lu, he dared to take the risk at the tea party and use the hellworm as a bargaining chip. He did not care about his methods and was neither good nor evil. Manor Lord Gon did not understand what the two were talking about, but the atmosphere was heavy. Chen Lu joined the Above Heaven sect willingly. If he wants to join the Repose Palace, I will not stop him. If he does not want to, I will not force him, Luin said. Mr. Daheng said, Master Lu has his ways. Chen Lu is just a small character. I hope that he will join the Repose Palace. Luin retracted his gaze and looked at the faraway farmland. It seems that Mr. Daheng has made up his mind. An eternal thought, Mr. Daheng said bluntly. Luin stood up. All right, I will bring Chen Lu here. Whether he is willing to join or not will depend on Mr. Daheng. Of course, I also want to see the hellworm. Mr. Daheng smiled. Sorry to trouble you, Master Lu. Luin left the Repose Palace. Mr. Daheng's smile disappeared. Manor Lord Gon could not help but say, "Senior, this." He understood the conversation between the two, and his expression turned ugly. Mr. Daheng waved his hand, "Call Traceless over. This Lu family's son might not compromise so easily. That will offend the primordial space and the Lu family. What if someone from the Lu family comes, especially that ancestor Lu Yuan? It won't be that bad. It's just Chen Lu. The Lu family's son can become the above heaven Sex Dao master and the primordial space's master. He won't be so careless." He really did not want to offend the primordial space and the Lu family. He would not forget that at the tea party, Lu Ying had first called the Grand Emperor a crazy woman, and then that ancestor Lu Yuan had done the same. He could not afford to offend such a person. He rubbed his cosmic ring. As long as he could see Chen Lu, this price would be enough to make the Lu family give up on him. The hellworm was just a guide. If he could bring the Lu family's son here, he would satisfy Lu Ying. Although the Repose Palace's actions were neither righteous nor evil, they were not stupid. They knew who they could offend and who they could not. Mansion Master Gon relaxed. This was good. If that ancestor Lu was displeased, he was afraid that the above heaven sect and the Lu family would send a few progenitors to destroy the Repose Palace. Mr. Daheng's idea was good. He used the hellworm as a bait to lure Lu Ying to the Repose Palace. As long as Lu Ying brought Chen Lu here, he would pay the price to make Lu Ying give up on Chen Lu. He had never thought of using the hellworm as a bargaining chip. The two sides were not equal in strength, and such a negotiation would be disadvantageous to the Repose Palace. However, he did not think about what Lu Ying was thinking. Lu Ying had experienced many grievances along the way. He had experienced many life and death situations. Now that the Lu family had returned and the above heaven sect was gradually gaining glory, how could he do things the same way as before? Especially at this juncture, when the primordial space needed to make a name for itself in the Sixth Direction Association and intimidate the reincarnation spacetime. Did a mere Repose Palace have the qualifications to negotiate with him? Did he need to negotiate with the Repose Palace? What a joke. After returning to the above heaven sect, Lu Ying called for Chen Lu, Leng Qing, Elder Chan, and Big Sis. "Someone is causing trouble for me. Please come with me to settle it." Big Sis's lips curled up. Interesting. Elder Chan stroked his beard and smiled. Leng Qing was solemn. Chen Lu sneered. Who would be so stupid to provoke this ruthless person now? Lu Ying tore the void and brought them to the wood spacetime, heading towards the Repose Palace. The above heaven sect needed to establish its prestige. Wu Hen arrived at the Repose Palace. As one of the few wood heavenly realm powerhouses in the wood spacetime, Wu Hen's strength was above Lord Gon's. "What's the matter?" Wu Hen asked, looking at Mr. Daheng with a cold expression. Mr. Daheng said indifferently, "A friend will come later. Let's meet." Wu Hen sneered. "Someone who joined the Repose Palace?" Mr. Daheng did not answer. Lord Gon said, "It's the primordial space's Master Lu." Wu Hen was surprised. "Lu Ying?" Lord Gon nodded. Wu Hen looked at Mr. Daheng. "You dare to provoke him?" Mr. Daheng frowned. "Just watch." Wu Hen and Chen Lu were the same. They were both forced to join the Repose Palace. They were both afraid and resentful of Mr. Daheng. On the other hand, Lord Gon joined willingly. Their attitudes towards Mr. Daheng were completely different. Lord Gon did not know about the relationship between Wu Hen and Chen Lu. Wu Hen looked at Mr. Daheng deeply and stood quietly in place. Soon, Lu Ying led everyone to the wood spacetime. They did not hide their arrival. Leng Qing was full of killing intent. Although Elder Chan was calm, his progenitor power was released and spread to the wood spacetime. The most overbearing was Big Sister. As soon as she appeared in the wood spacetime, her uncontrollable dark purple power seemed to explode the universe. She threw a huge rock in the calm wood spacetime, shocking all the powerhouses in the wood spacetime. Mushin suddenly opened his eyes. Nether progenitor? Mushin raised his head and held the hilt of his sword. This power was not weak. In the Repose Palace, Mr. Daheng's face changed. Who was this power? He had never felt it before. Big Sister looked at the Repose Palace. Found it. Little 7, let's go. Luin smiled. Let's go. The wood spacetime was huge, but for a progenitor, especially one like Big Sister who had mastered the power of laws, it was easy to reach. Looking at Big Sister and the others in the starry sky, Mr. Daheng's face changed. He felt a strong sense of uneasiness. Behind him, Wu Hen was stunned. Mansion Master Gon's face was pale. Where did so many powerhouses come from? Luin looked down at Mr. Daheng and the others. Chen Lu, I brought you here. Where's the caged Wyrm? Chen Lu was bewildered. He did not know that he was going to meet Mr. Daheng. What did Luin mean? Was he going to hand him over to Mr. Daheng? No matter how he looked at it, he was looking for trouble. Although he was still afraid of Mr. Daheng, Chen Lu had seen the strength of the Above Heavens sect and experienced the battle when the Eternals invaded the Above Heavens sect. Chen Lu was much calmer. If the Above Heavens sect could not protect him, who else in the human domain could? Although Luin was a half-ancestor, he could be considered the strongest backer of the entire human race. Mr. Daheng looked up at Luin and the others. His face darkened. Master Lu, what do you mean by this? Luin sneered. Didn't you want to make a deal with me? Chen Lu is here. Bring the caged Wyrm out. Mr. Daheng gritted his teeth. Master Lu doesn't seem to be here to make a deal. He seems to be looking for trouble. Luin laughed. You captured my mount and threatened me. You're saying that I'm looking for trouble? I think you're tired of living. Big Sister took a step forward. What nonsense are you spouting? I haven't even made a move since I recovered my strength. That guy down there is obviously a hypocrite. Die for me. As she spoke, she pointed a finger, and the dark purple netherworld energy transformed into a shocking hammer that smashed down. Mr. Daheng was furious. Master Lu, are you going to war with the wood spacetime? You're not qualified to represent the wood spacetime. Luin shouted and waved his hand. Elder Chan, Lung Qing, and Chen Lu surrounded the palace from 3 different directions. The 4 progenitors attacked in unison, intending to use their power to suppress others. The Above Heavens had the strength to do so. Mr. Daheng hurriedly intervened. Wu Hen, Gon, attack. Wu Hen trembled as progenitors attacked from all directions. Chen Li's side was the weakest, but the attacks from the other directions made his scalp tingle. Even if Mr. Daheng blocked the most terrifying woman, the others were not easy to deal with. Gon shouted, Master Lu, it's all a misunderstanding. Luin did not care as he calmly watched with his hands behind his back. Big Sis's hammer, Lung Qing's blade, Chen Li's arrow, and Elder Chan's battle technique. It was a palm technique that carried a terrifying pressure that shattered the void. Mr. Daheng raised his arm and viciously chopped down, splitting the hammer in 2. Luin was surprised and opened his heaven's eye to see sequence particles. Mr. Daheng was also someone who had grasped sequence laws, but Luin could not immediately see through his own sequence laws. Wu Hen revealed his ancestral world, which was a wooden umbrella that covered the sky. A green light descended to block Chen Lu, and Elder Chan. Lord Gon did not even have time to react before Lung Qing's blade slashed through him. If Luin had not instructed them not to heavily injure Lord Gon, this attack would not have been so simple. However, Lord Gon was not injured and managed to dodge the attack with his own strength, even if it looked like he barely managed to do so. There was indeed a gap between the 6 Direction Association's progenitors and the Primal Space's progenitors. The Primal Space's progenitors had experienced too many tribulations, and once they reached the progenitor realm, their strength would far surpass that of ordinary progenitors. Wu Hen was not as lucky as Lord Gon. Although the green light had blocked Elder Chan's palm, Chen Li's arrow had pierced through his arm and forced him to retreat. There was an earth-shattering collision as the 7 progenitors attacked at the same time, affecting the wood dimension and causing the trees that filled the entire dimension to sway. Big Sis looked at Mr. Daheng. I want to see what laws you've grasped. As she spoke, a blood lotus slowly descended and floated towards Mr. Daheng. Mr. Daheng's eyes narrowed. The blood lotus definitely contained Big Sis's sequence laws, and this was the time to compete. Daheng's face darkened. These lunatics had started the battle without a word and did not even give him a chance to finish his words. Master Lu, are you really going to fight to the death? Luin proudly, fight? Are you worthy? Big sister pressed down with her palm. The blood lotus rotated and pressed down on Mr. Daheng. Mr. Daheng raised his hand. Just as the blood lotus was about to crush him, he suddenly stopped. Big sister was surprised. So that's how it is. Interesting. Unfortunately, it's still too weak. Mr. Daheng dodged to the side and slashed at Big Sister. The entire void was split into two. Even though he didn't have the sharpness of a blade, the might of his blade was even more terrifying than Ling Qing's. Lung Qing stared at the scene. This was not a slash. Luin saw a strand of sequence law extend from Mr. Daheng's arm towards Big Sis. Mr. Daheng had used sequence law to sever the void. Big Sister had no intention of dodging. In front of her, numerous Ming flowers bloomed, blocking Mr. Daheng's slash. Lightness. The law you have mastered is lightness. Mr. Daheng was overwhelmed with shock. Where did this monster come from? She was able to see through the laws he had grasped with a single glance and easily blocked his attack. This woman was definitely a terrifying expert. Why hadn't she appeared before? Big Sister looked down at Mr. Daheng. You dare to negotiate with my above heaven sect? You must be tired of living. The severed void bloomed with Ming flowers and continued to advance. Luin could clearly see with his heaven's eye that Big Sister's sequence particles were crazily crushing Mr. Daheng's sequence particles. The two were not even on the same level. Big Sister had been the ancestor of the Netherworld during the above heaven sect's most glorious era. Even a Dao Lord had treated her as an honored guest, and she had played a huge role in the Third Mainland's war. Mr. Daheng might not even have been born at that time. Mr. Daheng spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated continuously. Ming flowers blotted out the sky in front of him. At that moment, the shattered trees trembled, and a sigh sounded out. Netherworld, for my sake, let him off this time. The Ming flower stopped, and Big Sister looked to the right. Luin and the others looked over and saw the master of wood spacetime, the wood god. Mr. Daheng coughed up another mouthful of blood and clutched his chest. He faced the wood god and bowed. Greetings, wood god. When Wu Hen and Manor had gone saw the wood god appear, they both relaxed and bowed. Greetings, wood god. The wood god approached until he was not too far away from Big Sister and Luin. He stared at Big Sister. Long time no see, Netherworld. Big Sister looked at the wood god. It hasn't been that long. I woke up in this era through the river of time. I'm not as old as you. Luin glanced at Big Sister. This was an acquaintance. The wood god smiled bitterly. You're still the same. Big Sister snorted and retracted her hand, causing all the Ming flowers to vanish. This brat dared to offend the above heaven sect, and the current sect master ordered me to teach him a lesson. Wood god, do you have any objections? The wood god laughed and looked at Luin. He nodded. Master Lu, we meet again. Luin and the wood god exchanged glances. Ancestor Lu Yuan had gone to the Six Paths Society to prepare to take revenge on the everlasting tribe with the Grand Empyreans. The wood god should have gone as well. Since he was here, it meant that the final battle would not begin so soon. We meet again, wood god. Although we did not interact during the tea party, we can be considered acquaintances. The wood god asked, for my sake, can Master Lu let him off? Luin did not speak to the wood god as a junior. He was now the master of the primordial space, and in terms of status, he was equal to the wood god. This person dared to use the hellworm to threaten me. If I let him off, what will the Six Paths Society think of me? Will I still have any dignity in the Six Paths Society in the future? The wood god smiled. That makes sense. What does Master Lu want? Luin looked down at Mr. Daheng. Where is the hellworm? Mr. Daheng's face paled. He had heard the conversation between Luin and the wood god and knew that he was unlucky to have provoked someone he should not have. In fact, he had not intended to provoke Luin. He had only wanted to use the hellworm to lure Luin over and then use other conditions to exchange for Qianlu. From the start, he had never intended to be enemies with Luin, and this exchange could not even be considered a transaction. Who would have thought that he would not even have the time to speak? Moreover, this person was too overbearing and tyrannical. He had directly attacked without giving him a chance to explain. But no matter what, the result was already like this. He did not have the qualifications to debate with Luin. I have placed the Hellworm in a parallel universe that only I know of. I will bring it to Master Lu, Mr. Daheng said in a low voice. Luin looked down. That's it? For you, my above-the-sky sect sent so many people and even attracted the wood god. If the everlasting tribe ambushes the above-the-sky sect now, who will be responsible for this? For you, I have taken a great risk. Mr. Daheng's face twitched. What did this have to do with him? He was not looking for a beating on purpose. The wood god glanced at Luin. This person was exactly the same as Lu Yuan. They were both so unreasonable. Mr. Daheng sighed and felt very sullen. Here is a wood spacetime resource. I will give it to Master Lu. If you convert it to star essence from the reincarnation spacetime, it will be worth 1 trillion star essence. Consider it compensation for Master Lu's loss. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. This person seemed to have understood him and knew that he loved resources. Generally speaking, progenitors would not value resources like these, but Luin was an exception. This was something that everyone in the starter space knew, and Mr. Daheng had paid the right price. The Hellworm was quickly brought over. The wood god invited Big Sis for a chat, and she agreed. Luin then left and returned to the above-the-sky sect. After Lu Yin's group left, Mr. Daheng's face turned gloomy. His original elegance had completely disappeared, and his eyes were now filled with killing intent. This child from the Lu family had humiliated him, and he would definitely take revenge. Manor Lord Gon wanted to say something, but he hesitated. Wu Hen relaxed. If the wood god had come just a little later, we would have all suffered. When Lord Gon heard this, he could not help but say, Luin would not have the guts to kill us unless he wanted to start a war. Even if he did, the Grand Empyreans would not agree. Wu Hen sneered. Although I did not attend the tea party, I know what happened. 2 people from the Lu family cursed at the Grand Empyreans. Do you think that the Grand Empyreans can control the Lu family? If the Grand Empyreans can't control them, then let Luo Shan do it, Mr. Daheng said coldly. Wu Hen and Lord Gon were both confused. Luo Shan? He was just the spacetime master, one of the 3 past sovereigns. No matter how powerful he was, he could not surpass the wood god, Void Master, and the others, let alone the Grand Empyreans. What right did he have to control them? Mr. Daheng clenched his fists. Luo Shan hates the starter space, and this child from the Lu family will not let him off. I originally wanted to tell him Luo Shan's secret, but he was too arrogant and attacked me directly. Since that's the case, I'll let Luo Shan teach him a lesson. If he dares to underestimate Luo Shan, then he's dead. Wu Hen and Lord Gon exchanged glances. They had not paid much attention to Luo Shan, but now, it seemed that this Luo Shan was not simple. After breaking through to the half-ancestor realm during the tea party, he had fought against divinity Xiaoyin. Even an ordinary powerhouse would not be able to kill him, so how could Luo Shan do it? Mr. Daheng did not say anything else. He would return today's humiliation double in the future. Wu Hen's eyes flashed as he watched Mr. Daheng's departing figure. Just as Luin had guessed, the battle at the Hall of Freedom had shocked the 6 directions. Although Lu Yin's performance at the tea party was extraordinary, and ancestor Lu Yuan had cursed at the Grand Empyreans in front of everyone, that was still a tea party. Those who knew about it did not dare to spread the news for fear of being punished by the Grand Empyreans. By now, many people knew that the starter space was powerful, but they did not know exactly how powerful it was. It was only when 4 ancestors appeared in the Heavens sect to threaten the Hall of Freedom that those who did not know about the 6 Directions Society had a deeper understanding of the Heavens sect. The Hall of Freedom was not famous, but Mr. Daheng was. Many people thought that he was a powerhouse in the wood spacetime, second only to wood god. He was equivalent to Su Wuwei's status in the void god spacetime, and his reputation far surpassed Mu Chao's. Such a character could be considered one of the strongest in the 6 Directions Society, but he was forced to admit his mistake by Luin. Luin had achieved his goal. Did Luin really think that anyone could negotiate with him? The current above heaven had changed, and so had he. He no longer needed to fear anyone, and he no longer needed to compromise with anyone. He no longer needed to address everyone as his senior. He could respect those who had contributed greatly to the human race, but he would not respect others based on their cultivation. He respected virtue, not age. When the ancestral turtle saw that the Heldrake had returned, it immediately retracted its head into its shell. This time, the Heldrake was not as arrogant and did not dare to bare its fangs. It had been reprimanded by Luine. During the tea party, it had been too embarrassing. When Luine had asked it to bite the zombie god, it had tried its best to retreat. When Luine underwent his tribulation, it had disappeared. Useless thing. The Heldrake did not dare to talk back to Luine. It could only bend its claws to show that it understood. Luine could not do anything about this stupid thing. To be honest, if the Heldrake's mind had not been struck by lightning, it would have been very strong. Even the Forgotten Ruins deity had said that this guy's defense was very strong. That was right, it had been struck by the Lightning Lord. Being able to survive after being struck by the Lightning Lord spoke volumes. How is it, little seven? Big sister has made you proud this time. Big sister was pleased and looked like she was waiting for praise. Luine hurriedly flattered her, and Big Sis was very pleased. Call me Big Sister next time. I'll help you do it properly. Whoever doesn't give me face will be punished. Big Sister patted her chest, and Chenlu and the others quickly turned around. Luine struck while the iron was hot. Big Sister, there will be a tough battle soon. Big Sister was interested. Who is it this time? Divinity Xiaoyin. Big Sister's face sank. The one who instigated the Grand Empyreans to banish the Lu family, slandered you as a spy, and attacked you during the tea party? Luine nodded. Big Sister's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. You have to bring me along. Lu Yin's heart warmed. Don't worry, Big Sister. Even if you don't want to go, I will drag you along. I can't beat him. Big Sister left. Lung Qing and Elder Chan returned to the Above Heaven sect. In the end, only Chenlu and Luine remained in space. What do you want to say? Luine looked at Chenlu. Chenlu respectfully asked, Path Master, what about Mr. Daheng? Luine said, he captured the Heldrake and threatened me to send you to the Repose Palace. Chenlu did not understand. That landscape painting stone is already in Lord Luo's hands. Why is he still targeting me? This was something that Luine found strange as well. Mr. Daheng should not care about Chenlu. If he wanted to find out who had removed Chenli's seal back then, it would not make sense for him to break through to the ancestral realm. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that it was the Above Heaven. If that was the case, why would he still want Chenlu? Luine looked at Chenlu with a dangerous gaze. Are you hiding something from me? Chenlu was greatly shocked, and hurriedly bowed, absolutely not, Taoist Master, please be at ease. If there is anything that is hidden from Taoist Master, this subordinate is willing to die without a burial place, and his cultivation will never be able to advance an inch for the rest of his life. Luine frowned. This was strange. What did Mr. Daheng want Chenlu for? On this day, news came from the endless battlefield. The great Empyrean, old ancestor Lu Yuan, Void Master, Wood Deity, and the others had engaged in a fierce battle with the Eternals, causing several parallel timespaces to collapse. Countless Six Directions Guild cultivators had to flee, and even Ancestor Realm experts had to avoid the battle. The Six Paths gang and the Eternals had engaged in a decisive battle. When Luine received the news, he knew that it was time. He had thought that it would take some time, but he hadn't expected it to be so soon. The Rotting God universe was not close to the parallel universe of the endless battlefield, so there was no need to worry about being affected by that kind of battle. He immediately contacted Big Sis and told her that it was time to go to the Rotting God universe. This time, he would bring Big Sis, Lung Qing, Chenlu, and Wang Jian with him. The rest would stay in the Genesis space. Wang Jian was an ancestor of the Wang family, and he had never dreamed that Luine would come to visit him. When Luine came looking for him, there was nothing he could do about it. This was an order from the Lu family. In Lu Tiany's words, it was to protect the young master. Wang Jian was sullen. He had actually become a Dao protector, but he had no right to refuse the Lu family. Qianli didn't want to go either. That was the endless battlefield, and only those who understood it would know how terrifying it was. However, he also had no room to refuse. When Big Sis arrived, Lu Yin wrote on the prison WYRM and said in high spirits, "Let's go to the reincarnation time-space." Inside and outside the above heavens sect, countless people looked on with envy and reverence. "Farewell, Taoist master. Farewell, Taoist master." Tuo Lin's eyes lit up. He had been waiting outside the above heavens sect for several months, and he still had to wait. He didn't know how long he would have to wait, but this was his chance. If he lost it, he would forever be an ordinary person. No matter how long it would take, he had to wait. At the bottom of the stairway, he looked up and snorted. How long had it been? This Lu Yin actually didn't have any other thoughts. Could it be that her charm had decreased? As she thought about it, she leaned against the cauldron, and a branch stretched out and rubbed her face. He looked into the cauldron, and the green leaves of the sapling glowed happily. She felt much better. "I don't believe that you can hold back. But in the previous battle, my existence should have been exposed. There are also people from the Sixth Direction Association here. Hyperspace should know. Will Dimensional Master come to save me?" He muttered to herself. This trip was considered the first official battle of the above heaven sex expedition. Other than Yixing and Lu Yin, no one knew that their destination was the rotting god timespace. Even Yixing was only known to a few people. Lu Yin didn't go directly to the endless battlefield. He wanted to find a road sign. Otherwise, it would be difficult to find the rotting god timespace even if he went to the endless battlefield. In the reincarnation timespace, the prison WYRM roared. The above heaven sect had arrived. Lu Yin looked into the distance. They were here again. The reincarnation timespace. Just like in the wood timespace, Big Sis wantonly erupted with the power of the underworld and spread it throughout the reincarnation timespace. Many powerhouses in the reincarnation timespace looked over, and their expressions changed. Jiutian Shidi had recovered, but Evergreen Saint, who had once guarded the gate of heaven, had died. He was the first progenitor to die in the Tea Party battle. The prison WYRM headed towards the Void Imperfection realm. That was the border battlefield of the reincarnation timespace. Lu Yin had been there once and seen the sanctified saint's grief there, which had shocked him greatly. The Grand Empyrean could bestow the power of the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages, but it could also be taken back at any time. The reason why the Shaoying divinity had gone to the rotting god timespace was because his power had been taken back by the Grand Empyrean, and he needed to cultivate again. Now, perhaps because of his countless years of accumulation, he could still control the sequence laws. However, he had lost his progenitor cultivation, and his use of the sequence laws would be far inferior to before. Lu Yin also wanted to go to the rotting god timespace to see how strong the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages were after their powers had been taken away by the Grand Empyrean. That way, he could determine the strength of the reincarnation timespace. The prison WYRM rampaged all the way towards the Void Imperfection realm. Along the way, countless cultivators in the reincarnation timespace were stunned. No one had ever dared to be so arrogant in the reincarnation timespace. The unbridled power continued to oppress many cultivators. The prison WYRM also began to roar under Lu Yin's tacit approval, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as if to regain the dignity it had lost before. In a corner of the reincarnation timespace, the sacrificial saint opened his eyes. Is the glory of the origin space about to appear again? The entire reincarnation timespace seemed to tremble under the prison WYRM's roar and the spread of the netherworld's power. Lu Yin unscrupulously declared the power of the heavens. The power of the sect. In the Void Imperfection realm, the Bao Saint turned back with a grave expression. Not far away, Bai Xing, Xia Zhen, and Ancestor Gue Yuan were all there. They looked at each other and had a bad premonition. Not long after, the prison WYRM's huge body appeared, bringing with it a gust of wind that overturned many cultivators in the reincarnation timespace. Many cultivators in the reincarnation timespace were angry but did not dare to speak. They all looked at the huge prison WYRM in shock. This was the first time the prison WYRM had completely revealed its body in the 6-way meeting. Its huge body carried a terrifying pressure. As long as it was not stupid, it was quite a deterrent. When they first met in the Void Imperfection realm, they looked at the prison Wyrm from afar. Now, he had changed. He had become cold and indifferent, and his gaze was no longer arrogant. He no longer pursued perfection, and there was no such thing as invincibility. He would climb up from the bottom, one step at a time. One day, he would be able to challenge that person again. Lu Yin and the others sat on the prison Wyrm's back and looked down at the battlefield of the Void Imperfection realm. The Void Imperfection realm was a wall that rolled up the reincarnation timespace, blocking the Eternals outside. Sitting on the prison Wyrm's back, they could see the entire battlefield of the Void Imperfection realm. Naturally, they also saw Bai Xing and the others. Lu Yin's lips curled up. An unexpected gain. Wang Jian saw Bai Xing and the others and smiled bitterly. These people were actually here. They were just unlucky. He looked at Ancestor Gue Yuan. It was clearly Ancestor Wang Fan's life's shadow. Why didn't the Ancestor take it back? The four-way scales were gone, and they did not need to take on the responsibility of defending the six-way meeting. The Bao Saint took a step forward and walked in front of the prison Wyrm. He was very polite. Master Lu, what brings you to the Void Imperfection realm? Before Lu Yin could speak, the prison Wyrm opened its mouth and roared. The Bao Saint frowned. As one of the 3 reverends and 9 sages, no one in the six-way meeting had ever been so rude to him. Even Void Master and the other masters of parallel spacetime would not be so rude to him. Although he was dissatisfied, he could only endure in front of Lu Yin. During the Battle of the Tea Party, the 7 sky gods had been completely destroyed by Lu Yin. The Bao Saint did not have the confidence to defeat Lu Yin when he had first met him. Moreover, Lu Yin was now a half-step ancestor, and his inner worlds were incomprehensible. This person could fight against the Shaoyin divinity. Moreover, he had heard that the unrestrained hall was being suppressed by the Above Heaven sect. This Lu Yin did not seem to be as humble as before. Find me the Forest Orchid Spacetime's road sign. Lu Yin was indifferent. The Bao Saint was puzzled. Master Lu wants to go to the endless battlefield? Just find it. Lu Yin did not say anything else. His gaze swept past the Bao Saint and looked at Bai Xing, Xia Zhen, and Ancestor Gue Yuan. All of you, come here. Bai Xing and the others looked at each other, and then they headed out of the Void Imperfection realm without hesitation. What a joke. Wouldn't they be courting death if they went there now? Lu Yin's eyes widened, and he was about to ask Big Sis to help when the Bao Saint hurriedly said, Master Lu, this is the Void Imperfection realm, the front line of the battle between the humans and the Eternals. Everyone is watching. There were too many cultivators fighting against the Eternals in the Void Imperfection realm. No matter which parallel spacetime it was, there was no shortage of people who would fight to the death for the humans. These people were hot-blooded and fearless, and they were willing to die for the humans. These people deserved everyone's respect. Lu Yin could ignore the Bao Saint, the reincarnation spacetime, and even the Grand Empyreans, but he could not ignore these people. They knew that their chances of survival were slim, but they still came. It was not that they did not fear death, but they had no choice. Who did not have siblings? Who did not have parents? Every death represented a family's pain, and this pain should be remembered in history. End of chapter 2861. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.